Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 239 to Chapter 257. Inside the Research Institute. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, Suyu got up and walked out. A few minutes later. Wontan Research Center, Detention Area. Suyu went straight to the point and said, "Dendrolamus, I'll be going out in a few days. You'll be my mount." Dendrolamus almost cried, "You finally remembered me." Okay. It was that simple. Ever since Suyu moved, bringing Shadow and the Waterman with him, and Fire Crow left, they really wanted to die. They were lonely, pitiful, and miserable. Rhinoceros Borer also said excitedly, "Sir, Dendrolamus looks good, but he really can't be a mount. We Rhinoceros Borer are the most reliable. He's the best mount." Even the mount had to be snatched. White Beaver was also anxious. "Mount. I'm not suitable as a mount. I can't compete with them." The next moment, White Beaver hurriedly said, "Sir Su, Miss Wu Jiao lacks a guardian pet. I can do it. I'm so good looking. I'm too suitable to be a guardian beast for a girl, they're all gone. If I don't leave, I'll die." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Sure. White Cat, my senior sister has always been with Martial Uncle. Think about it carefully. Don't do anything rash. Be careful not to lose your life." "I definitely won't dare." White Beaver was overjoyed. "I can go out now." Suyu looked at Rhinoceros Borer and said, "Ninth Soar Stage, ranked 182. Rhinoceros Borer, you give me the feeling that you're very weak. Are the top 200 geniuses this week? If that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you. You and Dendrolamus have the same function. The more honest, the more unreliable." Rhinoceros Borer's ranking was not low. The 182nd ranked race gave Suyu the feeling that it was so weak that it did not exist. He did not have any special abilities. Could he trust such a Rhinoceros Borer, not as reliable as Dendrolamus? Rhinoceros Borer was silent for a moment before he quickly said, "Sir, it's not that I'm weak. It's just that compared to the other races, the Rhinoceros Borer race specializes in different things. The Shadow race is good at assassination, while the Dendrolamus race is good at attacking, but I'm not. You'll know from my name. Our race is good at drilling through mountains and seas, traveling through the ground. We can escape by drilling through the ground. No matter how big the mountain is, we can drill through it." Suyu raised his eyebrows. He really didn't care about this before. "So, in the mountains, the Rhinoceros Borer tribe is very strong? You can say that." Rhinoceros Borer hurriedly said, "Don't think that we are big, but we are not good at attacking. The mountain breaking ox is good at it. The mountain breaking ox can break through the mountains. We are better at concealing ourselves and move through the mountains. Among the ox tribe, we are considered to be stealers." Suyu nodded. This was a capability. Mountains. Starfall Mountain. That was the mountains. Soar 9th layer. Suyu looked at it. It was not good at attacking. Suyu smiled. "Rhinoceros Borer, if you can take 10 of my punches, it's not a big deal. I believe that your survival skills are not weak." "Sir," Rhinoceros Borer widened his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. He was a Soar 9th layer. Even if he was a little weaker now, it was not something that Suyu could compare with. Could it be that he had advanced? "Sir, what is your current strength?" "Wanshur 4th layer." "Wanshur 4th layer," Rhinoceros Borer thought for a while. It was still all right. "Sir, you won't use your willpower, right?" "I won't." Suyu smiled. "It's just pure physical strength. How about you let me try this?" "All right." The 9 layers of soaring sky against the 4 layers of Wanshur. Rhinoceros Borer knew that Suyu was talented and had many opened apertures. However, he was not weak himself. His defense was still very strong. How could he be afraid of this? It was only 10 punches. "All right, then I'll let you out. Shadow, Waterman, keep a close eye on him." Suyu smiled. He had brought both Shadow and Waterman with him. The next moment, Suyu opened the metal cage. Rhinoceros Borer came out. He was a little excited. For a moment, he really wanted to run away. He wanted to kill Suyu before running away. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He might not be able to kill Suyu. If he really made a move, the Shadow and Waterman might kill him to save their lives. "Sir, please." Rhinoceros Boar did not say much. At this moment, a faint golden light erupted from the bull's body. It was not small. It was at least 2 meters tall. Previously, he had been suppressed by the metal cage, so he did not notice it. Suyu did not waste any time. Primordial Chi gathered on his fist. Vitality eruption, aperture opening, the shadow barrier blocked it, so he could not see anything. Suddenly, Suyu punched out, boom. A loud sound rang out, the punch landed on Rhinoceros Boar's bull's head. Moo. Rhinoceros Boar felt pain. His head shook and he took a few steps back. He was extremely shocked. This was Xianxia, nonsense, this was sore, he was very weak and had not recovered yet. Now that he had taken a punch from Suyu, he felt dizzy. Just as he was thinking. Boom, another punch, Rhinoceros Boar did not have time to think. He retreated again, and the golden light on his head erupted. Boom, 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 a loud sound rang out in the entire prison area. Suyu punched again and again. His speed was extremely fast, and he gave it his all every time. Anyway, he had many apertures opened and his primordial chi was rich. There would not be a situation where his primordial chi would be exhausted after one punch. 9 consecutive punches, a clear fist mark appeared on Rhinoceros Boar's head. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. At this moment, a stream of blood seeped out. The next moment, Suyu roared and punched out for the last time, boom, with a bang, Rhinoceros Boar flew backward and smashed into the metal cage. He looked at Suyu in a daze. As for Suyu, he frowned. He had overestimated himself, Rhinoceros Boar only defended and allowed him to punch 10 times. He only managed to send it flying with a fist mark on its head. It was only at Soar level 9. In fact, its current strength was at Soar level 7. Even so, he could not destroy it with 10 punches. He was not satisfied. Rhinoceros Boar was already stunned. The other monsters were also silent. Xianxia level 4, what a joke, one had to know that Rhinoceros Boar was one of the top 200 races. Their race's cultivation technique was good at defense. The people that Hong Tan caught were all geniuses. Rhinoceros Boar was one too. This guy had opened up quite a lot of apertures. He had 110, which could be considered a heaven-class cultivation technique. Even after cultivating such a cultivation technique, he was still sent flying by Suyu. Suyu's explosive power was too strong. Rhinoceros Boar got up. Its eyes were wide open. The fist mark on its head was disappearing. The next moment, Rhinoceros Boar sighed. If Sir did not say that you are a civilizator, no one would believe that you are one. This strength has the explosive power of Soar. It was not an ordinary Soar, Suyu was not satisfied. The explosive power is still a little weak. It's okay. I will reach Xianxia level 9 soon. Soon, even if he was not in the arcane realm, his current speed of closing his apertures was not slow. It was not too difficult to advance 1 level in 5 days. The monsters were silent. Suyu looked at its big head and said, "Can you become smaller? Then bigger when we go out." Sure, Rhinoceros Boar did not waste any time. He quickly shrank his body. This could be controlled. Soon, he became the size of a normal tiger. He did not look so big. He turned his head and looked at Dendrolamus. Dendrolamus was better looking. It shone with golden light. One look and you could tell that it was a powerful race. Of course, if he wanted to keep a low profile, Rhinoceros Boar was more suitable as a mount. Dendrolamus was not suitable for keeping a low profile. Suyu did not say anything else. He did not lock up Rhinoceros Boar and went straight to the detention room at the back. After he went in, the monsters looked at each other. The Shadow and Waterman were also left behind by Suyu. The monsters chatted telepathically. Is he really Xianxia? Old bull, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Rhinoceros Boar said gloomily, I didn't do it on purpose. He's really strong. His explosive power reached soar in an instant. I couldn't defend against 10 consecutive punches. Not only is his explosive power strong, but he can also last. Suyu, who had opened 320 apertures, could last too long. With one punch, he could recover more than half of the primordial chi he consumed, and the other apertures could still mobilize primordial chi. Fighters with less than 100 apertures opened, even if they reached soar level 4 or 5, they might not be able to defeat him. Combined with his willpower, just treat him like a soar level 5. As soon as this was said, the monsters were silent. The Waterman and Shadow did not say anything either. Last time, Suyu killed a soar level 5, but it was a surprise attack. This time was different. This guy's strength improved too quickly. Is he going to find those people now? Does he have any plans recently? The monsters chatted again. At this time, something in the cage next to them suddenly spoke telepathically. It was a little immature and not very skilled. It spoke the common language timidly. You guys. I have to go too. The few great demons were stunned. Suddenly, they looked towards the last cage. Little Furball, the Shadow was surprised. You know the common language? I learned it from you guys. The few greater demons were stunned once more. This was possible? This little fellow was a genius. The mountain drill ox and the others must have been chatting all day and had too much free time on their hands. Who would have thought that this little furball would actually understand a little of their conversation? How could you learn, if you had no foundation in a language, how could you learn it? In the cage, the little furball blinked its small eyes. Will. Sense. Guess a little. The great Yaos all understood what it meant. This guy was very sensitive to the changes in willpower. Through this, it could judge what the other monsters were talking about. It actually learned some language. Once he learned the common language, he would be able to communicate with almost all the races in the universe, including humans and demons. Dendrolamus asked curiously, "What are you?" God-eater? Sounds awesome. Be careful. If the God race hears this name, they will destroy your race. God-eater. No. It's. The little furball did not know what to say or how to introduce itself. It was anxious and did not care about this. It hurriedly said, I want to go out, that's not for us to decide. Dendrolamus was still in the cage. He said helplessly, that guy inside has the final say. We have to bow our heads in exchange for our lives. What are you so anxious about? We have been locked up for too long. Our spirits are all gone. That's why we compromised. Don't compromise. You have only been here for a few days, why are you in such a hurry to bow your heads, continue to be locked up? Otherwise, everyone would feel bad. If you want to leave after a few days, wouldn't we have been locked up for nothing? As the monsters were chatting, Suyu came out. He had a smile on his face as if he had reached an agreement. Just as he was about to leave, a strange voice rang in his ears. It smells good. I want to go out. Suyu was taken aback. He instantly looked at cage 7. Little furball, God-eater, this guy can speak? No, this guy can speak the common language? Are you calling me? Sue. You said in surprise, you know the common language? I learned it. The little furball blinked and looked at Suyu. It also wanted to go out. It did not want to be locked up. Suyu frowned and shook his head. No, I still don't know the characteristics of your race. You can still invade the Sea of Will. You are too dangerous. As Hong Tan was in seclusion, he did not have much time to study this thing. But Suyu knew that this guy was dangerous. Don't think it was just a sore. The key was that it could invade the Sea of Will. This was very dangerous. Moreover, it was not clear how to restrain it. The little furball did not seem to understand. It repeated, go out, okay? Not good. Suyu looked at it helplessly. You are a good thing. The key is that you are not easy to deal with. Forget it, we will talk about it later. Dendrolamus, Rhinoceros Borer, you guys stay here. You can also teach it how to speak the common language. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were helpless. They still had to teach it. As for Suyu, he looked at the little furball again. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This thing was very powerful. Really powerful, Soar Realm. It could devour Soar Shunwen and enter the Sea of Will. It was impossible to defend against it. If this God-eater could be subdued, it would be a killer move against a civilization master. If you materialize an attack with Shunwen, and as soon as you appear, Shunwen is gone. Are you stunned, regardless of whether it was a mechanic, beast tamer, or god alchemist? Shunwen existed in almost all of them. Moreover, many of them used Shunwen. Without Shunwen, it was very difficult to become a powerhouse. Under such circumstances, Shunwen was restrained. This meant that a civilization master had met his greatest nemesis. He had lost his means of attack. Such a civilization master would be easily killed by others. So you actually wanted to understand more about this race. In the end, this little furball only knew some common language. It was difficult for him to understand. Moreover, it did not understand a lot of what Suyu said. Thus, he did not ask. After leaving the Wentan Research Center, Suyu began his cultivation for the day. As for Dixia province, it was immersed in a sea of joy. Everywhere was decorated with red ribbons. Tomorrow would be the opening ceremony, December 4th. The opening ceremony of Dixia province. Inside the academy, the atmosphere was joyous. Early in the morning, it was noisy without end. The Primordial Spirit Research Institute had also been decorated. When Suyu walked out of the cultivation room, Wu Lan and the others were hanging colorful silk. At this moment, they were all in a joyous mood. Suyu smiled and waved at Wu Jia. Senior sister. Wu Jia hurried over and said happily, Junior brother, are you going out later? Dixia province is very lively today. I'm not going out. Suyu smiled. Senior sister, I'm afraid you won't be able to send it out. Ah. Wu Jia was a little depressed. Could she not go out? Suyu exhaled softly. Senior sister, it's December 4th this year. There are 26 days left before the year ends. Wu Jia seemed to think of something and said anxiously, yes. So. I have to fight in the top 100. That was a must, Suyu smiled. If you don't fight, Uncle Master is an intermediate researcher and the curator of the library. You've been in school for more than 2 years. According to the assessment standards, Uncle Master has no recent research results to replace you. If you don't fight, he might not even be able to keep his intermediate researcher title this year. If he's not an intermediate researcher, the position of curator is even more uncertain. The inspectorate is already harder than in previous years. The first round, Huang Lao's intention was to punish them severely, but he would give them a chance if the matter was not too serious. He could not kill them all at once. But once they entered the second round, they would be held accountable. It was no longer a matter of making up for the deficit. The academy had some assessment standards for researchers of different levels. Chen Yong was considered to be of high status. All in all, if Wu Jia did not make it into the top 100, Chen Yong would be in big trouble this year. Wu Jia did not dare to play around anymore. He hurriedly said, yes, junior brother, I have to fight in the rankings. Do I fight today? Yes. Suyu nodded. Today is the celebration. If you fight in the rankings, the academy will pay more attention and the judges will be stricter. Even if you lose, you won't be too seriously injured. It's safer now. And on the day of the celebration, Dasha of Goguryeo may inspect the academy. All the top 100 students will be back. It'll be easier for you to fight in the rankings. If they picked some students who were not here, it would be a waste of time. If they could not fight, they could only wait or change. As Suyu spoke, Jiangmu walked over and whispered, fight in the rankings today? That's not good, is it? Today is the celebration. If we fight in the rankings, won't it be inappropriate? Today. Suyu said, if my senior sister doesn't fight in the rankings now, she won't have time. There are 26 days left in this month. But on the 25th, there will be 21 days. If she loses now, she still has a chance to fight. But if she doesn't fight now, she can only fight in the last 3 days. Yes, if she wins 2 rounds in a row, she can refuse to fight. But do you think she can win 2 rounds? If she wins the first round, there will definitely be strong people who will attack my senior sister in the second round. They are all waiting for my senior sister to fight in the rankings around the 22nd. I can't let them have their way. At this moment, Hu Qiuxing and Wu Lan also came over. Xia Huyu was not here. He should be busy today. Hu Qiuxing frowned slightly. Fighting in the rankings today is indeed a good opportunity. But even if she enters the rankings, what will happen next? Challenges will still come. It's better to fight after the 22nd. If she wins 2 students in the top 100, she can refuse to fight for 3 days. This was taking care of the new students. All new students enjoyed such treatment. Wu Jia actually had the same idea. He looked at Suyu. Why don't we wait for the 22 ND? She was not weak now. Not only had she entered the Wanshi realm, but she had also opened her divine aperture. Her temperament cultivation was also at its peak. She had outlined 9 Shinwen realms. If it really did not work, she could try to enter the Soar realm this month. Once she entered the Soar realm, the so-called top 100 assessment would naturally not exist. Suyu smiled. It's better to be stable. There will be more variables then. In fact, I also want to see how Shan Shinwen's faction will deal with it. I want to mess up their plans and ruin their plans. Hearing his words, the others did not try to persuade him anymore. Hu Qiuxing thought for a while and said, in Shan Shinwen's faction, there are not many who can snipe senior sister Wu. Among their faction, Zhai Feng, Qiu Yun, Chen Huan, Lu He, and Guo Xingquan are all capable. The others are probably not senior sister's match, including Huang Qifeng. He missed the secret realm last time. I'm afraid he is not as good as senior sister. That was not a small number. 5 of them had the ability to snipe Wu Jia. Among them, except for Qiu Yun, the rest entered the secret realm. Qiu Yun did not enter, but she was strong to begin with. Hu Qiuxing said and looked at Suyu. Are you going to fight? Suyu did not answer. He looked at Wu Jia and said, Senior sister, I can't stand up for everything. That would be looking down on you. However, if Zhai Feng wants to lower his ranking to snipe senior sister, I will wait until his ranking drops to a level where I can challenge him and beat him up. Let's talk about rules. If Zhai Feng did not lower his ranking, I would not even bother to challenge him. Suyu was ranked 30th and he was ranked 1st. Even Suyu could not challenge him. But if you want to lower your ranking to deal with Wu Jia, don't blame me for being rude. I am too lazy to fight you. I will beat you up first. Wu Jia gritted her teeth. Junior brother, don't worry. I am not afraid of them. Even if that Qiu Yun lowers her ranking, I am not afraid of her. Suyu smiled. Of course, senior sister is very powerful. As he thought so, Suyu made a decision. Shan Shinwen's faction wanted to snipe Wu Jia. If Zhai Feng attacked, he would have the highest chance of success. As for Qiu Yun, it was hard to say. Defeat Zhai Feng, Suyu thought. Defeat him and let Shan Shinwen know that Zhai Feng no longer has the ability to suppress me. When that happens, who will be responsible for dealing with me? Soar is not stable. That's Ling Yun? I can't find anyone for this. I have to find someone capable. Lu Hong. Or Zhou Pingxing. Or Hu Wensheng. That sly guy Lu Hong will most likely not get involved. It's best to find 2 of Zhou Mingren's students. Thoughts flashed in his mind. What's the use of Zhai Feng? At most, he can only involve Zhou Pingxing. He can't represent anyone. However, if Zhou Mingren's students are involved, things will be different. This was the core of Shan Shinwen's faction. The core members represented too many things. At the top 100 tower. Today's celebration, even the top 100 tower was less hostile. There were very few people fighting for the rankings. There was a banquet for the top 100 tower today. Last night, Suyu received a notice that Daxia of Goguryeo might come. Even if Daxia of Goguryeo didn't come, Xia Jia's faction would send someone to greet the top 100 students. This was because these people represented the future of Daxia province. At this moment, outside the top 100 tower, a big crystal screen was hung up. On the screen, Xia Houyi was laughing and greeting the military with a group of senior officials of Daxia province. The demon-subduing army, Long Wu Wei, the official army, the criminal investigation unit, and the city guards all over Dixia province had more than 1 million people. Southern Yuan was too small. It was like a small town among the 28 cities. Even so, the Southern Yuan city guards and the criminal investigation unit had a large number of people. It was necessary to greet the military. The inspection of the troops was also to maintain the military's combat effectiveness. Over the past 6 months, Longwu had been in seclusion, and the military's morale had declined slightly. At this moment, Xianxia was also trying to restore their fighting spirit. If Daxia of Goguryeo came today, the military's morale would naturally be boosted and maintained for a period of time. Suyu and the others also saw this when they arrived. Happy and harmonious, looking at Xiaohoye's smiling face on the screen, Suyu smiled. Suyu didn't take a second look. Soon, he walked into the top 100 tower. It's the day of celebration. Everyone is here. That's great. Outside the door, Wu Lan and Wu Jia did not enter. Only the top 100 students could enter the top 100 tower. In the lobby of the top 100 tower. At this moment, many of the top 100 students were here. Some were watching the big screen, and some were chatting. Many people were surprised to see Suyu and the others. Soon, someone greeted them with a smile. Suyu, you're here. Wan Mingze. Suyu nodded with a smile and glanced around. Zhaifeng was not here, but there were people from Shanshanwen's faction, Qiu Yun, and Huang Qifeng. Suyu did not waste any time and walked directly to the registration window. Inside, a staff in charge of registration was watching TV. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head. Miss Su, the top 100 banquet will be held at night. If you can't wait, you can eat something first and exchange some ideas with everyone. He thought Suyu was here to ask about the top 100 banquet. Suyu smiled. Teacher, let's do the registration. Almost all the top 100 students will be here today. My senior sister will be challenging the top 100 rankings. Teacher, please inform the judges. As soon as this was said, the hall was instantly quiet. Challenging the rankings today? What was Suyu trying to do? The teacher in charge of registration was stunned for a moment and could not help but say, Suyu, should we do it another day? Suyu smiled. Today. Isn't the War Academy student coming tomorrow? I don't know how long I will be staying. Let's not let others see us as a joke. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. If not, who knows when it will be delayed. The teacher glanced at him and nodded. All right. I will inform the judges. Suyu, who does Wu Jia want to challenge? Suyu smiled. Top 10 from the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Is there anyone from Shanshanwen's faction here? The teacher did not say much and quickly looked through the name list. Soon, he nodded and said, yes, there is Jinghong ranked 97th and Yutong ranked 91st. Yutong? What's her relationship with Galao? They are from the same family, but they are separated by a few generations. They are relatives. As Suyu was asking questions, a girl in the hall stood up and looked at Suyu. With a cold expression, she said, I am Yutong. Suyu, you want Wu Jia to challenge me? Suyu turned his head and looked at her. He smiled. Can't I? Yutong's expression was cold. Of course you can. If Wu Jia wants to challenge me, I will accompany him anytime. Today is supposed to be a celebratory day and I am in a good mood. If your faction is looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Suyu smiled and looked at her. He said slowly, how is challenging the rankings looking for trouble? Winning or losing depends on one's strength. I'm just afraid that some shameless people will call their parents after losing. If their parents are not allowed to challenge them, they will ask those shameless people to lower their rankings. How about this? Nobody will lower their rankings today for fun. If your faction does not lower their rankings, I will follow my senior sister. If she can fight, she will fight. If she can't, she will not fight. How about this? Cough. Yutong was about to speak but someone interrupted her with a light cough. Don't speak, not lowering their rankings. That is impossible. Yes, they must lower their rankings. If Wu Jia wins, they will definitely lower their rankings. Anyway, they will not let Wu Jia get on the rankings. That will be it. Su Yu smiled. See, I said it was a fair fight, but you are not happy. What else can I say? You are the ones looking for trouble, not me. Otherwise, with my senior sister's strength, it will not be that difficult for her to fight in the top 100 rankings. Yu Tong snorted. Say that after you win. She and Wu Jia entered the academy the same year. She did not feel that she was worse than Wu Jia. Although Wu Jia's ranking was not low, that was back then and not now. These few years, everyone was improving. Wu Jia was even injured and delayed for a period of time. She had also entered the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm and gained a lot. She did not feel that she would lose to Wu Jia. Su Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked at the registration teacher and said, she will be the one. When the judge comes, we will officially start the ranking. I hope my senior sister can attend the banquet tonight. She also had the intention to attend the banquet at this time. She heard that if the Dasha of Goguryeo really came to visit the top 100 rankings, under normal circumstances, the Dasha of Goguryeo would not come empty-handed. He would at least give some benefits. This benefit might be a huge benefit, or it might just be a small reward. But no matter what, it would not be wrong to get some benefits. In the hall, the top 100 rankings started to look solemn. It seemed that there would be no peace today. If Wu Jia lost, there would be no follow-up. If Wu Jia won, there would be more follow-up. Zhai Feng, Qiu Yun, and many others might have to lower their rankings to attack Wu Jia. Especially tonight, there was a banquet for the top 100 rankings. The Dasha of Goguryeo would most likely attend. Shan Shenwen's faction would not let Wu Jia get on the rankings. Some were sending messages to inform others. Some were secretly contacting their friends. There might be a big show to watch today's celebration. Top 100 building. Very quickly, someone arrived. It wasn't anyone else but someone from the inspectorate. Huang Lao had arrived personally. He went straight to Su Yu's side. He didn't care what others thought of him as he waved at Su Yu. Su Yu hurriedly followed. In the corner, Huang Lao looked at him seriously. It's the celebration day. If you insist on letting Wu Jia fight the leaderboard at this time, it won't be good for anyone. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Then Su Yu said softly, this is the last attempt. Let's see if they don't care about Dasha of Goguryo's face anymore. Since it's the celebration day and it's a normal leaderboard, then if they do, it means that they don't care about anything else. They just want to go against us till death. Su Yu was silent for a while before saying, if that's the case, from now on, I won't hold back anymore. Cut the weeds at the roots, kill. On the day of the celebration, the king of Xia Kingdom might come. Today, there were still people who came down from the rankings to deal with Wu Jia. That meant that they didn't care about anything at all. They didn't have any scruples and didn't even want the last bit of cover. They just wanted to go against you. Since that was the case, from now on, none of these people would be innocent. Since they were going against each other, then they would go all out. Huang Lao sighed. Why is it like this? Su Yu said calmly, I said that it's a normal leaderboard. If my senior sister lost, it's because she wasn't strong enough. If she won, it's natural. If they want to suppress her, it's obvious that they don't care about anything else. I have nothing to worry about. Su Yu looked at Huang Lao and smiled. Huang Lao, I didn't want this to happen. Today is my attitude. As for whether my senior sister can get on the leaderboard or not, it doesn't matter if my uncle master can keep his position as the curator. What's important is that there's no room for negotiation between the two sides. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just change to another academy. I don't think that the other academies in Dexia province won't accept us. If the Jiutian Dao seeking is trash, then we'll go to the War Academy. If it really doesn't work, then we'll go to the Ming Constables. Su Yu said seriously, I've done some research on the Ming Constables. They are desperate for talents. Shan Shenwen's faction isn't too strong, but of course, they aren't too weak either. However, the struggle in the Ming Constables isn't that complicated. Shan Shenwen's faction is still around, just that they are living in poverty. That's normal. If they can't get enough resources for themselves, that's their own fault. However, I heard that they rarely suppress or target them intentionally. Huang Lao was slightly stunned, at this moment, the regret in his eyes was obvious. You are going to the main constabulary? Suyu was a little melancholic and hesitant. After a while, he nodded his head firmly. I have this thought. In Xianxia province, we're being ostracized too much. Xianxia and Wanfu prefect seem to be on our side, but I can feel that they're using us as bait. I can feel it. Suyu exhaled. Great Xia Civilization University. Teacher Lu can't bear to leave, and my grandmaster can't bear to leave behind the foundation of 5 generations, but I can. For someone like me, if I go to the Ming constables, if the Zhu family values talents, they'll definitely not let me be suppressed again and again. Suyu lifted his head and looked at Huang Lao. So, if I can't solve this problem this time, I'll leave the Ming constables. From now on, I'll head south and step into the Ming constables, seeking survival, seeking protection. Huang Lao lost his composure. He looked at him and was speechless for a long time. He wanted to leave, he actually had the idea of leaving. You. Suyu, why do you have to do this? He had watched as Suyu rose step by step to where he was today. Today, he said that he wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay in Xianxia province any longer. Suyu's eyes were slightly red. He said softly, I don't want to leave. My father is in Xianxia province. My master is there, my uncle master is there, my grandmaster is there, my friends are there, my senior sister is there, but I feel that maybe it's time to leave. Suyu grinned. I feel that I might not be able to play my role here. The waters of Xianxia province are too deep. There are too many mountains and seas, too many suns and moons. Geniuses are as common as the clouds, and experts are as common as rain. Here, I've done my best time and time again. I've done everything that I could to obtain the support of some people and the approval of some people. In the end, I didn't get it. Suyu smiled. You, Niao Lao, Teacher Zhao, and even Xia Huyu, are all good people. They're all supporting me. I know that many people still have good intentions towards me, but I still want to leave. Because, you're not the decision makers. Huang Lao's mood was complicated. Are you serious? Your Primordial Spirit Research Institute has just been established, and you want to leave? You've just produced results and created a team that belongs to you, and you want to leave? Suyu was silent for a moment. He said, I'm not sure yet. It all depends on today. I established the Primordial Spirit Research Institute to stay here for a long time. But after I came up with the fused orifice technique, I still didn't get what I deserved. I knew that some people want more than I do. He was talking about Wan Tianxing and Xianxia. What they wanted was even more. He couldn't let them bet on the fused orifice technique now. As for Suyu, he wasn't willing to pay any more. Merit points? Honor? Glory? Glory? All of those were empty. That wasn't what he wanted Xiaoji's guarantee and Wan Tianxing's guarantee. He didn't know what agreement his grandmaster, Lu Wenyan, Xiaojia, and Wan Tianxing had reached, but Suyu knew that this wasn't what he wanted. The thought of leaving Xianxia province and going to the Ming constabulary had vaguely crossed his mind. Today, it had reached its strongest stage. Xiaojia was a good person. He was a good person. Dasha of Goguryeo was included. Wan Tianxing was a good person. He didn't hate Wan Tianxing. He didn't hate many people. He didn't even hate his rival, Lu Hong. But they were unwilling to bet again and again. Or rather, they wanted him to wait for a result, wait for a reckoning in the future. So you didn't want to wait. He wasn't willing to wait. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for this result. He was afraid that he would give up on the whole of Xianxia province and despair. Since that was the case, he might as well go far away this time. In the future, he still had a glimmer of hope for Xianxia province. He looked at Huang Lao, gritted his teeth, and said, Teacher, I hope you can keep this a secret. After some time, I will go far away. Huang Lao was silent. After a while, he nodded. He would keep it a secret. Suyu looked in the direction of Xiaoxingge. Did you hear that? Did you really not care? The script formula and the cultivation method I took out, whether it was the script formula or the fused orifice technique, weren't these enough? Today, the celebration of Xia province, the return of Xia kingdom of Goguryeo. Today, even Shan Shenwen's faction dared to do such a thing. Do you still have any hope for them, in such a place like Xia province? Is there really any hope for me to remain here? The trip to Mount Starfall might just be a new beginning for me. The Ming constabulary had already made contact with him. Naturally, he still needed time, confirmation, and more promises. He was too unfamiliar with the Ming constabulary. Who would be willing to leave their homeland? Who would be willing to travel far away? He didn't want to, he really didn't want to, his family and friends were still here. But he was about to leave. His family had gone to the battlefield, his friends were powerless, and his faction was being suppressed. His uncle masters and grandmasters were calling out to him fiercely, yet they didn't dare to leave. They refused to leave. Someone was certain that they wouldn't leave. And I really have to leave. Take advantage of the fact that Woody hasn't paid attention to me yet. Take advantage of the fact that the sun and moon still don't care about me. Go to a new world, I'll come back when I've risen to power. I won't stay here, forever being suppressed, forever worrying about being stabbed in the back. At this moment, Huang Lao felt heartache, reluctance, and disappointment. Too many emotions had accumulated in his heart. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a genius, a monster, or even a peerless heaven's chosen. Today, he said that he was going to leave. He was going to leave his homeland. He was no longer willing to stay in Xia province. He looked out of the building, at Xiaoxinggu. Was he going to give up on Suyu just like that? Could he really bear to do so? Was the fusion technique he developed not enough to shake up some things? Was it because they didn't understand, or because they were too cold-blooded? What he'd wanted to say and persuade had all vanished into thin air at this moment. He didn't want to say anything. He couldn't say anything. Suyu. What had he obtained in Great Xia Civilization University? The right to enter the secret realm. Other than that, was there anything else? Even entering the secret realm was a right that all students had. With money and accumulated merits, students of the academy could enter. He hadn't obtained anything. Instead, he'd paid a lot. In the end, he'd gotten nothing. If he hadn't chosen Great Xia Civilization University, he could have obtained the same thing in any other academy. He'd been sent there by Bai Feng and Lu Wenyan. In the end, the two of them were no longer in the academy. After all, Hong Tan was still separated by a layer. His relationship with Suyu hadn't reached that stage. Suyu was disappointed, depressed, and even desperate. At this moment, Huang Lao could feel it. Disappointment towards Xia province and despair towards Great Xia Civilization University. A sentence was stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Huang Lao bared his teeth. His eyes were a little red. He suddenly said, "You're right. You're right. I support you. I'll go back and write a letter. I'll introduce you to the mountains and seas of the Great Ming Civilization University. Years ago, we fought together on the battlefield. If you go, you can look for them. They're all my sworn friends." He looked at Suyu reluctantly. At this moment, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He was going to leave. Would there be a miracle today? Would anyone come to stop all of this today? He thought about it. He was in despair. Perhaps Suyu was right. No one would come to stop him. Wan Tianxing abided by the rules. Being demoted and suppressed was also a rule. Xiaojia was neutral. Since he was neutral, he wouldn't participate in all of this, even if he felt that it was inappropriate. Huang Lao grinned. That's good, that's good. Zhu Tiandao, the master of the Great Ming Constables, is a good and interesting person. He values geniuses, but because the Great Ming Constables aren't strong enough, they can't attract enough geniuses. If you go, he'll definitely value you. He definitely will. Xiaojia has too many constraints. Because there are going to be two invincibles, some people are afraid, and some people aren't willing. I know you have some resentment, but don't. Xiaojia. Xiaojia will prove his invincible Dao. It won't be that simple. Remember, kid. Not everyone wants to see two invincible Dao clans be born. The Zhou family is a good example. Huang Lao had said too much today, and he had even said some things that were taboo. Dazhou Prefecture. Zhou family, AI, one clan with 2 invincibles, 3 invincibles, haha. Zhou Polong wants to prove his Dao? Zhou Padian wants to prove his Dao? Hold it in. He laughed a bit wantonly. Don't blame Xianxia. I'm not trying to excuse Xianxia, but if Xianxia wants to prove his Dao, he can't afford to offend too many people. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Definitely die, Suyu's heart trembled. He can't show any attitude, he can't show any inclination. Even if he's unwilling, he can't. To prove his Dao. He looked at Suyu and said with indescribable frustration, it's that simple. Do you understand? The Zhu family doesn't have such concerns. Lord Deming is also very strong, but Zhu Tiandao has entered the invincible realm. Give him 100 years. So, the Zhu family will have fewer concerns, and many people will even beg them. Suyu, do you understand? Suyu nodded. At this moment, he instantly understood many of his doubts. To prove his Dao, everything was to prove his Dao. In order to prove his Dao, Xiao Longwu retreated from the stage. In order to prove his Dao, the Great Xia Prefecture no longer displayed an incomparably hostile attitude towards the Myriad races. In order to prove his Dao, the Xia clan shouldn't offend some people at this moment. So, Xia Jia asked him to wait. It wasn't that Xia Jia couldn't see the importance of Suyu, but Xia Jia still asked him to wait. Even if Suyu provided some things, he still had to wait. Wait for Xiao Longwu to prove his Dao. Realization dawned on him. At this moment, Suyu understood too many of his doubts. Xia Jia. He had always felt that Xia Jia's attitude was strange. Now that Huang Lao said it, he completely understood. Suyu was silent. Suddenly, he said, what about Mannerhead's attitude? More or less. We have to buy some time for Xia Jia. Even if Mannerhead wants to purge people, it won't be now. Wait. In 1 or 2 years, there might be results. Suyu felt bitter. Wait, was 1 or 2 years long? Not long, but for himself, he didn't want to wait anymore. With enough things, resources, and capital, he could quickly advance to the level of Soerling Yun, or even the Mountain Sea realm. He understood that some of his actions at this time might have disrupted the arrangements of the two sides. If that was the case, perhaps his departure would be more in line with their interests, and also in line with his own interests. He thought too highly of himself. The more outstanding his performance in Xia province, the more hateful he would be, and the more difficult it would be for them. Suyu smiled, nodded, and looked at Huang Lao. Huang Lao, I understand. Leaving seemed to be a foregone conclusion. It all depended on whether or not he would go to the Ming constables. The Ming constables were too unfamiliar. The Ming prince, Zhu Tiandao, and the Bai clan. The Bai clan where his teacher was from seemed to be in the Ming constables as well. Suyu grinned. Looking at his senior sister standing outside the door, he suddenly felt a little empty. I'm leaving, senior sister, will you leave with me? Uncle Master probably won't leave. Uncle Master should be able to take care of senior sister, right? Grandmaster is here, and that Wu Lan, it's good that the Wu clan is here. If I stay here, I'll cause all kinds of trouble. People like Wu Yuehua might even have to stand up for me and cause some trouble. I don't have to worry about Xia Huyu. He's Xiao Longwu's son. Why should I worry about him? There's also Qingyan Fai, Jiang Mu. I don't have to worry about them, Suyu smiled. My existence would instead cause trouble for them. Blue Sky Research Institute. Primordial Spirit Research Institute. At this moment, Suyu was a little distracted. Blue Sky betrayed him. Am I betraying him? At this moment, he made up his mind to leave Xia province. Perhaps, it was also a kind of betrayal. After all, there were still many people who had sacrificed for him here. There was also Lin Yao, who foolishly believed in the existence of the Mutual Assistance Association. There was also Hu Zongji, who had invested so much energy in him. Before he left, perhaps he could leave something for them. It could be considered as repayment for everything. This Xia province, he didn't owe them anything. The fused orifice technique was enough to make up for everything he owed. As for the teachers, I think they will also support me. And Teacher Zhao, the teacher who has always sacrificed for me. I'm sorry. At this moment, although Suyu hadn't left, he had already thought of the outcome. He knew what the outcome would be today. At this moment, the way others looked at Suyu was suddenly a little different. As if relieved of a heavy burden, suddenly enlightened, that kind of unrestrained and carefree feeling was displayed incisively and vividly on Suyu's body at this moment. He had been cautious and pretentious for too long. He was tired, he didn't dare to go out, he didn't dare to do missions, he didn't dare to reveal anything, he didn't dare to reveal anything. Because someone was watching him, watching his every move, but today, perhaps he didn't need to. He could fight to his heart's content and vent some of his emotions. Suyu smiled. He looked at those people and looked at Zhai Feng who had just entered the door. He laughed heartily. Zhai Feng frowned. Suyu didn't care at all. And at this moment, Xiao Xinggu. Wan Tianqing looked at the sky, speechless for a long time. What I saw might not be true. I saw him fighting Shanghai. I saw where he was fighting Shanghai. Did I see him fighting Shanghai? I didn't see him leave, I didn't see him leave dejectedly and leave his home. Suyu, a murmur, endless helplessness. Why was the human race like this? After more than 300 years of comfort, had they forgotten the pain of more than 300 years ago? One was still lying on the bed. Had they really forgotten? Who was to blame for forcing Suyu away? Me, maybe. With a sigh, Wan Tianqing shook his head. He continued to read. Outside the window, a figure moved up and down. He smiled. Everyone has their own opportunities. Maybe leaving is also an opportunity. I heard about it. Let him go. Maybe this is his path. Wan Tianqing smiled. Really? Since Emperor Xia is back, why don't you show yourself? Outside the window, a figure stepped into the air. There were no prohibitions. If there were, they were all broken. The walls and windows were still the same. He just walked in. Why show yourself? Da Xiao of Goguryeo had a square face. He didn't look angry, but he was not angry. He was very similar to Xiao Longwu. He smiled, just to watch a show. The day Longwu proves his Tao will be the day I start a massacre. What I am doing is to protect Longwu. I have endured for 50 years. Whether Longwu fails or succeeds, it is the day my heaven-splitting blade falls. If that is the case, why protect Lu Wenyan now? You are asking for trouble. Wan Tianqing laughed. Da Xiao of Goguryeo also laughed. I, Xiao Wushan, protect one person. Do I need to consider other people's opinions? Then why not protect Suyu anymore? Da Xiao of Goguryeo laughed. He still has a way out. Lu Wenyan has no way out. Since there is a way out, why stay on this ship that can capsize at any time? Old Ju is not bad. He is a slippery person. Slippery people have a good life. Who dares to provoke him? This is good. Going to Old Ju is safer than here. Wan Tianqing was speechless. He fell into silence again. Da Xiao of Goguryeo turned around and said, I know what you are thinking. Hold it in, hold it in. I need Longwu to prove his Tao. Martial Dragon doesn't prove his Tao. Without an invincible one, how can we fight? Understood. Wan Tianqing bowed, smiled, and watched him leave. Da Xiao of Goguryeo walked in the air. No one saw him, no one dared to look, and no one could see him. In the top 100 arena, the judge was in position. At this moment, Suyu was fearless and relaxed. He looked at Wu Jia on the stage with a smile. He looked at Zhai Feng, who was not far away. Seeing the hatred in his eyes, he smiled and rubbed his neck. Zhai Feng's expression changed again. Suyu smiled happily. He was thinking about how he should be punished for accidentally killing someone. It was best not to do so to avoid trouble. I am going on a long journey. Will you follow me? His thoughts drifted away. The next moment, he returned to normal. On the stage, a shout rang out. Vital energy exploded and willpower surged. The lingering charm of Shenwen spread. Wu Jia, who had 9 Shenwen stones, was obviously not someone Yutong could match. She was suppressed by Wu Jia. Rumble, loud noises rang out incessantly. Although Wu Jia was not as strong as Zhou Hao, he was still incomparably valiant and murderous. In less than 3 minutes, accompanied by a loud shout, Wu Jia sent Yutong flying with a sword. Yu Tong's face was pale. She fell off the stage, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her shoulder was pierced by a sword. She clutched her wound, feeling somewhat unwilling. Not far away, Yu Hong arrived. Her expression was cold as she stared at Wu Jia. Suyu stood up, blocking her line of sight. He looked at her with a smile. If you can't afford to lose, don't go on stage. Bastard. Yu Hong snorted. Who are you talking to? Suyu's face was indifferent. I'm talking to you. Yu Galao, Yu Shanhai. If you can't afford to lose, shut up. Desia province has a group of tumors like you. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Bastard. Yu Hong was furious. The people who had just arrived were also shocked. Suyu, was he crazy? Wasn't he afraid that they would teach him a lesson? Suyu smiled. I'm sorry, I insulted Galao. Although it's the truth, I accept the punishment. Huang Galao is here, so I don't want my future rewards. I don't want my position as an upper-class student. I don't want my spot in the top 100 either. Yu Galao, are you satisfied now? Yu Hong frowned and looked at him. Suyu smiled. Don't look at me. It's just a small amount of money. I don't care. I'm just speaking the truth. Although it's somewhat humiliating, it's definitely not my intention. After saying that, Suyu smiled. Senior sister, you can leave the stage. You just need to fight until 91. Drag it out until the 25th, Wu Jiao looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Drag it out. At this moment, someone disagreed. Zhai Feng stood up and looked at Suyu. He said coldly, Suyu, aren't you waiting for me? Why are you putting on an act? If I, Zhai Feng, don't allow Wu Jia to enter the top 100, she won't be able to enter. Whether it's shameless or cheating, since the rules allow it, I'll continue to be ranked lower than her. I can even withdraw from the rankings. I'll defeat her in one go and make her fall off the rankings. Even if you wait until the last day, you can't. If I, Zhai Feng, don't allow her to enter, she won't be able to. If Wu Jia doesn't accept the challenge, I'll withdraw from the rankings. On the last day, I'll defeat her. And she won't be able to enter, Suyu smiled. That makes sense. That's why I'm quite impressed by your shamelessness. Today is the celebration day. You're not willing to wait for a few days? Zhai Feng looked at him coldly. Since you've chosen today, I'll accompany you. Suyu was still smiling. It wasn't a fake smile, but a natural one. Zhai Feng, we haven't even fought once, right? Zhai Feng didn't say anything. Why don't we do it this way? Let's have a life and death match? You're in the top 100, so am I. It's too boring to fight in other arenas. Let's have a life and death match. My teacher isn't in the school, but it's alright. Before he left, I got him to sign a life and death match contract. If you're willing, I'll accompany you anytime. Suyu took out a piece of paper and smiled. Really, once and for all. I'm sick of you causing trouble and you're sick of me delaying your advancement. Why don't we settle this today? Zhai Feng's eyes were cold. The next moment, he looked at Zhou Pingxing in the crowd and gritted his teeth. Master, I'm willing to have a life and death match with Suyu. At this moment, he was also willing to have a life and death match. Suyu smiled. His smile was somewhat unbridled. Zhai Feng had already said that with him around, Wu Jiao wouldn't be allowed to enter the rankings. What else could he say? There was nothing else to say. In the crowd, Zhou Pingxing frowned. A life and death match. Could Zhai Feng be Suyu's opponent? However, this was indeed a good way to settle this once and for all. Openly and openly, today, he would kill Suyu, openly and openly. However, the feeling that Zhai Feng gave him was still not enough. It was still lacking a little. He looked at Zhai Feng, then looked at Suyu. After a while, he said, Sure, Zhai Feng, come here. Teacher has something to say to you. He waved at Zhai Feng. Zhai Feng followed him. After walking out of the crowd for a long distance, Zhou Pingxing's expression changed. He felt a little heartache. Suddenly, he took out a box from his bosom. Take this, the materialization pill. Enter the arena, enter Soar, and kill him. Without entering the arena, Soar couldn't be nurtured through battle. Teacher, Zhai Feng was a little unwilling. He wanted to nurture his character and kill Suyu. Idiot. Zhou Pingxing said in a low voice, put down your pitiful pride. He has the strongest nurturing character. Now that he has entered Wanshi, his explosive power isn't any weaker than Soar. If you fight with him, the probability of losing is as high as 80%. Only when your willpower materializes and Shenwen advances can you kill him. As he said this, he took out another box. This? Aperture Destruction Pill. Don't use it unless it's a last resort. It destroys the aperture and explodes all the aperture's power in one go. Although a civilization master doesn't care much about the physical body, it's best not to explode. This is Mystic Wenbing. Take it too. You can use it when you reach Soar. It doesn't have any attributes. It doesn't really suit you, but it won't repel you either. It's better than your Wenbing. Zhou Pingxing took out a lot of things. He had put in a lot of effort. As long as Zhaifeng advanced to Soar, his combat power wouldn't be too weak. He was a genius student after all. He wasn't like those commoners outside Soar. Even if Suyu could kill Soar outside, he wouldn't be a match for someone like Zhaifeng. Zhaifeng gritted his teeth and took these things. The Wenbing was kept in the Sea of Will. He couldn't use it now, but he could use it when he reached Soar. Zhou Pingxing glanced at Suyu from afar. He was still a little uneasy. After thinking for a while, he took out another thing. This is Source 9 Strike's Divine Talisman. If you can't do anything to him in the end, use all your strength, exhaust everything, and give him a blow. You will be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Don't worry, I will heal you no matter what price I have to pay. In fact, if you kill Suyu, you don't have to worry that someone will abandon you. Zhaifeng gritted his teeth and took it again. His teacher was right this time. If he really killed Suyu, so what if he was seriously injured? Shan Shenwen's faction would save him. Otherwise, the morale of the people would be gone. If they could give up on their meritorious subjects, who would be willing to risk their lives, Source 9 Strike's Divine Talisman, just this talisman alone was worth a lot. Zhou Pingxing heaved a sigh of relief. He reminded, I'll tell you until the end. Otherwise, if you use this talisman, you will be criticized. Understood. Zhaifeng nodded. Using a talisman to kill Suyu was really going against the rules. It would be too easy to be criticized. Go. Zhaifeng said no more and left quickly. More and more people gathered at the edge of the arena. Suyu stood at the side of the arena, not saying a word. Would he agree? He didn't know. If he agreed, perhaps, today would be the first time he killed someone after coming to the school. Yes, the first time. He did not kill Huang Qifeng or anyone else. Whether they were seriously injured or defeated, he could heal them. Killing someone. He had only killed Wanzhou. But now, there might be one more. After a while, Zhaifeng returned. He snorted and threw a life and death contract. Sign it. Exclamations could be heard all around. On the day of the celebration, the Life and Death Arena. This was the first Life and Death Arena in the Great Xia Civilization University in many years. Suyu took the contract and did not waste any time. He quickly signed it and threw his contract over. He smiled and said, sign it. Zhaifeng did not say much and signed his name directly. At this moment, the judge on the arena was Zhao Ming. Below, many Galao came. Sun Galao suddenly walked out and said coldly, Zhao Ming, come down. You work in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. You are not suitable to be the judge if Suyu takes action. Zhao Ming smiled and said, it's already the Life and Death Arena. What else do you need me to do? The Life and Death Arena determines life and death. Who knows if you will intervene? After saying that, Sun Galao looked around and suddenly said, there is no need for a judge. There are so many Galao here. The two of you come up to the arena and determine life and death. This matter ends here. The battle is over. As soon as these words came out, some people frowned. Nielao also arrived. Zhao Li also arrived. Chen Yong also arrived. One by one, the powerhouses arrived. Wu Yuehua shouted, Suyu, what are you doing? He obviously wants to advance to soar in the arena. There is no need to accept such a shameless battle. Zhao Li also frowned and said, they are all geniuses of the academy. must it be a life and death battle? If it doesn't work, whoever concedes will lose. They were still somewhat worried. As Wei Wuhua said, Zhai Feng obviously wanted to advance to kill. On Suyu's side, although strong, against the genius Soar, he might not win. As they spoke, Suyu smiled and said, "The contract has been signed. Let's go according to Sun Galao's wishes." As he said that, he looked at the crowd and smiled. "Thank you, teachers, for speaking up for justice. However, I hope that teachers will not interfere in the competition. Life and death are determined by fate. The academy still values this very much. I'm afraid that Wanfu Prefect is also watching. Whoever interferes, will die. Please don't give up your lives because of me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Qing Yuming had learned his lesson. Below the arena, Qin Yong quickly walked towards Suyu. He looked at Suyu, his gaze fluctuating. He said telepathically, "If you are not confident, give up. Killing one person won't solve anything. There is no need to gamble." Suyu shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Killing was not the goal. Zhai Feng was a useless person. I want to make a name for myself. I want to show the people of Ming Constables that they are welcoming a genius, not a mediocre one. Not only will I kill Zhai Feng, I will also kill my way to Ming Constables. I have no power or influence in Ming Constables. I have nothing. Only by making a name for myself can I be valued by Ming Constables, Uncle Master. I am sorry." At this moment, Suyu already had a path in his heart. Today, after killing Zhai Feng, he could no longer stay in the Civilization Academy or Dexia province. As long as Shan Shenwen's faction was not destroyed, no matter how many people he killed, it would not change anything. The next moment, Suyu stepped into the air and ascended the arena. He looked at Zhai Feng and said with a smile, "Come up. I will give you time to advance to soar." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Is he crazy? Zhai Feng frowned as well. He snorted coldly and stepped into the arena. He looked at Suyu and frowned. He wondered if Suyu was waiting for him to advance to ambush him. Suyu placed his hands behind his back and looked at him. He said calmly, "I gave you time, but you didn't cherish it? How can I make a name for myself by killing someone to nurture my character? Kill Soar. Genius Soar. Kill by force. I, Suyu, will make a name for myself today. You're courting death." Zhai Feng no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a pill. He looked at Suyu warily. The next moment, his willpower began to churn and tremble. Rumble, the sea of will trembled. A moment later, his body flashed with golden light. Shenwen appeared, willpower materialized. Shenwen materialized. 3 Shenwens quickly advanced, all becoming level 2. During this period, Suyu kept looking at him as if admiring something, as if waiting for something. Zhai Feng was furious. Is he looking down on me? Is he looking down on me? I have advanced to soar today, the soar of a civilization master. Suyu is too arrogant. He is courting death. It was not just Zhai Feng who was shocked. Everyone else was stunned as well. Zhai Feng really advanced. As for Suyu, he did not interfere and kept watching. Is he crazy? After waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, Suyu smiled. Is it over? Just as Zhai Feng wanted to speak, Suyu smiled. It seems to be over. As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage flashed. Boom, a loud sound. Suyu slashed with his blade. Blade energy filled the air. A long spear appeared in Zhai Feng's hand. It was a mystic long spear. With a roar, the spear struck, willpower boiled, Shenwen materialized, level 2 Shenwen. Level 2 willpower. At this moment, his willpower was very strong, however, it was ineffective against Suyu. Although he did not advance, he had opened 106 divine apertures. The Sea of Will had been tempered thousands of times. Shenwen also had many level 2 divine apertures. Other than not materializing, he was stronger than Zhai Feng in every aspect. You are too weak. Suyu snorted. All the attacks from Shenwen seemed to be ineffective against him. It wasn't that they were ineffective, but that they were too weak. Rumble, a loud sound. A blade slashed out. Heaven-splitting blade, hundreds of apertures exploded. Zhai Feng retreated. His palm exploded and blood flowed out. Zhai Feng was shocked. Top 100? Hee hee. Another blade slash. With a loud rumble, Zhai Feng was directly killed off the arena. His arm exploded. You are not worthy. Fast, really fast, the blade was too fast, it was unbelievably fast, so you stepped into the air and slashed down. In the air, an essence chi vortex exploded. With a loud rumble, Zhai Feng spat out blood and flew back again. He hurriedly swallowed a pill. Breaking apertures pill. His apertures began to explode. You are still trash after taking the pill. So you stepped into the air. Essence chi rose under his feet. He directly stepped into the air and slashed down. Rumble, even though Zhai Feng had his apertures exploded, he was no match for Suyu. He roared and wanted to counterattack. However, he was sent tumbling in the air by Suyu's blade. No, impossible, Zhai Feng didn't believe it. Everyone else didn't believe it. Was this a cultivation battle against Soar? No, Suyu wasn't 3 levels higher than Zhai Feng. He didn't have the ability to suppress him. At this moment, the expressions of the experts under Shan Shenwen changed. He was too strong. He was at least at level 4 or 5 of Soar. Suyu, who had reached 320 aperture enlightenment, had revealed his strength to everyone today. You are too weak. How dare you jump around and provoke me again and again? Die. This time, the blade was extremely violent. With a loud rumble, it slashed down. Di Feng roared furiously, and he suddenly activated a divine talisman. However, right at this moment, a small hammer soundlessly smashed down towards his sea of consciousness. This hammer was incomparably powerful. The power contained in 106 divine apertures was not something that Zhai Feng could compare to. With a loud bang, blood flowed out of his orifices. He fainted. Outside, the expressions of Zhou Pingxing and the others changed. They shouted, "You!" Just as they shouted, Suyu's long blade had already slashed down violently. I want to kill him. Stop me. Suyu roared, you want to stop me? Let's see who dares. No one dared. A bunch of trash. Boom, bang, the blade fell. The air exploded and essence chi exploded. The next moment, with a loud bang, a corpse exploded. It was torn into pieces. Suyu casually took a jade talisman and smiled. Very strong. Unfortunately, in front of me, do you even have a chance to make a move? Zhai Feng, dead, even at the last moment, he did not display any of his strength. From start to finish, he was suppressed. In less than 30 seconds, he was defeated by Suyu. At this moment, Suyu landed on the ground. His clothes were still whiter than snow. He smiled and looked around. Killing to my heart's content, but too weak. Shan Shenwen's faction. Genius? Hee hee. His chuckle had ridiculed countless people. On this day, Suyu was truly domineering and boundless. First in the top 100, advancing to Soar, consuming the aperture destruction pill, it was useless, 1 man and 1 blade, suppressing him from start to finish. It was just to nurture his character. However, Wanshur had killed him, there was no earth-shattering battle. It was just a brutal killing. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The sound of breathing could be heard, followed by an angry roar. Suyu. Zhou Pingxing's eyes were red. He looked at Suyu. At this moment, there was only anger, boundless anger. You're dead, you must die. Do you know that the stronger you are now, the more you have to die? You're too strong, terrifyingly strong. Even Lu Wenyan of the past, who was at the 4th level of 10,000 stones, could not kill Soaring Sky so easily. Suyu laughed, his eyes full of contempt. You can only be angry. Not only will I kill Zhai Feng, but I will also kill you as a stepping stone for my advancement. Looking around, the students all avoided his gaze. Suyu was the first person to kill a fellow student in the Academy's duel of life and death in recent years, as well as the first person to kill the number 1 student in the top 100. The first in the top 100 became a joke, the biggest joke in the world, advancing to Soar, killed by nurturing his character. In the ring, Suyu laughed without restraint. Under everyone's eyes, Suyu easily killed Zhai Feng. At this moment, Suyu ignored Zhou Pingxing's anger and laughed, trash will always be trash. Today, I'll set up the ring of life and death. Early stage Soar from Xianxia faction can come up. Suyu shouted, I'll ask you one question. Do you dare? Dare, I'm the one who nurtures my character, just like Bai Feng that day, he's only a Soar, but he could kill Ling Yun. Today, Suyu was the same. I'm the one who nurtures my character. The difference between nurturing and Soar is huge. I dare to challenge your Soar and kill your Soar, Suyu despised, taunted, sneered. At this moment, the four corners were silent. No words. Sun Galao, Yu Galao, Galao Li, one by one, Galao's faces were ashen, but they were powerless. Who would dare to go up after killing Zhai Feng so easily? Early stage Soar. Suyu's junior succeeded the senior, setting up the ring of life and death. In such a big school, how many Soar dared to go up? Even a level 3 Soar would not dare to say that they could kill Zhai Feng. Moreover, Suyu was too relaxed, he did not seem to have used his full strength. This was not a slap in the face. This was stepping on their faces, rubbing it against the ground again and again. Suyu did not step down, he laughed heartily. Today is a celebration day. To celebrate, I'll set up the ring of life and death here. Until today, you can come anytime. Whoever you can call, let them come. There's no need to limit it to Xianxinwen's faction. Anyone will do. Early stage Soar, I'll take on all of them. I'll even take turns. Suyu's laughter became wilder and more carefree. At this moment, there was a huge explosion of vital energy. One sure fifth layer. Suyu laughed out loud. The expressions of the surrounding students and teachers changed. Was he still human? He broke through the 5th level in an instant. Suyu was even stronger than before. This was not enough. At this moment, the word battle in Xinwen boiled. With a rumble, the fighting spirit soared, the baleful aura was boiling, 2nd grade, the long saber was revealed, the saber chi was awe-inspiring. The word saber Xinwen, 2nd rank, lightning revolved around him, rumbling. Level 2, one by one, the grade 2 Xinwen cannons were exposed and exploded, thunder, kill, war, blood, blade, break, and een. At this point, all 8 of the Xinwen characters, except for the fire character, had advanced to the 2nd level. It shook the 4 directions, that seemingly substantial willpower boiled and exploded. Suyu laughed heartily as he looked around disdainfully. I am nurturing nature, I can kill Soar, I'm nurturing nature. I can look down on Soar. Suyu. Someone shouted coldly, don't be too arrogant, shut up. Suyu shouted, I know you. Level 5 Soar. Come up to the stage. I'll see if you dare to kill me. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding students were shocked again. Level 5 Soar, many people looked at that person and recognized him. He was a genius from Xianxinwen's faction. In the past, he was also in the top 100 and had entered level 5 Soar. As for Suyu, many people looked at the few Galao from Xianxinwen's faction with a strange expression. Genius teaching assistant, level 5 Soar. As for Suyu, level 5 Wanshi, he actually wanted to fight a life and death battle with his opponent. Did he dare to go up to the stage? That person's expression changed. He clenched his teeth but didn't say anything. Did he dare? Of course not, this wasn't a spar. If it was a spar, he would go up. This was a life and death battle. How strong was Suyu? Even at this moment, he couldn't be sure. Suyu didn't use too many methods from Xianxinwen, but his level 2 Xinwen revealed too much. With so many level 2 Xinwen, one could imagine how strong Suyu's willpower was to be able to support 8 level 2 Xinwen during the cultivation phase. Genius, monster, it was so scary that he dared to spar but absolutely did not dare to fight a life and death battle. It was not easy to cultivate to level 5 Soar. He didn't want to fight a life and death battle with a lunatic. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed and shook his head. He sat cross-legged and said, those who are willing to go up to the stage, feel free to come up. Today's celebration, I'll give everyone a good show, lest you all get bored. At this moment, all kinds of voice transmissions fell into his ears. Suyu, enough. Do you want to fight to the death? Suyu, come down. If you do this, they won't let you go. Suyu, voices came one after another. Some were threatening, some were admonishing, some were worried. Today, Suyu not only wanted to trample on others, but he wanted to trample on them all the way. he wanted to keep the stage up until late at night. Celebration Day. Hee, it would become the laughingstock of Xianxia faction. Jiafeng was killed. None of the other SOAR members dared to fight or go up to the stage. They would die. After a long time, seeing that Suyu was indifferent, Sun Galao and the crowd said coldly, Suyu, since you're so arrogant, why don't you be more arrogant? Do you dare to fight a level 9 SOAR? Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed in disbelief. Around him, the students were also dumbfounded. The divine rune lineage alone was a completely hopeless situation. Level 9 SOAR, you're a level 9 SOAR against Wansher's level 5, is that even something a human would say? Sun Galao said nothing. He had already lost all face. He didn't care anymore. As long as he could kill Suyu, he could not wait for the mountains and seas to kill him. Although killing Suyu was still embarrassing, with Suyu's death, these things would be forgotten sooner or later. Just as Suyu was laughing, someone slowly walked up to the stage. Chen Yong. Chen Yong walked up to the stage. He looked exhausted, and there was an indescribable regret and pain on his face. He glanced at Suyu and forced a smile. He turned to look at Sun Galao and said softly, Sun Galao, a level 9 SOAR is fine, but a level 13 higher than Suyu is too much. Xianxia faction is full of experts, but a level 13 is still too high. How about this, you're a level 7 mountain and sea. Come up, I'll accompany you in a fight to the death. I'm just Ling Yun, don't worry. Boom, at this moment, the entire institute was in an uproar. Was this for real? Were they crazy? No. What was Xianxia faction trying to do? Chen Yong ignored everyone else. He looked at Sun Galao and smiled, his expression as simple as ever. Seeing Sun Galao's expression change, he smiled and turned to look at Suyu, his eyes filled with indescribable emotions. You can't stand it anymore. That's true, you're too young, even I can't stand it anymore. Perhaps, you should have a better future. Today, you're standing here alone. It seems I can't do much. If you want to leave, then I wish you a smooth journey and a carefree future. Chen Yong looked at him, and Suyu looked back at him. Nothing was said. He bowed slightly to show his gratitude. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Yong's face. He turned to look at Sun Xiang again and said softly, Sun Galao, if Xianxia faction is so useless, it's better to disband it. Sun Xiang's expression changed again. Yangxing fought SOAR. SOAR killed Ling Yun fought Shanhai. Was Shenwen's faction really invincible? He didn't believe it, he wanted to try, however, his heart palpitated. He looked at Chen Yong again and again, but Chen Yong was still looking at him with a smile. At this moment, more and more people were coming from all directions. A large number of Galao had arrived. The battle between students had already affected Galao's battle. Uncle Master, you can go down. At this moment, Suyu spoke. He smiled and said, Uncle Master, unless Xiaojia draws a battle zone, Shanhai can't fight to the death. Uncle Master, thank you, but please get off the stage. Shanhai's life and death couldn't be decided by Shanhai, unless it was in the wild. The life and death arena didn't include Shanhai. Ling Yun didn't have a problem. Chen Yong tilted his head and looked at him. After a long time, he sighed. Soon, he smiled and said, I was just joking with Sun Galao. It was a test to see if Sun Galao knows about the rules. I'm worried that Xianxia faction doesn't even know the basic rules now. Uncle Master is right. Suyu smiled and said, Xianxia faction has already been crippled. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this. They're just a bunch of trash. From Galao to the students, other than infighting and deceiving each other, there's nothing else. Chen Yong smiled and didn't say much. He cupped his hands and said to Sun Galao, I was just joking. Shanhai can't fight to the death. If there's a chance, you can let your faction's Ling Yun try. As he spoke, he smiled and got off the stage. Sun Galao's expression was ugly. Yu Hong was furious. Chen Yong, you're provoking Galao's dignity. As Chen Yong got off the stage, he looked at her and said with a smile, You Galao, don't misunderstand. As the library's curator, in theory, I'm on the same level as Galao. I'm just joking a little. It's not a provocation. Of course, if you Galao think so, it's fine too. Yu Hong looked at him coldly. Qin Yong, since you've been lying low for so many years, don't show your face. Be careful not to follow in the footsteps of others. Qin Yong looked at her and walked toward her step by step. Soon, he was in front of her and said softly, I know who you're talking about. Yu Hong, I'll remember you. Yu Hong's pupils shrank. At this moment, Qin Yong didn't smile. He didn't get angry, only calmness. Qin Yong didn't say anything else. He retreated and walked to Wu Jia's side. He gently patted Wu Jia's head and smiled. Yu Guan looked at Suyu. Soon, he smiled and sighed in his heart. On the stage, Suyu didn't care about this anymore. He didn't make a sound. He closed his eyes and cultivated. He closed his orifices. Not only was he closing his orifices, but he was also igniting the word fire in Xinwen. He was cultivating. At this moment, Suyu's charm was prominent. His orifices were shining like stars. Xinwen was cooperating. The 8 Xinwen combat techniques were gradually being dismantled. Nobody saw it. They could only see his domineering and powerful strength. One person, one saber. His white robes were whiter than snow. He set up the life and death ring, but nobody dared to go up. On the day of the celebration, it was getting more and more ironic. It was getting more and more ridiculous. Sun Galao and the others gradually regained their composure and left one after another. Before they left, some of them looked at Suyu as if they were looking at a dead man. Unless you hide in the academy forever, otherwise, once you leave this place, I'll definitely kill you. I'll definitely kill you. If Suyu wasn't killed, today's incident would soon spread throughout Dexia province and the human realm. Just a simple act of self-cultivation had shocked the entire Shan Xinwen faction. Shame, the news was getting more and more widespread. Dexia War Academy. The news was spreading. Breaking news! Suyu of Great Xia Civilization University set up the life and death ring and killed Zhai Feng, the number 1 on the top 100 list, with 3 sabers. Now he is challenging all the early-stage SOAR powerhouses. Nobody dares to go up. A SOAR level 5 from Shan Xinwen faction was shocked and didn't dare to go up. This is too shocking. At this moment, the Dexia War Academy was also in an uproar. Some people were spreading the news. Someone hurriedly asked, Suyu? The Suyu who created the healing orifice technique? That's him. He also created the soul-devouring art. This guy is a newcomer? Yes, a new student who just enrolled this year. The news had completely spread. Previously, Suyu was only famous in Great Xia Civilization University. Today, the entire Dexia province had spread. Madman Suyu, the evildoer Suyu. On the day of the celebration, he killed Zhai Feng, the number 1 on the top 100 list. He set up the life and death ring to deter Dexia province. No one dared to go up. This was a newcomer. This was too scary. From this, there were even people who deduced some things. A few days ago, the Myriad races sect had been killed. One was at the 3rd level of the sky soaring stage, and the other was at the 5th level of the sky soaring stage. Some people said that it was not the Xia clan who killed them, but Suyu himself. Suyu, who had not yet reached SOAR, had already killed 2 SOAR levels, no, 3. Zhai Feng broke through, the number 1 of the top 100, Zhai Feng broke through SOAR in the ring. Suyu let him break through and then killed him, killing SOAR while nourishing one's nature. At this moment, some old people could not help but think of the young man who shocked the world in the past, Lu Wenyan, similarly, killing SOAR while nourishing one's nature. Duo Xinwen's integration faculty. At this moment, countless people were saying, Duo Xinwen's faction, evildoer. No wonder Shan Xinwen's faction had not been able to completely suppress them all these years. Longwu Academy, Jiutian Academy, Wendao Academy, each academy was talking about this. The news spread quickly. Dexia Province, Suyu, on this day, this name spread everywhere. Time passed bit by bit. There was no battle, but the number of onlookers increased. Looking at the young man on the stage, countless people were overwhelmed with emotions, but there was also some indescribable feeling. What feeling? They could not explain it, they only felt that there was an emotion rising from the bottom of their hearts, wanting to explode, wanting to vent, but they did not know where to start. What kind of emotion was that? They did not know, they did not know. The sky gradually darkened, and the top 100 banquet should begin. However, at this moment, who was in the mood to eat the top 100 banquet? At this moment, someone came. It was someone from Xianxia. Xiaoyi came. Da Xiao of Goguryeo was not there, neither was Xiao Longwu. Only Xiaoyi came. The crowd dispersed. Xiaoyi looked at Suyu on the stage, speechless. He just looked at him. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoyi spoke. Disperse. In Dexiao province, I will protect you. Suyu looked at Xiaoyi, stood up, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Xiaoyi. If you don't step down before 12 o'clock, I will celebrate the 350th anniversary of the founding of Dexiao province. Xiaoyi's gaze changed, and he nodded slightly. I understand. It's just that I have to compete with a group of trash and lose my status for no reason. As he said, he smiled and patted Xiaoyu beside him. Send Suyu the top 100 banquet, eat in the arena. Xiaoyu was still a little puzzled and a little dazed. Although puzzled and at a loss, he still took the wine and food from the hands of the followers behind him, and carried the wine and food to the arena. Xiaoyu laughed loudly. Top 100 students enter the top 100 tower, and the top 100 banquet begins. On the day of the celebration, let's celebrate. Silence. Silence again. Everyone could not understand. At this time, he still wanted to hold the top 100 banquet, but since Xiaoyi said so, no one dared to refute. With every step the students took, they would turn their heads back to look at Suyu, watching him eating and sipping on his wine, feeling a little empty. Soon, in the top 100 tower, the top 100 students ate the tasteless wine and food. Their minds were not on the top 100 banquet. Outside the tower, on the arena, Suyu chased Xiaoyu away and ate quietly with his senior sister. Wu Jia could not see anything. She only felt that her junior brother seemed to have changed today. She could not tell what exactly had changed. Vaguely, she was a little worried. Junior brother killed Zhai Feng. Would it be troublesome? She could already hear some people whispering. Junior brother was fine in the academy now, but once he left the academy, no one knew what would happen. Some people knew, but they dared not say it. These things could not be discussed. Some people felt that Suyu was too impulsive. There was no need to kill Zhai Feng. Why bother? In many people's opinion, there was still room for negotiation if Zhai Feng was not killed. If it was not possible, he could just leave the Xianxia faction. If a genius like Suyu chose to join the Xianxia faction, the other party would accept him, right? Wu Jia did not understand. She ate quietly and asked softly, Junior brother, do we still guard? Guard. Suyu smiled. Today, we'll guard until the end. Every minute he stayed in the arena was another minute of humiliation for the Xianxia faction. Humiliate them, he would trample on their faces to establish his prestige and fame. Will they send more people? I don't know. Suyu smiled. He did not know. Would there be people who could not stand the provocation and go up the arena? He did not know. Those who dared to go up the arena were all men. If they really went up the arena, he would kill them. It was that simple. At this point, it was no longer a personal grudge. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Suyu smiled. Senior sister, you can go down. I'll be fine alone. Then, go. Wu Jia looked at him. Seeing his determination, she did not say anything else. She quietly packed her things and left the arena. Only Suyu was left in the arena. The sky turned dark. The atmosphere in the top 100 tower was lifeless. Gradually, a group of people gathered around the arena. No one said anything. They just looked at Suyu. They did not know what they were looking at or what they were waiting for. Waiting for the Xianxia faction to come. Would they dare to come? Time passed bit by bit. It was late at night, but more and more people came. There were even some who were not from the Civilization Academy who had snuck in. Those who could sneak in were usually students from other academies, teachers, or descendants of large clans. No one said anything. Some people were waiting. They were thinking, if they were from the Xianxia faction, would they dare to go up the arena at this moment? They did not dare to think about it. After some time, someone suddenly came. The path made way. It was Lu Hong. Lu Hongyi arrived. He did not waste any time and said, Suyu, you can leave the arena now. you've already killed Jai Feng. Are you still not satisfied? Did you have to kill a few Sor to prove that you're a genius? So you looked at him and said with a smile, you admit defeat? Lu Hong did not say anything. He was only here because he was instructed by someone. He did not want to come. Must you do this? So you ignored him. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. His acupoints closed and he continued to cultivate. Lu Hong did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Unless someone went up the arena to kill Suyu today, Suyu would probably not leave the arena. When he left, Lu Hong was also thinking about what Suyu was trying to do. At this point, it was no longer a small fight like before. At this moment, if Suyu was not killed, the Shan Shenwen faction would never be able to raise their heads in the future. This was a great humiliation. Suyu was such a smart person. Why did he have to force himself into a corner? One person, nurturing his nature, suppressed the entire line. It was almost 12 o'clock. At this moment, the crowd was getting excited. Whispers could be heard. Not a single Sor from the Shan Shenwen faction dares to come? They'll be courting death if they come, that's hard to say. They haven't even fought yet. Is there really not a single one who dares to come? There are so many of them. There are almost 100 Sor. There should be dozens of them in the early stage. Is there really not a single one who has the guts? That's right. Psi, the Faculty of Theology. How did they end up like this? Some people jeered. Some people were really disappointed. This included some students from the Shan Shenwen faction. Even some teachers were disappointed. No one dared to fight. No one volunteered to fight. They had allowed Suyu to humiliate them for the whole day. It was a great humiliation. Some people were still watching from the sidelines. Some people also heard those words. In the corner, a few Sor experts were flushed. Someone transmitted his voice. Do we really have to wait until the celebration is over? Are we just going to let him strut around on the stage? These people were all experts from the Shan Shenwen faction. At this moment, they could not take it anymore. This was too humiliating. At this moment, the students and teachers were all whispering and pointing at them. From now on, even if they went to Lingyun or the Mountain Sea Academy, they would not be able to wash away this humiliation. The news spread not only within the academy, but outside the academy as well. If we don't do this, do we have to go on the stage? You've all seen his strength. After Jai Feng achieved a breakthrough, he was quickly killed. He could not put up any resistance at all. Jai Feng has just achieved a breakthrough. He hasn't even opened his divine aperture yet, the few of them discussed as they looked at Suyu on the stage. Shame, helplessness, struggle, hesitation, too many emotions exploded in their hearts. There had never been a day where they were as tormented as they were right now. They wanted to leave, but they would only be burying their heads in the sand. Even if they left, they would not be able to stop the rumors. More than 1,000 people from the Shan Shenwen faction. More than 1,000 people were shocked just like that. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved, the angrier they felt. At the same time, in the teaching building of the Shan Shenwen faction, the large conference room was brightly lit. In the conference room, Sor, Lingyun, Shanhai, and more than 100 people gathered. There was silence. After a long time, Sun Galao said calmly, Pingxing, where's your teacher? Zhou Pingxing lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, he's still in seclusion. I'm afraid he won't come out until tomorrow. Sun Galao closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them and said, Suyu's strength is probably at the 4th or 5th stage of Sor. Perhaps, even stronger. He only challenged the 3rd stage of Sor. Everyone, what do you say? Say what? No one said a word. Yu Hong said sharply, kill him. If he doesn't die, we'll be the joke of the human realm. I've said it before. Even if it's embarrassing, we have to kill him. Let's take turns. Sor, one by one, go up and fight him. Wear him down. Kill him. As long as he's dead, all the humiliation will be forgotten by time. No one said a word. How many Sor lives do you want to use as compensation? Do you really think we're not afraid of death? It's easy for you to say that. Several Galao looked at those early stage Sor fellows. watching as they lowered their heads in silence. They sighed in disappointment, helplessness. Had the Shan Shenwen faction reached this stage, soon, Lu Hong returned and shook his head. He won't step down. Sun Galao had expected this. He looked at Lu Hong and said slowly, if we don't take down Suyu, our faction will probably be nailed to the pillar of shame. Lu Hong, do you have any ideas? Lu Hong shook his head. No ideas. If they couldn't win, what else could they do? There are so many people here. Is there no one who has a way? Sun Galao said angrily, are we just going to watch? Think about it. How many contribution points have we earned, how much resources have we expended, and how much effort have we put into nurturing all of you? At this juncture, all of you only know how to protect yourselves. Not a single one of you is willing to contribute to the faction? Not a single one of them was willing to contribute. This was the crux of the matter. In fact, it made him feel despair. This was the Shan Shenwen faction that they had painstakingly built up for 50 years. This had become the biggest joke in the world. Yu Hong was even angrier. Let's take turns. I've already said that we must take down Suyu. Even if we don't dare to step up, we have to step up. Those who don't dare to step up deserve to die. I'd rather have a few of us die to let the outsiders see your bravery than to let them see our cowardice. Outwardly strong but inwardly weak, she looked at Sun Galao and Li Galao and said in a shrill voice, if we don't step up, what will the others think of us? A bunch of cowards. A bunch of cowards. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even if we are killed by Suyu, at least the outsiders will know that Shan Shenwen faction dares to fight. Only by fighting can we maintain our prestige. If we don't dare to fight, from now on, no one will fear us and respect us. They were not strong enough and could not be compared to Suyu. That was because Suyu was too strong and talented. At least, Shan Shenwen faction had people who dared to step up. Although it was embarrassing, they could still maintain their prestige. Don't provoke us. Our people are still brave and have the guts to fight, but now, it was no longer a question of whether they could win or not. Yu Hong's words were not empty words. At this moment, the few Galaos knew the severity of the matter. If they left such an impression on the outside world, on Dexia province, and on the human state, Shan Shenwen faction would probably split up and ostracize them. Shan Shenwen's faction from other prefectures might even distance themselves from them. They would not acknowledge them, because they had completely lost all faith for the single divine runic system. While he was deep in thought, someone came in and said in a low voice, Galao, Jiutian Academy has sent a letter. If our people don't go up, the 9 heavens can send someone over. Sun Galao was silent. Soon, someone else said, when Dao Academy has sent a letter asking if we can take down Suyu before midnight. If we can't, they can also send someone over to assist us. News came in one after another. In fact, not long after, someone came in and reported, Galao, a Shanghai Galao from the Great Shang Manor has come personally. He has already arrived at Beifeng City and is contacting us, asking if we have taken down Suyu. Sun Galao's face turned red. How embarrassing, even the single divine runic system powerhouse from a nearby mansion couldn't sit still. Zhou Mingren was in seclusion, and he was currently in charge of Shan Shenwen faction. This time, it was hard for him to back down. Suyu must be killed. Even if he could not kill him today, he would kill him when he got out. But today, he had to fight. Forcefully appointing him wouldn't work. With this in mind, Sun Galao said coldly, everyone is watching us. The Great Shang Manor has even sent someone over. We have to fight whether we want to or not. Since no one is willing to go up, let's draw lots. Currently, the Shan Shenwen faction has 36 sword teaching assistants. We'll draw 6 of them and choose 1 out of 6. Let's go up. Fight Suyu. Even if we die, we have to fight. We've raised you all for so many years. If you don't even dare to fight, what's the point of keeping you? Even if they died, they would only be 6 sword teaching assistants. Dying in battle was better than dying now. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Draw lots. Yu Hong also shouted, even if we die, we have to die in the arena. Even if we die, we have to let everyone see how ruthless and vicious Suyu is to his fellow students. Even if Suyu wins today, how will he face him in the future? Someone cursed in his heart, "You're gambling with our lives, gambling with Suyu's infamy, why don't you do it yourself? Why didn't you reply when Qingyong challenged Sun Galao? Just one Lingyan level 9 and you're already scared." Resentment rose. However, at this moment, the few Galao did not give them the chance to choose. They had to go up. Even if they had to sacrifice the lives of 6 sword teaching assistants, they had to let everyone know that Shan Shenwen's faction dared to fight. They had to let everyone see how ruthless Suyu was to his compatriots. It was almost 12 o'clock. At this moment, the crowd dispersed and a group of people walked in. A few of them had unpleasant expressions. The leader of the group said angrily as soon as he entered the ring, "Suyu, the arena of life and death is not a place for vengeance. You set up the arena of life and death just because you're more talented. You killed Jiafeng cruelly. You've earned the wrath of both humans and gods." Suyu said calmly, "It's a good thing that the Celestials are angry. Humans might not be angry. Are you colluding with the Celestials?" The leader was shocked and cursed in his heart. "Suyu, stop your glib tongue. Let me ask you, are you going to step down from the arena? I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Do you want to die?" The leader said loudly, "The Faculty of Theology did not want to fight with you because you're talented. Do you want to die and waste your talent?" Suyu laughed. His words were pleasing to the ear. Of course, there might be fools who would believe him. "You've come with so many people. Are you going up to the arena? Go up and sign the arena of life and death. If you're not going up to the arena, there's no need to talk anymore." As soon as he said that, the few people who came felt helpless. Would they die if they went up to the arena? If they did not go up, they would have to withdraw from the Shan Shenwen faction. The leader gritted his teeth and quickly stepped forward. He signed his name and looked at Suyu with gritted teeth. "You don't know what's good for you. I'll fight you today," the audience exclaimed. The Shan Shenwen faction went up to the arena. Wang Zhen, level 3 soar. Top 10 in the top 100 4 years ago, top 10 in the top 100 and reached level 3 soar in 4 years. He was not considered weak, but he was not too strong either. At this moment, this person went up to the arena. Gritting his teeth, he did not say anything. A long sword burst out and shot out, he did not shout. He did not give Suyu time to prepare. At this moment, Suyu had not gotten up. He did not care about this, as long as he could kill Suyu, it was fine. As for the rest, this was the arena of life and death. There was no referee. Why should he care about that? At this moment, his vision blurred. An incomparably powerful force of primordial qi erupted. Ha! With a roar, his sea of will trembled. Wang Zhen did not bother looking. A jade talisman appeared in his hand and he shot it out. He did not care about anything else. Godly talisman. This godly talisman instantly erupted with powerful primordial qi. 10,000 swords exploded. Without any preparation, he would not dare to go up to the arena. This time, in order to kill Suyu, the Shan Shenwen faction had paid a huge price. Previously, Jiafeng had learned his lesson. He did not dare to wait until Suyu was in front of him before using it. At this moment, Suyu in front of him suddenly turned into a puddle of water. Yes, a shocking scene happened. Suyu was like a transparent person. He instantly turned into a water person. Like flowing water, in the blink of an eye, he dodged the countless primordial qi swords. The water spread and instantly wrapped around Wang Zhen's legs. With a bang, both legs exploded. A long saber from the bottom to the top cut the man into 2 halves. As for Suyu, he returned to his original state. His face was slightly pale, but he smiled calmly. Water transformation. Today, since he did not care anymore, he dared to use any cultivation technique. That was his capital. As for what the others thought, didn't they see that he had swallowed a drop of primordial qi, talent blood essence? Of course, it was fake. It was up to them to believe it or not. Once again, the surroundings were silent. A stage 3 soar cultivator was killed just like that. The godly talisman was used, but Suyu dodged it just like that. When Wang Zhen was killed, the 10,000 swords that had lost control exploded on the spot with no one to control them. Waves of primordial qi swept across the surroundings. What a powerful explosive force. It was probably close to stage 9 soar, but it did not hit Suyu. At this moment, the faces of the people below the arena turned pale. One of them suddenly turned around and left. Luli! Someone roared. Luli, the person who had drawn the lot, actually ran away. Luli did not even turn his head. I don't want to die. Wang Zhen was stronger than him. He was killed instantly after activating the godly talisman. I don't want this to happen. I'd rather leave Xianxinwen's faction. I'd rather be remembered by all of you. I'd rather leave the academy. I don't want to die like this, even if I have to stay in the academy for the rest of my life, being oppressed and targeted. I don't want to die like this. There's no hope, taking turns to fight. Bullshit, F*CKU, why don't you Hong and Sun Xiang send their descendants, F*CKU, my life is also a life. I've cultivated to this day, I'm not willing to die like this. Hee hee, on the arena, Suyu laughed and said calmly, what's the point of courting death? Isn't it better to admit defeat? The rest of you, do you want to fight me? I've exhausted a lot of my primordial chi. As Suyu spoke, he opened all 320 acupoints and primordial chi surged into his body. The next moment, he was filled with primordial chi. His face was calm. At this moment, the faces of the others turned pale, looking at Wang Zhen's corpse. Another person left with a tragic cry. Wang Zhen's death had destroyed their last bit of confidence. Stage 3 SOAR was useless, godly talismans were useless, a war of attrition was useless, they were just sending themselves to their deaths. I quit Xianxinwen's faction. I'm sorry, I want to live, someone murmured, then turned around and left. He did not want to die either. The surrounding was eerily quiet. While they were shocked, they also felt sad for these people. The backbone of Xianxinwen's faction had been broken. Below the stage, 2 had left, 1 was dead, and 3 were in a dilemma. Suyu's smile was still the same. Under the night sky, his smile was even brighter. Killing people, destroying their hearts, so what if he killed a few people? The Xianxinwen faction did not lack people. He wanted to show Xia province that this was the powerful Xianxinwen faction in their eyes. Cancer. Suyu scolded again. If I remember correctly, the Sun, Li, Yu, Ma, Feng, and Zhou families all have SOAR. Where are they? Regardless of whether they are civilization masters or fighters, where are they? Are they sending these pieces of trash to their deaths? Suyu's loud voice spread in all directions. Where are the people from the Galao family? So scared that they wet their pants? A bunch of trash. They eat well, wear well, embezzle the resources of the academy, Xia province, and the human race. They don't do production, don't do missions, and are treated well. Where are they now? Ridiculous. In front of the SOAR, Suyu pointed at one of them and sneered, are you going up there? Do you want to die? Are you fighting for the human race, for Xia province, or for Sun Xiang and the others? Who earned the resources given to you? Is it them? Suyu shouted, their resources belong to them and their descendants. Don't get it wrong. Your resources belong to the military, Xia province, the Seeker state, and the War God temple. A bunch of trash, can't you understand the situation? Did they give you any of the resources they obtained themselves? Do the things you took belong to them? Below the stage, someone shouted, Suyu, don't try to mislead us with your lies. Suyu looked over and sneered, I know you. You're from the Li family. SOAR, tier 5 or 6, it doesn't matter. Come up here, I'll teach you what it means to speak with strength. The Li family genius below the stage was furious, arrogant. Suyu held his saber horizontally and shouted, come up to the stage. You only dare to send these idiots to their deaths? These idiots, find me a direct disciple of Galao. What about the direct disciple of Galao? Does the academy not have a direct disciple of Galao? All dead? Let me say this, Galao's direct disciple, SOAR level 6 and below can go up. Who dares to go up? As soon as he said this, the 3 people who were in a dilemma suddenly broke down and said, yes, there are many. The drawing of lots was fake, it was cheating. They forced us to come here to die. I don't want to die. Why? This person roared, why isn't there a direct disciple of Galao? Why us? Why do you want us to fulfill your valiance? Aren't we human? We got the least, but we're doing the most dangerous thing. Why? This person broke down, he had really collapsed. He knew that whether he went up or not, it was all over. But he was not reconciled, provoked by Suyu's words. At this moment, he pointed at the genius of the Li family and shouted, "Li Feng, you go up. Why don't you go up? You're at SOAR level 6, you go up. You want us at SOAR level 6 to die? You're just watching the show. You're pretending to be a genius, all F***CKU. This person cursed, crazy, he was driven crazy, death, one step forward meant death, one step back, a lifetime of suppression. He was not reconciled, he was crazy, he roared, where are Galao's grandsons and great-grandsons? Why isn't anyone going up? Don't they usually get the most things when it comes to splitting things within the faction? The opportunities to enter the mystic realms belong to them, the good things belong to them, the merits belong to them, the rewards belong to them, why should I go and die? He roared. Li Feng was furious, "Lu Jia, you bastard, he's trying to divide us, F***CKU. The SOAR called Lu Jia scolded, "Go up there. If you dare to go up there, I'll admit defeat, I'll admit defeat. If you go up there, I'll follow you. I'm willing to die, go up there. Mother Ker, you only know how to send us to die, why don't you go up there?" Li Feng's expression changed again, SOAR level 6, not weak, but, he was not confident. He really was not confident. Suyu's explosive power, at present, was close to level 4 or 5 of SOAR, but until now, he had not used his willpower. Shenwen also did not use it much. How strong was Suyu, he did not know. Ha ha ha, trash, you're the real trash. This Lu Jia scolded, suddenly tore off a medal on his body, stepped on it, and roared, "I'm not doing this anymore. At most, I'll go to the military and you guys suppress me? You want me to die? All you talk about is bravery and glory. Do you think killing Suyu is glory? F***CKU. A bunch of dogs, you don't take my life seriously, drawing lots to die and cheating, screw your ancestors." He was also angry, scared, and tired, and hateful. He did not know if there was any cheating in the drawing of lots, but he felt that way. Why was there no Galao's disciple? Why was there no Galao's descendant? 6 out of 36, the probability was 1 in 6. Why was there no one? Of course, he did not think that there were actually not many low-level descendants of Galao. He did not care, he needed to give himself a reason, an excuse that everyone would understand. It was not that he was afraid of death, it was that they were cheating. At this moment, Lu Jia let go, cursed, turned around, and walked away, yelling, "I'm going to join the military, be it the demon-subduing army, Long Wuwei, or Hu Feng, are you not leaving? Are you waiting to die? If you don't go up there, you'll be suppressed for the rest of your lives." He was shouting at the other 2 people, should they leave? If they left, the 3 SOAR would be more or less confident. If they didn't leave, they would be too big of a target. Of course, the other 2 had already run away. He had to find them and run away together. At this moment, the remaining 2 people's expressions changed, but they did not say anything, nor did they curse, and left. This was not the way to seek death, run, the academy might not be able to stay any longer. Xianxia faction would not dare to kill you, but they would always target you. Unless you didn't want to improve in your entire life, leaving the academy was the right way to go. The few of them ran away. Below the stage, Li Feng from the Li family had an ugly expression. There were a few powerful cultivators from Ling Yunjing's faction around him, but none of them said a word. SOAR, more or less, had some connections. Be it the dead Wang Zhen, or Lu Jia and the others who ran away, they had some connections. Now that Wang Zhen was dead, were they going to force these people to die as well? The descendants of Galao did not go up there, and no one died, which made them feel uncomfortable. So, the people who died were not from their families, and they did not feel bad. People's hearts had changed. Suyu sneered, he had expected this. With the internal strife in Xianxinwen's faction, he did not believe that many people would be willing to die for Xianxinwen's faction. This was not the end of the line yet. Those SOAR still had a way out. It was not like they were forced into a dead end and could only go up there to die. It was just the arena of life and death. If they did not fight, no one could force them to. All around them, the students were whispering to each other. Xianxinwen's faction. What happened to them? Sigh, how embarrassing. It's not just embarrassing. At this juncture, those Galau still cheated and eliminated their dissidents. They even drew lots at this time. If they really want to regain their face, they should send one from each family. One from each Galau family should send one sword. If they die, so be it. If they don't die, they can kill Suyu. There's no need to do this. TSK, they are the descendants of the mountain and sea realms. How can they be like us, going to die? Hee, that's true. Didn't Suyu say it? If I were him, I wouldn't want to be killed by Suyu either. It's not worth it. That's right, they are the descendants of the mountain and sea realms. Hee, they are even more amazing than Xianxia. It seems that many people from Xianxia's faction died in battle. Even the previous prefecture head died in battle. Are they even worthy of being compared to Xianxia? That's true. The discussions continued. Although the mockery was not loud, it was still very stimulating. The experts from Shan Shenwen's faction were flushed and their faces were pale. Where were the descendants of Galau? Where was Li Feng, level 6 Soar? Suyu asked you to go up there, so you should go up there, you should go up there. Did the arena of life and death scare you out of your wits? On the arena. Suyu felt very comfortable. He felt very comfortable. Of course, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. It didn't matter, before leaving, he would feel uncomfortable if he did not vent his anger. How could he bear to leave with such grievances? He glanced around. There should be no one else on the arena. Wang Zhen's death had completely frightened these people. It was too easy to kill him. If Suyu fought fiercely, there might be more people on the arena. They might be able to kill a few people, but that would be meaningless. Killing a few people was not the goal. Look at Lu Jia and the others. These people were the real killers. In order to get rid of their responsibilities, in order to find an excuse, they could not wait to trample those Galaus to death. That would be interesting. How could 1,000 insults from outsiders be better than one from one's own people? Suyu still had a smile on his face. He was as elegant and easygoing as ever. At this moment, many people felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was really ruthless. Shan Shenwen's faction could have offended anyone but this guy. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. Today, Suyu said that Soar could come. After today, even Soar couldn't do anything to him. Under Soar, not to mention Shan Shenwen's faction, how many people in Xia province or even the entire human realm could be his match? Today, it was Suyu's stage. He had put on a great show here. The celebration day of Xia province was a day of humiliation for Shan Shenwen's faction. It was such an important day. For the rest of their lives, as long as Suyu did not die, even if he did, the people of Xia province would think of Suyu when they thought of the celebration day. They would think of how pathetic and humiliated Shan Shenwen's faction was today. No one else was coming. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. That was the end of the day. There was only one sound from the bell of Xia province. The celebration day was over. Suyu smiled and slowly walked down the arena. He stepped forward without saying anything. I'm leaving. His clothes were all new. The water didn't damage his clothes at all. I killed 2 people and broke the bones of your faction. Kneel and be a human, stand and be unworthy. At this moment, there were people watching from the buildings everywhere. They were looking at Suyu, some were hateful, some were glaring at him, some were feeling sorry, some were sighing, and some were helpless. The celebration day was ruined. Suyu did not leave any face for the Divine Runic School, nor did he leave any face for the Grand Xia Civilization Academy, nor did he leave any face for the Grand Xia Manor. This was the consensus of everyone. It would be best if there were no weapons on this day. Unfortunately, not only did they see it, but they also saw people die and shed blood. Suyu left. The crowd along the way made way for him. As usual, Suyu bowed slightly. His etiquette couldn't be picky. With a smile, he looked straight ahead and left. There were people following behind him. Many people seemed to have seen the past. He saw how Lu Wenyan had led a group of people away in the same manner. No, at that time, Shan Shenwen's faction was like the sun in the sky. Now, there was only Suyu. It was different. It was still different. He walked toward the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. There were still people on both sides. One by one, the students followed silently. Suddenly, someone shouted, Suyu, is it really okay to kill students and teachers? Suyu turned his head to look. She was very young, a little girl who looked less than 18 years old. Suyu smiled and said softly, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't go out, don't travel far, and don't go to the battlefield. Suyu continued to move forward. The girl behind him was a little annoyed. She looked around, and many people moved away from her. A moment later, her teacher came. He was a 9th-tier mentor. She heard it from others. She said that her student had doubts. At this moment, she looked at her student helplessly and regretfully. Do your research, cultivate, and fight. Leave it to others. I don't want to send my students off when I'm old. Stupid words, teacher? Classmate, not anymore, can't you see it now, that's an enemy. An enemy who hated Suyu more than Wanzhou. Persuading people to be kind but not understand the suffering of others was stupid, childish, and hypocritical. In such a situation, when you go to the battlefield, the enemies begging for mercy might soften your heart. You will die. It doesn't matter if you die, but you will implicate your teammates and comrades. You can't distinguish between friend and foe, you lack the ability to distinguish. A stupid teammate is more terrifying than an enemy. In the Great Xia Civilization University, there were still many smart people. Nerds. Go and do your research. She didn't necessarily have bad intentions, but good intentions were even more stupid. Her teacher would rather she had bad intentions and be on good terms with the divine runic lineage than this was her true heart. Otherwise, if she went to the battlefield she would definitely die. The girl was at a loss. Am I wrong? But she really felt that Suyu was too ruthless. But at this moment, it seemed that the whole world was rejecting her. Primordial Spirit Research Institute. At this moment, there was someone. Chen Yong. Seeing Suyu enter the door, Chen Yong looked at him. Suyu was also looking at Chen Yong. After a while, Suyu bowed deeply. Chen Yong went forward and helped him up. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Suyu for a long time. He gently touched his head and murmured, I'm sorry. You are smarter than Xianxia. You think more than her. You are more sensitive than her. I didn't think about it and neglected it. I was thinking that if Xianxia is fine, you would be the same. Xianxia is fine because she doesn't understand. But you know everything. Chen Yong felt bitter. Yes, you know everything. If you don't know, you won't be so depressed and desperate. It's because you know everything that you made the decision today. Chen Yong laughed at himself, that junior of mine, accepted a smart disciple. What a headache. I can't wait for you to be more stupid. I can't wait for you to be as heartless as Xianxia. Uncle. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Chen Yong felt bitter, it's us who implicated you. You are still young. Staying dormant year after year, that's us, not you. You are not wrong. The one who is wrong is this damn world. Chen Yong didn't say anything more. He asked softly, where are you going? Ming Constabulary. Not a bad choice. Chen Yong nodded and smiled, Zhu Tiandao. Zhu family. When I was young, I came in contact with them a few times. It's a very interesting family. Go, it's fine. When you go, don't trust anyone easily. Don't go to the Bai family. If you encounter any difficulties, you can look for them. Don't go there normally. N. Chen Yong was silent for a while. How do I go there? To hunt for treasures. Treasure hunt? N. Ruins. Suyu was calm. The ruins that made me so strong is at Mount Xinglua. You, Chen Yong said, leave quietly, it's safer. You, why bother? I'm not willing to leave just like that. Suyu looked at him, at the research institute, and looked out the window. I'm not willing. I feel that I shouldn't leave. At least, I shouldn't leave in such a sorry state. My heart is not at peace. My teacher, my benefactor, they are all gone. My father is still fighting for the Xia family. As for me, perhaps I have betrayed them. I don't regret it, I just can't accept it, I can't accept it. You should. Chen Yong nodded, feeling even more bitter. yes, he couldn't accept it. When Suyu entered the institute, he was filled with hot blood. When he became strong, he would join the army, go to the battlefield. He worshipped Xiao Longwu, and wanted to join Longwu Wei. Yesterday, he said that he worshipped Da Xia of Goguryeo. Today, he wanted to leave. Because there was no hope, only despair. Despair again and again. Chen Yong grinned and said, then, be careful. You're a smart person, so find a way out for yourself. Don't let anything happen to you, and don't lose your life. Contact the Zhu clan in advance. Don't contact the wrong person. The people nowadays are all black-hearted. Suyu nodded, smiling. Don't worry, senior uncle. I will distinguish between them. That's good, your grandmaster is in seclusion. I'm afraid he won't be able to send you off. Your senior sister is too weak and impulsive. I won't be a burden to you. She'll be more peaceful if she follows me. Qin Yong chattered on and laughed. The Ming constabulary is good, it's pretty good. Of course, they aren't strong and they don't have many geniuses. If you go there, you'll be the #1 person in the Ming constabulary. I'm worried that you'll forget the pressure there. You still have to give yourself some pressure, understand? Zhu Tiandao wants to change. Unfortunately, geniuses look down on Ming residents, and they don't want to nurture mediocre people. If you go, you must show your talent and strength. It's okay to be a little ostentatious. The more ostentatious you are, the more the Zhu family will value you. Chen Yong said. Suyu nodded. Chen Yong nagged too much. He talked about many things, such as the good things about Ming residence, its culture, and geography. This time, Suyu realized how knowledgeable his senior uncle was. He even knew how to get to Ming residence and which path to take. He told Suyu where there was a refuge and a place to escape. He said a lot. He didn't urge him to stay, nor did he say that he shouldn't leave. It was time to go. In this place, in Xia province, Suyu wouldn't be able to stand out. Unless Xiao Longwu proved his Dao, he would keep a low profile in Xia province. It wasn't until dawn that Chen Yong left the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. He didn't leave anything behind. He didn't need to leave anything behind. Suyu sat on the sofa and stared at the ceiling in a daze. What was true was false, and what was false was true. This morning, he was hopeful. His conversation with Huang Lao was half probing and half sincere. He just wanted to tell Wan Tianxing and some people that he didn't want to be like this. He was useful to them. He could give them more things and change more things. He still wanted to stay here, including his conversation with Xia Houyi. He kept saying that the merging aperture technique was nothing. It was fine to give it to them, he still had more. He was risking his life to tell them and remind them to give him some space to grow. Give him some time. His value was far greater than that of Shan Shenwen's faction. Did they see it? They saw it. However, they weren't facing Shan Shenwen's faction in Xia province, but Shan Shenwen's faction in the world. No matter how important Suyu was, he couldn't be more important than everyone else. Therefore, they could protect him, but they couldn't do what Suyu needed. Phew. Suyu exhaled lightly and smiled. He returned to normal. Perhaps, this was a new beginning. Pretty good, Zhu family. Zhu Tiandao. This wasn't the first time he heard this name. He had heard it a few times. The evaluation seemed to be good. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. He was an interesting person, but he was also a slippery person. To Suyu, Zhu Tiandao was still far away from him. In fact, he wasn't that far away. He wasn't an ordinary person. To Suyu, some of Zhu Tiandao's character and decisions would affect his choice. Going to Ming Constabulary wasn't a must for him. From today onwards, my name will spread far and wide. He had created the merging aperture technique, introduced the soul-devouring technique, established the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, killed several Soul cultivators, many geniuses from Shenwen's faction, enemies from Shan Shenwen's faction, opened 320 apertures, and all of Shenwen's faction were ranked 2. Yet, this wasn't enough. Suyu felt that it wasn't enough. Before I leave, I still have to give a big gift to Shan Shenwen's faction. I also have to give it to those who want to harm me. With a flicker in his eyes, Suyu thought of Xia Qing. Continue with the plan. I need all of your help, because I need more power to deal with the revenge from Xianxinwen's faction. Under such circumstances, I need to go to the relic and accept the second legacy. I have no choice but to go, but I have no one to rely on, so I thought of you. I need the help of my friends. Suyu smiled. There was no hurry to leave. This plan still needed to be perfected and perfected. As for himself, it was time to make some preparations for his departure. The decision to leave was too sudden. He didn't expect it either. He had thought of leaving, but he didn't expect it to be at this moment. It was too sudden. He had only interacted with Ming Constabulary once. It was a normal act of poaching someone. When he came out from the merging aperture technique, the people from Ming Constabulary had interacted with him once. They probably didn't expect him to leave. Leaving one of the top 3 constabularies, leaving one's hometown to develop oneself in a foreign land was not the choice of a genius. Geniuses would only go to stronger places. Ming Constabulary had been poaching people. Of course, they had never managed to poach anyone. They didn't care about those who were weak, and those who were strong were ignored. But they met him. As Suyu thought about it, he smiled. If he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't have thought of going to Ming Constabulary. This Zhu family seemed to be in a miserable state. Many people didn't sleep well that night. They didn't rest well. Many people woke up the moment the sky brightened. Many people didn't sleep at all. The news continued to spread. Xia province was a strong constabulary. A genius had appeared, and it was a different kind of genius. The news spread very quickly. For example, the genius from Xianxinwen department in Dazhou prefecture went all the way south and swept through all directions. Many people were paying attention to him. And now, a genius had appeared in the Great Xia prefecture. Not only was he able to raise his character and slash into the sky, he had also released many cultivation techniques that were very useful. At this moment, there were also many people paying attention to Suyu. Xianxia. He was an ordinary student from Xia Civilization University. There was nothing special about him. If there was anything special, it would probably be that he came from Ming Constabulary. Of course, he was also responsible for earning some extra money. It wasn't a big deal, he just wanted to recommend some geniuses to Ming Constabulary. Our Ming Constabulary was good. Our constabulary valued talents and geniuses. Many people knew of him. Xia province also knew of him. There weren't just 1 or 2 people like him. There were people like him in all the major academies. Someone who pulls heads, if one could be tricked. Ahem, if one could be poached, that would be one. There were still geniuses who didn't have a good life. Recruiting a genius was a reward. Although Xianxia had been in the constabulary for 3 years, he hadn't recruited one. He didn't care too much. He came to Xia Civilization University because Ming Constabulary paid for him. He was happy to do this. He was chosen by Ming Constabulary because he looked honest and reliable. Ming Constabulary always felt that they hadn't been doing well in the past few years. They didn't recruit people because the people they recruited looked too wretched. Zhu Tiandao even thought of arranging for a group of female students to recruit people with good looks. After thinking about it, he gave up after being criticized by others. As for Suyu, he was the one who recruited him. Xianxia never thought that he could really recruit Suyu. He was just trying to get close to him. What a joke. Suyu had a grandmaster who was about to reach the sun and moon, an uncle master who was about to reach the mountains and seas, and a master who killed Ling Yun. Many people thought highly of him. He also had Galao, geniuses, and many friends. He was extremely powerful. How could he recruit such a student? Previously, when he saw Suyu, he just wanted to get close to him. If not for the name of Ming Constabulary, he wouldn't have been qualified to get close to these geniuses. He also knew about what happened last night. He went to watch. That felt good. He killed so many geniuses from Xianxinwen's faction didn't dare to raise their heads. It was too domineering, that Zhai Feng was also a top-notch existence in the Ming Civilization Academy. It couldn't be helped. Our Ming Constabulary was just a little bit weaker. Not to mention Zhai Feng, even the top 10 geniuses would have a chance of beating the number 1 in their faction. If that wasn't the case, why would Zhu Tiandao have to be so pitiful and try to get Xiao Longwu to give him the cold shoulder? He wanted the geniuses of Dixia province to bring the people from Ming Constabulary to Xingyu Mansion a few years later. Even if Xiao Longwu mocked him and looked down on him, Zhu Tiandao didn't care at all. It was fine even if he paid for it. It couldn't be helped. He was too weak. The mortality rate was too high if he went alone. Qian Jihua never had any hope of recruiting these geniuses. He just wanted to get close to them and get familiar with them. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to pull some strings. Yesterday's incident had spread like wildfire. Qian Jihua didn't care. He had seen it all. Why would he need them to spread it? As for collecting information for Ming Constabulary, there were people like that in every prefecture. There was no need. He wasn't a spy. He was just here to recruit people. He wasn't responsible for anything else. It wasn't his turn to write information, and there was no need for him. Today, all the information had probably reached Ming Constabulary. Suyu is amazing. In the nature-nurturing garden, Qian Jihua also got a small room. It was public money, but he wasn't allowed to stay in a villa. It was a pity that Ming Constabulary didn't have money. They were so stingy. They actually didn't allow them to stay in a villa. How could those geniuses believe that they were rich and powerful? They didn't know how to do public relations at all. Listening to the noise next door, a few people were chatting. No one was talking about the celebration. They were all talking about Suyu. He was also depressed. Didn't they see it? What else was there to talk about? Orpheus's reunion technique. It's such a powerful technique. It's a pity that I can only cultivate it with 18 enlightened apertures. I heard that there's a genius version with 30 enlightened apertures. I don't know if Ming Constabulary has obtained the rights to the original version. Master, you have to get it back. Otherwise, it will become worse and worse in Dixia province. Other than the genius version, it was said that there might be another version, the super version. It was said that Suyu used it for his own cultivation and was limited to a few people. The Orpheus's reunion's auxiliary ability was terrifying. This was not something he could covet. Just as he was thinking of going out for a walk, the door rang. Qian Jihua was slightly stunned. Who was it? He was not too worried in the academy. He opened the door. There was no one outside. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say who was so bored, a figure appeared like a surge of water in the next moment. At this moment, Qian Jihua was stunned. Suyu, F*ck, why is he here? Su. For a moment, he did not know how to address him. Calling him junior brother was too arrogant, calling him senior was younger than him. Calling him master was too flattering. How should I address him? Qian Jihua was dizzy. He was really in a daze. It was as if everyone was talking about a big shot, and that big shot suddenly came to his house as a guest. This feeling was a little flattered and a little shocked. Aren't you going to invite me in? Oh. Sit. Quick, Qian Jihua hurriedly greeted him. Suyu smiled and stepped in. The door closed automatically. You're from Ming Constabulary? Yes. No, yes. I'm from Ming Constabulary, but I'm studying in Dixia province. Suyu smiled. Don't be nervous, Senior Qian. Don't be nervous. Qian Jihua exhaled. Don't be nervous. It's nothing. Didn't I just kill a few sore guys? I can do it too. No way, don't be nervous. Su, just call me Suyu. Suyu. Qian Jihua breathed a sigh of relief and said with a simple and honest face, well, I was a little surprised just now. You came to me because... Can you contact someone with more authority in Ming Constabulary? Suyu smiled. I'm very interested in Senior Qian's suggestion from last time. Qian Jihua was stunned. Suggestion? What suggestion? F*ck. I remember now, You're not talking about going to Ming Constabulary, are you? He was about to explode. I was just saying it casually. Really, I never thought of poaching you. It's not that you can't do it, it's that you're too awesome. I never thought of poaching you. Su. Suyu, don't joke around. I'm not joking. Suyu smiled. Of course, I don't want too many people to know, and I have to be reliable. To be honest, it's best to talk to the higher-ups. Or the Zhus. Suyu, although my strength is average, my strength is not my strength. Speaking of which, I should be the one with the most remarkable results in the field of martial arts derivation in recent years. Even in Xianxia province, I think I'll soon be a researcher, or even an intermediate researcher. Xianxia wanted to cry. Don't mess around, your strength is extraordinary, really extraordinary. If you say that, I'll want to die. Suyu smiled. I'm looking for you today because of this matter. You can contact me once you've contacted it. As he said that, he threw a voice transmission talisman to Qian Jihua and smiled. Senior Qian, thank you. Okay. After he said that, Suyu quickly disappeared like a stream of water. Qian Jihua was really shocked. F***ck, what kind of martial arts is this? No. Is this a talent skill? No. Suyu didn't seem to have consumed the blood essence. He fainted. The next moment, he woke up again. His whole person was shocked. Suyu is going to defect. Pui, to leave Xianxia province and go to the Ming constabulary. I actually poached a super genius. Qian Jihua swallowed his saliva. His heart was pounding. Am I going to be rich? I poached Suyu. He did not want to guess or think about why Suyu wanted to leave. He only knew that when this news was passed on, it would definitely attract the attention of the big shots. Just like what Suyu said, his strength was one aspect, his talent was another, and the last point was that he was a super genius in the field of research. I am rich. Qian Jihua's bare one's teeth grinned. He was ecstatic. Not only was he rich, but his pitiful pride was also going to be earned by the Ming constabulary. He was a stranger in a foreign land. Xianxia province was powerful and prosperous, but he still missed that piece of land and the people there. Mom, Xianxia province is too dangerous, too scary. Maybe this time, I can also go home. Qian Jihua was excited. Afraid that he would be discovered, he carefully left the school. This matter had to be reported in person, and he could not report it to the small shots. It had to be reported to the big shots. The safest person was naturally the Ming constabulary's ambassador in Xianxia province. South of Xianxia province, all the way south, across southern Yuan, past Mount Xinglua, and then into the territory of the Ming prefecture. The Ming residence was huge. At the very least, the land was large and the population was not small. Xianxia province only had 28 cities, but the Ming constabulary had 76 cities. Unfortunately, his strength was average. Among the 36 prefectures, the Ming constabulary wasn't the weakest, but it wasn't strong either. It was ranked in the middle, neither good nor bad. Almost everyone knows about you. Be stronger. Everyone knows you. Those who were neither strong nor weak were the most inconspicuous. Geniuses didn't like to come here, and there weren't any overly strong geniuses that could be produced here. Geniuses from weaker great prefectures could still go there. Some geniuses were average in Xianxia province and weren't considered top-notch in the Ming prefectures. However, if they went to a weaker prefecture, they would be able to enjoy the best treatment. As for the Ming constabulary, they did not think too highly of these weaker geniuses. As a result, even though Zhu Tiandao had gone around recruiting people, he had not gained much in the past few years. Great Ming Constabulary, Prefectural City. The capital of the Great Ming Constabulary had its own name, Tiandu Prefecture. Tiandu Prefecture was very big, with a population of nearly 100 million. It was also very prosperous, but it lacked a bit of murderous aura. The Zhu family governed the Ming Constabulary, but it was not as firm as the Xianxia province, nor was it as scholarly as the Dazhou Prefecture. The Tiandu Prefecture gave people a very ordinary feeling, with cultivators and ordinary people mixed together. In the center of Tiandu Prefecture, there is a huge palace-like building. That was where the Zhu clan was located. In the Zhu clan of the Ming constables, Lord Daming's strength was not considered weak. He was rather tyrannical. Among the veteran Invincible Realm experts, he was considered to be ranked near the top. However, his descendants were not that great. The Great Light Prince had 2 sons. The eldest died at the age of 9, entering the annals of history as the first person to bathe in the blood of a deity or demon. His second son, Zhu Tiandao, was not young. Of course, he was not too old either. He was in his early 90s, not yet over 100. His strength had also reached the Sun-Moon realm, but he was far inferior to Xiaoji's Xiao Longwu and Zhou Padian of the Zhou family. Moderation: the second generation wasn't good, the third generation was mediocre, and the fourth generation. Forget it, forget it. Zhu Tiandao was very sad and helpless. Each generation was worse than the previous. Everyone says that the second generation of the Zhu family is useless, that he is inferior to his elder brother. Go to hell, my elder brother died when he was 9 years old, how do you know that I am inferior to him? Not only that, but his son and his daughter could not do it either. The third generation had never seen the sun or moon, and they were no younger than Xiao Longwu and the others. Yet, they had ended up in a miserable state. How could a few mountain and sea realm cultivators possibly support the Zhu clan? When it came to the fourth generation, things were even worse. There were only 3 direct descendants of the Zhu family in the fourth generation, and the strongest was only Ling Yun, so it was even more impossible for him to support the Zhu family. In the garden, Zhu Tiandao sighed. That fat dog is asking for an exorbitant price. He authorized the Ming constables to disseminate the fusing aperture technique. The low-level version costs 1 million merit points, and the high-level version costs 3 million merit points. Moreover, he has to collect other fees. I can't live on like this. On the other side, the elders pretended not to hear anything. Fatty Xiao was indeed black-hearted, Zhu Tiandao continued, this Suyu is also despicable. Instead of cultivating, he went to get a cultivation technique and even sold it to Xiaojia. Is Xiaojia your father? Go and F*King auction it. Fatty Xia didn't even pay a single cent, and he took away the authorization. This Suyu. Is there *T in his head? He cursed again and again. Suyu is a pig, stupid pig, go and auction it. The Ming constables are so close to the Ming constables, and we still have time to attend. Isn't it better to spend more money to buy him back? In the crowd, an elder could not hold it in any longer. He coughed lightly and said, Constables, mind your words. Haha. Zhu Tiandao snorted. He glanced at the report and said disdainfully, serves you right. You've been suppressed by Shan Shenwen's faction, haven't you? Did Xiaojia stand up for you? This kind of person deserves to be suppressed. His brain is not clear, and he even gave Xiaojia something good. Give it to me. The elders felt helpless. You're just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. If Suyu is from the Ming constables, you'll probably explode with excitement. What's the point of saying all that nonsense? The elders were used to his words. Soon, an elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, this Suyu is indeed talented. When it comes to deducing cultivation techniques, he probably has more to do with the Shenwen faction. I don't really believe that he can deduce such a perfect cultivation technique. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. I'm more concerned about his talent. Even if he might have obtained some kind of inheritance, look at it. He waved his fan and lamented, he's been in school for more than 4 months. From Kaiyuan to now, he has 320 acupoints. Terrifying. On average, he can open close to 3 acupoints a day. Moreover, he has to cultivate his willpower. Look, his willpower is no weaker than Soar. Level 2 Shenwen has 7 or 8 acupoints. This guy, even in the Seeker realm, he's one of a kind. For these things, inheritance alone was not enough. Talent was also needed. Suyu had both opportunities and talent. He just lacked a bit of luck. In Dexiao province, he was greatly suppressed. 50 years ago, there were still 5 generations. Now, they were probably the younger generation of Dexiao province, or even the leaders of the younger generation of civilizationists in the human realm. Zhu Tiandao said disapprovingly, he's just a lucky person who obtained some inheritance. That's all there is to it. He might not be as strong as some of the geniuses from the Ming constables. People like to exaggerate. As he spoke, a voice transmission talisman on the middle-aged man lit up. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and quickly picked it up to look at. Zhu Tiandao was still belittling Suyu. In any case, he couldn't even if he could. The middle-aged man had a strange look in his eyes. He said slowly, "Prefecture master, please stop for a moment." "What?" Zhu Tiandao was still scolding him like an auntie on the street. There was no helping it. He was jealous. Fatty Xia had asked for 4 million merit points. He was about to explode. It would be strange if he could put in a good word for Suyu, jackals of the same tribe, bastard. The middle-aged man said softly, "Prefecture master, the person you're scolding seems interesting." The kid you're scolding seems to be one of us?" The middle-aged man wasn't too sure. He looked at Zhu Tiandao, and Zhu Tiandao looked at him. At this moment, the other elders also looked at the middle-aged man. What did he mean? The middle-aged man said with some uncertainty. News from Dixia province came from the envoy stationed in Dixia. Suyu contacted our people, saying that he wants to join the Ming constables. He asked the Ming constables to send someone to negotiate. The garden was quiet for a while. Zhu Tiandao nodded and smiled. He said calmly, "Yes, even if I haven't met this kid Suyu, I know that he has foresight, knows the big picture, and knows when to advance and when to retreat. The Ming constables are great, the Ming constables are great, the Ming constables, really great." Everyone looked at him. Didn't he say that just now? Zhu Tiandao ignored them. He stood up, turned around, and said with a smile, "Coming to the Ming constables is a good choice. I said that there's something wrong with last night's information. This kid has been holding it in for a few months and suddenly exploded last night. He's determined to leave. I knew it. My foresight is really good." After that, Zhu Tiandao bare one's teeth smiled and said, "What do you think this kid will ask for?" The middle-aged man pondered for a while, then said, "Prefecture master, I'm not asking for anything. I'm just thinking, once he comes, will Xianxinwen's faction target him and take revenge?" Zhu Tiandao was surprised. "Those from the Ming Civilization Academy? That won't be necessary. Those old guys are like me, more Buddhist. I'm talking about those from Dixia province and Dazhou prefecture." Zhu Tiandao was stunned. After a while, he said faintly, "That, you must be mistaken. It's good enough that I don't have king give them trouble." "How dare they give me trouble? Does Zhou Polong not want to prove his Dao? If he causes trouble in Dixia province, does Xiao Longwu not want to prove his Dao?" Zhu Tiandao laughed involuntarily. "I say, old ho, aren't you thinking too much? My family has nothing to ask for. Would Xianxinwen's faction dare to provoke us? My father is the second in command of the Seeker realm, right? Whoever dares to cause trouble will be beaten to death. Do you think we're in Dixia province?" Zhu Tiandao pursed his lips. "As for me, it's still too early to prove my Dao. I've just entered the Sun Moon 9th tier. Who knows when I'll be able to prove my Dao? I'm not Xiao Longwu or Zhou Padian. To put it bluntly, that damn fatty Xia Jia might have proven his Dao earlier than me." There was a hint of bitterness in his words. But it was the truth. Zhu Tiandao stopped talking about this and murmured, "Coming to our Ming constables. Great. Such good foresight. Such a genius with foresight, I like him the most. No need for the fused orifice technique. Just give us a few dozen copies of that soul-devouring art. This kid is strong, killing sore. Impressive. Give him 2 years, killing Ling Yun shouldn't be a problem, right?" Zhu Tiandao's eyes lit up. "Aren't we opening the Interstellar Mansion in 2 years? This is a good opportunity. Previously, when I went to look for Xiao Longwu, that bastard, he ignored me." The middle-aged man said quietly, "Master, you said that Xiao Longwu wanted to beg us to cooperate. Did I?" Zhu Tiandao refused to admit it. The past was unbearable, so it was better not to mention it. Thinking of this, Zhu Tiandao laughed. "Interesting, very interesting. This kid really has foresight. I just didn't expect him to leave Dixia province at this time. Well, take a step back. At most, he'll kill his way back in a few years. It's time to discuss terms and see if Ming constables are sincere." The middle-aged man nodded, and said, "Master, I'll go. On Suyu's side, I'm afraid there are still many troubles to deal with. The beginning and the end have to be dealt with cleanly. If I don't give him some reassurance, he probably won't dare to leave rashly. The middle-aged man's surname was Ho, and he was the director of Ming Constable's Education and Welfare Administration. Sun Moon Tier, the director of Ming Constable's Education and Welfare Administration, was stronger than Dixia provinces in the past, but now Ji Hong of Dixia province had also broken through to Sun Moon Tier. Ji Hong was younger than the middle-aged man, and his talent was also astonishing. He would go, full of sincerity. However, Zhu Tiandao suddenly smiled, and said, "Forget it, I'll go." "You can't go. Fatty Xia and the others are very difficult to deal with, and there's also Wan Tianqing. He might not let them go." "I'll go personally." "Master." They all looked shocked, and the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Master, it's necessary to be courteous, but you're going to talk to a student personally." "Master, this won't do. First, so you might be arrogant because he's favored. Second, so you will also look down on Ming constables. Third, it'll be a matter of gossip. The master of Ming constables will personally go to Dixia province to poach a student. This is too damaging to the master's reputation." Zhu Tiandao was unconcerned, and said, "It's fine. If I go, it'll be more convenient. Over in Dixia province, they won't dare to create trouble for me, but if you go, then it'll be hard to say. I can't be bothered to argue with them. If that doesn't work, they can take Suyu and run. Can they still surround and kill me? Aren't they afraid that my father won't do anything when the time comes, and Xia Longwu will be finished?" After saying this, he sighed, and said, "It's all because the younger generation is useless. Otherwise, why would I need to step in? If I had a son like Xia Longwu, I could just let him go. Is there a need for me to step in for everything? It's so worrisome." The elders were still a little unwilling. Very soon, one of them said, "Master, it's not suitable for you to go. If you can't, I'll go talk to him." "You? Forget it, you're already a bag of old bones, and your temper isn't great either. Going there to be bullied for no reason. Those fellows in Dixia province are very arrogant and haughty." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Enough, I'll go over for a trip. Last time, when Xiao Longwu was attacked, although I didn't take action, I at least showed up. You're not giving me this bit of face?" The few people looked at him strangely. "That's not right, the last time you came back, you said it yourself. Apart from the Tianyi divine cult's cult master, the other few divine races were all killed by you." Xiao Longwu shamelessly swallowed those divine race corpses. "Why, did it become that he didn't take action, master? Can you not contradict yourself next time and self-destruct?" Zhu Tiandao did not care about this and said with a smile, "Idling is idling too. Anyway, there's nothing to do. I'll go right now. This kid. I hope he can give me a little surprise." Sigh, over at Great Ming Constabulary, it's getting worse with each generation. It's too comfortable. You guys say, should we find a ruthless person to change things? The few of them shook their heads. Forget it. If you change things, you won't be able to eat anymore. Zhu Tiandao did not say anything else. He laughed and disappeared. He left just like that. Once he left, the few of them looked at each other. Old Ho, do you think this isn't a trap? Chief Ho laughed and said, what kind of trap? Not at all. It's just that master's side. I'm still a little worried that he'll cause some trouble. This time, Suyu humiliated Shan Shenwen's faction, and he has a close relationship with Lu Wenyan. I'm afraid that Great Ming Constabulary will be dragged into this. That's true, but Master is right. Shan Shenwen's faction, including those invincible ones from Shan Shenwen's faction, don't dare to provoke outsiders like us. Someone shook his head. Forget it, it's not a big deal. There's nothing to worry about. Overall, no one from old Zhu's family wants to advance, so they won't spoil them. If you make a fuss, and if you're unhappy, then I'll give you a slap and you'll be obedient. Great Ming Constabulary's one-to-many fight did not cause much of a commotion. In the previous battle with Lu Wenyan, almost no one from Great Ming Constabulary participated. In other words, everyone was very easygoing. You fight your own battles, and we'll fight our own battles. This kid looks like he's a troublemaker. He's talented and strong. Everyone, Master personally went to talk to him, and he still wants to pull him back. Now that he's here, we'd better keep an eye on our juniors. To put it bluntly, he's a ruthless killer. He's the #1 person in Great Xia Civilization University, so take it easy on him. An old man said, and the others nodded. That's true, he's a ruthless person, he killed him just like that, and after killing him, he was prepared to run away and not serve them anymore. One look and one could tell that he's not a good person. To be honest, Great Ming Constabulary's strength is slightly weaker than Xia Province's. Average strength, it's not that their techniques and resources are inferior, it's just that their culture is worse, and they're not that belligerent. Xia Province is more belligerent. After fighting for hundreds of years, everyone is a soldier, including those from Shan Xinwen's faction that Suyu looked down on. They're used to seeing Wanzhou being beheaded. Even some girls don't change their expressions when they see Suyu killing people. At most, some of them turn pale. At Great Ming Constabulary, Suyu beheaded Zhai Feng and Wang Zhen. Just this scene alone is enough to make some people vomit. That's the truth, Great Ming Constabulary wants to change. Unfortunately, it's not easy to change the culture that's been around for hundreds of years. The few old men looked at each other. This is going to be a dragon crossing the river. Although the other party's strength is still weak and far weaker than theirs, they can't be underestimated. Zhu Tiandao ran to pick them up. Although he doesn't say it, he's probably overjoyed inside. Finding trouble at this time, don't get yourself into trouble. Just as they expected. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao streaked across the void, laughing happily. We've made a profit, the fight in Xia Province continues, F***CK. We've made a huge profit. This time, not only did we get a peerless genius, we even got a research expert. Even though Suyu has borrowed the glory of Xinwen's faction has been researching for so many years, yet they haven't produced any great results. Look, Suyu has come up with great results one after another. He more or less has some ability. Bai Feng has always belonged to my family. Zhu Tiandao grumbled in his heart. Damn it, he's been abducted. I don't have any impression of him these few years, but when Bai Feng killed Ling Yun and killed Xia Yuan, he exploded in anger and almost beat up those bastards from old Bai's family. Our Great Ming Constabulary has always been short of people. Don't we have more people from Xinwen's faction? You guys actually sent Bai Feng away. We didn't beat you guys up because it wasn't convenient to do so. The 5th generation has caused so much harm. After his death, he still seduced our genius. Fortunately, it seems like the situation is reversed now. Zhu Tiandao was happy, the void trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a huge mountain appeared in front of him. Starfall Mountain. He didn't look at it and quickly continued forward. A moment later, Southern Yuan City appeared. Yu Guang glanced at it and curled his lips. Several mountains and seas were hiding, and there was also the sun and moon. Is Xia Province looking for Suyu's legacy site? It's mine too. Just as he was about to leave, an old man appeared in front of him. When he saw him, he bowed and said, "Greetings, Zhu Tiandao." "Dispense with the formalities," Zhu Tiandao said and was about to leave. The old man hurriedly said, "Lord Zhu, are you going to Xia Province City?" Zhu Tiandao said happily, "No, I'm going to the Great Shang Constabulary. I'm passing by." "Why are you blocking my way? You want me to help you scout something?" As he said that, he turned and ran towards Southern Yuan City. The old man was anxious and hurriedly said, there's no need to trouble Zhu Tiandao. The matter of the prefecture. Master is more important, so I won't delay you any further. Zhu Tiandao laughed, "Forget it, I see that the treasure aura in Southern Yuan is restrained and natural. There are probably treasures here, but since you're here, I won't look at it anymore. I'm leaving." As he said that, he disappeared. The old man didn't stop him. After thinking about it, he quickly sent a message to Xia Province. What was Zhu Tiandao doing in Xia Province, going to the Great Shang Constabulary? What was so important about the Great Shang Constabulary? He didn't understand it, but he didn't care too much. Zhu Tiandao was the prefecture master, so it wasn't his place to care. Xia Province. Xiao Houyi looked at the voice transmission talisman, his expression calm. In front of him, Chief Steward Hu said softly, "Houyi," Suyu sighed, "what are they thinking?" last night, Hou Yi should have stopped it. This isn't good for Suyu's growth. He's too young and doesn't consider the consequences of some things. No, he has considered it. Hou Yi said indifferently, he has considered it very clearly. Old Hu, don't limit yourself to your own ideas. In your mind, the geniuses of Dixia province will always be the geniuses of Dixia province. This has never changed. This was the truth. Many people didn't consider this point. In many people's eyes, Suyu wouldn't leave. How could he leave? Dixia province was one of the top 3 prefectures. Suyu was born and grew up here. His relatives and teachers were all in Dixia province. Would he leave? Stop joking. To where? To Dazhou prefecture to seek death, or to Great Qin prefecture to cultivate the warrior's path? Dixia province was the most suitable place for Suyu. He wouldn't leave. It was impossible. Steward who was slightly stunned. The next moment, his expression changed. You mean, he wants to leave? He didn't expect this, he was slightly shocked. So you wanted to leave? Yes. Hou Yi said calmly, why should he stay if he doesn't leave? Unless Xiaojia or Wan Tianxing helps him clear the obstacles. Do you think that's possible? Not now, that's it then. Hou Yi sneered. Since that's the case, let's go somewhere else. If he goes somewhere else, there will be people who don't care about Xianxinwen's faction. There will be people who will give him a chance to perform. But... Steward who frowned. Isn't this a good idea? Hou Yi, let him go. A lot of losses? Hou Yi laughed. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. If you can't provide what he needs, just let him go. Zhu Tiandao has come personally. That's enough. If you force him to stay, it'll become an enemy. Now that we still have some ties, let him go. It's good that he's gone. Steward who looked helpless. Is Principal Zhu here? Yes. Hou Yi smiled. Forget it. Let's not care about him. Steward who looked at him in surprise. This isn't like you. Why don't you extort some money? Hou Yi seemed to know what he was thinking. He said tiredly, don't look at me like that. There's no need. Just extort some money. Given Zhu Tiandao's character, he'll immediately tell Suyu that Xiaojia sold him out. That's the last bit of ties. He loved doing business and was greedy for money. However, he was greedy for money, not for himself, but for Dixia province. He only hoped that Dixia province would become stronger. He didn't want to see Dixia province being forced to leave. But he had no choice. Now that Suyu had left, the Zhu family would most likely give him a sum of money. However, if he did that, he wouldn't leave any ties. Suyu might not be invincible, but he felt that the sun and moon were stable. Why bother? There were too many people from Xianxinwen's faction. Lu Wenyan, Bai Feng, Xia Yunqi, there were too many outstanding people. It wasn't worth it to destroy those ties for a little money. He wasn't stupid, somewhat fatigued, somewhat mentally fatigued. Marquis Xia stood up and waved his hand, saying, just pretend I didn't see him. Suyu's father, we still have to protect him. If his father dies, then we will really fall out and become enemies. Xianxinwen's faction dares to interfere with military affairs, kill them all. If he has anything to ask of Qiu Xing, try your best to satisfy him. After saying that, he thought for a moment. In about a month, or even less. I might have to leave before the end of the month. Let's see what he thinks. I understand. Steward who also let out a sigh, he felt a little regretful. Very soon, Steward who left. Not long after he left, there was another person in the room. He sat down and started eating. Waiter, give me a bottle of wine. You're my father. If you're not, I'll beat you to death. Old man, is Martial Dragon's safety guaranteed? Don't just focus on eating. Dasha of Goguryeo said disapprovingly, yes. Of course. Do you think that I'm useless? Don't worry. That's what you said when Big Brother proved his Dao. Dasha of Goguryeo paused for a moment, then scoffed. Waiter, you're quite bold, aren't you? Scolding your father every day? Hou Yi ignored him and sighed. Big brother is dead. If anything happens to Long Wu. Old man, will you be able to face big brother? Da Xiao of Goguryeo ate and said, what's there to be afraid of? If he's dead, he'll be a good man again after 18 years. If he's dead, you can continue. If I, Xianxia, am dead, your father will have nothing to worry about. He can kill anyone under the heaven-splitting blade. Who would dare to force your father to this extent? Keep bragging. I'm bragging? Da Xiao of Goguryeo glared at him, then bit off a piece of meat and swallowed. Do you think I need to brag? Let them try. I've come to an agreement with old Foggy Zhou to not meddle in other people's business. If someone in his family proves his Dao, I'll help. If Long Wu proves his Dao, he'll help. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Don't say that. Big brother was the same back then. Once you said that, big brother died. Xiaoyi sighed. Your words are unreliable. I don't believe you anymore. Your big brother. Da Xiao of Goguryeo paused when he mentioned his eldest son. He quickly said, so what if he's dead? He's not dead. Long Wu isn't that strong. He didn't die for nothing. He killed many people. Xiaoyi sighed again. Is the king of Great Zhou really not the mastermind? How would I know? Da Xiao of Goguryeo said bluntly, who knows what that old fogey is thinking? His younger brother died. Maybe he's trying to confuse me. Who knows what he's thinking? No matter if he is or isn't, just keep an eye on him. As he spoke, he was almost done eating. He grabbed Xiaoyi, wiped his greasy hands on him, and threw Xiaoyi aside. He said, that's Suyu, I took a look at him. He's quite talented. Maybe he got some Shenwen's inheritance. Your father doesn't have the mood to meddle in these things. I have to go to the heavenly battlefield. There's something going on there. As he spoke, he said with a heavy face, the two old guys from the primitive deity clan and the origin demon clan haven't appeared for a long time. I have to find out what's going on. Keep an eye on things at home. Make a fuss. Don't worry about it now. Long Wu proves his Dao. As for the rest, let it go. I know. You have to speed up your cultivation too. Da Xiao of Goguryeo said quickly, prove your Dao quickly. If Long Wu dies, you can continue. If you die, your father will be free to do whatever he wants. I guarantee you'll be surprised. He'll kill a few invincible realm experts in one go. Xiaoyi felt tired. Old man, don't curse your own son. I'm your only son. If he's dead, who will you kill for? That's true. Da Xiao of Goguryeo nodded and said with a smile, that makes sense. I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. After saying that, he sensed for a while and said with a smile, the boy from the Zhu family is really attentive. Forget it. Ignore him. I have to go now. As for the family, I'll leave it to you. Also, write down a list of people to be killed. Send it to me later. I'll have a look when I'm free. Xiaoyi nodded and said, can we still not kill Zhou Mingren and the others? Not for now. Da Xiao of Goguryeo got up and walked out. He said, what's the hurry? They're just small fish and shrimp. We'll keep them. If your father doesn't do anything, it'll be a big deal. After saying that, he had already disappeared. Xiaoyi was helpless. He sat down and looked at the mess on the table. He shook his head. The old man was still so sloppy when he ate, it was a waste of his strength. He didn't know how to taste at all. Just as he was thinking, a big hand landed with a bang. It hit his head until it shone with golden light. It was really golden light. Waiter, if you dare to scold your father again, I'll kill you. After saying that, he really disappeared. Xiaoyi rubbed his head and sighed. He wouldn't scold him anymore. It would be a waste of time. At the same time, Zhu Tiandao entered the residence. He was a little surprised. No one stopped him. Xianxia was a little interesting. Was he going to give it away for free? He couldn't be bothered with this. He directly entered the Ming Constabulary's embassy. No one could see him. Great Xia Civilization University. Suyu was still cultivating. Today, someone from Xiao War Academy came for an exchange. He wasn't interested and was waiting for a reply. At this moment, the voice transmission talisman lit up. Tonight, Xia Restaurant, 3rd floor. Talk. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. So fast, someone came, or was it someone who was originally in Xiao province? It was too fast. He hadn't been communicating with Xianxia for long. On one hand, he was surprised by the other party's efficiency. On the other hand, he was deep in thought. If it was so fast, it might not be someone from the Ming constabulary. The person who was talking to him might not have a high status. I'll take a look at it tonight. Suyu exhaled and walked out of the cultivation room. He glanced at his senior sister and Wu Lan, who were still busy inside. Sorry, I have to go. But I will definitely come back, definitely. There were too many things here that hadn't been resolved, unfinished, and taken back. My home is still here. My father is still here. My teachers, relatives, and friends are still here. I will come back. I won't be like I was today. I was restrained everywhere and didn't even dare to go out. If I went out, I would be worried that I would suddenly die on the streets. I don't want to be trapped in this small world anymore. This great Xia civilization university was too small. In this small pond, there was a group of dragons. I can't get everything I want here. In the information room, Wu Lan and Wu Jia both turned their heads and glanced at Suyu. They felt that Suyu was a little different today. That gaze was very sad. Yes, sad. Both of them had the same thought when they glanced at each other. They felt inexplicably sad. Walking out of the research institute, it was still noisy outside. Suyu didn't care. He was going out to look for someone. Since someone from the Ming constabulary came to talk, it meant that it was almost time. He still had to prepare some things. After walking for a while, Suyu realized that many students from the school feared him more than they respected him. Many of them avoided him when they saw him and weren't as casual as before. Another reason was that they didn't dare to come into contact with Suyu. They were worried that they would be implicated by Suyu. Although Shan Shenwen's faction had lost face and suffered heavy losses, the hundreds of researchers and several Galao weren't fake. Suyu didn't care. He would walk his own path. As he walked, he heard a commotion and cheers coming from the front. Suyu turned his head and looked. It was the preaching area. He remembered that today should be the day when the war school came to visit for an exchange. However, he didn't expect that the other party didn't change their schedule at this time. It wasn't that Suyu thought highly of him, but he had just killed 2 sore researchers yesterday, and the matter was in an uproar. Yet, the war school still came. Suyu smiled and roughly understood what they meant. To divert everyone's attention. The war school might not be willing to come at this time, but they might have come to get rid of some of the influence from last night. Are Xiaqing and the rest here? Suyu originally wanted to look for Xiaqing. Now that he saw so many people in the preaching area, he guessed that Xiaqing and the other students were probably here too. After thinking about it, Suyu chuckled and turned to walk in that direction. Preaching area. The exchange had begun. On the stage, a newcomer from the war school kicked a student from the civilization school and laughed. So weak, too weak. They can't even take a beating. No wonder people say that the people from the civilization school are like weak chickens. The newcomer on the stage shouted arrogantly. This was also the highlight of every year. Is there anyone else? A bunch of trash, completely unable to take a beating. Too weak. Just as he was about to continue cursing, he suddenly saw the crowd of onlookers disperse, and a white-robed young man walked over from behind. His expression was calm, and he didn't say anything, as if he was just passing by to take a look. The young man on the stage heard some of the discussions, and just as he was about to curse, he suddenly swallowed his words. He was just about to say that the freshmen of the Civilization Academy were all trash, but when he heard that name, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. I almost forgot about this fellow. This fellow is here to participate in the exchange competition. Although he did not know the situation, the young man changed his words in an instant. Your batch, except for Suyu, are all trash. Your parents gave birth to you. It's a waste of food. Below the stage, Suyu could not help but laugh. For the other party to suddenly point him out and exclude him, he could only say that these fellows from the war school were not completely brainless. He didn't care, as he had already seen a few cloaked figures on the side of the crowd. They should be from the wand school. At this moment, the young man on the stage stopped cursing, and the students below the stage also stopped making noise. They all looked at Suyu. Was Suyu going to go on the stage? It would be great if he went on the stage and taught the people from the war school a lesson. In the crowd, there were many students from the war school. At this moment, they also looked at Suyu with a serious expression. Was Suyu going on the stage? Then, in today's exchange competition, they might have come looking for a beating. Even if there were geniuses from the war school this year and they were powerful, to say that they could be stronger than Suyu. Even the war school themselves had no confidence. They still had to know their limits. Suyu had easily killed the third level of the sky-soaring stage, suppressing the sixth level of the sky-soaring stage and not daring to go up on stage. Who among their freshmen could match up to Suyu? The originally lively competition suddenly quieted down with the arrival of Suyu. On the other side, a few Galau from the war school and civilization school were originally chatting, but now they all looked at Suyu. With the arrival of Suyu, the competition lost its flavor. Suyu saw that many people were looking at him. He smiled and said softly, "You guys continue. I was just passing by and saw the commotion here, so I came to take a look." He wasn't here for the competition. He had no interest in it. If the war school didn't come looking for trouble, he couldn't be bothered. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of others, Suyu didn't say much. He turned his head and glanced at the few cloaked figures over there, nodded slightly, and bowed slightly to the few Galau not far away. Soon, he left the crowd, turned around, and left. He came fast and left fast. However, as he came and went, this competition suddenly lost its flavor. On the stage, the young man who was still cursing just now pouted his lips, looking a little bored. Forget it, what was the point of cursing? After cursing everyone and defeating everyone, could he still be a match for Suyu? Suyu had suppressed all the freshmen this year. The entertainment programs of the past years, such as beating people up, were no longer interesting this year. Suyu didn't care about that. At this moment, he continued to walk in the school. On the way, if he met any students from Xianxia's department, whether they were students or teachers, Suyu would take the initiative to greet them. However, his greetings were extremely heart-wrenching. Xianxia's department wished they could crawl into a hole in the ground. In their opinion, Suyu was deliberately looking for trouble, and Suyu did have the intention to disgust them. This made Xianxia's department even more angry and resentful. Not long after, a cloaked figure appeared behind Suyu. "Brother Su, are you looking for me?" Behind him, Xiaxia looked around and asked in a low voice. Suyu suddenly went to the arena and glanced at her. She was also a smart person. After thinking about it, she felt that Suyu might be looking for her. As for the side effects of Suyu's presence, Suyu didn't care at all. This side effect instantly made this year's exchange competition boring. Xiaxia originally wanted to go up and try her hand, but when she saw that the students from Zhan School were fighting weakly, she lost interest and quickly went to look for Suyu. Suyu didn't even turn his head and said in a low voice, "Let's find a place to talk tonight. There are too many people." As he said that, Suyu added, "Be careful. I've completely offended someone yesterday. If Princess Qing is worried, then don't go to the appointment. I don't want to implicate you." "It's fine. Brother Su's problem is my problem." Xiaxia agreed readily. No matter what, she would accept it first. "Then let's talk tonight. I'll look for you tonight." "All right." Suyu and Xiaxia exchanged a few words and went their separate ways. Very soon, Suyu went to the nature nurturing park. Beside the rockery, Zhang Hao looked around. A moment later, Suyu arrived. Seeing Suyu, Zhang Hao's gaze was a little complicated. "Brother Su, you really shocked me last night." Suyu smiled. "It's nothing. I thought you were at the preaching area." "Boring." Zhang Hao said directly, "With you leading the way this year, many people didn't participate in the exchange competition. It's meaningless. If they can't surpass you, even if they suppress Zhan School, it's meaningless." As he said that, he quickly asked, Brother Su, are you asking about long-distance voice transmission? Yes. There are such long-distance voice transmission talismans, but they're expensive. One jade talisman costs thousands of merit points. Also, just like a communicator, sometimes it's not very sensitive. It's not worth it to buy this. That's fine. Get me a few. Suyu then said, go get them yourself in case someone tampers with them. All right. Xianxia nodded and quickly said, Brother Su, listen to my advice. Don't go out for the time being. Don't travel far. Suyu suddenly wanted long-distance voice transmission talismans. Xianxia was a little worried. This guy wouldn't be going far, right? It's fine. I know what I'm doing. As he said that, Suyu smiled. Help me pay for the merit points first. I'll pay you later, it's fine. If you're short of money, you can use it first. Xianxia didn't care too much. How could Suyu be short of a few thousand merit points? He was even looking forward to it. He heard that Suyu owed Qingyun Fai tens of thousands of merit points and was going to use the primordial purity technique to exchange for it. This was basically giving him money. He hoped that Suyu didn't have any money. When the time came, Suyu wasn't the kind to mistreat people. He would make a profit by giving him a few methods to open divine apertures. After a brief exchange, Suyu quickly said, the fraternity will have some missions soon. Take a look. If you're interested, you can take a few. All right. Suyu thought for a moment and said, this isn't the only reason I came to you this time. I've been in the limelight recently. For my and everyone's safety, the fraternity might have to lay low for some time in the future. I understand. Xianxia nodded. He could understand this. Even now, he didn't know who was in the fraternity. However, he knew that Suyu was an extremely important member of this group. After a brief exchange, Suyu quickly left. He didn't look for Lin Yao and Hu Zongqi again. He casually transmitted a few words to them, asking them to pay attention to the recent missions. He was about to leave. These guys should at least give them some benefits. If he just gave them directly, he could just give them some small missions. Let them exchange for some cultivation techniques, or even basic character formulas. After walking and stopping several times, he walked to the entrance of Zhao Li's research institute. Suyu wanted to go in, but he gave up in the end. He wouldn't go in now, he would think about it when he really left. Teacher Zhao had a strange temper. He didn't dare to say that he wanted to leave. He had high hopes for him. He even said that if he really couldn't go on, he would say that he was from the blacksmithing faculty. Earthforging Wenbing, Suyu murmured. He would come back and help teacher Zhao forge earthforging Wenbing. He wasn't qualified yet. Recently, he had too many things to do. He hadn't even grasped the basics of blacksmithing. If he rashly helped, it would only cause more trouble. He kept walking and stopping, looking at some people and things. At night, Suyu brought the shadow and the waterman. Under the cover of the night, the waterman and the shadow quietly walked out of the academy. He wandered around during the day. Now, the people from Shan Shenwen's faction would stay away when they saw him. Even the people from Shan Shenwen's faction, who had been watching him previously, probably had no interest in him now. This guy was purposely here to disgust you. Xia Family Restaurant. This was a big restaurant in the center of the city. The prefectural city was a city that never slept. Even at night, the streets were filled with people. This was the first time Suyu had the leisure to go shopping. It was really the first time, he had only left the academy a few times. One time was to go to number 18 middle school, and the other time was to go to Wankeng. Where would he have the time to look at other things? But tonight, Suyu saw the prosperity of Dixia province. Brightly lit, pedestrians weaved together, crowds of people, there were so many people. It was so lively and prosperous. This was a scene that Suyu had never seen in the past. On the street, the shops on both sides of the road were shouting loudly to attract customers. Laughter could be heard from other shops. Cultivation dojos stood in great numbers. There were also many cultivators among the people. In the middle of the night, one could even hear the shouting of fists and kicks. This was the people of Dixia province. The waters of Dixia province were deep. The water was deep in the upper echelons. The people at the lower echelons had not changed much. They were still martial and hot-blooded. With an order from Xianxia province, millions of soldiers were ready to go to war at any time. There were many retired veterans, just like Suyu's father. With the order from Xianxia province, the veterans would return in large numbers. This was Xianxia province. Suyu walked slowly. He was not too eye-catching. He had changed his white robe into a green robe. Squeezing into the crowd, he was not too eye-catching. Soon, a tall restaurant appeared in front of him. Summer restaurant, Suyu straightened the collar of his robe. Shadow Shenwen created a hazy shadow barrier on his face. He did not understand why they had chosen this place to communicate, nor did he know who had come tonight. This place was crowded, and did not fit the conversation place Suyu had in mind. He stepped into Summer restaurant and saw the guests enter. The service staff was about to welcome them when a middle-aged man who had been waiting on the side suddenly walked over and said with a smile, "Are you Mr. Su?" "That's me." "Please, His Excellency is already upstairs." The middle-aged man gestured for Suyu to go upstairs. Suyu's heart trembled. Mountain Sea Realm, yes, Mountain Sea Realm, the Waterman and the Shadow had sent him some signals. He could also feel that his sensory jade had changed. This was a Mountain Sea Realm expert, so that His Excellency he spoke of. Peak Mountain Sea Realm or Sun Moon Realm, who had come, Suyu did not bat an eyelid as he followed the middle-aged man upstairs. He was not too worried. This was Summer restaurant. No one would dare to attack him here, unless they had a death wish. Attacking Suyu in the largest restaurant of Xianxia in Xianxia province, even the leader of the primordial divine church would not do such a stupid thing. If he did, he would not be able to leave. On the third floor, in a huge private room, Zhu Tiandao was drinking tea. The window was open, and he looked down, humming a tune. He was in a good mood. When he heard footsteps, he smiled and said, "Come in." The door opened. Suyu was led into the private room by the middle-aged man. At first glance, Suyu felt that Zhu Tiandao looked familiar, but he did not recognize him. There were some images of the manor lords of the various manors. If this was the Ming manor, Suyu might have recognized him. But this was Xianxia province, and there were not many records of Zhu Tiandao. Even so, he knew that this was a big shot. "Lord, I'll go down first." As the middle-aged man spoke, Zhu Tiandao smiled and nodded. He looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "Suyu, if you don't mind, let him take the two little fellows with you first. Let's have a private chat. It's a little uncomfortable to bring these two little fellows around." Suyu's heart trembled slightly. He nodded. At the next moment, the Shadow and the Waterman appeared one after another. The bodies of the two great demons trembled slightly, and they bowed slightly to Zhu Tiandao to show their respect. Without saying much, they quickly merged into the shadow of the middle-aged man of Mountain Sea and disappeared. The middle-aged man smiled, retreated, and closed the door. This lord, when Suyu opened his mouth, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Let's not talk for now. Come, take a seat. Let's take a look at the night in Xianxia province." Suyu walked over and sat opposite him. The dining table was already filled with dishes. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "That fatty Xiaojia is really black-hearted. He dares to charge 100 merit points just for some demon beast meat. He doesn't have to pay with his life." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Lord, you're right. Xiaoyi was black-hearted to begin with." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Kid, you're quite bold. You even dare to criticize fatty Xia." Suyu was surprised. "I didn't say anything, but you could feel it?" Zhu Tiandao chuckled and said, "Kid, that sense of recognition just now was too real. I can tell with one look that it's not a lie. You think I'm right, that fatty Xia is black-hearted, right?" Suyu smiled and nodded. He said, "Xiaoyi is black-hearted, but he does things fairly. At least you have nothing to say when he's black-hearted." "That's true. That's his ability." After saying that, he looked at Suyu and chuckled. "What do you think about your cultivation method being black-hearted?" "It's just a small matter." Suyu said softly, "The fused orifice technique is not bad, but it's only a week's worth of energy. Not to mention the 300,000 merit points, I still have some follow-up income. It shouldn't be a small amount. Then do you know how much he received just by authorizing the Ming constables to spread it? 1,000,000 merit points? This was Su Yu's judgment, but Zhu Tiandao's words quickly shattered his imagination. 1,000,000 merit points for the low-grade version. 3,000,000 merit points for the high-grade version. Su Yu was speechless. How black-hearted. He drank a cup of tea to calm himself. This fatty Xia, cough, this Xia Ho Yi, was black-hearted to the point of turning into iron. There were 36 prefectures in the human realm. Of course, this authorization is permanent. It's not expensive. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, the Ming constables can still fork out some money. They're not as poor as Xia province. After fighting for so many years, the treasury is probably almost empty. If it weren't for fatty Xia swindling some money, they probably wouldn't even be able to pay for the military expenses. So you didn't respond. He wasn't clear about this, and there was no point in responding. Zhu Tiandao smiled, looked at Su Yu, and said, do you know who I am? I'm not sure, but you must be a higher-up of the Ming constables. Sly. Zhu Tiandao chuckled, and said, my surname is Zhu, a direct descendant of the Zhu clan. Can you guess? Su Yu took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed. Greetings, Lord Prefecture Master. He guessed it, there was only one Sun Moon tier in the direct descendant of the Zhu clan, the Prefecture Master of the Ming constables, Zhu Tiandao. Really, it was beyond his expectations. The moment he entered, he actually had some guesses, but now he was sure that it was really Zhu Tiandao, and not a branch of the Zhu clan. He was a little surprised, and a little shocked. He didn't expect that the one who came would be the Lord of the Ming constables, the group of people with the highest status under the Invincible Realm. Their status was much higher than that of ordinary Sun and Moon Realm masters. Zhu Tiandao smiled, and said, you've seen the sincerity of the Ming constables. You can name your conditions later. But I want to ask, what can you bring me? Don't go back and run back to Xia province after I've trained you. Wouldn't that be a great loss for me? Su Yu nodded, and said in a low voice, let's not talk about my own strength for now. The future is uncertain, and there's no need to talk about it. Let me say something first. There are 3 versions of the orifice fusion technique. The first 2 versions are authorized by Xianxia, and the highest version is backed up by Xianxia, but it's not authorized. It's still in my hands, and it can completely offset the repulsive force of the Xianxia realm. Zhu Tiandao's eyes flickered. Good lord, there's really one. How many orifices are opened? 36 orifices. How many orifices are overlapped with the Aries art? 18 orifices. Then let's say I've reopened 18 orifices? Yes. Zhu Tiandao took a deep breath. You're willing to authorize the Zhu family? It depends on your attitude. Su Yu said in a low voice, if word gets out, I'm afraid someone will want my life. No. Zhu Tiandao said lightly, we're not Xianxia. Those who offend Xianxia are not afraid of Xianxia, but they know that Xianxia will be afraid and tolerate them. But, if they offend the Zhu family, they have to think about it. Even if they're invincible, they have to think carefully. If they anger the Zhu family, they will not have a good ending. The Zhu family was not as strong as Xianxia, but he was barefooted, and that was the scariest thing. Su Yu nodded, and continued, in addition, I've traded with Xianxia for a set of basic formulas with 36 enlightened orifices. I didn't authorize Xianxia to spread it. Zhu Tiandao took a deep breath. It seems that my conditions are not good enough. The Zhu family is also a civilizationist family, and we have a set of basic formulas with 24 enlightened orifices. I was going to use it as a condition, but I'm surprised. The Zhu family, De Ming Wang, a strong civilizationist. He had a basic rune formula, but in the end, it was not as good as Su Yu's. Su Yu smiled. I'm born with a strong understanding of cultivation techniques, and I'm good at deducing Wan's cultivation techniques. Also, I'm from the Shenwen family, and I'm good at producing talent blood essences. With analysis, I can analyze the cultivation techniques of many races, including their talent skills. Does this count as an ability? Yes. Zhu Tiandao nodded, and said in shock, it's a very powerful ability. Your talent in martial arts is secondary. This thing is better than thousands of soldiers and horses. Xianxia was an idiot. You guys actually wanted to force such a genius away. Xiao Longwu had proven his Dao. At most, I'll fight it out. Serves you right, Zhu Tiandao smiled. That's all. No need to say more. Name your conditions. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree. Analyze Wan's cultivation techniques. F***ck. What kind of ability is this? I picked up a treasure. Suyu said in a deep voice. Sir, I can analyze it, but some of my special abilities cannot be taught to outsiders. Including the talent blood essences creation technique. Because I didn't create it, I can't teach it to others. Of course. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, then said, in addition, I have come to the Ming constables for the sake of freedom and relaxation. The Ming constables cannot put too much pressure on me. In addition, the Ming constables' single divine script lineage. You treat them as if they don't exist. Zhu Tiandao laughed. Those fellows are all blockheads. The Ming constables. To be honest, I feel gratified and helpless at the same time. They're a bunch of nerds. He sighed. There are good and bad things in a battle of numbers. It's actually a good thing if it's within control, but they still have to fight for it. He said with some bitterness, the civilizationist of the Ming constables, he doesn't fight for it. He doesn't fight for it. These words of hidden bitterness caused Suyu to be stunned for a moment. Zhu Tiandao sighed helplessly. At least the other constables fight for it, but the Ming constables are like a pool of dead water. A bunch of old fellows. They're either flirting or gossiping. They can still talk, but when it comes to fighting. I wonder if the civilizationists of the Ming constables can still fight. In the army of the Ming constables, the civilizationists are the least among the constables. The Ming constables have quite a number of civilizationists, but these fellows have a good relationship with the war school. When it's time for war, these fellows will send cultivation techniques, strategies, martial arts techniques, weapons, but no one. In other words, when there's a war, the civilizationists will only provide money and not manpower. The fellows from the war school will just go to the battlefield. War is a matter for the martial artists. As scholars, they just need to help with the overall planning in the rear. Suyu was speechless. The Ming constables have reached this stage. Aren't they a little too much? Do these civilizationists really think I'm a weak scholar? Zhu Tiandao sighed. So when you go, don't worry about fighting with more people, unless you want to fight. I can't wait for you to fight, but let me tell you in advance, even if you fight, no one will be willing to care about you. It's that simple. There are also some people from the Shunwen faction in the Ming constables. Not many, about 50 to 60 people. They're not doing well, but not bad either. Even so, these fellows are a bunch of blockheads. Anyway, they don't go out much. Suyu was speechless. After a while, he asked, Lord, can the Ming constables deal with the situation in the All Heavens battlefield? Yes. Zhu Tiandao smiled. The Ming constables don't fight many wars, but don't think that we're really weak. Our fighters are still very strong, even though the Ming constables look like a civilizationist to outsiders. Their great bright lord was a civilizationist and the second in command of the Seeker realm. But their civilizationists were really not good. Their fighters weren't weak, they had good equipment, decent cultivation techniques, high-end martial techniques, a full range of elixirs, many mounts, and many divine talismans. It was just that not many civilizationists participated in the war. Suyu thought for a while and suddenly said, I kind of understand why my teacher came to Dixia province. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. He nodded. That's right. The Ming constables are like a pool of stagnant water. If your teacher wants to improve quickly, coming to Dixia province is actually a good choice. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Zhu Tiandao said disapprovingly, what are you doing here? If you're a genius from the Shanxinwen faction, I'll support you to stay here for a few years. If you're not, then you should leave as soon as possible. The competition here is fierce, but the key problem is, what's your current strength? You're not qualified to participate. Suyu nodded. Zhu Tiandao quickly said, do you have any other requests? Just say it in one go. If it's convenient, you can leave now. Suyu smiled. About this, Lord, I can only leave at the end of the month. Zhu Tiandao frowned slightly. Why? I'll help to look after my senior sister's top 100 list. Also, I have some matters to settle. Also, I'm not willing to leave just like that. Even if I have to leave, I have to take revenge on them. I'm not a big-hearted person, and I was forced to leave. I want to take revenge. This? Zhu Tiandao pondered. It's fine if you're in the Ming constables. But in Dixia province, the Ming constables can't interfere. Otherwise, it'll be a taboo. Suyu nodded. I know, so I won't make things difficult for you. If it's convenient, you can send someone to Mount Starfall to receive me. I'm afraid there'll be experts coming to deal with me. In Dixia province, there might not be anyone too strong who would dare to make a move. That's not a problem. Zhu Tiandao said as he rubbed his chin. Don't die on the way. I'll be at a loss if you do. I won't. Even if I die on the way. Suyu paused. That's fate. If I don't have enough opportunities, luck, strength, and scheming, then I'll be stupid. I've set up my own trap, and now I've dug my own grave. That serves me right. If I don't die now, I'll die of stupidity sooner or later. Zhu Tiandao smiled. Alright, I want to see what you're capable of. Do you have any other requests? I'm going to the Ming Constables to build another Primordial Spirit Research Institute. I need a large amount of information, cultivation techniques, and some top-secret information, as well as a batch of the will of the human race. How much is a batch? At least 100 books. Is there a level requirement? No, as long as it's the will. Small matter. Zhu Tiandao smiled. This was a small matter, a very small matter. I also need a large amount of blood essence for research, Suyu explained. Whether it's the production of blood essence or the deciphering of Wan's cultivation techniques, I need blood essence. Zhu Tiandao smiled. As long as it's not too difficult to get, it's also a small matter. Of course, the blood essence of gods and demons, it's fine if it's of a lower level, but it's difficult to get a higher level one. After all, we don't have many battles with gods and demons. Suyu was delighted. He nodded. That's enough. Soon, he added, no, there's one more thing. I need you to support a few of my researchers. I don't care how strong they are, they need to be able to help me organize the information, including those who can help me deduce cultivation techniques. This? Zhu Tiandao thought about it and nodded. Sure. There are a few old fellows who aren't very strong, and they're about to die. Why don't you send them to your place for retirement? Suyu was speechless. What did he mean? Those fools who only study and don't cultivate. Zhu Tiandao said helplessly, don't look at me. They do, and quite a lot. They feel that cultivation is meaningless. Now that their lifespans are almost at the end of their lifespans, they are definitely knowledgeable. Suyu took a long time to react. I'm convinced, your Ming Constabulary's civilization masters really think of themselves as scholars. No wonder they can't fight. I'm wondering if they have the strength to fight. Master, how many Galau are there in the Great Ming Civilization Academy? 16. Good heavens, pitifully few. Less than half of the Great Xia Civilization University. They're all in the Mountain Sea Realm, 14 in the Mountain Sea Realm, and 2 in the 9th layer of Ling Yun. Zhu Tiandao coughed dryly. It's alright. Actually, it's not bad. For some weak academies, it's normal for the Civilization Academy to have 3 to 5 Galau. We're considered strong. He didn't even have the confidence to say these words. Our Ming Constabulary's boss is the second in command of the Seeking Realm, second only to the Great Zhou King. Then the Great Ming Civilization Academy's principal, you mean Old Ox? Zhu Tiandao coughed lightly. He went out to travel and enjoy the scenery. He'll be back soon. He's not weak. He's in the 3rd layer of the Sun-Moon realm. He's been in the Sun-Moon realm for some years. How old was a veteran? Old, reaching the end of his lifespan. Only now did Suyu understand why the Great Xia province said they were strong. Just the Great Xia Civilization University alone had double the number of Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. There was also the Sun-Moon realm, Wan Tianxing, Hong Tan, and Zhou Mingren. They all said they were in the Mountain Sea realm, but, were they really? There was also the Nine Heavens and the Tao-Seeking Academy. The two Galau families added together had about 30, the Great Ming Civilization Academy was like this. In the Great Ming Constabulary, how many Galau were there in the other academies, so you couldn't help but ask, Master, can these Galau fight? Zhu Tiandao glanced at him. After a while, he said, civilizationists inherit the fire of civilization. They're not very good at fighting, but when they reach the Mountain Sea realm, they'll have some ability. Understood, maybe they weren't good at fighting, so you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, I'll go then. I'll go to the All Heavens battlefield, okay? Sure. Zhu Tiandao didn't care too much about this. I've looked up your information. Your father is in the demon subduing army. He can be transferred to the Great Ming Constabulary. It's fine, he can just retire. Forget it. His father wasn't willing. That was for sure. If he was willing, he would have retired at home. There was no need to go to the demon subduing army. Zhu Tiandao chuckled. That's it? Yes. Fine. Zhu Tiandao smiled. It's a small matter. If you can do well in the Great Ming Constabulary, I have a granddaughter. She's still young. You can marry her and marry into the Zhu family. There's hope for you to become the master. Suyu looked at him and didn't say anything. He lowered his head. I'll only focus on cultivation. F*CK, Zhu Tiandao cursed in his heart, F*CK, you just looked at me and said you'll only focus on cultivation. What the F*CK do you mean? After chatting with Zhu Tiandao for a while, Suyu walked out of the summer restaurant. He felt refreshed, he was in a good mood, this was true. He didn't know Zhu Tiandao very well, but at this juncture, as the master of a prefecture, he came to talk to him personally. It was obvious that he had just received the news and rushed over. This was enough. What else did he need to prove? There was no need, originally, even when he went to the Great Ming Prefecture, he was nervous, uneasy, and confused about the future. Now, these emotions were mostly resolved. The master personally came to talk. This was sincerity. The greatest sincerity, it was much more important than those promises. The 9 levels of the Sun and Moon realm, an expert close to invincible, whose father was an expert of the second civilization, personally came to receive him. This was sincerity. It was enough, other things weren't important. Suyu was confident that he could earn it on his own. He only hoped that he would be given a little time, a little protection, and more relaxed conditions. And all these, Zhu Tiandao promised. He felt refreshed and in a good mood. Some of the depression in the depths of his heart gradually dissipated. It wasn't that there wasn't a pure land in this human realm. Although this pure land sounded a little unreliable. But wasn't the Great Ming Civilization Academy that Zhu Tiandao mentioned what he had imagined it to be in the past, a group of scholars, talking loudly, talking about everything, researching civilization, deciphering civilization, inheriting civilization. This seemed to be the Civilization Academy that he had imagined, and the Great Xia Civilization University was very strong, but it gave Suyu the feeling that it was a battlefield, an abyss, and not a holy land of research. In a good mood, Suyu strode forward, walking on the street, he felt that everything was more pleasing to the eye. The Sea of Will fluctuated. The Shenwen fluctuated. At this moment, the lingering depression and resentment gradually dissipated. The word fire shone on Shenwen, vibration, he didn't lose focus. He just walked like this. Gradually, his body seemed to be ignited in flames. Outsiders couldn't see it, and the weak couldn't see it. But at this moment, there seemed to be some reaction above the soar. Summer restaurant. On the 3rd floor. Zhu Tiandao watched as Suyu left. He saw it, his mouth was agape. Is this a natural Shenwen? The flame was burning like a saint descending into the world. At this moment, in his eyes, Suyu was transparent and bright, without a speck of dust. As he walked through the crowd, only that ball of fire shone in all directions. At this moment, someone around Suyu seemed to be thinking about a problem. Suddenly, the problem was solved. At this moment, someone seemed to have encountered a bottleneck and was suddenly enlightened. The fire of civilization, Zhu Tiandao muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Was he a natural-born civilizer? This Shunwen had just advanced to Tier 2, yet he could already affect the people around him. Actually, so you didn't attach much importance to this fire Shunwen. Even when he mentioned it to the others, it was just to fool them. However, at this moment, Zhu Tiandao took it seriously and was even shocked. At the same time, Xia residence. Xiaoyi looked into the distance. He saw that ball of flame burning fiercely and radiating light. Flames shot out in all directions. The fire of civilization. Xiaoyi's mouth opened and closed. He was speechless for a long time. Beside him, Chief Steward, whose expression changed again and again. After a long time, he sighed. We shouldn't have let him go. He was a natural-born civilizer. This was the sign of a saint descending into the world. Suyu, was he inheriting something? Xiaoyi's throat was dry. He felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, his eyes revealed the sun and moon. Divine light burst out and he looked at the Xia restaurant, F*CKU, Zhu Tiandao. In the distance, the sun and moon rose and the void changed. Zhu Tiandao and he seemed to face each other. However, one was still in the Xia restaurant, and the other was still in the city lord's residence. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. What a loss, a huge loss. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said leisurely, a melon that is forcefully picked won't be sweet. Look, the moment he said he was going to leave, the divine fire advanced and became enlightened. The resentment dissipated. If he stayed, he would really become enemies. Xiaoyi did not speak. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said leisurely, I picked up a treasure. This is the inheritance type Shinwen. If I arranged for some people to cultivate beside him, they would have some enlightenment and breakthroughs. This is the moving type Shinwen. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. You're still making sarcastic remarks. He was so angry. Zhu Tiandao grinned and looked at the ball of fire spreading and going far away. His smile became brighter and brighter. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, leaving behind a smile. Waiter, I'm leaving. Don't miss me. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. With a boom, he punched the void shook, but there was no news. Xiaoyi snorted and could not help but scold, this guy, he's still pretending to be innocent after getting the benefits. At the side, Chief Steward who smiled bitterly and said softly, Xiaoyi, it's useless to argue with Chief Xu. He doesn't care about it. This was a shameless person who was no less shameless than Xiaoyi. Master Xiaohe was shameless, but there was one thing about Master Xiaohe. His shamelessness was limited to a set of rules. That person, he had no rules, or it could be said that those who were barefooted were unrestrained. He was barefooted and had no worries. He was strong and had a backer behind him. Zhu Tiandao sometimes did not even care about the rules. Xiaoyi snorted. His relationship with Zhu Tiandao was all right, but he just couldn't stand the sight of this fellow. There was no other way. He, Marquis Xia, was also a playboy, but he was restricted by the Xia clan, so he wasn't as playful as Zhu Tiandao. He was very sad, otherwise, the title of the #1 playboy of the second generation would have been him. Ignoring Zhu Tiandao, he looked at the Great Xia Civilization University again. At this moment, there was a flame that was getting bigger and bigger. Sor had some reaction, Ling Yin had some comprehension, Shanhai had some awareness, and sun and moon could see clearly. At this moment, Suyu smiled. His smile was brilliant. I will travel far and reopen a new world. The shackles of Dixia province, the struggles of Dixia province, and everything about Dixia province, he engraved them in his heart and left them for tomorrow. The boundless sea and sky were all for the fish to leap. Today, I am powerless in Dixia province. Today, my teacher was sent to the Sinner camp. All of this cannot be changed. Today, my uncle master has resentment in his heart and hatred in his head. I cannot change anything. I am powerless in everything that happened today. Today, I will go far and start all over again. The Ming constabulary will be reborn. The fire of civilization is burning. His willpower is becoming more transparent, like colored glass, like holy light, like Bodhi. His body is like colored glass, and his divine orifices are shining. The sea of will is stable, showing signs of being full. The little hammer vibrates. And at this moment, on Shoshin-go, Wan Tianxing looked down at the academy and saw the flame. A sigh that was neither regretful nor regretful was heard. A natural-born Shenwen, a natural master of civilization, this Shenwen was not an outline, nor was it a condensation of willpower. This was a naturally born Shenwen. That was a natural Shenwen. At this point, all 8 of Suyu's Shenwen had advanced, all of them were second order. In the sea of will, Shenwen surrounded the Shenwen, shining brightly. This fire Shenwen, which was the weakest before, seemed to have the tendency to become the main Shenwen. Suyu had never decided on the main Shenwen. He had been cultivating the main Shenwen. And at this moment, this fire Shenwen was surrounded by the other Shenwen, like the moon surrounded by stars. Even the firstborn blood Shenwen, which was close to a third-order existence, was now surrounded by the fire Shenwen. The Shenwen were burned by the fire, becoming more and more transparent and resplendent. Not only that, but the origin apertures were also changing. Of the 320 origin apertures, 80 had merged into 5 origin apertures. Wancher level 5. Yesterday, Suyu had just advanced to Wancher level 5. And today, another 16 origin apertures were merging rapidly. Under the illumination of the fire, the merging speed was extremely fast. 106 divine apertures had been opened previously. At this moment, the 107th divine aperture was also being opened. Inside the academy, Suyu walked step by step. In the Shadow Clan and the Waterman who had merged into his shadow felt the warmth of the fire. The fire did not exist in reality, but it was burning in their sea of will. The shadow was distorted, and mist rose. It was not torture, but a kind of cultivation, a kind of understanding, a kind of enlightenment. The Waterman and the Shadow were too seriously injured. After so many years, their foundations had been damaged, but at this moment, there were signs of recovery. The Shadow and the Waterman did not say anything, but they had already understood everything. Suyu was a monster, the fire of inheritance, the fire of civilization. Was this a sign, or could it be that this was caused by the special characteristics of this divine character? Suyu did not care about this. His thoughts were clear, his mood was good, and everything was good. The fire gradually converged and slowly disappeared. At this moment, Suyu was different from the previous moment. He was gentler. Previously, the gloominess in his heart had not dissipated, and he had an unapproachable feeling mixed with the murderous aura of killing too sore, which made many people feel intimidated. But at this moment, Suyu's whole body was clear, and the gloominess had dissipated. He gave off a gentler and kinder feeling. When Xiaoqing saw Suyu, the first thought that came to his mind was that Suyu was a good person, a really good person. The involuntary sense of intimacy made Xiaoqing a little intoxicated. Soon, Xiaoqing sobered up, and his heart was slightly shocked. Why did Suyu feel a little different from before? Brother Su, did you break through? No. As Suyu spoke, he quickly smiled and said, 1 Shenwen advanced. I have 8 Shenwen, and now I'm a rank 2 Shenwen. Just 8 Shenwen, the word just made people want to die. 8 was really not a small number. It was already rank 2, most importantly, you're not a sore, but a nurturing spirit. Xiaoqing sighed in his heart, also shocked. A true genius, a peerless genius, was rare even among the god and demon races. In fact, only the origin demon race and the primordial god race could have such a monster. The human race, the top 10 races, lived up to their reputation. Brother Su, you're looking for me. Suyu had a faint smile on his face. Perhaps Princess Qing knows of my difficulties. Right now, I need even greater strength. But I don't dare to go out. I need to improve myself, but there's no way. Previously, I wanted to wait, but now it seems that I can't wait anymore. Suyu smiled, so I want to go to a place to search for treasures. I received a message that there might be treasures in a place that can allow me to soar quickly, so I want to go and take a look. Xiaoqing slightly raised his brows. Search for treasures? Go to the ruins, to accept the inheritance. This was because he felt that his strength was not enough and wanted to improve again. It seemed that the harvest of this ruins was not complete. That was normal. Suyu was too weak, and it would be difficult to digest it completely. Brother Su, you mean? Suyu smiled. I want to invite Her Highness Qing along, but I have to bring a protector. Suyu said seriously, I'm afraid, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Xiaoqing pretended not to know. Is it very far? Not too far. Suyu hesitated. It's near a small city in southern Yuan. Of course, Princess Qing might not know. I know, Xiaoqing was shocked in his heart. I know, your hometown, sure enough, it's really there. She guessed it was nearby. Southern Yuan? Xiaoqing was puzzled. I seem to have heard of it. You are from southern Yuan? Suyu nodded. I got this treasure location a long time ago, but I never went there. It's not that I didn't go there, but I wandered around the periphery. It's too dangerous. When I was young, I went there with my father to collect some medicinal herbs. Xiaoqing quickly judged. Medicinal herbs, when I was young, is it a mountain, or a canyon? It's not in southern Yuan. So that's it, but near southern Yuan. No wonder no one has discovered it until now. Xiaoqing hesitated. Brother Su, you mean, there will be danger if you go out? Suyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There will be. I'm very worried, so I need some people to help me. Of course, I'm not unprepared. My Grandmaster has tamed a mountain sea greater demon, and I will take it with me. But I'm afraid one mountain sea greater demon won't be enough, and it might not be obedient. I need someone to intimidate it. Suyu was silent for a moment, then said, I hope Princess Qing won't tell others that I'm looking for you because you're not human. Not human. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you snatching my treasure, because you can't. But others are unpredictable, including Xianxia, Hu clan, Wu clan, and Jing clan. Their treasures are tempting, and they have deep resources. If they are robbed, I'm afraid I won't be able to get them back. Suyu said seriously, I won't mistreat Princess Qing. If Princess Qing agrees, then I'll gift Princess 10,000 merit points. Besides that, I'll gift Princess a profound rank civilian weapon. If Princess needs anything else, please don't hesitate to ask. How generous, 10,000 merit points for a profound Wenbing. This price was enough to hire a mountain sea. Xiaoqing's doubts were instantly dispelled. So that's how it is. I'm from Wan, and I can't stay in the human realm. And Suyu's relic can't be taken away in one go. Therefore, he felt that he could only find someone who wouldn't invade his relic. Others, including his allies from the Wu clan, could invade his relic. Xiaoqing thought about it. There was no problem with this logic. According to common sense, he wouldn't dare invade. Even if he did, the Yunhu clan wouldn't have the right to do so. Invading someone else's relic in Xia province was suicide. Of course, the prerequisite was that Suyu was alive. If he died and no one knew, then, of course, she would have to return to the institute. Unless, one of the clan elders pretended to be dead and hid in the relic. All sorts of thoughts arose. Xiaoqing said, Brother Su, of course I'm willing to help you. But to be honest, if we won't go out, we will attract a lot of attention. Even the attention of Xia province. And without a suitable reason, we can't leave. Suyu nodded. I know, so I found a reason and an excuse. My hometown, Southern Yuan, has recently been active by monsters and Wanzhou. The people of my hometown are too weak. As a genius from Southern Yuan, I have to go back. Suyu's eyes flickered. I've already contacted some people to create some chaos in Southern Yuan. I'm a genius, so I will go back. I will issue a mission, and it's not limited to anyone. You can join in. That way, everything will go smoothly. Xiaoqing was slightly surprised. After thinking about it, he felt that it was a good idea. Southern Yuan was in danger. It was normal for Suyu to return. As a genius from Southern Yuan, he had just left Southern Yuan not long ago. Now that he was strong, he should be the first to respond when people from his hometown asked for help. It was even forced, he had to go back. In this way, it didn't seem abrupt. Instead, it made Suyu feel helpless. Many people understood that he might not leave at this moment. It would be dangerous if he left the academy rashly. But he had no choice. He could only go back. Otherwise, people would criticize him. Suyu probably had the same idea. Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm worried about Wanzhou. Alright, don't look at me like that. My Yunhu family doesn't belong to any sections. I'm worried that those guys will deal with you. Also, on our academy's side, Xianxia's faction. Are you sure they won't attack you? This time, I brought 2 elders with me to the human race. One is Ling Yun, and the other is Xianxia. However, according to the academy's rules, only one can leave. The rest are hostages. Brother Su, do you understand what I mean? Su nodded. He understood. The human race had to ensure that these people wouldn't run away together. If they hid in the mountains and rivers, it was normal for one of them to stay behind. Su smiled. One Xianxia is enough. I also have a greater demon of the mountain and sea realm on my side. That's 2 mountain and sea realms. I refuse to believe that 3 or 4 of them will be deployed just to deal with me. If I may be so bold as to ask, what level of the mountain and sea realm is your Tao protector? The 3rd level of the mountain and sea realm. Xiaoqing quickly said, your side, that's true. Su said helplessly. Actually, I was stronger than this. But after my grandmaster drained a lot of my blood, my strength has dropped significantly. This is all I have left. Xiaoqing felt depressed. The Yunhu family was also a member of the demon race. Blood drained, tamed, these words made her a little upset. Su didn't seem to realize this problem. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the human race didn't realize this problem. Xiaoqing felt bad, but her expression didn't change. She smiled and said, 2 mountain and sea realms should be enough. But I'm afraid that the senior mountain and sea realm brother Su is bringing with you will suddenly turn traitor. Brother Su, that will be troublesome. Su frowned. After a moment's thought, she nodded. That's a possibility. I didn't even use the demon warding hoop. What? Xiaoqing stared in shock. You didn't use it, your guts. She had to give it to you, her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. How gutsy. How confident. Did he really think that they wouldn't turn traitor? He didn't even use the demon warding hoop, Su said casually, don't worry. My grandmaster has already tamed them. Nothing bad will happen. Of course, now that you mention it, I'm a bit worried. If they really rebel, it will be troublesome. But. He frowned and murmured, other than you, I can't find anyone else I can trust. The hearts of the human race cannot be tested, and we will offend our allies for no reason. Wu Yuehua and Galao are trustworthy, but I don't dare to use some treasures to test them. What about Curator Chen? Xiaoqing asked. Su shook his head. I can't let Uncle Master go. I'm just going back to help. The mountain and sea realm demons don't know. If you go, it's necessary to bring a Tao protector. But if you bring my Uncle Master with you, what does that mean? Even an idiot can guess that there will be problems. Xiaoqing's eyes flickered. Then should we find a few more students in one institute to help? No. Su shook his head. I trust Princess Qing because we've interacted before, and I have a good eye for people. You stood up for me and offended Shan Shenwen. As for the others, I, Su, am no fool. How can I trust them completely? Between the lines, he was telling Xiaoqing that he only trusted her. Xiaoqing looked moved, but still said, but if that's the case, the mountain and sea realm demons on your side might not be reliable. If I run into trouble, it will be difficult to defend against them alone. Brother Su, it's too dangerous. She continued, you killed an expert from Xianxinwen's faction. Do you think they will let go of this opportunity to retaliate against you? You created the fused orifice technique, and I know Wanzu too well. The other great clans won't let a genius like you continue to grow. They will definitely make a move, and it might even be the mountain and sea realm. If you run into 2 mountain and sea realm demons, it's fine if nothing happens. But if something happens, and the mountain and sea realm demons on your side are in trouble, although my clan's elder is strong, he can't fight against so many people. Su frowned. Let me think about it. Princess Qing, please help me keep this a secret. For now, I can't leak this information, and don't inform the other one students. I've told you the general process. I'll think about whether I should invite others, Xiaoqing continued, or I can choose not to tell them. When the time comes, you can form a team, and anyone will accept the mission. The Shan Shenwen faction can't do it. Su interrupted. Xiaoqing nodded. Even if they can't do it, there might be other students. If they can't do it, I'll sign up. Maybe some Yuan students will join me. When the number is confirmed, we can disclose some information. How about it? Suyu said, but it can't be someone who opposes me and is close to Shan Shenwen. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. That won't happen. Xiaqing smiled. If I sign up, the people accompanying me will definitely be my good friends. Suyu frowned. I can't afford that much money. I think it's better to think about it. I think 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators is enough. I'm only going to the border of Dixia province, not to the All Heavens battlefield. I'm just going to cultivate. Bringing 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators to protect me is already the best I can do. Suyu's words made sense. No matter how much of a genius he was, bringing 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators with him was equivalent to the treatment given to the son of the prefecture lord. Even if the enemy gathered Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, they wouldn't be able to gather so many people in a short time. With so many Mountain Sea Realm cultivators gathered, they would have long been targeted by Dixia province. However, Xiaqing didn't feel at ease, so he only brought 1 Dao protector, which was too few. On Suyu's side, there was also a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. In the past, he probably wasn't just at the 3rd tier of the Mountain Sea Realm. Now that he had fallen, he still had such strength, which meant he was stronger than ordinary 3rd tier Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. As for whether she would help Shan Shenwen's faction or Suyu, she still wasn't sure. She could only say that she would play it by ear. When do you plan to leave, Brother Su? It's still early. Suyu explained, at least wait until my senior sister stabilizes in the top 100. My presence is a deterrent. Only after that will I choose to leave. I can still make some preparations in the next few days. That's fine. I can go anytime. Xiaqing smiled and said, Brother Su trusts me so much, Qing is somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Suyu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm a person who likes to speak the truth. I'm also, the Cloud Tiger clan that I've taken a liking to Princess Qing isn't strong. If the academy really has some powerful fiend god clan, I wouldn't dare to trust it either. The more he said this, the more reassured Xiaqing was. That's right. The Yunhu clan isn't strong. It's very weak, so you can rest assured with us. I understand Brother Su's meaning. Even if you want to go, even if Student One comes with you, I will help you find a few members of small clans. If there are large clans with Sun Moon tier elites, I will ask Brother Su. Suyu nodded, and said awkwardly, sorry, I actually don't mean anything else. I just want to be more stable. Please forgive me, Princess Qing. That's what I should do. Xiaqing smiled and said, if Brother Su really doesn't have any plans at all and is so careless, I would be worried instead. I would have to decide whether to go or not, lest I get into trouble. Brother Su's consideration is also for our safety. It was normal that Suyu had considered everything, even she would be afraid if he just ran to the ruins so carelessly. That was courting death, it was either courting death or a trap. Right now, Suyu had already planned everything. Southern Yuan was in danger, and he wanted to return and issue a mission. He wanted to accept the mission himself, bring a mountain sea beast, and drag her, a princess of a small clan, along with him. This was a very thorough plan. His motive, goal, and safety were all guaranteed. Ordinary people wouldn't think too much, and even if they encountered some danger, the 2 mountain sea beast kings could easily deal with it. Xiaqing did some calculations. Even if she did it, she probably wouldn't be as thorough as Suyu. Including her own identity, everything was within Suyu's calculations. Just as she was thinking, Suyu thought for a moment, and then said, Princess Qing, since I trust you, I have to say something up front. We are all friends, and I don't want to be unhappy in the future. I'm offering 10,000 merit points and a profound grade Wenbing, but I don't want to rely on favors. If Princess Qing sees anything, I hope you won't spread it. The Shenwen faction has declined, but my grandmaster should soon advance to the Sun Moon tier. He looked at Xiaqing with a burning gaze, and said, Sun Moon tier, if you really go all out and disregard everything, Princess Qing should also understand that the Yunhu clan can't bear it. Xiaqing didn't mind, and instead felt more at ease. Using both carrots and sticks was more in line with the characteristics of humans. Giving a benefit, but not a threat, was completely not the demeanor of a genius. Threats, this is normal. Xiaxia smiled, and nodded. Brother Su trusts me. If I don't want to go, I will directly refuse, and I will also keep Brother Su's secret. Since I have agreed, I naturally won't do anything that will cause Brother Su to misunderstand. Just as Brother Su said, the Yunhu clan is weak, and still wants to have a long-term alliance with the human race. Suyu breathed a long sigh of relief. He clasped his hands, and said, Princess Qing, please don't mind me. I'm just saying some possible accidents, and I'm not targeting anyone. When I succeed, I will apologize to Princess Qing. It's fine. Princess Qing is magnanimous. Suyu smiled, looked at the time, and stood up. He said, then I will take my leave. Princess, pay attention to the mission office in the near future. I won't come to inform you again, lest others find out anything. As for the other students, after they register, we will gather together openly, and I will see if I should inform them. Good, that's a good idea. Xiaxia nodded, and smiled as she watched Suyu leave. After he left, she fell into deep thought. Suyu wasn't a reckless person, and his calculations were clear. 2 Shanghai cultivators was really enough. The key was in herself. What should she choose? Should she inform Xianxinwen's faction, or should she do Suyu a favor this time? Xiaxia was also having a headache. She was wavering, and her heart was wavering. This was a difficult choice. If she really befriended Suyu and helped Suyu this time, she would probably shed all pretense of cordiality with Xianxinwen's faction in the future. Second Grandpa, tell me, what should I do? An old man appeared, and said in a deep voice, everything is up to your Highness. Just as Suyu said, even if we find the ruins, we might not be able to obtain it. However, your Highness can obtain some inheritance, and you don't need to occupy the ruins. There are pros and cons to cooperating with. Your Highness can decide for yourself, and this old man will follow your Highness's orders. Xiaxia didn't say anything else. She sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. Should she inform Xianxinwen's faction? Suyu had brought a Shanghai cultivator with him, and Xianxinwen's faction probably didn't know about it either. Now, in the entire academy, besides many people from Xianxinwen's faction, she was probably the only one who knew about it, right? After discussing with Xiaxia, Suyu began to prepare for his departure. He would not be able to return in a short period of time. Without a certain level of strength, this time around, he was prepared to scam another big one. If he were to return, he would be asking for trouble. If I kill a few mountains and seas, Uncle Master, and the others. In the secret room. Suyu took a deep breath. Then he would betray the Xinwen faction. After leaving this time, he might not be a student of the Xinwen faction anymore. I have to bring the text of will. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Suyu packed his things. Some research materials left behind by Bai Feng, a book left behind by Lu Wenyan, and some text of will that he had bought before. There were not many things, but they were worth a lot. In addition, there were some materials that Wu Lan and the others had organized. All these things could be organized into a jade talisman. Night. In the information room. Suyu threw a jade talisman to Wu Lan and said with a smile, help me organize the materials and record them into the jade talisman. The jade talisman looks troublesome. It's more convenient to carry. Wu Lan was speechless. These were all basic materials. Why did he need to carry them? Although he did not understand, he began to help organize the materials. He said impatiently, then when are we going to deduce the method to unite the divine orifice? She still had great ambitions. The last time the dual Wu orifice fusion technique was released, it became famous. Recently, she had been walking on air. Whenever she heard that someone was going to exchange for the dual Wu orifice fusion technique, she would be excited. It was just a pity that it was not called the Wu Lan orifice fusion technique. Dual Wu. There were many people with the surname Wu. Thinking of this, she organized the materials and said in a low voice, Suyu, I will still be the leader of the attack team when we deduce the method to unite the divine orifice, right? Suyu smiled and did not reply. Wu Lan said again, if we deduce it, can we add a word to the cultivation technique? Add mist. Wu Lan said excitedly, with the addition of the fused essence orifice and fused soul orifice, it's Wu Lan now. Too awesome. In the future, when others cultivated, they would all know that she, Wu Lan, had deduced it. Although she did not know what she had done, it seemed like she had only organized the information. Suyu laughed and nodded, all right. Really? Wu Lan was overjoyed and worked even more energetically. Suyu felt a little regretful. He had just managed to scam a few free laborers, but now it was all good. Forget it. Soon, Wu Lan sorted out the information. Suyu took the jade talisman and looked at it. He nodded. Not bad. The main constabulary might not necessarily have information on Xianxia province. He did not care about cultivation techniques and the like. These basic information were more important. After thinking about it, Suyu threw a jade talisman to Wu Lan. Take it, treat it as your reward for these days. Also, you can give this to Wu Galao, but other than Wu Galao, no one else is allowed to spread it. Reward? Wu Lan had forgotten about this. He took it and looked at it. Earth Fiend Forging Technique? What a rubbish name. After looking at it carefully, he said disapprovingly, opening 72 divine apertures is the same as the 10,000 Wind Sutra. Why cultivate this? He felt tired. Idiot, can't you look more carefully? Can this be compared to the 10,000 Wind Sutra? Basic. Oh, basic. Wu Lan was stunned and looked at Suyu. Suyu said calmly, you can cultivate to the end. 72 divine apertures is enough. Don't be in a hurry to advance to Soar. Below Soar, 72 divine apertures are opened. You can cultivate to Lingyan 9 realm very quickly. As for more, such as 108 divine apertures, it was not suitable for people like Wu Lan. His talent was not weak, but opening 108 divine apertures was too much of a waste of time. In terms of combat power, the difference was not too big. 72 divine apertures was enough for people to continue cultivating. It was at the same level as the 10,000 Wind Sutra. Wu Lan looked at her in a daze. So you did not care about her and continued, don't spread it. At most, only to your grandaunt. Forget it, your sister. Do whatever you want, no one else. Wu Qi did not need to learn it. He only had 72 divine apertures. Of course, opening more divine apertures would strengthen his foundation. Just like how Suyu had opened 320 elemental apertures, even if it was not a system, his strength would be much stronger. Wu Lan still looked at him in confusion. You gave me a divine aperture opening method last time. Is this a set? Yes. As he said that, Suyu thought for a while and said, for now, 36 divine apertures will be one. Don't rush to combine 72 divine apertures. Unless I break through Ling Yun, or I make you legal, you can't be legal. This cultivation technique deduction might not be at its peak. He could give it a try when he went back to experiment. Wu Lan looked at him and said after a while, you want to expel me? No. Suyu smiled and said, Student Wu Lan, you work the most and are the most impressive. You are much better than Xia Huyu and the others. Even if you expel them, there is no need to expel you. Then she looked at Suyu suspiciously. If you give it to me now, how will I be rewarded when I make a contribution in the future? Suyu laughed in spite of himself. So you are thinking about this. It's okay. There must be something else. As he said that, Suyu smiled and said, take care of it carefully. It's best if you destroy it after reading it. Forget it, there is no need. When he arrived at the main constabulary, he might promote this. Of course, it was hard to say. It was just 2 divine apertures opening method. It was not like it was 5 divine apertures opening method. The biggest advantage of this thing was that it could allow students to quickly open their apertures during the mind-nurturing stage. Then, they could quickly enter the advanced source stage or even Lingyan stage. For many people, this could save them decades of time. It was actually very scary. Alright. Wu Lan was not too excited. So what if he took it? He would tackle more problems in the future. Last time, he got 1 divine aperture for 5 problems. Now, he got 72. The remaining 71 were not there before. He would get them after tackling 355 problems. In other words, his task was very heavy. Wu Lan thought about this. I still have to tackle 355 problems before I can get all of them. It was my salary and not a gift from Suyu. Seeing that she was deep in thought and a little distracted, Suyu smiled and turned to leave. He gave Wu Lan 2 sets of cultivation techniques. When he arrived at the library, Suyu gave him 3 sets, he did not give him 4 sets. 4 sets were too powerful. There was no need. Uncle Master. Suyu took out a few jade talismans. This is the body strengthening technique, which can quickly open the apertures. This is the primordial purification technique, which can purify the primordial chi. This is the top version of the closing aperture technique. Senior sister also has it. He took out sets of cultivation techniques. They were all priceless treasures. As for Qin Yong, he sat still and did not speak for a long time. Suyu smiled and said, Uncle Master should be happy for me. Chief Zhu of the Ming Constabulary personally came to talk to me and gave me everything I wanted. Uncle Master. I am very happy. Of course, I am also very happy here. In the Great Xia Civilization University, I met many people. Master, Uncle Master, Grandmaster, Teacher Zhao, Senior Sister, Teacher Huang Lao. They have all helped me a lot. This time, I may leave behind some trouble for you. Please forgive me, Uncle Master. Qin Yong did not say anything. He suddenly stood up and turned to return to the house. After a while, he did not say anything and handed something to Suyu. A stone slab. Take it. Suyu found it familiar. He looked at Qin Yong suspiciously. Qin Yong said lightly, take it away. The Xinwen faction has been annihilated. However, one had to remember that the Great Xia Mansion was the origin of the Divine Rune lineage. Here, many powerhouses of the Divine Rune lineage rose up. And the most important thing is the stone slab, the Xinwen combat technique slab. Not everyone can form the Xinwen combat technique on their own. Whether they split it up or not, the combined combat technique is not that simple. The splitting method combined with the Xinwen template is the best choice and the fastest choice. Suyu was stunned. The Xinwen combat technique slab, this was the root of the Xinwen faction. Uncle Master had torn this apart. Uncle Master, Qin Yong said calmly, take him away. I am not going to accept any more disciples. Your senior apprentice sister is still weak. Your master, having you is enough. Therefore, there is no room for the Xinwen faction to survive in Xia province. There is no future. Take him to the Ming Constabulary. He continued, the other academies have this too. But remember, ours is the strongest. The other academy's stone slabs can only be said to be ordinary. They have few templates and fewer choices. We have many. The Xinwen combat technique is strong. Uncle Master, then Grandmaster, don't worry about it. Qin Yong faintly smiled. Your master ancestor wasn't able to develop the many divine characters lineage. That is a failure. Before he went into seclusion, he actually gave the position of branch master to you, and not to me. So you have the qualifications to handle this thing. That's good. Take this thing away. The library is nothing. He cursed. Without the Xinwen combat technique wall, what would the library be? He did not care. What you want, I will not give it to you. I will let Suyu take it away and not give it to you. He looked at Suyu and smiled. Take it. It is good to keep it as a memory. It is good to develop the Xinwen faction in the Ming Constabulary. Keep it for yourself. With this thing, you will have the capital to establish a faction. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Suyu's hands trembled. He held the stone tablet silently. Keep it well. Don't lose it. Qin Yong handed it to him and said, you don't have to worry about us. Your Grandmaster is about to reach the Sun and Moon realm. They won't dare to provoke us. If they do, it will be a life and death struggle. As for me, you don't have to worry. He looked at Suyu and said with a smile, your Grandmaster might have told you some things, but don't mind it. I'm currently cultivating the fused aperture technique, and I don't want to die so early. I had this idea before, to abandon my fleshly body and advance as a civilization master to kill some enemies. But the fused aperture technique gives me a chance to strengthen my body. Chen Yang's eyes flickered. If I can enlighten 144 apertures and then fuse them, my body will enter the mountains and seas. Then I can instantly enter the 9th tier of the mountains and seas. Suyu was shocked. The 9th tier of the mountains and seas, Chen Yong smiled. So don't worry about me. Don't worry about your senior sister. I won't act rashly. Once my body enters the mountains and seas, I will have the capital. Even if I encounter the sun and moon realm, I won't die. Suyu was speechless. Uncle Master's words surprised him. The 9th tier of the mountains and seas, he could really endure it. Chen Yong chuckled. Don't be afraid of implicating us. There is no need to think about betraying the Divine Runic School in the future, lest you be criticized by others and lose the qualifications to return. You were forced to leave the Grand Xia Palace. You are innocent. I don't know what you want to do, but don't be too hasty. If you really piss me off, I'll break through and kill a few mountains and seas. Wan Tianxing probably won't kill me. Instead, he'll punish me and send me to the Vanguard Battalion. That's a small matter. He had to clear his name, so you didn't want to bear the stigma of a defector. He had a good reason to attack. In the future, if he really did come back, it would be justifiable. Otherwise, if he, a genius of the Ming Constabulary, came back, it would be a war of the Ming Constabulary. Chen Yong didn't want to cut off his path of retreat. Having said all this, Chen Yong picked up the jade talismans. I'll accept these things. Don't refuse them. He took the stone tablets and took them away. Then, he added, also, if you want to attack the divine text lineage alone, you won't have any hope of killing 2 7th-stage mountain sea cultivators. It's too risky. As for Sun Xiang and Yu Hong, I'll help you kill Sun Xiang, and you help me kill Yu Hong. Chen Yang's eyes flickered. What happened to your senior sister's parents and the attack on me back then must have something to do with her. If you can't get anything out of her, then kill her. Sun Xiang, leave her be. Take your time. Suyu nodded. Killing intent erupted. The death of senior sister's parents had something to do with Yu Hong. Uncle Master, is she Wan Zu's? No. Chen Yong said calmly, she's not. If she was, she would have died long ago. However, if I'm not mistaken, she sold our whereabouts and information back then. It's just a guess, but I'm sure that she was involved. I've been suspicious of her for years. I got it. Chen Yong said, can you do it? If not, just give up. I can. Suyu clenched his teeth. As long as he did the right thing, he could do it. Those greater demons will probably need to join forces to defeat her. Are you sure? Yes. Suyu nodded. Not just them, but some mountains and seas as well. Outsiders can't be trusted. They're not as trustworthy as those greater demons. Chen Yong said calmly, those greater demons probably won't dare to betray us. Of course, even if they do, it's nothing. Your Grandmaster didn't really leave no room for maneuver. If they don't betray us, it's fine, but if they do, crush this. He took out a jade talisman and handed it to Suyu. This isn't to kill them, but to make them go crazy. Once they go crazy, Xia province will act instantly. If the greater demons mounts turn traitor, they'll definitely die. At that time, the experts of the Great Xia Prefecture will take action. Of course, they will be able to ensure your safety. However, at that time, they won't be able to play any tricks anymore. The Great Xia Prefecture is turning a blind eye to it. I understand. Suyu took it again. Chen Yong smiled and said, do you need to take some text of will with you? Whatever you like in the library, just take it. Without Shenwen's combat skill wall, it's not a pity to lose the position of the library's curator. Whatever you like, just take it. These words were really generous. Tens of thousands of text of will were priceless. Take as much as you want. Suyu smiled and said, forget it, I have no use for them. Moreover, if I really take them, I'm afraid that person will plot against me. Hee, that's true. Chen Yong stood up. Forget it then. Saying this, he added, we can't leave. If we do, we'll easily attract more trouble. We won't add to your troubles. Take care. Yes. Thank you, Marshal Uncle. Go. He waved his hand, a little dispirited. So you didn't hesitate and quickly left. After he left, Xianxia was silent for a while. A voice transmission amulet appeared in his hand and a moment later, he sent out a message. He closed his eyes and rested. The killing intent on his body gradually faded. If Suyu can't bear it, I can. On this day, Suyu wandered around. As usual, whenever he met an expert from Xianxinwen's faction, he would automatically greet them. Disgusting. This disgusting action made the experts from Xianxinwen's faction wish they could stay at home. Time passed, day by day. Suyu was not idling around. On one hand, he was preparing for his departure. On the other hand, he did not slack off on his cultivation. The more strength he had, the more assurance he would have. Without being in the secret realm, he would be able to close 16 apertures in about 5 days. On the 15th of December, 11 days after the celebration, Suyu advanced to Wanshur level 7. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to close the last 2 apertures before the 25th. He had not found all 360 apertures. Suyu was still opening his apertures. However, as more and more apertures were opened, he was almost out of apertures. At the same time, in southern Yuan, there was a small-scale chaos. Sometimes, Wanzu's whereabouts were found, and sometimes, the demons in the wild were causing trouble. And these were the tasks that Suyu gave to the fraternity. The rewards were very generous, whether it was completed by his family, by himself, or by hiring a fearless guy to complete it. There were a lot of mutual aid points as a reward. The rewards were also very attractive. Divine Aperture Method, Basic Scriptures, even the top version of Aperture Closing Method. There were not many people in the fraternity, but Hu Zongqi's home was in Tianshui City, not far from southern Yuan, so there was no need to take risks. Some of his family members went to the vicinity of southern Yuan and drove a few demon beasts, which was a huge threat to southern Yuan. As for the Long Wuwei team in southern Yuan, they would kill them if they could. If they couldn't, there was nothing they could do. Generally, people in southern Yuan did not go out of the city. If they did, it was not a big problem to be careful. However, it did cause some trouble for southern Yuan. At this moment, southern Yuan had not yet asked for outside help, so it was still within control. The Xianxinwen faction had been quiet recently. Very quiet, there was no way it could not be quiet. Suyu wandered outside all day long, purposely catching their people. When they encountered Suyu, these people were also annoyed, but they could not do anything to him. Now, Suyu did not set up a life-and-death arena to find trouble with him. Which crazy person would find trouble with Suyu? Since Zhaifeng's death, Huang Qifeng and the others were scared out of their wits. Now, they could hardly be seen in the academy. December 20th. In the Great Xia Civilization University, some inconspicuous news was circulating. Recently, the demons in the wild had been rampant, and some small cities at the border were suffering. Among them, southern Yuan was the first to bear the brunt. Southern Yuan was too weak. Long Wuwei had gone to eliminate them once, but they were all weak demons. Every time Long Wuwei went out, it was all money for the military. In the past, when encountering such trouble, the best choice was to let the academy take action. The price was low, to give the students some trials. This time, most of the restless demons were in the Wanshur realm. Of course, there were a few Soar realm demons. Wan University. In the villa where Xiaqing was. Xiaqing looked at them and said softly, Suyu has started to take action. Everyone, we are all small clans and groups, and this is a rare opportunity. Should we help Suyu and get some rewards to gain the favor of the Xianxinwen faction, or should we befriend the Xianxinwen faction? It's time to make a choice. If we really set off, it'll be too late. Xiaqing looked at them. They were all from small clans and weren't very strong. Most of them had a mountain and sea Dao protector with them, and some even had Ling Yunjing's Dao protector with them. She looked at Baisu of the Fox clan. If we want to befriend the Xianxinwen faction, we'll have to tell them Suyu's plan now. I don't think Xianxinwen's faction has reacted in time. Baisu nodded and smiled. That's normal. Suyu can be considered a watertight person. If he hadn't told you in advance, would you have known that he was setting things up so that he could walk out of the academy step by step? He has a mountain and sea greater demon with him, and you have 2 mountain and sea demons with you. If Shan Shenwen underestimates him and sends out a few Ling Yunjings, or even a mountain and sea demon, they might fall at his hands and suffer heavy losses. Under normal circumstances, there would only be 1 mountain and sea demon. After all, no matter how freakishly talented Suyu was, he was only comparable to Sor. Baisa thought about it. If Suyu hadn't told Xiaqing in advance, would they have been able to see anything? Suyu could actually make the demons outside Southern Yuan riot. Just this point alone was something they hadn't expected. At that time, when Southern Yuan was in chaos, Suyu would be assigned a mission and return to Southern Yuan to provide support. That would be very normal. He had the battle prowess of Sor, and if he went to Southern Yuan, he could also play a role in stabilizing the situation. Who would overthink it? Baisa said, I don't want to be enemies with Suyu. If we sell him out this time, if he really dies, we'll be in big trouble. Next to him, the Iron Wing clan student said in a low voice, we didn't kill him, and we won't be the only ones going. In my opinion, it's best to bring 1 or 2 people who don't know anything. If he dies, he'll be killed by Wanzhou. We have no reason to let our Dao protectors protect him. After saying that, he added, when Wanzhou attacks, I think it's best to bring a few people who are close to the human race. They will naturally help deal with Wanzhou. This way, there will be back and forth. In the end, if the defense isn't strong enough, and Wanzhou breaks in and kills Suyu, it won't be so abrupt. After saying that, he smiled and said, Suyu took the risk himself and formed his own team. In the end, he was killed by Wanzhou's people. That was his own arrogance, and he can't blame anyone. After saying that, he smiled and said, even if an invincible expert were to look back in time and observe the scene, he wouldn't be able to find any fault. It's best if we don't personally take action, and the same goes for our Dao protectors. When the time comes, there might really be Wanzhou's people. If our people stop Wanzhou's people, that would also be helping us. Unfortunately, our strength isn't enough, and there's nothing we can do. He had a clear plan. If they personally took action, if they were found out, they would be courting death. They didn't have to do it themselves, they could just put on an act, Suyu was counting on them. If they didn't do anything, or if they simply helped to deal with the real Wanzhou's people, it would still be a meritorious deed to the human race. At most, they could just kill a few of Wanzhou's people. As meritorious subjects, could the human race get rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use? Let Shan Shenwen's people deal with Suyu, they could just put on an act, they could befriend Shan Shenwen's people, and they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Even if an invincible expert came, they could just investigate. Even if they looked back in time, they wouldn't be able to find anything. At most, they could only find out who Shan Shenwen's people was. What did that have to do with them? The young man from the Ironwing clan said again, if Suyu is lucky enough to survive, it has nothing to do with us. Like I said, we'll do our best. He sneered. Suyu is a bastard. His body reeks of our clan's blood. Including the first time he sparred in the arena, he used our clan's blood essence. Anyway, I won't team up with him. It wasn't that they didn't see it the last time. It was just that they didn't want to fall out with him. Suyu is a bastard. He used our clan's blood essence to cultivate. That's unforgivable, Xiaqing sighed. Initially, I thought that since he's friendly to the Wang clan, it's actually worth roping him in. But the last time, when he talked about the grand demon that he subdued, his disdain came from his bones. The reason why he said that to us is probably just to show that he's different. He wants to gain the support of the Wanfu prefect. She was also a little disappointed. Perhaps Suyu didn't really think that the demons were worth befriending. Baisa nodded. That's normal. The Duoshenwen clan. From the 5th generation, we can see that the Duoshenwen clan has killed many Wan clans. Their hands are stained with more blood than the other clans. During the 5th generation, due to the need for cultivation and the consumption of resources, there was a lot of killing. At least, it was more than the Shan Shenwen clan. The Shenwen clan was a group of violent people. Suyu's previous friendliness was abnormal. Now, it seemed that he only wanted to rope in Xiaqing for help. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? Hong Tan's hands are also stained with blood. I heard that he killed many Wan clans. In the Wentan Research Center, there are at least 8,000, if not 10,000, the few of them exchanged looks. In fact, they had already made up their minds. They were just finding an excuse for themselves. In the Xianxia clan, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the Dazhou prefecture was the key, the core of the clan. The attitude of Hong Tan and the others toward the Wang clan was similar to that of Xia Longwu. Kill. If the small clans interfered, they would kill the small clans. If the big clans interfered, they would kill the big clans. Look at the Xianxia clan. In the past 50 years, they had not killed many people. At least, their attitude toward the outside world was more passive. As for the internal situation, there was no need to comment on it. As outsiders, the few of them knew what was going on. No matter how friendly the Xinwen clan was, it might be an act. It was just that they were weak now and had no choice but to do so. Xiaqing was silent for a while. Have you guys made up your minds? The few of them exchanged looks and nodded. They had made up their minds. Xiaqing looked at the rest. Including her, there were a total of 5 of them. When the time comes, we'll find 2 or 3 fellows who are close to the humans. Don't leak anything. In order to curry favor with the humans, those fellows will definitely go all out if they encounter Wanzhou. Xiaqing took a deep breath. This place was covered by the Xianxia realm cultivators, so she was not afraid that others would hear her. She quickly said, "We won't make a move against Suyu. We'll just watch from the sidelines and put on an act. We'll make Suyu think that we're allies. This will be the greatest help to the Xianxia clan." Baisa muttered, "Will the Xianxia clan make a move?" Xiaqing smiled. "Do you think they will?" "They will." Baisa nodded. They definitely would. If they did not kill Suyu, they would not be able to hold their heads high. They could not keep avoiding Suyu. Even if they had to take the risk, they would still give it a try. Then that's it. Baisa continued, "Will the academies intervene?" "We can tell." "What about the academies? What about Dexia province?" In fact, Suyu was also worried. Otherwise, he would not have brought the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, and even dragged Xiaqing along. None of them mentioned this point again. Xiaqing smiled. "That's none of our business. Let's see how the Xianxia clan handles it. If they're incompetent and can't do it, what does it have to do with us? If we have the ability, we can naturally make it so that the academies and Dexia province don't intervene, or at least don't have the chance to. If the Xianxia clan did not intervene, it did not matter. They could just watch the show and do Suyu a favor." "What about the relic?" Baisa asked with a gloomy expression. "Are we really not going to intervene?" Xiaqing smiled. "If Suyu dies, what's wrong with us interfering? What if the Xianxia clan reports us? We'll just fish for it once, and then leave. The rest will be theirs. Do you think they'll chase us away?" The others nodded at the same time. The relic of the human race, the foundation to create invincibility, this was a true treasure. Xiaqing did not say anything else. Soon, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, "If none of you have any objections, I'll inform the other party." The others looked at each other and nodded again. Agreed. Xiaqing exhaled softly. Soon, the voice transmission talisman flashed. At the same time, on Zhou Pingxing's body, a voice transmission talisman flashed. He frowned. It was from the Wan Academy. He had said not to contact him unless it was important. After looking at the voice transmission talisman for a while, Zhou Pingxing's eyes flashed, an ominous glint flashed. How dare he? At this time, he actually wanted to go out. The relic, Suyu wanted to find the relic and quickly improve himself. He's the one who caused the incident in southern Yuan. Zhou Pingxing was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party would come prepared and bring a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. He felt a little scared. Fortunately, the other party had informed him in advance. Otherwise, in his carelessness, if he had underestimated Suyu and followed him alone, wouldn't he be dead? That beast probably thought that I would follow him alone. Did he want to take the opportunity to kill me? He had to think that way. His hatred for Suyu ran deep. The Mountain Sea Realm cultivators usually did not make a move. If Suyu really went out, he was most likely to follow him. At that time, if a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator attacked, he would definitely die. Not only did he bring a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator, but he also contacted Xiaxia. He wants to use 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators as his foundation. What a coward. Going out with 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators, Xia, who you could only go out like this. This guy really thought too highly of himself. Of course, it was right to think highly of him. He also knew how deeply he had offended Xianxin's faction. Fortunately, I found out in advance. Zhou Pingxing was a little scared. If a few Lingyan had gone, it would have been like throwing a meat bun at a dog. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Zhaifeng was dead, and no one dared to challenge him on the top 100 list anymore. His dream of becoming a curator had been shattered. The disciple he was most proud of was dead, and he had been cheated out of a huge sum of merit points. In the past half a year, ever since he had met Suyu, things had not gone well for him. In the faction, his status had dropped again and again. Now that his master was in seclusion, his status was even more worrying, and he had almost become invisible. It was all Suyu's fault. This bastard must die. 2 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators? Hee hee. A mocking voice. Suyu, you are too young. You actually believe that the Myriad races will help you. You actually believe that Xiaxia will help you. You are truly too childish. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. No matter what, Xiaxia was a princess of the Yunhu clan. Would she abandon the interests of the Yunhu clan for you? Wishful thinking. How could befriending you, Suyu, compare to befriending Xianxin's faction? Suyu, you are dead this time. Zhou Pingxing laughed and quickly rose to his feet. He had to find Sun Galao and the others. A Mountain Sea Realm cultivator was not easy to deal with, and he was not strong enough. Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was December 22nd. These days, Suyu did not go out much except to annoy the guys from Xianxin's faction. He spent most of his time cultivating. Fusing apertures, Wanshur Stage 8, 18 days after breaking through to Wanshur Stage 5, Suyu broke through 3 stages in a row and entered Wanshur Stage 8, with 128 fusing apertures. 128 fusing apertures, the explosive power was comparable to 320 apertures of Qianjun. Coupled with martial arts, at this moment, the explosive power of Suyu's body had reached the strength of 400 apertures. Strong explosive power, strong endurance. Relatively speaking, Suyu's body had almost no shortcomings, a total of 332 Kaiyuan apertures. According to the cultivation method, in terms of the strength of the body alone, Suyu could fight a fighter who cultivated a top yellow class cultivation method, and fight a fighter of Source Stage 8. Combined with his willpower, at this moment, Suyu was not inferior to those Source Stage 9 weaklings. This was the strength that a genius should have: many opened apertures, high consumption, strong combat skills. If he was not as good as those low-level cultivators, he would not be called a genius. In the secret room, Suyu opened his eyes, and the voice transmission talisman flashed. Zhou, go to find Sun. A short line of words. Suyu's eyes flickered. Should he find Sun Xiang after receiving the news, or should he find Sun Xiang for daily trifles? No reply. After pondering for a while, Suyu walked out of the secret room. As soon as he entered the hall, Wu Jia shouted, "Junior brother, you are out. Have you heard? Something happened in southern Yuan recently. The demons there have gone crazy, and wild demons are running everywhere. Now, people in southern Yuan dare not go out." In the hall, there were a few people at the moment. Qingyun Fai was surprised. Southern Yuan demons? Those wild demons in the wild? Wild demons are generally not strong, and the primordial qi in southern Yuan is not rich. What happened? Wu Jia shook her head. I don't know. She really didn't know. She had only heard about it. But don't worry, junior brother. No greater demons are attacking the city. Suyu nodded. Of course, he would not attack the city, nor would he have the guts to attack the city. After all, there might be powerhouses in southern Yuan. Hu Zongqi and the others were only playing in the wild near southern Yuan. The news was just a little exaggerated. In southern Yuan, even Xiaojia suspected that he had a relic there. How could there be no movement? If a great demon attacked a city in southern Yuan, it would be courting death. It was just that the wilderness was a little chaotic. Now, the people of southern Yuan probably didn't dare to rashly leave the city. Thinking about it, Suyu frowned and said, "There are demons in southern Yuan? Did anyone die?" "I don't know." Suyu nodded. "Got it. I'll ask him later." Wu Jia hurriedly said, "Junior brother, do you want to ask the academy to help you deal with those demons? After all, southern Yuan is your hometown." Suyu smiled and said, "Not for the time being. I don't know the situation yet. Dixia province should also be in charge." Dixia province. Wu Jia was speechless. "I heard that the Dragon Guard went there a few times and killed some demons. Then, they left. As soon as they left, those demons ran away again. Unless the Dragon Guard is stationed there, southern Yuan will be blocked." Suyu nodded. "I see. Southern Yuan is too weak. There's nothing we can do. There are only 2 Sore Masters now. After Lu Wenyan left, there were only Long Wuwei, Xia Bing, and Wu Wenhai, the city lord of southern Yuan, in Sore. Both of them were Sore Masters. When Suyu left, he was at the 2nd level of Sore. Now, he was at most at the 3rd level of Sore. Moreover, both of them were fighters. Even if there were thousands of city guards, it would be difficult to deal with those wild great demons. Southern Yuan was too weak. It was so weak that many people would rather open a few mines in the suburbs of Dixia province and be a small landlord than go to southern Yuan. The concentration of essence qi was too low. Cultivating there was not friendly to Sore at all. Unless they bought a lot of essence qi liquid, there was no way to maintain daily cultivation. They couldn't even maintain daily cultivation, let alone strengthen themselves. At this moment, Suyu also shook his head. There were 28 cities in Dixia province. Strictly speaking, it was better to say that there were 27 cities. Southern Yuan was a village-level existence. It was just that it was too remote and located at the border. Its geographical location was still important, so it built a city. In the neighboring Tianshui city, the deputy commander of the city guards was Sore, and the city lord was Ling Yun. The two were incomparable. While Suyu was thinking, Qingyun Fai looked at Suyu and asked curiously, "Suyu, are there any treasures in southern Yuan? If there are no treasures, why would the great demons attack your southern Yuan city? There are no benefits." Suyu smiled and said, "I don't know about that." Then, he said, "Forget it, I'll call and ask. I hope I can get through. After all, southern Yuan is my hometown. My house is still there. Let's see if they need any help." House, Qingyun Fai was stunned. House, southern Yuan was a small place. Could a house, even if it was a villa, be worth tens of millions? Could it be worth a few hundred merit points? There was a high chance that it wasn't worth it. Suyu was still thinking about the house in southern Yuan. Qingyun Fai was also speechless. Suyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He took out his communicator, thought about it, and called Principal Wang. After waiting for a while, the call went through. "Who is it?" Principal Wang's rich native accent made Suyu a little dazed. He quickly smiled and said, "Principal, it's me, Suyu." "Suyu? Oh, it's you, kid. Old Lu can't take it anymore. You haven't called back even once. I thought you'd forgotten about the academy. Did you get rich and forget about the academy?" Principal Wang teased, then quickly coughed and said, "Little you, old Lu, and the others didn't cause much trouble. You, stop messing around. Be good and listen to me." "Principal," Suyu sighed softly. Principal Wang grumbled, "Don't hide it from me. I'm the principal of Southern Yuan Academy. Most people might not have heard of news in Dixia province, but I can still find out. Kid, you're really capable. Really capable. You've made me proud. Sore. Even the city lord is no match for you. In the last meeting, the city lord even said that if you come back now, he'll give you the city lord." "Principal, you must be joking." Principal Wang chuckled. "If you really come back, so what if you become the city lord? That's because you think highly of Wu Wenhai." After teasing him, he exhorted, "Kid, you're talented. Cultivate well and listen to me. You're still young. You'll win if you can outlast them. Suyu laughed. Alright, I'll listen to you. Principal, has Southern Yuan been attacked by demons recently? No, but it's a little troublesome. We can't leave the city. There are many wild demons running around outside the city, and the city guards are currently cleaning them up. Do you need my help? Suyu quickly said, it's just a small matter for me. If it doesn't work, I'll issue a mission and ask some students to help me. I can earn some merit points while I'm at it and see if the Dragon Guard and official army have any missions. You're coming back to help? Principal Wang pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, what's the matter? He suddenly spoke in Southern Yuan's local language. Qingyun Fai and Wu Jia, who were listening to their conversation, did not understand and were a little frustrated. The local language was harder to understand than a foreign language. If he spoke the language of the myriad races, he might even be able to understand it. No. Suyu smiled. I'm just asking if Principal Wang needs help. He understood what Principal Wang meant. He was asking if there would be any trouble or danger when he returned. Hearing what he said, the old director was silent for a while. Soon, he smiled and said, okay, you're a big shot of our Southern Yuan. How about this, I'll ask the city lord to issue a mission to your civilization academy. If you accept it, you can get some merit points and come back to see the big guys. When you have time, you can share some experiences with the little guys in the academy. Alright, Principal Wang. I'm hanging up. The old principal acknowledged and hung up the call. Southern Yuan. Principal Wang's office in a secondary academy. Principal Wang stroked his beard and mumbled something indistinctly. Old Liu, you ran away and left behind a mess. Why did Suyu suddenly want to come back? He had also heard that the kid was ruthless enough to kill the #1 genius of Xianxia faction. Wouldn't they hate you to death? Running around was thousands of miles between Xianxia province and Southern Yuan. The wilderness was everywhere, and it was troublesome. No matter how strong Xianxia province was, it could not sweep the wilderness clean. After thinking for a while, he began to mutter to himself. To a local like him, the demon rampage this time was actually abnormal. He had got out once before, and those demons seemed to be running around in a panic. Actually, it wasn't too serious. Perhaps some powerhouse had blown up their nest. In fact, they would disperse after a few days. However, the news spread quickly and reached Xianxia province so quickly. Suyu even called to ask. Is it worth caring about such a trivial matter? Sigh. Principal Wang sighed and stopped thinking about it. That kid wants to come back, or rather, he wants to use this opportunity to come back. I'll look for Wu Wenhai and give him an excuse to come back. I'll just say that Suyu must come back. Is that enough? He's just like that bastard old Liu, speaking half-heartedly. Luckily, I'm smart enough to get used to you master and disciple talking, Principal Wang praised himself. After more than 40 years of friendship, he was familiar with Lu Wenyan's way of speaking. As soon as Suyu said that, he could guess what Suyu was thinking. I hope this kid doesn't cause any trouble. In the hall. Suyu put away the communication device and said with a smile, it's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, I'll go and settle it. Then, without waiting for Qingyun Fai to speak, he said, Yun Hui, help me buy a batch of primordial qi liquefied in the next 2 days. Recently, I've been too lazy to go to arcane realms to cultivate. Buy more, preferably Mountain Sea Realm primordial qi liquefied. After you buy them, I'll authorize the primordial cleansing technique to the Jing family in advance. What do you think? Qingyun Fai had wanted to ask him something, but when he heard that, he immediately forgot what he had just said and said hurriedly, how about 1,000 drops? That's enough. Mountain Sea Realm primordial qi liquefied. Although it's also primordial qi liquefied, it's more valuable. All in all, it'll cost about 5,000 to 6,000 merit points. You'll authorize the primordial cleansing technique to me in advance? Nonsense. Why would I care about such a trivial technique? Qingyun Fai was overjoyed. Great, he finally got it. Without further ado, he quickly got up and said, then I'll go get the primordial qi liquefied. You're so rich now that you don't even go to arcane realms to cultivate. How extravagant. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already far away. Hu Qiusheng, who had just come downstairs, also heard this. He glanced at Suyu, took a light breath, and said, "Suyu, is there anything I can help you with?" These days, Suyu didn't pay much attention to the research institute. He didn't pay much attention to the deduction of the unity apertures technique. He didn't pay much attention to the primordial spirit apertures matters. Even the instruments that Zhao Ming had brought back had arrived a few days ago. He didn't pay much attention to them, glancing at them before leaving. The Primordial Spirit Research Institute and Suyu seemed to only be doing it for the unity aperture technique. Hu Qiusheng saw this and remembered it in his heart. Thinking about what his grandfather had said to him a few days ago, he felt a little sad at this moment. Walking down the stairs, he said again, "Suyu, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know." Suyu glanced at him, smiled, and nodded. "Brother Hu, since you're so generous, then I won't be polite. I won't take it for free. I'll exchange the 36 Divine Apertures basic text formula for 10 Ling Yunjing killing divine talismans." Hu Qiusheng's eyes changed. "Can I impart it?" "No." Suyu said calmly, "Only brother who can cultivate it. Otherwise, it won't be 10 Ling Yunjing killing divine talismans." "Okay." Hu Qiusheng didn't say more. "I'll give it to you tomorrow, but you don't have the willpower of Soar. It's very difficult to activate these divine talismans. It's okay, I have it." He had the willpower of the Soar realm, of course. It wasn't that his willpower was full, but the quality was comparable to that of Soar. It wasn't even at the early stage of Soar. It was just 10 divine talismans. They were worth a lot, but compared to the basic text formula, even if he was the only one who could cultivate it, it would still be a big profit. Towards Hu Qiusheng, Suyu wasn't that generous. With the Hu family, it was just a transaction. Their relationship wasn't that deep. However, Hu Qiusheng had invested a lot in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Suyu didn't like to let others suffer losses. He would repay him tenfold. Hu Qiusheng didn't say anything more and left. After dealing with various miscellaneous matters, Suyu once again came to the Wentan Research Center. He hadn't been here for a long time. There was no one here, and it seemed a little deserted. The detention area. Suyu directly opened a few cages. Dendrolamus, rhinoceros borer, and white beaver were a little surprised. They were directly released. They all thought that they had been completely forgotten. These days, Suyu didn't come much. But fortunately, he left quite a lot of yuan qi liquid behind. He was more generous than before. When Dendrolamus walked out of the cage, he was still a little uncomfortable. He shook his big head and stared at Suyu. "Lord Su, are you going out?" "In a few days." Suyu smiled faintly. "Dendrolamus, you and Rhinoceros Borer will be my mount. Take turns. It's dangerous outside, don't run around." Dendrolamus looked at him suspiciously. "Lord, don't you need to give me some restrictions?" It was a warrior expert, and wasn't restrained by Shenwen. Why didn't he give it a demon sealing hoop? Suyu smiled. "No need, it's too expensive." Dendrolamus was speechless. He still felt a little uncomfortable. "He let me out just like that, no restrictions at all. Why do I feel a little guilty?" Suyu wasn't a kind-hearted person. He was so ruthless. He almost starved them to death. Previously, he had let the Waterman and Shadow off. That was because he had used all kinds of methods to restrain them. Was he looking down on me? Or was he looking down on me? His meaning was, if you want to run, go ahead. Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. He took out a small seal from his bosom and waved his hand. "Extend your head over here. If you don't want to go out, you will be killed. I'll give you a seal. Once it's stamped, you will be a mount. Otherwise, you will be killed as a wild demon." Dendrolamus felt a little uncomfortable, but he still obediently extended his head over. Its huge mouth approached Suyu's head. It really wanted to bite it to death. Suyu looked at it with a smile that wasn't a smile. He stamped it. The small seal left a Shenwen mark on its head. That was the symbol of a mount. "You want to bite me?" "No." Dendrolamus denied. "You can try. Although you are at the 9th level of Soar, You have been imprisoned here for so many years. I think I can beat you to death. Do you believe me? Dendrolamus didn't believe it. Last time when you beat the old bull, it saw that it only had the strength of 4 or 5 levels of soar. It was at least at the 9th level of soar. And it was even one of the top 100 races. Suyu smiled and was too lazy to say more. Quickly recover your vitality. I will provide you with some vitality liquid in the next few days. High quality. He had to bring all of these fellows away. Whether they died on the road or were brought to the Ming constabulary, he had to bring them away. If they stayed, they would also die. It would be a waste. Hong Tan was in seclusion. Qin Yong wouldn't care about them. Wu Jia didn't dare to come. If he left, there was really no one to care about these fellows. As for rebelling, a few swore, if they rebelled, then so be it. He didn't say anything and stamped rhinoceros borer and white beaver. Soon, he looked at the little furball in the cage. The little furball was also looking at him. Looking at each other, Suyu smiled and said, "You want to devour my Shenwen? Fragrant." Fragrant? Suyu smiled and said, "Are you sure?" The little furball might be eyeing his atlas. This guy was really bold. "Little guy, how about this? I will hammer you 10 times, and you bite me. How about it? I'm the one who nurtures nature. You are the soar." The 2 eyes of the little furball turned. 10 hammers, bite me? It seemed possible. Okay. Suyu smiled. He wanted to try and see if this guy could be dealt with the God-expanding hammer. If not, then he would throw it to Uncle Master. If it could be restrained, then it would be a trump card. A small hammer appeared in his hand. Suyu directly opened the cage, and the little furball carefully flew out. Don't think of running. I still have 2 Ling Yunjing here. You can't fly out of this research institute, understand? The little furball was faintly discernible. It floated in the air and squeaked, "Don't run." Fragrant. Suyu smiled and picked up the hammer. He smiled and said, "Then I'll hammer you?" Okay. Boom, just as it replied, Suyu hammered down. The 2 eyes of the little furball looked around. It wasn't too worried. It was the kind that was half visible. Vitality attacks were generally ineffective against it. It was similar to the existence of Shenwen. But it felt, something was not right. Just as he thought about it, there was a rumble. The faintly discernible furball was directly smashed out of its previous special state and directly turned into its real body. His eyeballs were rolling around in circles. It wasn't because it had any ideas, but because it was a little dizzy from being smashed. So you couldn't be bothered and continued to smash down, bang bang bang. After smashing 7 or 8 times in a row, the little furball was already dizzy and fell to the ground with a bang. Around them, Rhinoceros Borer and Dendrolamus were still fine, but White Beaver who walked with Shenwen shrunk its neck and curled up to one side. It was so scary. That hammer was actually a special kind of divine skill. What a strong force of vibration. The spirit expansion art was originally used to vibrate and compress one's sea of will. Every hammering attack would compress one's sea of will and one's willpower. Unless one endured it frequently, one would definitely not be able to endure the first attack. So you didn't waste any time and went forward to pick up the little furball that fell to the ground. He pinched it in his hand and played with it for a while. He smiled. Dizzy, it seemed that its endurance was also limited. The God expansion hammer was not Shenwen. He pinched the little furball. The little furball blinked and woke up faster than Suyu expected. When it woke up, the little furball sounded a little surprised. That's amazing. Can it hit me every day? The few great demons were speechless. Suyu was surprised. You felt it? Yes. The little furball said happily, the more I hammer, the more powerful it becomes. Suyu nodded. This was the truth. The God expansion art was a cultivation technique to help people, not to kill people. Of course, the effect was also first class when it was used to kill people. The little furball was fine. This meant that this fellow's willpower was very strong to begin with. An ordinary soar would not wake up so quickly after being smashed 7 or 8 times. If one's willpower was not strong enough, it was normal for the sea of will to explode. It was a little hard to control, Suyu thought to himself. This fellow seemed to have a little hard to control. Thinking of this, Suyu appeared on Wenbing. The next moment, a somewhat illusory saber appeared. The little furball's eyes lit up, Suyu was too lazy to care about it. This was his Shenwen combat technique. Of course, it was just an illusory image. At this moment, all 8 Shenwen were within it. This illusory saber instantly integrated into Wenbing. Shenwen combat technique included 8 Shenwen and integrated into Wenbing. Suyu looked at the little furball. I'll let you take a bite. The fragrant you mentioned isn't this, right? It's not, it looked at Suyu. It wasn't this. Try taking a bite of this first. He wanted to try. 8 Shenwen combined with Shenwen combat technique. They were all rank 2 Shenwen. Could this fellow bite through it? 8 rank 2 Shenwen, plus Wenbing and combat technique. No matter what, it could be considered as a rank 3 Shenwen, right? The little furball was straightforward. It bit towards Wenbing, with a creak, the Wenbing did not change. However, the Shenwen combat technique that was integrated into it trembled. Suyu's willpower was shaken. He felt some intense pain, F***ck, this fellow did not hurt Wenbing. It actually bit the Shenwen combat technique. At this moment, Suyu's Shenwen combat technique template shook continuously. It dispersed the force of the little furball. After a while, the piercing force dissipated. Suyu pinched the little furball and threw it to the side. One bite is enough. The little furball looked at Suyu. Suyu also looked at it. He thought for a moment and said, rank 2 Shenwen. It can probably be bitten off by you. However, the pain is too strong. Didn't Grandmaster say that you can swallow it silently? This intense pain would make people wake up and feel that the surprise attack was not too strong. That is swallowing, this is biting. The little furball argued. It felt wronged. You said you want to bite. Then try swallowing it. As soon as he finished speaking, the little furball disappeared. Suyu hurriedly used his willpower to sweep. This fellow was invisible. It was not invisibility. It was a kind of talent. It could be the same as Shenwen. It could appear or not. The next moment, the little furball appeared. Suyu glanced at his Shenwen combat technique. There was no reaction. There was no Shenwen left. The little furball appeared. It blinked its eyes. I swallowed it. Nonsense. Suyu cursed. It was actually a liar. You swallowed your head. As soon as he finished cursing, White Beaver suddenly screamed at the side. Its voice was extremely sharp. Where is my escape Shenwen? Suyu, speechless, the little furball quickly ran behind Suyu. With a tender voice, it whispered, yours, it's all tangled together. It can't be swallowed. I'm still small and weak. It's easier to swallow. Not far away, White Beaver was going crazy. It was still watching the show. It was still watching the performance of Suyu and the little furball. It felt a jolt in its willpower, as if something was trying to drill into its brain. It didn't even have time to react. By the time Suyu asked the question, the little furball had appeared, and when it looked again, F***ck, one of the divine characters was missing. At this moment, White Beaver was going crazy. Where is my Shenwen? Return it to me. It screamed. It no longer had its usual charm and innocence. It was only flustered and exasperated. My Shenwen, it actually did not feel any pain. Suyu was also a little sluggish. He looked at the little furball hiding behind him. F***ck, you swallowed it, just like that. Indeed, the white fox did not feel anything. It was just that when it entered the sea of consciousness at the beginning, it sensed something. There were fewer divine runes. If it had not sensed that something was amiss and checked, it probably would not have noticed it. Fragrant person, you asked me to swallow it. The little furball defended itself and pushed the blame. Suyu was speechless. I asked you to swallow me, not the White Beaver. Fine, if you swallowed it, so be it. Can I return it after swallowing it? I ate it. Ah. White Beaver screamed. It ate it. One of its Shenwen was eaten, Suyu picked his ears and said angrily, it's not like you're the master of Shenwen. What are you screaming for? It's just a second-grade Shenwen. I can spend a month to make up for it. All the great demons, F*ck your grandfather's month, a second grade Shenwen. Even if White Beaver reached Soar, it would not be able to sketch a second grade Shenwen without half a year to a year. Shenwen had to be sketched first, then completed, then made into a first grade Shenwen, then nurtured into a second grade Shenwen. Wouldn't it take at least a year or two to make up for it? But thinking about how Suyu had only cultivated for a few months and 8 second grade Shenwen, the great demons were all quiet. They could not compare. For Suyu, it might really be less than a month. Suyu looked at the little furball strangely. Can Lingyans be swallowed? For example, he pointed at the shadow under his feet. The shadow trembled slightly. The next moment, the shadow shook, and the furball behind Suyu was shaken out. It said with some grievance, "No, its defense is strong in the Sea of Will." I was shaken out, the shadow's voice came, a little gloomy and a little scared. Sir, its talent is too terrifying. I didn't even sense it. If it didn't want to squeeze into my Sea of Will, I wouldn't have sensed its appearance. This fellow is the natural enemy of all civilizational masters of the same level in Ling Yunjing. This race? I've never heard of it before. Suyu nodded. He had never heard of it before either. There were no records. This little furball was caught by Hong Tan. It was hard to say if there was a second one in the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu was also troubled. It was too dangerous. If he carried this fellow with him, wouldn't he have to be careful every day? Shenwen might be swallowed by it, however, his God-expanding hammer would be able to force the other party out of his sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, "Try barging into my Sea of Will." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something drilling into the Sea of Will. Just like the first time he saw it, the little furball seemed to have wanted to eat him for a long time, and just as it was about to break through the Sea of Will, and Suyu was about to use the little hammer to hammer it out, there was a rumble. In the Sea of Will, the unmoving golden atlas seemed to have sensed the invasion and burst out with a golden light. Bang! The little furball was revealed and smashed into the wall. It slid down the wall and was dizzy, but it was still squeaking. It doesn't smell good anymore. Suyu laughed. Interesting, this thing had invaded the Sea of Will, and the atlas had actually fought back. This was the first time. No, the second time. The first time was when he was outlining Shenwen's combat technique. Shenwen's combat technique template was directly smashed. No, the third time. The second time should be when Suyu was outlining Wand Shenwen and it was smashed. Repel. Suyu laughed. The golden atlas repelled some things. His Sea of Will didn't seem to be a place where no one could invade. Some things that weren't beneficial to him would be repelled. The little hammer, Wenbing, the human race's Shenwen. These things didn't cause any retaliation. Interesting. Looking at the little furball again, Suyu smiled brightly. Since it couldn't deal with him, then it wasn't a threat anymore. It was a good method to deal with others. Swallowing Shenwen. It was really amazing. The white beaver was still collapsing, and Shenwen was gone. Ignoring the sad white fox, Suyu stepped forward again and picked up the little furball that was still crying. It's not fragrant anymore. This fellow seemed to have no other abilities apart from this ability. It couldn't hurt its body and it couldn't swallow energy. With a strange look in his eyes, he suddenly said, "Little fellow, can you advance by eating Shenwen?" The furball opened its eyes and looked at him. It felt a little wronged and didn't want to speak. It only wanted to eat something that smelled good. Now that it realized that the taste was still there, it just couldn't eat it. It was too sad. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Can Shenwen fragments be eaten?" There was also a Shenwen fragment room in the Wentan Research Center, which contained some Shenwen fragments. If this fellow was fed to Lingyun or even Shanghai, what would happen? At Sun and Moon, invincible, cough cough, he was just thinking about it. But at this moment, Suyu thought of the invincible who attacked him that day. He used Shenwen to attack. Hee, if he met a furball that could swallow Shenwen, no matter how many came, how many died? How many Shenwen did he have to feed him? That was awesome, he was here to feed him. Suyu looked at this fellow with a burning gaze. It looked like a ball, but it was quite capable. He felt that it would be very useful. It doesn't taste good. The furball replied, feeling a little depressed. It could be eaten, but those things didn't taste good. yours was. Suyu smiled and said, don't be anxious. You are too weak now, so of course it won't taste good. But when you become stronger, you will naturally be able to eat it. That made sense. Eat some more divine text fragments. I'll help you get some more divine text fragments to eat. Once you've grown up, you'll be able to eat more. The furball looked at him, and Suyu also stared at it. He smiled and said, think about it and work with me. Also, do you have blood essence? How about giving me a drop? Blood essence? The little furball widened its two eyes and looked at him, shaking its head. Sorry, it didn't have a head, so Suyu couldn't see it. He only saw that the little ball was shaking. Suyu was actually curious. This thing was similar to Shenwen. Could it have essence blood? It was hard to say. Of course, he was even more curious as to whether he had ever been killed by furball, the kind in his dreams. If he hadn't killed them before, it would be useless even if he obtained their essence blood. At this moment, Suyu was still thinking that with his current physical body, it should not be difficult for him to devour the blood essence of a Soul Realm, but what about Ling Yun? Would Ling Yunjing blow herself up? One drop probably wouldn't burst. Many people had long forgotten how he had defeated Xianxia that day. The original purpose of devouring essence blood was not to learn any cultivation method, but for that combat skill, that instant burst of power. Before going out, Suyu always liked to take a drop of Wansher's essence blood. Looking at Furball, thinking of this, Suyu grabbed the little Furball and looked at Dendrolamus. This guy was from one of the top 100 races, Soar Realm 9, the explosive power was still okay, and the Warrior Path's explosive power was not weak either. An existence that could fight against Ling Yun, a Soar Realm 9's essence blood should not be a problem, right? Or should he just get rid of Dendrolamus and extract some essence blood for use on the road? If others thought that he was at his limit now, they were thinking too much. Not using it before did not mean that he couldn't use it. A drop of essence blood could at least maintain his combat power for 2 to 3 minutes. Dendrolamus also stared at Suyu with wide eyes. Suddenly, it said somewhat unnaturally, my lord, I have face as a mount. Especially face. That look, it was afraid. It was as if it was looking at a work of art, that was how Dendrolamus would look at it. Heh. Suyu laughed, nodded, and didn't say anything else. If it didn't work, he would ask Xiaohuyu to buy some for him. This time, he had to bring more essence blood on the road. It would be best if he brought some of all kinds of essence blood. It was not just to open the atlas. More importantly, it was to save his life and to have more methods. Water transformation, gold transformation, wood transformation. Earth evasion, flight, invisibility. 1. All kinds of races, there were too many methods. When all these methods were gathered on one person, Suyu would let those guys know that although he was cultivating, he was even more difficult to deal with than the mountains and seas. Previously, there were too many restrictions, so he didn't dare to use it carelessly. Now, he would use it, talent skill, talent blood essence. As for whether the Ming constabulary would force him to hand over the method to create the talent blood essence, if they really wanted to force him, he would hand it over and find a chance to escape. Even if he handed over the method, the other party might not be able to create it. Even if they could create it, they might not be able to reach Suyu's level. Bai Feng's research had not reached a stable stage. Previously, when his research reached the stage of Wansher, Bai Feng gave up and ran off to research Shenwen. Thinking of many things, Suyu didn't look at Dendrolamus anymore. He carried the little furball and walked out. As he walked, he said, I don't want your essence blood anymore. Are you interested in working with me? Eat. Don't just think about eating. If you don't work, you don't deserve to eat. Then work. Suyu smiled and said, will you rebel? Rebel? What's rebel? Suyu was speechless. He asked, how old are you? How old? The little furball stared at Suyu. Suyu explained, my grandmaster put you in the cage for such a long time. Counting it as a month, how many months have you been since you were born? The little furball seemed to be calculating and quickly said, 120 months, 10 years, 10 years old, F***K, it was considered to be in the Soar realm, right? So strong? Of course, many races of gods and demons had a starting point of Qianjun. Xianxia was also very fast. Some were in the Xianxia realm at the age of 5 or 6. There were also some who reached Soar very quickly. A 10-year-old Soar was not too rare. But this was a characteristic of some powerful races. Humans were special. They didn't have strength at the beginning and had to be passive against Kaiyuan. Is your race very strong? As he said this, Suyu said, you can devour the second-tier Shenwen. The one you couldn't devour just now is called the third-tier Shenwen. I don't know about the Shenwen. It's my first time seeing it. The little furball said excitedly, there's a lot to eat outside. I didn't know before, I only ate that. It pointed. Or maybe it pointed. Anyway, it had no limbs. So you had a vague feeling that it was pointing at a text of will. Eat this? Yes, there was willpower in it. Did this guy eat willpower? How did you come out? I ran out. Are there many of you? Just the 3 of us. That's all. So you did not utter a word. What do you know? Just 3? Impossible, this race was very dangerous. Once they appeared in the heavenly battlefield, it would be a disaster for the civilizationists. Of course, it had nothing to do with me. Civilizationists were not necessarily good people. What's your strength? Half-Emperor. Before Suyu could react, White Beaver suddenly stopped. Suyu turned to look at it. White Beaver said nervously, this Half-Emperor is what some ancient races call their kings. The primordial god race and the origin demon race call their kings Half-Emperor. Suyu said nothing. F*ck, this was a big problem, did Grandmaster ask clearly, then he was captured, Half-Emperor. Invincible? No, it should be an expert among the invincible, of course, this race might be too weak. This was not a rank, but a title. Some experts of the ancient races were called Half-Emperor to distinguish themselves. Perhaps it was just Shanghai? Alright, so you didn't quite believe it. This little fellow was so young, but it was already sore. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? If you have the ability, then kill your way into the human race. The human race has so many invincible experts, they are not to be trifled with. As they spoke, they arrived at the Shenwen fragment storage room. Suyu opened the door. There was a thick layer of willpower inside, protecting the Shenwen fragment. Divine charm overflowed, in fact, Suyu could also absorb the power of the Shenwen fragment. It was just that he didn't want to strengthen his Shenwen fragment to a higher level. The pressure was too great, and there was no need to do so. He was prepared to enter Soar in the future. Suyu didn't care about that. He directly devoured the willpower. It was very pure, similar to the ones in Bai Feng's laboratory. It was specially used to preserve the Shenwen fragment. In the past, this was mostly used by the Shenwen faction for research. There were also some Shenwen fragments that were extracted from Wan or the human race to remove some characteristics. They were all used, he was going to leave. Grandmaster and the others didn't need them either. They were thrown here as trash. If he didn't take them away, who knew who would benefit from them? He was devouring the willpower. As for the furball, its eyes lit up when it saw the sealed Shenwen fragment. Although it wasn't too fragrant, it seemed to be edible. In the next moment, it jumped onto a sealed counter. Without any movement, it instantly merged into the counter. Then, a sealed Shenwen fragment disappeared. Suyu smiled and said again, if you work, you'll get food. It's a fair deal. Otherwise, we'll break up, and you'll continue to be locked up. How about that? Okay. The furball's voice was filled with pain. It had wanted to leave for a long time. It wanted to leave last time, but Suyu didn't want to bring it along. Suyu was a little worried that it would be so straightforward. This thing wasn't easy to restrict, forget it, who cares, if it really ran away, he would inform a few experts. If Hongtan could capture it, so could they. Anyway, they only ate Shenwen and didn't kill anyone. Although eating Shenwen was scary, it wasn't that harmful. Suyu saw that it was eating Shenwen, so he didn't care anymore. He turned around and walked towards the blood essence chamber. He had to strengthen his Wenbing. Before he left, he would have been able to enter the mystic realm if he absorbed more blood energy. Suyu had just been suppressing it. An hour later. The blood essence chamber and Shenwen fragment chamber were all destroyed. The Wenbing became stronger, the God aperture absorbed the pure willpower and opened one. The third set of cultivation techniques was completed. All 108 God apertures were opened. This is troublesome. I should get a space or something like Shenwen. If not, many things won't be easy to bring. Look at Hong Tan. He went out in a carefree manner, but always empty-handed. Look at Bai Feng. He was pitiful when he went out. He had to carry a bag because Bai Feng didn't have a space-type Shenwen. In addition to the space-type Shenwen, it would be best if he could get a beast-type Shenwen. A real beast tamer would have that kind of Shenwen. Keeping a mountain Shenwen and hiding it in the Sea of Will was the real beast tamer. As for Suyu, the waterman and the shadow were hanging on him. Dendrolamus and the others stayed in the Wentan Research Center for the time being. The little furball was also left there to absorb Shenwen. That guy had eaten too much and hadn't digested it yet. I really have to get a space-type Shenwen. I'll read more books these 2 days. Even if it's just a level 1, I can store a lot of things. So you needed one to store some information and even blood essence. Otherwise, if he carried too much blood essence, the strong would be able to see it. In addition, he needed to store more blood essence. He was ready to enter the 9th level of Wanshur in these 2 days. When his physical body reached its strongest state, he might be able to try devouring some Ling Yunjing blood essence. Ling Yunjing's 1st and 2nd level would be fine. It had to be the one with the strongest explosive power and the strongest lethality. The heavenly dragon race is actually not bad, but the blood essence is too expensive. Among the top 10 races, so you had only devoured the blood essence of the heavenly dragon race until now. The mountain-breaking bull was actually fine too. Needless to say, he was familiar with it. The top 100 races had strong physical bodies and were good at strong attacks. The mountain-breaking blow was not ordinary. As he thought about this, his eyes moved slightly. He raised his head. In front of him, Lu Hong looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Suyu, I haven't seen you for a few days. Teacher Lu. Suyu smiled. Teacher, recently after entering Ling Yunjing, why do I feel that you are keeping a low profile? Lu Hong did seem to be keeping a low profile. After entering Ling Yun, he appeared less and was not as arrogant as before. Lu Hong smiled and didn't mind. He said, I just advanced, so it's good to cultivate more. I haven't even opened my divine aperture and there are too many things to do. Suyu, your improvement isn't slow either. You're almost sore, right? It's still early. Lu Hong smiled and nodded. He glanced at Suyu and suddenly transmitted his voice, there are many good things. Lin Yao actually opened his divine aperture. There seems to be a special version of the fused aperture technique. How about giving me a few? Hee hee. Suyu's eyes turned cold. You really dare to think, however, he was watching Lin Yao very closely. That guy, Lin Yao, was easily seen through by him. Don't refuse. I'll tell you something. You promised to give it to me. Suyu also transmitted his voice, tell me. Normally, only Sor could transmit his voice. However, Suyu's willpower was strong and he could transmit his voice long ago. He was just too lazy to do so, just like a thief. Lu Hongyi transmitted his voice and said, Suyu, don't be too arrogant. He secretly transmitted his voice, give me the fused aperture technique and divine aperture technique. Promise me and tell me. Say it or not. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Lu Hong transmitted his voice, let's talk about the first thing first. You're famous in Wanzhou now. You're ranked high on the must-kill list. The reward for killing you is 15,000 contribution points. If you capture you alive, the reward is 30,000 merit points. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Teacher, how do you know? I have friends. Lu Hong looked at him with a smile and didn't think much of it. He transmitted his voice, Wanzhou, do you think they're all crazy? There are also a bunch of hooligans who go wherever they can make money. It's easy to get some news. Suyu laughed. 30,000 points for capturing alive and 15,000 points for killing. Even he wanted to kill himself. Lu Hong also transmitted his voice, why don't we work together? You can pretend to be dead, and I'll use you to claim credit. I can earn 10,000 merit points back. That works? Of course, but we have to get something symbolic. For example, your Wenbing. It's not worth that much anyway. Forget it, I'm not interested. So you couldn't be bothered. In the past, he might have been tempted to scam Wanzhou. But now, he didn't have the time. Moreover, the price was too low. Lu Hong's eyes flickered and he continued to curse. So you didn't hesitate, and also made him feel disgusted. Secretly, Lu Hong continued to transmit his voice. This is the first news. The second news is about the Zhaifeng family. Do you know about them? The Zhai family is also a big family. Of course, they aren't too strong. There are only a few Ling Yunjing in the family. Previously, those Ling Yunjing were clamoring to get even with you. But today, they suddenly became silent. What do you mean? So you didn't say anything. Lu Hong transmitted his voice. I'm also curious. I hear them making noise every day. In the morning, they were suddenly called away. They went to Sun Galao's place and stayed for an hour. Then, they stopped cursing. It was as though they had accepted their loss. Then, he sent a voice transmission with a chuckle. Under normal circumstances, the clan involved in such a situation would either give up on the matter, or Pavilion Elder Sun has given sufficient compensation, or you're so strong that they have no choice but to give up. Otherwise, they're prepared to deal a heavy blow to you. There's no point in shouting anymore. Can you guess which one it is? Compensation? To tell the truth, the divine runic arts lineage alone is so poor that they can't afford to compensate you. You're so strong that they can't even curse at you, but you haven't reached that stage yet. So, I'm thinking, is there a third situation? So you looked at him and suddenly said, you are not from Shan Chenwen's faction. He suspected that this fellow was not from Shan Chenwen's faction. To suddenly tell him this, was this a betrayal? Was it such a straightforward betrayal, just for the cultivation technique that he might not give him? Lu Hong was an egoist. Before he could get any benefits, he betrayed Shan Chenwen's faction? We're on the same side. Lu Hong smiled. His smile was brilliant. Suyu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Same side your ass. As Suyu recalled Lu Hong's information, he slowly pondered and came to a conclusion. Suddenly, Suyu furrowed his brows. He looked at Lu Hong, smiled, and sent him a sound transmission. I'm too lazy to guess. If you're not from the Xia family, then you must have been arranged by Matterhead 1. In any case, you're not from our system, and there's a high chance you're not from the Divine Runic Arts system either. What do you mean? Lu Hong looked at him with a smile. Suyu ignored him and continued to transmit his voice. Let's not talk about others. Just look at the black market. If it wasn't for Wanfu Prefect or Xianxia who gave you the opportunity, do you think you can make the black market business to such an extent? Shan Chenwen's faction thinks that it's because of their reputation, but I don't think so. Xia Huyu once said that Xiajia's reason for doing the black market business is to obtain some name lists. Why would he allow you to interfere? Unless you give the black market name list to Xiajia, only then will Xiajia turn a blind eye to it. Even if you are not from Xiajia's faction, you still have dealings with them. Lu Hong laughed. You guessed wrong. It's just the black market name list. We will hand it over to Shan Chenwen's faction, and Shan Chenwen's faction will hand it over to the academy. Actually, as long as it's controlled by someone important, it's fine. You don't understand the process. So you couldn't be bothered to say more. Lu Hong smiled and transmitted his voice. Shan Chenwen's faction isn't limited to us. There are many others in Dexia province. Have you forgotten about the 9 Heavens and Dao-seeking academies? Forget about the Dao-seeking academies, even the 9 Heavens faction has Dao-seeking academies. Suyu's footsteps slowed slightly, but he didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Our academy still has people keeping an eye on it. Wanfu Prefect is keeping an eye on it, but the leaders of the other academies are all from Shan Chenwen's faction. Xiajiao won't keep an eye on others. No matter what, he's still an expert close to the sun and moon realm. So you didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Give me the cultivation technique, and I'll help you look up the name list of the mountain and see realms that might be going out in the near future. How about it? So you turned around and looked at him. His expression flickered, and he transmitted his voice, "No need. Do you think I can't find it? Is that so?" Lu Hong smiled and transmitted his voice, "I know a secret. There's a blood essence merchant in Xianxia province's black market who loves to sell mountain and sea blood essence. In the past few years, he has been trading 3 kinds of mountain and sea blood essence. Guess who this black market merchant is?" He looked at Suyu with a smile. "How about giving me the cultivation technique?" Suyu looked at him and transmitted his voice, "I can give it up, but it's not good for you to anger me like this." "Wrong, I didn't anger you. It's a fair trade." Lu Hong smiled and said, "I'm not forcing you to give it to me. The information I'm selling to you is very valuable. What's your purpose?" Lu Hong said with a strange look in his eyes, "What purpose? If you really want to talk about it, it's very simple. In 3 years, help me devour a few mountain and sea realm shinwens, the kind you mentioned last time. How about it? Your teacher? Smart." Lu Hong said with a strange look in his eyes, "If what you said is true, then this is an opportunity to create a sun and a moon. I've been asking around recently, and there are many peak mountain and sea realm cultivators, and my teacher is not the only one who has been stuck there. Suyu, what is the method you mentioned to get rid of the shinwens? Are you lying to me?" "It's true. I'm not lying to you, really. But, it can only devour source." "I didn't say that. You can't do it now, can you?" Suyu said nothing. "You need time, right?" Suyu said nothing. "So, you can't die. You need time." Lu Hong's eyes burned with passion as he said, "If you die, I'm worried that this item will become useless. Suyu, you should repay kindness with kindness, and you should kill whoever provoked you. It has nothing to do with me. I only hope that my teacher can survive." "You don't seem like that kind of person." Suyu laughed. He didn't think Lu Hong was like that. "You're wrong," Lu Hong chuckled. "Actually, we're the same kind of person. The only difference is that you're luckier and more talented than I am. You're more confident than I am. I don't owe the Shan Shinwen faction anything, but I owe my teacher. Do you understand?" Suyu looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, he said, "All right, let's keep in touch through the voice transmission talisman. Of course, I won't believe everything you say. If your teacher isn't dead and hasn't succeeded in 3 years, I can give it a try." "All right then," just as Lu Hong replied, Suyu ran away. "You sure run fast. You haven't given me the cultivation technique yet." Lu Hong sighed. Then, he laughed. "You dare to change the sun and moon? Can you do it? Are you not prepared enough? Or have you found someone else?" He didn't have too many clues for the time being, so he wasn't too sure. In any case, he just had to prepare to scam someone. As for the specifics, he couldn't be sure. December 23rd, Suyu didn't go out again. He prepared to enter the 9 layers of Wanshi, devour Ling Yun's blood essence, and prepare to outline the space of Shenwen. There was still a lot of preparation he needed to do. 3 Mountain Sea Greater Demons. Xiahu Yu promised to support 2 Mountain Sea Greater Demons. Now, he didn't know if he could support them. 5 Mountain Sea Greater Demons, it wasn't safe enough. It's best to set the location at Mount Starfall. The main constabulary has the right to intervene. Otherwise, it won't be good for me. If the other party appears, he can only appear as Wanzhou. Even if he's pretending, he has to pretend to be Wanzhou. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain himself. It's best if I can borrow his strength to kill him. Even if the Shan Shinwen faction appeared, they wouldn't dare to reveal their identities. Pretending to be from the Myriad race's sect was a must. This was also an opportunity for Suyu. Wanzhou and the others had the right to kill him. On the surface, I only have 1 Mountain Sea Greater Demon accompanying me. How many people will they send? Suyu deduced. This was hard to say. With Xia Qing's betrayal, it was reasonable to say that they would send 1 Mountain Sea Greater Demon. If it was a 7th stage Mountain Sea Greater Demon, then they would definitely be able to kill him. Shan Shinwen faction wanted to kill him too much. How many would they send? More than 1, it was hard to say, 1 was too few. Even if Xia Qing and the others betrayed him, they probably wouldn't have the guts to directly attack him. It would be hard to explain himself. He didn't know if those guys would collude with the real Wanzhou Greater Demon. Over at the Great Xia Civilization University, several Mountain Sea Greater Demons from Shan Shenwen faction were being watched. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't all leave. That would be too obvious. It was fine to find an excuse to leave one or two. But if there were too many, they would definitely be noticed. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly picked up a voice transmission talisman. Zhongqi, help me check which Galao has accepted a mission and left in the past 2 days. Not long after, Hu Zhongqi sent a message. Since the beginning of the month? Or when? Number 20. I'll help you check. His grandfather was in the mission office, so when Galao, who was in the Mountain Sea realm, accepted a mission, even if it wasn't publicly announced, it would still be recorded in the mission office. Only missions that were directly assigned by the Mansion Master didn't need to be recorded. After a while, Hu Zhongqi replied, the 4 Galao students have left. Xie Galao from the Beast Tamer faculty has gone to the All Heavens battlefield. Li Galao of the Faculty of Theology had gone to the sea battlefield. The Reform Academy's Wang Galao went to the Great Qin Mansion to visit a friend. That's right, Yu Galao also went to Beifeng City not far away to receive a Great Shang Mansion's Wang Galao. I heard it was because of you. Yu Hong, Li Galao, unknowingly, 2 Galao professors had left the Faculty of Theology. Of course, they both had their reasons. One wanted to go to the sea battlefield, and the other went to receive a Great Shang Mansion's Galao. The Great Shang Mansion. Suyu knew a little. It seemed that they had come to Dexia province because he had killed Zhai Feng and humiliated Shan Shenwen's faction. They hadn't left yet. In that case, there were at least 3 Galao professors outside. The one from the Great Shang Mansion was also Shan Shenwen's faction. Who knew if they would make a move? There were also the 9 Heavens battlefield and the Wendao Academy. If they really send someone, then they really think highly of me. If one person from each side came out, that would mean 5 Galao professors. Kill sun and moon, was it worth it? Suyu curled his lips. That was great, however, even if they made a move, they most likely wouldn't dare to do so in Dexia province. There were too many of them. Let's see if you have any ambition. Suyu muttered. If they had any ambition, then they would have to wait until he went to the ruins before they would make a move. Would they be satisfied if they couldn't get their hands on the ruins? This was also an opportunity for him, of course. If 5 or 6 of these madmen attacked him at the same time as soon as he left the institute, then there was no point in talking about it. At this time, it was time to walk a tightrope and test one's greed. Suyu smiled, feeling a little excited. Thrilling, not bad. This was what he needed. These fellows might keep probing and forcing out his trump cards along the way. They might even try to probe the reactions of the people in Dexia province and Shan Shenwen's faction. This was also an opportunity for him to hone himself. As he thought of this, Suyu's body trembled. He had succeeded in closing the apertures. For the past few days, he had been closing the apertures. Since the end of last month, he had derived the technique. After more than a month, Suyu had finally finished closing the apertures of the heaven-splitting blade. 144 apertures, all closed, 9 apertures, Wanshur level 9, Suyu's eyes flickered. Wanshur level 9, but there were too many other apertures. His best martial technique had already been closed. He didn't have that much time now, so it was better to take things slowly when he reached the Ming constables. It's time to try devouring some blood essence. Let's try the level 9 sword first. He could forget about Ling Yun's. Suyu was afraid of death. Unless the level 9 sword didn't put too much pressure on him, he wouldn't dare to try it. A drop of blood essence appeared in his hand, an old acquaintance, Iron Wing. These were all obtained from Xia Huyu, and he had spent quite a bit of merit points. All in all, he had about 20,000 to 30,000 merit points. Suyu didn't care. This bit of money was nothing to him. Without thinking too much, Suyu gritted his teeth and swallowed a drop of blood essence. Rumble, his body shook, and his apertures opened. The powerful blood essence rushed into his body, and in just a moment, Suyu couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, at this time, the Atlas quickly absorbed the blood essence. In the next moment, a golden page appeared in the Sea of Will. The page of Ironwing, however, the font had changed. Ironwing, Level 9 Soar Race Skill, Level 3 Laceration, Blood Essence Activated, Wing Strike, Blood Essence Activated, Basic Essence Technique, Absorbing Essence Technique, Blood Essence Activated, Basic Forging Technique, Ironwing 9 Forging Technique, Blood Essence Activated. There was an additional line of words, Basic Forging Technique, so you wasn't surprised. At the Soar Realm, fighters needed to forge their bodies, wash their marrow and blood, and strengthen their bodies. At this time, they would cultivate some techniques to strengthen their bodies and be reborn. These techniques didn't require opening the apertures, but mainly the use of vitality. Combined with the blood essence of some powerful races, it could be used to forge the body or natural treasures. On this point, there was still a big gap between him and a civilizer. At this stage, the civilizer mainly opened the apertures. So you didn't care about this. It was still too early for him to forge his body. What was the rush now? Of course, if there was a chance, it was also a good thing to forge and strengthen his body in advance. Not caring about this, Suyu didn't say anything else and swallowed another drop of Ironwing blood essence. His body expanded, his hands changed, and Suyu growled. Laceration, tearing. In front of him, a model that he used for training was torn to pieces. Suyu looked at the torn model, and after a while, he suddenly cursed, "Trash." The Ironwing race was too trash. The explosive power of the Soar Realm gave Suyu the feeling that it wasn't much stronger than him. So trash, it didn't put too much of a burden on his body. Sure enough, the races after the top 100 are all very weak. Suyu muttered. Such trash, and the value of the blood essence wasn't low. It was still Soar Realm, after all. Using it was a waste of money. No, I have to change to a stronger race. At the very least, it should be at the level of Dendrolamus, right? A trash race like the Ironwing should be thrown aside. It was a waste of me opening the Soar Atlas of your race. He took out another drop of blood essence, continued to devour, and continued to open. Today, he wouldn't stop until he opened the Atlas of a powerful race. It would be best if it was a race where Ling Yun could kill the mountains and seas. He would open the first and second Ling Yun Atlas, and he would kill the mountains and seas himself. Of course, it was just a dream. One could kill the mountains and seas in Ling Yun. At present, only a few geniuses from powerful races could do it. A drop of blood essence wasn't enough to open it to that stage. What's more, it was only the initial stage of Ling Yun. Ling Yun killing the mountains and seas in the initial stage. It didn't seem to have happened in history. Suyu continued to open the atlas, spitting blood from time to time. The blood essence of some races was still very powerful. The 9th Soar Realm was enough to make him spit blood. The more blood he spat, the more excited Suyu became. This represented strength. Unlike the trash Ironwing, who swallowed a drop of Soar Realm blood essence, his skin only swelled a little. Trash, at the same time. Great Xia Civilization University. The mission office received a request for help from Southern Yuan. The principal of a secondary school in Southern Yuan requests Suyu to return to Southern Yuan and kill the restless demons near Southern Yuan. City Lord Wu Wenhai has also signed on. In the mission office, several Ling Yunjing powerhouses looked at each other in the conference room. Hu Zongqi's second grandfather, Hu Yuhui, said, "This is a request for help from Southern Yuan. They want Suyu to go back. What do you think?" Below, Ling Yin said indifferently, "Inform Suyu. He can make his own decision. He's from Southern Yuan, so it's only right that they look for him now. If he can kill a Soar Realm genius, killing a few demons is nothing. The demons in Southern Yuan aren't strong. They're just scattered, and it's troublesome to eliminate them." Several people spoke one after another. Someone laughed and said, "Then let Suyu take this mission. He's a genius, after all. He still needs some experience." Hu Yuhui glanced at them. Among them were people from Shanshanwen's faction. He thought for a moment and said, "He's on Wanzu's side. Isn't it a little dangerous to let him go back? Let's train for a while. They're all within the borders of the Great Xia Prefecture. If it doesn't work, let them secretly arrange for an expert to protect them. Ask Suyu himself about this matter, and we'll pass on the message." Hearing them say so, Hu Yuhui thought for a moment, nodded, and said no more. Someone, convey this Southern Yuan mission to Suyu. It's up to him to decide whether to go or not. Soon, someone took the mission notice and went to find Suyu. Hu Yuhui got up and said no more. Yu Guang glanced at the people in the conference room, feeling a little uneasy. These guys. Suyu's mission is a little dangerous. Wan Zhu is watching me. Why are Shan Shenwen's faction joining in the fun? Do they dare to? He didn't dare to think further. He felt that there was something fishy about this mission. Could it be a trap set up by Shan Shenwen's faction? In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the young man who had come to the academy that day. Now, he had become an influential figure. Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Suyu's face was pale as he walked down the stairs. Wu Lan asked curiously, Southern Yuan sent you a letter asking for help. It was just sent from the mission office. Then, she looked at Suyu strangely. What did you do? You're almost a gigolo. He vomited blood, Suyu said in his heart. Of course, he had also sucked a lot of blood. He would get used to it. Without answering, Suyu took the mission letter from her. He glanced at it, smiled, and said, help me issue a mission. Gather a few teammates and go to Southern Yuan with me to kill demons. Do we need them? Wu Lan said curiously, kill them yourself. You could do it before. Why can't you do it now? There is strength in numbers. Then I'll go too. No. Why? I want to go. You're too weak. Wu Lan's face collapsed. Her nostrils, which had not been seen for a long time, raised again. She snorted coldly, looked dissatisfied, and turned to leave. What a pain, how infuriating. As she walked out, she snorted. You can find others. They are also weak. Her willpower wasn't weak. It was about to soar into the sky. Her physical strength had also reached the 5th level of 15 kilograms. Of course, the 5th level was a little weak, but she was not a fighter. She was a civilization master and would soon reach the 6th level. Suyu said with a smile, at least Wanshur or the peak of spirit nourishment. Not many, about 10 people will be enough. Southern Yuan and the academy will give some rewards. I will also give an extra reward of 10 merit points per person. They can keep the rewards from killing demons. I want to go too. You're too weak. Wu Lan stopped talking and walked away. She was very angry after being rejected for the second time. Suyu smiled and did not care. After she left, Suyu sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Xiaohuyu came in and said, you just issued a mission to the mission office? You found out so quickly? Nonsense. Xiaohuyu was not polite at all. How many things in Xia province could be hidden from him? If you go out now, he thought of what happened last time and couldn't help but say, I still think it's a little risky. Suyu gestured for him to sit down and said with a smile, let's not talk about this. I want to ask, are those two reliable? Reliable. Xiaohuyu nodded and said, don't joke around. It would be weird if he wasn't reliable. No matter what, I'm also a crown prince of Xia province. If I find someone unreliable, my father won't be at ease. How's his strength? One is at the 7th and the other is at the 6th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Weaker than I expected. So you didn't mince words. You, the crown prince, haven't even become a bodyguard at the peak of the Mountain and Sea realm. How could you call yourself a descendant of the invincible realm? Take a look at Yun, whose clan, Xiaoqing, is nothing. He was just a descendant of the peak of the Mountain and Sea realm. He even got a 3rd level Mountain Sea realm expert to protect him. In comparison, you're too pitiful. Xiaohuyu was speechless. If I go out, I'll naturally have the sun and moon protectors. Why would I need such a strong expert in Xia province? When the sun and moon enter Xia province, they can barely hide it from my father. What am I afraid of? Was there a sun and moon stronger than his father? I'll kill you with one slash. 7th and 6th layers of the Mountain and Sea realm, Suyu fell into deep thought. In fact, they weren't weak, or rather, very strong. What he was afraid of was that the other party would send more people. Thinking of this, Suyu said, arrange for some long wuwei along the way. They don't have to be too strong, but they have to be a bit far away from me. It's fine, but they have to be a bit of a shock. I can't let the mountain and sea realm attack me before I reach southern Yuan. Or, I should say, a shock to Xianxinwen's faction. As for Wanzu's faction, let them come. Okay. He looked at Suyu and frowned. Are you sure you can lure the snake out of its hole? Nonsense, of course I'm sure. Too lazy to reply, Suyu threw a jade talisman to him. We're even. Including the debt, we're even. Why do you have to calculate it so clearly? Xiaohuyu took the jade talisman and glanced at it. His eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, another set of 36 apertures, and it's complementary to the previous one. Honestly, how many sets do you have? After saying that, he said happily, this thing has become a system. 72 apertures, enough for me to cultivate until I reach the mountain and sea realm. I don't have to change techniques midway. Very good. If this thing gets out, I'm afraid a group of powerhouses will soon emerge in the path of civilization masters. You're really something. Without my permission, don't spread it. Suyu said calmly, of course, if you really want to spread it, that's up to you. Do as you see fit. This is mine, the ownership is mine. I don't care, but without my permission, you, Xiaojia, can spread it. Since there's some friendship between us, it's over. Don't worry. Xiaohuyu didn't care too much. What was there to spread? After saying that, he took out many more things. The blood essence you want. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. You even want Ling Yan's blood essence. What are you going to do with it? Experiment. Suyu said perfunctorily. Xiaohuyu didn't say anything. Soon, the voice transmission talisman flashed. He picked it up and looked at it. He smiled and said, someone has accepted your mission. So fast? So you hadn't received the news. Xiaohuyu smiled and said, Zhou Hao accepted it. This guy is interesting. Is he short of money, or does he want to go out and kill demons? Zhou Hao, Suyu was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, it's fine. I've chosen someone, so I have to choose again. Don't harm the innocent. Of course, if Xianxinwen's faction dared to accept it, they would be impressive. This mission was mainly for the students of the Myriad races. Xiaohuyu didn't say much. He quickly said, then I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Let me know if you have anything. Oh right, if you really want to kill someone, it will be troublesome. Why don't you just enter Xiaojia's research institute? Suyu glanced at him. Didn't Xiaohuyu say anything? This guy still doesn't know. Is he still thinking about how to avoid revenge after he returns? No need, Suyu sighed in his heart. There's no need. Xiaohuyu left. And within the academy, Suyu's mission didn't arouse too great of a commotion. In the eyes of many people, this was only a normal mission. As for the divine runic lineage wanting to retaliate against Suyu, many people thought that since they hadn't even left the Great Xia mansion, they couldn't retaliate at all. How would Xianxinwen's faction have the guts to do so? Even if they wanted to take revenge on Suyu, they would have to wait until Suyu left Xia province. 10 merit points wasn't a small amount. This was extra. In addition, the rewards from killing the demon would belong to him. This kind of mission was considered a generous reward. In the beginning, this mission wasn't that eye-catching. However, when Xiaoqing accepted the mission, it became eye-catching. According to the school's rules, without the participation of humans, students were not allowed to participate in activities and missions alone. They were not allowed to leave the school. However, if there were humans present, they could tag along and participate. When Xiaoqing accepted the mission, he didn't say much. Soon, there was a rumor that Xiaoqing had accepted the mission because she was friends with Suyu. On the other hand, she wanted to prove to the human race that they, the students of the myriad races, were friendly and would help the human race kill the demon race. Friends, the word friends was the most widely spread. This was also a way to build momentum. If Suyu really died, it had nothing to do with Xiaoqing and the rest. They were all Suyu's friends. Why would they harm Suyu? And Suyu didn't stand out to deny anything. If they said they were friends, then they were friends. December 25th, year 350 of the Omping calendar. The deadline for the last challenge to the top 100. Outside the top 100 tower. beside the top 100 arena. On this day, many students came. Almost all the top 100 students were there. Suyu was there too. He didn't go on stage and didn't make a sound. He just stood quietly behind Wu Jia. No one said a word. Many people were thinking, who would dare to challenge Wu Jia? Challenging Wu Jia at this time was to snipe him. The conflict seemed to have started from the top 100. It was only when Suyu killed Jai Feng that the conflict intensified. Time passed bit by bit. Some people went on stage to learn from each other, but no one challenged Wu Jia. With Suyu around, no one dared to challenge him unless they wanted to die. Otherwise, if they challenged Wu Jia, they might be targeted by Suyu. Even if they didn't kill him, it would be troublesome. This time, almost no one from Xianxia faction came. If they came, it would only be more embarrassing. Until late at night, no one challenged him. Wu Jia kept his ranking in the top 100. It was that easy, no one dared to challenge him. Late at night, after doing one last thing for Xianxia faction, Suyu sent Wu Jia home and went to a restaurant. In the restaurant of the academy. In a private room, the students who had accepted the mission had all arrived. 12 people, including Suyu, there were 13 students. Among them, there were 8 Wan students. A lot. On one hand, there were many people on Xiaqing's side. On the other hand, there were some Wan students who wanted to go out. Seeing that Xiaqing had accepted the mission, there were also people who came to accept it. There were 8 students from the Myriad races and 4 from the human race. When Suyu arrived, the two sides were clearly separated. The human students ignored the students from the other races. None of the 4 human students were weak. Zhou Hao was one of them. As for the other 3, Suyu knew 2 of them. One was Li Mingyu, ranked 4th in the top 100 list. Of course, she was now ranked 2nd. The current first place was Jiang Mu. The battle between Suyu and Jai Feng was a private arena of life and death. He did not fight in the top 100 list, so his ranking was the same as before. After Jiang Mu was Li Mingyu. As for the original 2nd place, after Zhang Hai's promotion, she had advanced to soar in the All Heavens battlefield. The last person was Ji Xiaoming. Suyu was surprised. He did not know why this woman was here. What a surprise, she was Ji Hong's daughter. If she died on the way, it would be very troublesome. Ji Xiaoming, Li Mingyu, and Zhou Hao. Other than these 3, Suyu was not familiar with the last person. Seeing Suyu looking at him, the yellow-haired young man got up and smiled. Junior Su, let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Chen, a student of the 345th batch. I'm ranked 65th in the top 100 list. My physical body is Wanshi, peak of the nature nourishment stage. I'm from the Beast Tamer school. Suyu was surprised. Top 100 student. Chen Chen quickly smiled and said, this time, I'm also going to look for some suitable monsters. I was going to go alone, but I heard that junior brother Su has a mission here, so I accepted it. Senior Chen, thank you for your effort. Suyu smiled, and so did Chen Chen. He said directly, Junior Su, the crisis in southern Yuan is not too serious. I still have to say, these Wan students. It's best not to bring them along. Who knows what they mean? As soon as he said this, several students of the Myriad races looked at him. They were all covered by their cloaks, so they couldn't see anything. However, they could feel their anger. Chen Chen did not care. These guys are also monsters. If we go to kill monsters now, who knows if someone will suddenly show mercy to us? We have to be careful. Senior Chen. Xiaqing said coldly, Senior Chen, you don't have to worry about this. With Brother Su here, we will listen to you. Chen Chen smiled and ignored her. He looked at Suyu again and said, Junior Su, you are a genius of the human race, a peerless talent. Xia province and Wan province have been at war for many years. You should be careful. There is no need to ruin your reputation for some trivial things. Suyu nodded with a smile and comforted him. Senior Chen, you worry too much. Now that the policy of Xia province has changed, not all humans and Wan people are enemies. There are too many Wan people, so we have to distinguish our enemies. Don't turn our allies into enemies. That's not good. As soon as he said this, a cloaked student from the Wan school quickly said, "That's right. Our clan has been allied with the human race for many years, and so has Xianxia province. Don't try to sow discord." Suyu looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, "Pegasus clan?" "Yes." The other party could tell that the voice belonged to a male. He quickly said, "I'm from the Pegasus clan. Our clan has been on good terms with Xianxia province for many years. If Senior Chen's words spread, I'm afraid the Pegasus clan will be bitterly disappointed." Chen didn't say anything. The Pegasus clan was not to be trifled with. There was no need to. There was still a Pegasus guard in Long Wuwei. They had indeed been allied with Xianxia province for many years. Of course, in the eyes of many people, they had been mounts for many years. Suyu was also surprised. He was puzzled. People from the Pegasus clan were here too. Were they trying to harm him? It couldn't be. The Pegasus clan had been allied with the human race for many years. Now, the Mountain Sea Realm experts of the Pegasus clan were in Long Wuwei. If they were found out, they would be dead meat, or could it be? Chen's mind raced. Yu Guang glanced at Xiaqing and the others, his heart stirring. This was interesting. Was Xiaqing trying to drag in the Wan students who hadn't participated? Did he want to share the burden? That made sense. With the participation of the Pegasus clan, even if Xianxia province was dissatisfied with the Wan students, if this fellow from the Pegasus clan could prove that Suyu had been killed by Wanzhou, then the others would naturally be fine. Should he punish Xiaqing and the others? Should he punish the Pegasus youth? Would the Pegasus clan be willing to be punished? They had worked hard for the human race for so many years. In the end, a human genius had died, and it was not their doing. Would they agree to punish the genius of their clan? Would they not be resentful? Neither Xiaoyi nor Xia Longwu would do such a thing. "You're quite smart." Suyu sneered inwardly. But then again, the effect of this move should be quite good. Of the 8 Wan students, how many were in Xiaqing's group? Suyu was not clear about this. He was not completely at ease with the youth of the Pegasus clan. Who knew if they were pretending to be loyal? Of the other 12 present, Suyu was not at ease with any of them. That included Zhou Hao. Do not place your life in the hands of others, not even the 3 greater demons of the mountain, and see who had come to an agreement with you. Without sufficient restraining measures, don't ever trust those unfamiliar fellows. The same went for Ji Xiaoming. Who knew what was going on? You're the daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration, and yet you've come to accept my mission. I feel like you're up to no good. So you cut to the chase. Gentlemen, if I have something to say, I'll get straight to the point. This mission doesn't look difficult, and it's not difficult at all. However, there's one thing. I'm on the Myriad race's sex radar. I'm afraid that they'll attack me while I'm out. I might be in danger. Think this through. Suyu pointed out. I don't know if they'll have the guts to do that, but it's definitely going to be dangerous. Of course, on our side, the Wan students should have powerful Dao protectors when they go out. I'm not too worried about their safety. As for the others, I can't guarantee anything. He looked at the 4. Zhou Hao said in a muffled voice, if they want to kill someone, it'll be you. When they do, I'll run. Is that okay? Sure. That's good. I'm very good at surviving in the wild. He sounded very confident. So you did not mind. This guy had grown up in the wild, so he had some ability to survive. Looking at the others, Li Mingyu said with a smile, this is why I'm participating. I also want to encounter some Wanzhou fellows. I want to advance to soar. You're quite bold. Suyu said calmly. If they really want to kill me, I'm afraid Lingyan's starting point will help you advance. Li Mingyu said with a smile, just in case. If you meet them, you'll be in more danger than me. If not, I'll go kill some demons and see if I can meet a suitable opponent to help me advance. Suyu ignored her and looked at Chen. Chen said with a smile, I'm a beast tamer student. I have the ability to survive in the wild. Suyu looked at Ji Xiaoming again. She said with a smile, don't worry, I'll be fine. If I really encounter danger, I'll teleport away. My dad gave me a teleportation talisman. I can teleport away directly. I just want to see what the demons look like. Suyu smiled. Chen also said with a smile, do you need to run so far? There's one beside you. Xiaoqing and the rest were furious, so you ignored them and looked at Ji Xiaoming. Teleportation talisman. Did Ji Hong have too much money to spend? If he couldn't spend it, he could give him some, he knew this. If he was attacked, he could teleport himself instantly. As for how far, it depended on the level of the talisman. This talisman was made by a space god talisman master. It was very expensive, he was really willing to part with it, just to see the demon beasts. Your family is so rich. Was Ji Hong embezzling money? He had also told them about the danger. Since they did not want to leave, he did not bother to say more. He went straight to the point. I said it's dangerous. Of course, it's only under the condition that it's dangerous. If it's not dangerous, then our mission is very simple. When we arrive at Southern Yuan, we'll kill the demons. When we arrive at Southern Yuan, we can form a team or go separately. We'll talk about the details when we arrive at Southern Yuan. The departure time is set for tomorrow night. Suyu said calmly, at night, we'll leave quietly. Don't let anyone see our whereabouts, lest we get into trouble. We won't drive. It's not easy to travel by car. Everyone, prepare your own cloud horse. Also, I'm the captain. Listen to me on the way. If you don't, you can either leave now, or I'll leave those who don't listen. You can act on your own. Do you have any objections? No. Zhou Hao agreed readily. Li Mingyu also said with a smile, since we formed a team and accepted Junior Brother's mission, of course we'll listen to Junior Brother. Xiaoqing also said, Brother Su, we'll listen to Brother Su. Suyu looked around and said again, I've warned you about the danger. It's best if the journey goes smoothly. If it doesn't and we encounter danger, everyone will be responsible for your own lives. Don't say that I lied to you. It's not impossible for us to encounter an attack from the mountains and seas. The young man of the Pegasus clan said directly, what's wrong with the mountains and seas? There are 8 of us, 5 of which are mountains and seas, and 3 are Ling Yan's guardians. Suyu, don't you think you're too timid? Suyu looked at him. You're either really naive or really stupid, you've exposed Student Wan's family in an instant. Timid, he didn't refute. The Pegasus youth continued, we're just going out for a sightseeing tour. We'll also complete your mission and broaden your horizons. If Wanzhou dares to come, we'll kill them all. We can even get some merit points if we kill them. He said excitedly, I can't wait for them to come. If we kill Wanzhou, we can accumulate a lot of merit points. In the future, when we enter Long Wuwei, our Pegasus can also become commanders. Suyu was speechless. You Pegasus are ridden, since when can you become commanders? I really don't know about this. He glanced at them and asked, do your clans have sects in the Myriad clan sect? No. Xiaoqing quickly said, those with sects are all big clans. Small clans usually don't have them. Human experts won't serve small clans. It was that simple, human traders wouldn't even bother with the weak clans. Baisu also smiled. If there really are such small sects, they usually do it to cheat some resources. Some small clans have been tricked, but later on, they don't dare to meddle. Big clans weren't easy to trick. Small clans who wanted to plant spies in the human race were often tricked. It was normal. There was a group of people in Wanzhou who specialized in this. That's for the best. So you didn't mention that Shan Shenwen's faction was Wanzhou. Whether they understood or didn't, or pretended to understand, the result would be the same. Those who came to attack must be Wanzhou's. If you don't kill them, you're traitors. After chatting with them for a while and getting their names and strength, so you didn't ask them to stay and let them leave. He didn't leave. After they left for a while, Xiaoqing brought them in again. Including Xiaoqing, there were 4 of them. Brother Su. Xiaoqing introduced again, Baisu of the Fox clan, Niaozhen of the Raging Bull clan, and Zhang Fei of the Iron Wing clan. Then, he added, you asked me to tell them before, and I've already told them clearly. Brother Su, is our destination in Southern Yuan? No, it's in the southern direction of Southern Yuan. So you didn't say much. He looked at them and said calmly, if it's Xiaoqing, I'll give you 10,000 merit points to escort me to where I want to go. don't ask about anything else. If we encounter enemies, just send your guardians to stop them. Then, he asked, are the 4 guardians all from Xianxia clan? Xiaoqing smiled and said, 3 from Xianxia clan, 1 from Lingyun realm, and Zhang Fei's elder is Lingyun, left behind by the senior from Xianxia clan. Although it's Lingyun, because he's a flying clan. He's not inferior to Xianxia clan in combat. Lingyun, Suyu was silent for a while. Lingyun, 8,000 merit points. If you're not willing, then forget it. Zhang Fei nodded. Fine. Our goal is not for merit points, but to sell a favor to Brother Su. That's the truth. I hope Brother Su can remember this favor. It's more useful than merit points. Suyu smiled and said, of course. Brother Zhang's words are exactly what I want. Zhang Fei smiled, but in his heart, he was cursing. He's devoured the blood essence of the Ironwing clan, it's too thick. It should be in the next day or 2. This is too much. He should be killed, Suyu said. Then the other Wan students, Xiaoqing explained, they volunteered. Because we're not familiar with them, we didn't persuade them. It's hard to say. If it doesn't work, we can separate when we reach Southern Yuan. Suyu nodded. Seeing this, Xiaoqing said, that Ji Xiaoming is the daughter of the director of the Education and Welfare Administration, right? Brother Su, do you want to leave her behind? Otherwise, if she finds out, it'll be very troublesome. Suyu smiled and said, of course. When we reach Southern Yuan, I'll leave her behind. But not now. Let's just follow her, lest we attract her attention now and become the target of Director Ji. As he said this, Suyu frowned slightly and sighed. I'm still worried that Shan Shenwen won't make a move on me, right? But with so many Shanghai experts and Lingyun around, those people probably won't have the guts to do so, unless they send 7 or 8 Shanghai experts or Sun and Moon experts. At this point, Suyu smiled and said, forget it, they probably won't, unless they've gone crazy. With the few of you protecting me, who would dare to make a move other than those lunatics from Wanzhou? Xiaoqing also nodded and said with a smile, I don't think so either. Of course, it's better to be careful. Brother Su, you should be careful. When the time comes, don't stray too far from us. Our guardians, under normal circumstances, they won't stray too far from us. So if we run into any trouble, Brother Su, just stay with us. Many thanks. Suyu cupped his fists and thanked them. I've troubled you all. As for the merit points, I'll pay you all 30% first. I'll pay the rest when we return. Suyu smiled and said, what do you think? That's up to you. Zhang Fei said with a smile, to be frank, we don't lack merit points. All the human clans have given us quite a lot of merit points. Suyu smiled and said, Brother Zhang is very generous. However, you should accept what you should. This is your duty and friendship. I'm already very grateful that you all are willing to help me. As he said this, Suyu guaranteed, don't worry, we've helped Suyu this time. Next time, I'll introduce you to my Grandmaster. When my Grandmaster comes out of seclusion this time, he'll definitely reach the Sun-Moon tier. A Sun-Moon tier cultivator is also very important in the human race. The few of them hurriedly expressed their thanks. Both sides were putting on a show. After chatting for a while, Suyu paid the deposit. More than 10,000 merit points, they were borrowed from Xia Huyu, the kind that didn't need to be returned. They were all the money for that divine aperture technique. Only after paying would it be more real. If they didn't pay, it would seem as if they were certain that the other party would go. That wasn't appropriate. They chatted until late at night, and then went their separate ways. They agreed to gather together tomorrow night. Walking out of the restaurant, Suyu left alone, hiding in the shadows as he walked. After a long time, he arrived in front of a research institute. He stopped under a large tree. The sensory jade sensed for a while. No one was paying attention. Thankfully. After watching silently for a while, Suyu was speechless for a long time. After standing for a long time, Suyu sighed softly. He didn't want to say goodbye anymore. It would only add to his sadness and disappoint his teacher's expectations. He bowed. After bowing for a long time, he stood up, turned around, and left. In this huge academy, I don't owe anyone. Of course, I have to remember the favors of some people. For example, the old man in the research institute behind me. He didn't ask for anything, but he passed on an extremely powerful divine technique to me. I'm very grateful. Teacher, I'm leaving, thank you for taking care of me all this time. So you didn't look back, and walked away. Not long after he left, an old man suddenly appeared where he was, a complicated look in his eyes. Too stubborn, he murmured. Leave the Shenwen faction and join my blacksmithing faculty. I can protect you. You've only joined the Shenwen faction not long ago. Even if you killed Jai Feng, so what, you haven't been involved in those battles that you can't resist. Fine, fine. He sighed, filled with indescribable regret and helplessness. This lousy academy was getting more and more boring. It's good that you left. Time passed bit by bit. It was daybreak. December 26th. The Great Xia Civilization Academy was the same as always. Nothing special happened, and everything was the same. Year 350 of the Anping calendar would end in 4 days. At the end of this month, the school would have a half-month holiday for the students to go home and reunite. Classes would resume in mid-January. Many students packed their things and prepared to go home for the new year. They were all cultivators and did not have a long holiday. 4 days later, it would be the end of the year and the opening day of the Great Qin Residence. In the past, the Great Qin Residence opened on January 1st and established the Anping calendar. Essence Soul Research Institute. In the hall, the few of them began to discuss the matter of going home for the new year. Wu Jia giggled. Junior brother, will you come back for the new year? Uncle won't be home in Southern Yuan. You won't spend the new year in Southern Yuan, will you? 3 or 4 days should be enough for missions, right? Wu Jiao looked at Suyu, who had just come downstairs. Her parents died when she was young. She had spent the new year with Chen Yong all these years. In the past, the Grandmaster would come too. Bai Feng did not go home too often because it was too far. He would come and spend the new year with them. Many people in the academy were like that. Those who were far away would not go home. This year was Suyu's first year in school. Her uncle master was not in the academy, her grandmaster was in seclusion, and her junior brother was going home. She wanted Suyu to come back for the new year. Downstairs, Suyu said with a smile, "Senior sister, you probably won't come back. We're all cultivators. You have to get used to being alone." He joked. Wu Jia did not mind. She said regretfully, "Don't say that. You'll be back soon if you finish your missions faster. Southern Yuan and Dexia province are not too far away. You can come back in a day by riding an earthly dragon beast. An earthly dragon beast is too big of a target." Suyu smiled and looked at the people in the hall. On the opening day of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, I treated everyone to a meal. After today, the Primordial Spirit Research Institute will be closed for a few days. Of course, you can continue to stay here, but I have to go out. Let's have dinner together tonight. It was a farewell dinner. They didn't have any objections. Wu Jia and Wu Lan began to discuss what to eat for dinner. Hu Qiuxing was silent. Jiang Mu didn't say anything either. Xia Huyu wasn't here, neither was Zhao Ming. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Living area, dining hall. The atmosphere was quite warm. Suyu raised his glass and said, "I have to hurry back to Southern Yuan to carry out the mission later. This glass of wine is for everyone." He raised his cup and drained it. "Thank you everyone for your help. Thank you all for your continued support." Suyu smiled and said, "When I entered the Great Xia Civilization University, I was a country bumpkin entering the city and didn't know anything. It was thanks to everyone's help that I was able to gain a foothold here and teach me many things. Thank you, everyone." He drank another cup of wine, cup after cup. Suyu, who rarely drank cup after cup tonight with a smile on his face. Gradually, they noticed that something was amiss. "Junior brother," Wu Jiao looked at Suyu. "You still have to go out later. It's better not to drink so much." "It's okay. Cultivators are cultivators. This little bit of alcohol is nothing." After Suyu finished speaking, he put down his cup and smiled. "That's it for now. It's a good time to drink and eat to our heart's content. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. After saying this, Suyu picked up a small bag, got up, and left. They were just about to send him off when Suyu waved his hand and left. After walking out of the research institute, Suyu turned around and saw that they had all walked to the door. Suyu waved his hand again and leaped into the air, riding on Dendrolamus's back. At this moment, Dendrolamus's golden light was not as strong. Instead, it was a little gray. Suyu carried the small bag on his back and a long saber appeared in his hand. Without saying anything, he tapped his feet. Dendrolamus did not say anything and quickly ran away, leaving the place in the blink of an eye. Junior brother, Wu Jia shouted, but Suyu did not stop. In front of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, Wu Jia looked at Suyu's back in confusion. Suddenly, she said, "Will he come back?" She did not know what Suyu was thinking, but just now, he said that they would meet again if fate willed it. In front of the door, they were silent. Hu Qiusheng did not say anything. Xia Huyu did not say anything either. At this moment, he was also wondering if this was just a bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Not necessarily, was Suyu going to leave? At this moment, he came to his senses and sobered up. He was a little depressed and did not know what to say. At this moment, on the Xiaoxinggo, Wan Tianxing looked down at Dexia province. Looking at the figure shuttling through the institute, he sighed again. At this moment, in the inspectorate, Huang Lao's expression was cold and solemn. The institute's assessment next month, cancer must be eliminated. At this moment, in the research institute, Zhao Li hammered a weapon again and again. He was sweating profusely, but he did not say a word. At this moment, in the library, Chen Yong closed his eyes. The aura on his body surged and fluctuated a few times. At the entrance of the institute, all 12 people were present. Some were riding cloud-sprinting horses, some were walking alone, and some were riding other monsters. Suyu glanced at them and did not say much. Dendrolamus stepped forward. Suyu sat still and said in a low voice, "Let's go. Let's go." With a soft shout, Dendrolamus ran quickly. Behind him, a group of people followed at an extremely fast speed. The young man from the Pegasus clan took a step forward and followed closely behind. He chuckled and said, "You're amazing. That looks like Dendrolamus. You actually have Dendrolamus as a mount." The Pegasus clan runs faster than it, but not as powerful as it, so you did not say anything. The young man from the Pegasus clan found it a little boring and did not care. He looked at the calf hanging on Dendrolamus and said curiously, "This is rhinoceros boar? You also brought a rhinoceros boar?" Suyu continued to be silent. He did not bring the white beaver, leaving it for his senior sister. The fire crow also did not bring it, leaving it for his uncle master. He brought the remaining 4 great demons with him. Of course, there was also a spirit-eater furball that no one else could see. It was currently lying on Suyu's head, but it was invisible. Just like Shenwen, no one could see it when it was invisible. The young man from the Pegasus clan talked a lot, but Suyu ignored him and kept staring at the perceptive jade. In the city, under the night sky, people were still hurrying. Suyu's group hurried on, and the pedestrians all made way for them. This should be a team of genius students from some academy on a mission. Many people saw the emblem of the Civilization Academy on them and made way. It was unknown which geniuses were going out. Mounts were extremely fast, and those without mounts dared to travel alone. Suyu was also very fast. Not long after, the boundary of the inner city of Dexia province appeared. Suyu stopped Dendrolamus and looked back. He could vaguely see the high and mighty Xiaoxinggo. He could also vaguely see the brilliant lights of the city lord's mansion. "We will meet again if fate wills it." "Take care," Suyu thought to himself, turned around, and shouted, "Leave the city." His white robe fluttered. Tonight, Suyu left the city, Suyu left the city. Suyu left the city of Dexia province. Pieces of news spread and spread. Suyu left the city, a person who cultivated his nature and cut sore was a genius, a monster, and the guy who created the fused aperture technique. At this moment, all the members of the Myriad race sect, as well as all the experts, received a quest correction. Capture Suyu. Reward, 50,000 contribution points. Kill Suyu. Reward, 30,000 contribution points. Combat Strength Assessment, SOAR Level 7. Recommendation, Important Level, Mountain Sea. Danger Level, Ling Yun. Out of Dixia Province. Route, Southern Yuan. The information was quickly corrected, and the price increased. Suyu's personal rating was directly raised to SOAR Level 7. Danger Level, Ling Yun, Importance Level, Mountain Sea. This news was not spread in a single sect. Instead, in Dixia Province, most of the Wanzhou people received the news. At this moment, in Dixia Province, the Wanzhou people were shocked, and their greed erupted. It was too high, kill 30,000, capture 50,000. There had been such a reward before, aimed at a mountain sea realm cultivator, but now, it was a cultivator who cultivated his nature, even though the other party was a genius. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, chaos, money moved people's hearts. Even if they knew that capturing and killing Suyu would be extremely dangerous, this huge amount of wealth still caused countless people to be in chaos. The distance from Dixia Province to southern Yuan was thousands of miles. There was a long stretch in the middle that was the wilderness. Killing Suyu, no one mentioned in the message that Suyu was accompanied by 8 students. The person who passed the message also directly ignored this. Of course, the real higher-ups knew, but a group of cannon fodder didn't need to know. Go test the waters, go test the road, it would be best to test how many trump cards Suyu had brought when he went out. Beifeng City. It was not far from Dixia Province. At this moment, on the city wall of Beifeng City, 2 figures flickered, a man and a woman. The woman was an old woman, Yu Hong. The male old man was from the Great Shang Mansion. Looking at Dixia Province, the old man smiled and said, I didn't expect this. Sigh, a mere cultivation actually caused such a huge storm. A cultivator from the Great Xia Civilization University's Shan Shinwen faction didn't even care about face and directly asked for his help. Yu Hong chuckled and said, Lao Jing isn't just cultivating his nature. Can killing a SOAR cultivator still be considered cultivating his nature? If he rises, he'll be like Lu Wenyan 50 years ago. No, he'll be even more terrifying than Lu Wenyan. After all, Lu Wenyan couldn't enter SOAR, but he won't have any difficulty. Killing him isn't just because he made us lose face, but because the Shinwen faction doesn't allow another leader to appear. News of Suyu has spread. Now, there are some unusual movements from the various Shinwen factions, feeling that their hope has come. Previously, Lu Wenyan had given them a little bit of hope. Now, the one who gave them hope again wasn't Hong Tan or Lu Wenyan, but Suyu. A peerless genius had risen. In Dixia Province, the Shinwen faction had once again produced a genius who was brave and resourceful enough to lead the Shinwen faction. He had caused the Dixia Province's Shan Shinwen faction to suffer greatly. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Killing Suyu had selfish motives, hatred, and resentment. However, there was one thing that was extremely important. This guy couldn't be allowed to rise and become the spiritual pillar of the Shinwen faction. Otherwise, there would definitely be more turbulence in the future. Was this still considered cultivation? What would happen when he reached SOAR? What would happen when he reached Lingyan's Shanhai? He couldn't think about it. Just thinking about it would cause trouble. Moreover, the rise of Suyu had also caused the Shinwen faction, which had been silent for many years, to show signs of a resurgence. As Yu Hong spoke, she added softly, Lao Jing, everything is for the sake of the human race. The Shinwen faction can't rise and become the mainstream. Otherwise, the human race will suffer heavy losses. The celestial race, the demon race, and the celestial race, who usually don't get involved in these things, have all said that the Shinwen faction has killed too many people in order to advance, and that they are provoking a war between worlds. She said solemnly, suppressing the Shinwen faction isn't someone's decision. We're just trying to give the human realm more time to develop. We shouldn't let the Shinwen faction rise now and repeat the tragedy, causing the invincible realm to fall. She spoke in a dignified manner. As for Lao Jing, he nodded slightly. This was also a form of self-consolation and self-strategy. There were some who thought this was just an excuse, but there were others who truly believed this. The rise of the polydivine runic system meant that they had angered several powerful races. Even though they all vaguely understood that these powerful races seemed to fear the rise of the polydivine runic system, But compared to the war that could very quickly erupt, this point was directly suppressed by countless people. Quenching one's thirst with poison. Everyone knew this phrase. So what if they knew? No one wanted a war that would engulf all worlds at this moment. After more than 300 years of peace, the Xinwen faction had been sacrificed. Wouldn't it be better to continue this peace? For the celestial race and demon race, 100 years or even 1,000 years were nothing. Even if a war broke out, why couldn't it wait 100 years or 1,000 years? Why did they have to take the initiative to light the fuse? Lao Jing nodded again and said, he brought a mountain sea with him. Third layer mountain sea. He's really going all out. Lao Jing smiled. But those 5 mountain seas and 3 Ling Yun. This is no small problem. Don't worry, they won't put in too much effort. Yu Hong said indifferently, of course, there are a few fellows who will try to stop them. The old man from the Heavenly Pegasus clan will definitely make a move. And the Mountain Antelope clan, those clans will most likely make a move. Lao Jing nodded slightly and looked in the direction of Xia province. He suddenly said, the relic that Suyu inherited, do you think it's the invincible relic or the Sun Moon relic? Yu Hong trembled slightly and turned to look at him. Lao Jing said calmly, he inherited the relic. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this. This time, he's probably going for the relic. Even if you don't say it, I know. Yuka Lao can't just benefit from the Shan Xinwen faction in Xia province, right? What do you want? If the relic is in Xia province, it will probably be difficult for us to obtain anything. I don't ask for much. If the relic contains the Sun Moon Divine Pond, our great Shang also wants a few spots. Yu Hong looked at him coldly. Are you trying to profit from a burning house? Yuga Lao, you misunderstand. Lao Jing smiled. We're all family. Moreover, it's dangerous in Xia province. Your lives are in danger. Don't tell me you're not willing to pay a price just because we're family? Yu Hong was silent for a while and said, everyone wants to advance to the Sun Moon relic. Even if there's the Sun Moon Divine Pond, there might not be many people who can enter. How about this, if more than 3 people can enter, I'll give you a spot. How about it? Sure. Lao Jing smiled, satisfied. This was enough. Yu Hong snorted coldly in her heart. I knew you guys were greedy. She didn't say anything else. She quickly said, think of a way to disperse them. It's best if we can separate the people from the Pegasus clan and kill Suyu. Then we'll fish out that Shanhai behind him. Until now, we haven't found any traces. If Shanhai hid his tracks, it would be difficult for them to find him. If he had some special skills, unless he showed himself, he could only let the Sun Moon relic or the Invincible relic investigate. And now, what they needed to do was to muddy the waters. He had muddied the waters. Lao Jing nodded and asked, do the Wanzhou in Xia province still dare to make a big move? There will always be bold people who want to make a fortune. Yu Hong smiled. Moreover, the news isn't just spreading in Xia province. 2 days ago, Wanzhou received missions in some of the surrounding prefectures. 50,000 contribution points, 50,000 merit points, Yu Hong sneered. With so many merit points, Shanhai will have a chance to advance further. The only one they need to deal with is Suyu. Hong Tan is in seclusion. That's for sure. Without Hong Tan, do you think others will be afraid? Then what about Zhao Ming and you? Don't worry. Yu Hong quickly said. Their fusion wasn't perfect in Xinwen, so their injuries haven't healed yet. What about Wanfu Prefect and Xiaojia? Wanfu Prefect won't leave the academy, and Xiaojia. Xiahou Yi and the others will leave the prefectural city? That's impossible. Lao Jing said worriedly, we still have to be careful. We're planning to take Suyu's ruins, and the others probably know. Yu Hong nodded and smiled. Don't worry. We'll make arrangements. That's for the best. The two chatted for a while, then disappeared into the void. They hoped to find the Shanhai guarding Suyu's ruins, or find more trump cards. Did Suyu really bring a Shanhai realm cultivator? Whoosh, the wind howled. Dendrolamus ran quickly, while Suyu was on high alert, his white robes fluttering in the night. Stop. Suyu raised his hand. Behind him, the running students were also panting. The Pegasus youth looked around and couldn't help but say, Suyu, slow down. Why are you running so fast? I still want to go sightseeing. How was this sightseeing? This was risking one's life. Suyu ignored him, looked around, and said in a low voice, "Seniors, if you encounter enemies below Ling Yun, don't attack them. Let them in. I want to take this opportunity to kill a few idiots who don't know what's good for them." In the void, someone laughed and said, "Young friend, you're very bold." The Pegasus youth was still in a daze when several corpses fell from the void. Someone said, "They're probably Wanzhou's spies. They're very bold, thinking that we haven't discovered them." The Pegasus youth was overjoyed. There are still idiots spying on Wanzhou. How audacious of him, aren't they afraid of death? Suyu wasn't the least bit surprised. Afraid of death, tens of thousands of merit points were enough to tempt those fellows. Even if they were afraid of death, they would still want to try. In addition, Xianxia's faction was adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps they were hiding some important information. Naturally, some people would be tempted. If they were in Wanzhou's shoes, killing a Yangxing could earn them tens of thousands of merit points. Even if they knew it was dangerous, they needed the money. How could they not be tempted to try? If they succeeded, they would really be rich. One had to know that Suyu was a big spender. He had eaten countless resources, but he hadn't eaten 50,000 merit points yet. Of course, the research wasn't a small investment, and that was counted separately. Suyu didn't say much. He looked back at the crowd and said, "Since we're going out to train, we can't not take any risks. If we encounter enemies, you guys deal with those below Soar, and I'll deal with those below Soar. How strong can we be if our blades aren't stained with blood?" Li Mingyu smiled. "Do those below Wanzhou's Soar dare to come?" She didn't think so. So you could even kill Soar. Would those below Soar dare to come to their deaths? There will always be idiots. So you didn't think much of it. There would always be idiots who thought they could wait for the heir to come to them and reap the benefits. This wasn't strange at all. The world was so big. How could everyone be smart? After resting for a while, Suyu took a sip of water and looked around. He said, "There's a wasteland ahead. Everyone, be careful." With that, Dendrolamus continued forward. The others followed. Half an hour later, Suyu slashed with his saber. The ground was quickly dyed red. The next moment, people charged out from all directions. Long sabers danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of corpses. Suyu glanced at them and said calmly, "They're not Wanzhou's people. They're local bandits." They were courting death. Usually, they would plunder some merchant caravans. Today, these idiots had kicked an iron plate. The strongest was only at the Myriad Stone's 9th layer realm. With this ability, they had the confidence to plunder some merchant caravans. But against them, they were all killed by Suyu before the others could even make a move. As for the others, the way they looked at Suyu changed. What a strong killing intent, dozens of people were killed by him in an instant. Suyu didn't even frown. In the void, the few Dao protectors were also communicating through voice transmission. This Suyu has such a strong killing intent. Xinwen's faction is indeed a killing maniac. Dozens of people were killed in an instant. So you should know that these people weren't Wanzhou's. He still killed them. Even if these people were captured, they wouldn't be beheaded. Someone laughed through voice transmission. So be it. Geniuses don't experience life and death. It's hard to grow without killing. But this kid's killing intent is too strong. He even said that he would leave those below Soar to others. No one answered. So you probably felt that these people wouldn't kill them. He might as well kill them all to avoid wasting time. As they were chatting, someone suddenly said, "Why are the demons in the wilderness rioting recently?" At this moment, a gray fog rose from afar. A group of demons seemed to be agitated. They rushed towards Suyu's side. Suyu looked at the demons rushing towards them. His eyes moved and he looked at the crowd behind him. Zhou Hao said quickly, "Gray rhinoceros. Their strength is between 15 to Soar. They are one of the strongest tribes in the wilderness. They are found in many places. They must have been agitated," he said warily. "Someone might have secretly broken into their nest. Be careful." In front of them, at least 70 or 80 gray rhinoceros rushed towards them. They were large and had a strong momentum. There seemed to be a sore gray rhinoceros leading them. A tribe like this could be considered a powerful tribe in the wilderness. After all, they were in the human realm. Humans often cleaned them up. It was not easy for Soar to appear. Suyu smiled. He kicked Dendrolamus and shouted, "Charge!" Dendrolamus did not say a word and quickly rushed towards the tribe. Suyu held a long saber in his hand. The blade shone brightly. Dendrolamus was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Suyu and the group of gray rhinoceros met. The leading Soar gray rhinoceros had blood-red eyes. When it saw Suyu, it growled and charged at him. Die! A saber light illuminated the world. With a pucci, the gray rhinoceros's huge head was cut off by his saber. At the same time, Suyu stood up with his sword. He grabbed his long saber and suddenly stabbed at a gray rhinoceros. Pucci, the gray rhinoceros exploded. Its huge stomach burst open. A thin figure shot out from the gray rhinoceros's stomach. He held a short saber and attacked Suyu. Suyu snorted. Sun and Moon Suppression, unleashing the second level of the time technique, he stomped down on the ground. With a loud rumble, the skinny figure was stomped into the ground, causing the ground to solidify. Then, with a loud rumble, the skinny figure exploded. Assassin, an assassin hiding in the stomach of an ordinary gray rhinoceros. His concealment ability was not bad. Unfortunately, this guy could not control his temper. He probed Suyu and was quickly sensed by Suyu. He trampled the opponent to death. A 5th-level Soar assassin, who had assassinated a 7th-level Soar assassin, was so easily killed by Suyu. With a wave of his hand, a dagger fell into Suyu's hand along with a merit card. Suyu smiled. The long saber danced in the air. Lightning appeared everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a group of gray rhinoceros were electrocuted. At this moment, the others rushed over and began to kill the gray rhinoceros. A few people kept looking at Suyu in shock. Ji Xiaoming asked curiously, "This is the Soar realm? You trampled him to death? How did you find out?" "His stomach is a little big," Suyu said perfunctorily. This gray rhinoceros group was not weak. Together with the Soar realm gray rhinoceros leading them, they could even fight against a 7th-level Soar. Combined with the current situation, it was normal for an ordinary Soar to be killed in a surprise attack. But not him. It should be Wanzhou. Those who had come to ambush him were most likely from the Myriad race's sect. So you couldn't be bothered to check on them. All he needed to do was to kill all the enemies. He had the mountains and seas let these people in to sharpen his saber. What Suyu, who was at the 9th level of Wanshi, wanted to do now was to successfully merge his several cultivation techniques through slaughter. The more he killed, the more he could naturally advance. If he could also successfully merge his cultivation techniques, then Suyu's explosive power would be even greater. This trip south was also a journey to strengthen himself, Suyu could not wait for more experts to come. It would be best if they were guys at the 8th or 9th level of Soar. He wanted to see if he could kill them without using blood essence. While the others were slaughtering, Suyu picked up a jade talisman and stored the corpse of the Soar realm gray rhinoceros into it. This was a one-time storage jade talisman that he had spent money to buy. It could only be stored and could not be released. If it was released, the jade talisman would be useless. The space was not small. The corpse of a Soar realm demon would fetch a high price if he extracted the blood essence from it. Moreover, there were merit rewards for killing it. Suyu did not mind getting more merit rewards. In addition, there were also rewards for killing a Soar of Wanzhou. All he had to do was record it and exchange it for rewards in the various mansions of the human realm. As for those below Soar, Suyu was not very interested. Killing one did not give him many merit points. Looking around, at this moment, the gray rhinoceros herd was almost completely killed by the others. Zhou Hao, that guy, killed extremely quickly. Almost all of them were Qianjun and Wanshi. These gray rhinoceros were all seeking death when they encountered Zhou Hao. The demon race is rioting, they are coming straight for me. A thought arose in Suyu's mind. Was it the doing of the assassin hiding among them, or was it due to other factors? He had also read countless books and knew that some things would cause some demon race to riot. Was it someone in our group who had this thing on them, so it caused the demon race to riot, or was it just the enemy's scheme? did Xia Qing and the others bring this? Yu Guang looked at these people again. Suyu sneered in his heart. Except for a few, the rest were problematic, for humans, except for Zhou Hao, the other three might not have good intentions. This road will not be peaceful. That's good. Suyu smiled. It was good that it was not peaceful. A true battle technique's killing intent did not sublimate through slaughter. Did they expect to cultivate to invincibility in seclusion? In the surroundings, the blood gradually disappeared. The blood Shenwen absorbed it. Suyu did not waste it. If the blood Shenwen really advanced to the third rank, although it was a bit of a burden, it was also a good thing. The third rank Shenwen was effective against Ling Yun. The illusion characteristics were not bad. After a round of slaughter, the others stopped. They were also tired. All of them were panting, however, there were also a few who were lazy. For example, Ji Xiaoming fought with a Qianjun realm grey rhinoceros for a long time. After killing it, she even squatted down to study it. At this moment, the others had finished killing the grey rhinoceros. So you could not be bothered with her. As long as she did not cause trouble, the rest was up to her. Zhou Hao panted. His body was stained with a lot of blood. He opened his mouth and said, "We are not far from Dexia province. If this continues, it will take us a few days to reach southern Yuan." The consumption was too great. They had to recover. They could not continue to force it. Suyu smiled and said, "It's fine. Killing demons is our mission and goal this time. The more we kill, the more generous the rewards will be." Seeing that Suyu was not in a hurry, Zhou Hao did not say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover his vitality. The others also began to rapidly recover their vitality. As for Suyu, he did not expend much at all. In the void, there was another voice transmission. "This kid is really amazing. This Soar level 5 is killing like killing a chicken. This is considered nurturing?" This was not considered, right? Killing Soar gave them the feeling that it was easier than killing Wanshi. Of course, this was also related to Suyu's strength reaching Wanshi level 9. Wanshi level 9, peak of nurturing. Kaiyuan had more than 300 acupoints. What he cultivated was a top-grade heaven-class technique. His combat skill was also a heaven-class combat skill. In this way, Suyu already stood at the peak. "Old geezer Pegasus, why don't you go ahead and scout ahead? That Soar level 5 assassin just now almost deceived me. Go scout ahead, I'll go?" "I'll go. You guys were careless and did not take care of our little prince. Don't worry. There are a bunch of mountain seas here. How could they not take care of him?" "Alright then, I'll go scout." So you did not care about the mountain sea realm's conversation, nor could he hear it. Of course, he did not expect this group of mountain sea Ling Yun to do anything. It was already good enough that they did not directly attack. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, these mountain seas would definitely be scattered one after another. That was how it should be, so you did not care about that. He stood where he was and looked around, waiting for the others to recover their vitality. Beside him, Dendrolamus glanced at him with its large eyes, its heart palpitating. This guy, this time it had seen for itself that killing Soar was so easy. No wonder he had always wanted to kill it. His killing intent was so strong, a great demon. Suyu was indeed brimming with killing intent. This was an opportunity. Unless he went to the All Heavens battlefield, it was rare to have such an opportunity in the human realm. He could kill unscrupulously and there were enemies everywhere. It was only now that his strength and confidence were unclear that some people wanted to test him. Otherwise, such an opportunity was too rare. After staying for half an hour, Suyu shouted, "Let's go." "So fast?" The young man from the Pegasus got up and said unhappily, "Why don't we rest for the night?" Suyu turned his head, his eyes flashing fiercely. "You can stay here." Frightened by Suyu's stare, the young man muttered and did not dare to continue. "Why are you so fierce? Do you know that our race is allies with your Dexia province? How fierce?" Suyu ignored him and leaped into the air, riding on Dendrolamus. The group continued forward. Along the way, Suyu maintained the highest level of vigilance. Unfortunately, he could not distinguish the mountain sea realm, which gave him a headache. Because there were the mountain sea realm and Ling Yun in the dark, they were both protectors. It could only be said that source detection gave him a chance to discover them in advance. The perception jade is still missing a function. It should be able to record auras. That way, there would be no chaos. Otherwise, it would be difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. So you could not tell if there was a mountain sea realm spying on them in the dark. Under the night sky, the group continued forward. In the middle of the night, there were some caravans in the wilderness. They were merchant caravans. So you did not approach them, and the other party was also very vigilant from afar. The two sides did not communicate and just passed by. In the wilderness, if you met a stranger, do not interact. This was also the rule of survival. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, the chaotic wild demons attacked again, saber light and sword shadows, endless slaughter. The baleful aura on Suyu's body became stronger and stronger. He killed many demons, even a few sore great demons. Time cultivation technique, opened 132 apertures. 44 apertures, 1 level. There were only 3 levels in total. Generally speaking, this was a technique that would only be practiced when one reached the mountain and sea realm. After all, there were simply too many people in the mountain and sea realm. As for Suyu, he was in the midst of closing his aperture. He closed his aperture while fighting, 44 acupoints as one, regardless of whether or not he could completely merge them. Now that he had done so, his strength had increased. Now that he had left Xianxia province, the essence chi wasn't as dense. Suyu didn't care. He had brought a lot of liquefied essence chi with him, all of which were condensed from the mountain sea realm. It was enough for him to consume. Some of the overlapping acupoints could be merged at this moment, and it wouldn't be too late to merge them after the last acupoint was merged. Suyu closed his apertures as he moved forward. Dendrolamus also felt that Suyu was cultivating, so he walked more steadily and slowed down. He had to slow down. Dendrolamus was at the 9th level of soar. The others could only move forward on their own or ride cloud galloping horses. There was no way they could compare to Dendrolamus. Seeing that the people behind him couldn't keep up, Suyu suddenly threw out a mini calf. The calf instantly enlarged, and Suyu shouted, "Xiaqing, you guys can't walk anymore. Ride on rhinoceros borer." Xiaqing looked at the enlarged rhinoceros borer. Rhinoceros borer didn't say a word, treating himself as a mount. He didn't make a sound or speak, just silently waiting for them to ride him. "Brother Su, this isn't appropriate, right?" Xiaqing was in a bit of a dilemma. This was a Soar Realm Great Demon, which was ranked much higher than them. Riding on Rhinoceros Borer, in the demon race, this was an act of defiance. Suyu frowned and said, "Hurry up. When we're outside, listen to me. Xiaqing, Li Mingyu, Ji Xiaoming, the few of you go up. It won't be a problem to ride on the few of you. You're all females, and it's too taxing. How are you going to fight?" As he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Rhinoceros Borer, "Keep a close eye on them. If there's a problem, kill them." Rhinoceros Borer didn't say a word, nor did he transmit his voice. He cursed in his heart. "I knew you're so evil. You said you're kind enough to let them ride you, but in reality, you're taking them as hostages. Who knows how many people will die this time?" Xiaqing and the others were originally riding cloud galloping horses, but a few of them had already died, so they were all on foot. Now that Suyu had said so, the 3 females didn't stand on ceremony. They all leaped into the air and got on Rhinoceros Borer's back. A Rhinoceros Borer of the 9th level of Soar, it was so big that it could easily carry 10 people. In the dark, a few Dao protectors transmitted their voices again and lamented, "The human race is still powerful. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer are all powerful races, but now, they've become Suyu's mounts." Sigh. There was a hint of sorrow in their tone. Soon, someone replied, "There's nothing we can do. This is the human realm, and the human race is a powerful race. Didn't we small races come to the human race to cooperate? Although it's called cooperation, we're actually not vassals." The few greater demons chatted. Soon, a greater demon transmitted his voice, "Let's not talk about this. If you want to complain, go back. Don't talk about it here. Old mountain antelope, your mountain antelope race is also suitable as a mount. Why don't you send some juniors over to the human race?" A greater demon joked. In the dark, the old mountain antelope snorted coldly, "Old fox, don't try to provoke me. You guys better behave yourselves and stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to survive in the human race, then leave. Don't drag us down." He felt that these fellows were weird. If you're unhappy, then leave the human race. It was one thing for him to say such things, but with so many greater demons present, if any of them spread the word and the higher-ups of the human race found out, their relationship would definitely worsen. Up in the air, the old mountain antelope suddenly said, "It's just a bunch of idiots attacking. If Wanzu really wants to kill this brat, he'll know that we have Tao protectors here. Everyone, be careful. If that's the case, he'll definitely come up with a plan to deal with us." It didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't like no one knew that Student One had left with Suyu. And when Student One left, he would be accompanied by Tao protectors. That was also a rule. If Wanzu really wanted to kill Suyu, he wouldn't ignore them. Of course, the old mountain antelope didn't think that they would have the guts to do so. After all, they had 5 mountain sea experts and 3 ninth stage Ling Yun. However, they still had to be careful. The higher-ups of Wanzu might not necessarily make a move, but they still had to be careful of failing miserably. If they let in some fellows who might be able to kill Suyu, it would be too late to kill them. 8 powerful Tao protectors, Yun Hu, Fox Clan, Barbaric Bull Clan, Iron Wing Clan, Heaven Horse Clan, Mountain Antelope Clan, Black Panther Clan, and Flying Wolf Clan. Among them, the Iron Wing Clan, Black Panther Clan, and Flying Wolf Clan were Ling Yun Tao protectors, while the others were Mountain Sea Tao protectors. The old mountain antelope said a few words, then said, "Everyone, keep your mouths shut. We're out of Xianxia province, and there should be mountain sea experts monitoring us. I think I sensed their presence earlier, so don't talk nonsense." As soon as they left Xianxia province, it had sensed that mountain sea experts were following them. Of course, it didn't know exactly where, but it was certain that they were present. After all, several mountain sea experts had come together, and they were all from Wan, so there was no way that Xianxia province would ignore them. The greater demonic beasts all knew what was going on. The elder from the Yun Hu clan said, "We're just escorting the geniuses of our clan out. Even if there are many experts in Xianxia province, there shouldn't be too many of them. There should only be 1 or 2 mountain sea experts, or at most 1. Old mountain antelope, don't you think so?" "Probably." The elder from the mountain antelope clan didn't say much. There shouldn't be too many mountain sea experts who would come. Xianxia province was a huge place, and there weren't that many mountain sea experts who had nothing better to do than to monitor them. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, that would be fine. They were just there to act as a deterrent, not to kill them. As they were chatting, an explosion suddenly rang out from below. Rumble, massive explosions rang out as Dendrolamus soared into the air from beneath Suyu. Below them, a huge crater had been blasted into the ground. At the same time, smoke filled the air. "It's toxic smoke!" Suyu roared. Vital energy erupted as he activated the primordial cleansing incantation. Vital energy whistled through the air, dispersing and purifying the toxic smoke. It was at this moment that Suyu's heart trembled. A small hammer swung through the air, invisible waves rippled out. A Wenbing appeared in the air, which instantly shattered. In the next moment, the air rippled as a mountain sea expert chased after it. The voice of the greater demon Tao protector rang out in Suyu's ear. "It's Ling Yun. Be careful, the Black Panther is chasing after him." Ling Yun, and a civilizator, Suyu frowned, but didn't say anything. He landed on the ground and turned around. At this moment, everyone else was in a sorry state. Almost all of the cloud-galloping horses had died. The heavenly Pegasus youth couldn't help but grumble, "They're crazy. They really sent so many people to kill you. Suyu, how many enemies have you provoked?" "I'm here to sightsee. Why do I have so many enemies? I'm still in Xianxia province, and I've already provoked Ling Yun." He had almost been blown to death just now. Fortunately, someone had secretly pulled him back. He felt some lingering fear and regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to be brave and come with them. Suyu ignored it. That Ling Yun just now was not weak. That long-distance attack was just a casual test. It had lured away an expert. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Seniors, don't give chase. Be careful, the enemy is trying to lure us away." "All right." Someone answered, but didn't say anything else. As for Suyu, he didn't say anything else either. The Iron Wing, Fox, Raging Bull, and Yunhu, these 4 clans were most likely in cahoots with Shan Chenwen's faction. As for the other 4 clans, he wasn't sure, but he wasn't completely at ease. Some might be in the open, and some might be in the dark. In order to deal with him, these people were willing to pay a heavy price. How many mountain and sea realm cultivators had he lured out this time? Suyu laughed inwardly. Unfortunately, this was Xia province, and Xianxia was like a salted fish now. If he went to the main constables, and Zhu Tiandao was willing to cooperate, he might be able to lure out a large number of hidden enemies this time, and kill them all in one go. In Xia province, it depended on the need to kill, and not purposely clean up. Unless the other party really made a big fuss, otherwise, the experts of Xia province wouldn't care too much about Wanzhou causing trouble. The other party didn't have much of a foundation in Xia province, so he wouldn't be able to cause trouble. The people of Xia province also hated Wanzhou, so it was difficult for Wanzhou to bewitch people here. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu moved forward again. Poisonous smoke, explosive divine talismans, these things had all come out. Wanzhou had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At the same time, behind him, in the air, Yu Hong frowned and said, "If this goes on, we won't be able to detect anything. The Dao protectors are here, and they can't just watch as something happens to Suyu. Even if Wanzhou wants to kill him, he probably won't dare to send out too many people at this time. Right now, only some rogue experts have come." The so-called rogue sects were either experts from small sects or those who wanted to fish in troubled waters. True experts from sects and organizations hadn't appeared yet. Lao Jing smiled and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Yu Hong didn't say anything. After a while, she said, "How many mountain and sea realm cultivators are there in the dark?" "I feel like there's more than one. I don't know if it's Xiaojia's watcher, or Suyu's Dao protector greater demon." "Lao Jing, I'll leave Xiaojia to you. Later, lure him away." She had sensed Xiaojia's mountain and sea realm cultivator. His whereabouts weren't very secretive, and he had come to keep an eye on the greater demons, so he hadn't been too careful. Zheng Galao nodded. "Fine. Let's forget about it for now. We're just testing things out, and they won't show themselves easily. But you Galao, just the 2 of us won't be enough. Even if they have an agreement with you, unless they betray you, you'll still have to put in some effort. Don't worry, we'll still have people." Yu Hong didn't say anything more. Of course, it wouldn't just be the 2 of them. The ruins and killing Suyu were both important matters. Many people were convinced that with 5 mountain and sea Dao protectors present, Suyu wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, she had to take advantage of that moment to kill Suyu. That was her chance. The night grew darker. They walked for another hour. This time, no one came to attack them. Qin Chen, who had been walking the entire time, suddenly said, "Junior brother Su, let's get some rest. You've used up too much energy." Suyu looked back and saw that Qin Chen was panting. Everyone else was in a similar state, so he nodded. "All right, let's rest for a bit. Don't you have a mount, senior brother Chen?" "I subdued a 9th stage demon folk Guanshi, but it's not a mount type. It's more of a killing type, so it's not suitable to be used as a mount." Suyu nodded, but didn't say anything else. All of the cloud galloping horses were dead. Other than Suyu, Xia Qing and a few others were riding rhinoceros borer. Of course, the young heavenly Pegasi were born to be mounts, so they weren't too tired. Now that they weren't being attacked, the young heavenly Pegasi felt a lot more relaxed. Upon hearing that Suyu wanted to rest, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It was the middle of the night, and Suyu had also taken off his cloak. As expected, he was a young man, no different from a human. The only difference was that he had a white ponytail, which was still dragging on his butt, making him look slightly awkward. When Suyu and the others stopped to rest, there was a sudden roar in the distance. In the next moment, an incomparably tall giant appeared in front of everyone, wielding a giant axe. With a roar, he swung the axe, causing a huge boom to ring out as a blood-colored moon rose into the sky. Then, the blood-colored moon vanished. "Senior Jushan!" Suyu quickly stood up and shouted. In the distance, the huge giant glanced at Suyu and said in the common language, "Don't worry, we're just robbed." Don't worry. You humans. Haha, you actually let the bloodthirsty tribe sneak into the human realm. Those guys, be careful. After saying that, the huge figure disappeared. Zhou Hao and the others looked at Suyu, but Suyu didn't say anything. In the darkness, someone transmitted his voice, "Young friend, is that your protector?" "Yes." Suyu said, "Please forgive me, seniors. Senior Jushan isn't very sociable." Was that Blood Moon Wanzu's? Probably. He's not weak. Around the 4th or 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm, someone explained, that's the bloodthirsty tribe, one of the stronger tribes. He might be from the bloodthirsty divine church, and he's hiding nearby. Fortunately, we met Brother Jushan. Suyu frowned. Wanzu, how dare he? A Mountain Sea realm cultivator actually dares to appear. After saying that, Suyu said again, "Seniors, try not to split up. Senior Jushan just needs to stand guard outside, lest the enemy lures us away from the mountain." Alright, if you hadn't said not to leave so easily, we could have easily taken down that guy if we worked together with Jushan. Another transmission came from the void. The bloodthirsty tribe had actually appeared. They were not weak, this Jushan was also quite strong. From the looks of it, it should be as Suyu had said, that he had fallen from the 5th or 6th layer of the Mountain Sea realm to the 3rd layer. However, since this fellow had appeared, the few of them could vaguely capture its tracks. This was a fellow from the mountain giant tribe, he was very strong. Who would have thought that Hong Tan had actually captured a mountain giant, and now he was Suyu's protector, a mountain giant elite. At this moment, Yu Hong also frowned. He should have fallen from the 5th or 6th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Hong Tan is really generous to capture such an elite. Then, she said, that bloodthirsty tribe guy just now, is he from the bloodthirsty divine church? He's quite capable, to actually sneak into the bloodthirsty tribe. That's normal, Lao Jing said with a smile. A few days ago, a few Sun Moon Tier Tiani divine tribe members sneaked into your territory. There are 6 entrances to the All Heavens battlefield in the mortal tier. I'm guessing there are 7, and one of them is controlled by the primordial divine church or the origin demon sect. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have been able to sneak in so easily. Yu Hong nodded. This was not surprising, and she had already guessed it. That bloodthirsty tribe guy isn't weak, but he's quite bold. There are so many mountain seas, yet he still dares to sneak around. The bloodthirsty tribe has always been bold. As the two chatted, Yu Hong suddenly smiled. That's good. With a bloodthirsty tribe mountain sea, the others might not be able to sit still. Lao Jing did not say anything. This bloodthirsty tribe guy had appeared so quickly. He had to be careful. Xiajia's mountain sea was still there, and if he was targeted, it would be difficult to escape death. At the same time, the bloodthirsty tribe elite who had just fought with Jushan was fleeing. At this moment, he had transformed into a sinister youth and was flying in the air. Suddenly, he frowned. Who is it? Greetings, bloodthirsty tribe elite. A figure appeared in the air, smiling. The bloodthirsty divine church usually operates in the Great Han Mansion. It's rare to see them here in Xia province. I didn't expect to run into brother of the bloodthirsty tribe here. Blood Moon said coldly, does Xia province belong to your family? I wouldn't dare. The figure laughed. As you can see, brother, they have many mountain sea Dao protectors. You alone can't take down Suyu. Besides, our goal isn't to kill Suyu right now. The figure laughed again. Brother, you're hiding and trying to take down Suyu. You should know that killing Suyu isn't your goal, right? Blood Moon laughed coldly. You want to recruit me? There's no need for that. There's only one relic, and the mountains and seas all want to enter the sun and moon, to enter eternity. How are you going to split the spoils if you recruit a bunch of people? With that, Blood Moon flew into the air and left. The figure didn't seem to be in a hurry. The relic in Xia province is obviously something to be scooped up. Who wants to occupy it for a long time? Do you really think Xianxia is dead? Since it's a destructive development, what does it matter to the mountains and seas? Blood Moon ignored him and flew into the air again. A moment later, she reappeared and said coldly, "Scram. If you keep following me, I'll kill you." "Brother, why do you have to keep us at arm's length? You can't do it alone. Contact the experts of the various sects, and we'll all work together. Only then will there be hope." The figure tried to persuade him again, but then laughed. "Brother, if you insist on doing things your own way, then when the time comes, we won't necessarily stand with you for the sake of your own safety." "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare." The figure laughed. "Brother, you're too rash. I'm afraid you'll ruin things." "Humph." Blood Moon laughed coldly. "You hide your head and show your tail. Who are you?" "The deputy sect master of the Blood Flame Church." "Heh, the Blood Flame Church. Your sect leader is like an idiot. He was just killed by Xiao Longwu a few days ago, and he still dares to stick his head out. Brother, since you know it's dangerous, why do you insist on doing things your own way? Our sect leader was at the Sun Moon tier, and that's how he died." The figure laughed. "Let's work together. We're all active in Xianxia province, so be careful. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out by Xianxia." Blood Moon said coldly, "How many mountains and seas do you have?" With that, he laughed coldly. "Who knows if you've already made some sort of agreement? I'll help you, and then you'll bite back at me afterwards. You're both smart people, so there's no need to do all this." "Who can trust who?" "That's true," the figure said with a laugh. "We don't need to trust each other, but at least we have a plan and some organization. How can we capture Suyu alone? If we don't capture Suyu, what's the point of us fighting until our heads bleed?" The figure sighed. "Capturing Suyu is the key. Moreover, things are more complicated than you think. We're not the only ones keeping an eye on Suyu. Some people are also keeping an eye on him. This is related to the ruins, so you don't really think that everyone will ignore it, do you?" Blood Moon thought for a moment, then suddenly sneered. "What about the Xianxia faction? Do they dare to make a move? They're still living in Xianxia province. Aren't they afraid that Xianxia will find out and take their lives? Heh, unless there's concrete evidence, even if Xianxia suspects them, he won't make a move against them, right?" Blood Moon fell silent, then quickly asked, "How many people do you have on your side?" "Including me, 3 mountains and seas." The figure said with a smile. "Including you, that's 4. The other places are too far, after all. Unless they receive news in advance, who would dare to run to Xianxia province? Aren't they afraid of death? Even I am cautious and don't dare to act recklessly." Blood Moon sneered. He was indeed cautious. The one who had come was only an afterimage of the Xinwen faction, not even a clone. "How do we contact them?" "Sound transmitting talismans. They're all near Suyu, so we can still contact them." With that, he tossed out a sound-transmitting talisman. Blood Moon caught it, quickly checked it, then snorted coldly. Blood-colored flames appeared in his hand, burning it for a moment before he put the talisman into his bag. "How should I address you, brother?" "Blood Moon." "And you?" "Blood Moon, you seem to be fated with my blood fire cult. You can just call me Shui Luosha." Blood Moon sneered, then ignored him and flew away. After he left, Shui Luosha's figure flickered in and out of view. She was a bit suspicious. Bloodthirsty clan, she hadn't heard that the Bloodthirsty clan was active in Xianxia province. Even the Bloodthirsty clan is involved. These ruins are really attractive. Did Suyu have ruins? Yes, this was common knowledge. Otherwise, did they really think it was that simple, opening hundreds of apertures at once, opening hundreds of apertures in a few months? If you opened 100 or 200 apertures, it would be fine. If you gave some geniuses more time, they could also do it. But you opened more than 300 apertures in less than half a year. Who were you kidding? Such a situation could only be achieved by those who had mastered the ruins back then. That was why many invincible experts were born. Nowadays, the ruins were getting fewer and harder to find. Who wouldn't be tempted by Suyu's possession of a ruin? Even Xianxia was looking for it, southern Yuan. No one knew whether the ruins were in southern Yuan or not. That place was now blocked, and no one dared to approach it rashly. If it was in southern Yuan, it would be difficult to get it. If it was not, it would be an opportunity. Let's try it. If it was not in southern Yuan, then everyone could get the ruins, get the inheritance, or simply get some clues from Suyu. Maybe he had more things. That orifice fusion technique might have come from the ruins. Suyu's protector was exposed. Suyu didn't look too good, but he didn't say anything. He waited for everyone to recover and then continued to move forward. Without a mount, they slowed down a lot. On the way, Suyu suddenly said, "The bloodthirsty clan can sneak into the human territory?" "No, I heard that the bloodthirsty clan is only active in the north, and Xia province is in the south." "How could the bloodthirsty clan break in?" "It hasn't been long since I took over the mission. It would take a lot of time to sneak from the north to the south, right?" As he spoke, he looked at Xiaoqing. His eyes were a little unfriendly. Seeing this, Xiaoqing felt a little scared and hurriedly said, "Brother Su, it's also possible that they have been lurking in Xia province." Su frowned and didn't say anything. Xiaoqing also cursed inwardly. Is he suspecting that I leaked the news? Could it be that the single divine text faction had leaked it? It's possible. If I inform them and they immediately contact Wanzhou in the north, it is very likely that they will rush over. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about her anymore. The trick of a thief crying thief had always been useful. Blood Moon. One of the three great demons. Blood Moon, giant mountain, one-eyed. Could Blood Moon, who didn't even have the demon sealing hoop, hide from those in the dark? Suyu didn't know, but he would try. There was no loss. Even if he was discovered, it was no big deal. Exposing the giant mountain and sending Blood Moon away, he didn't know if One-Eyed had gained anything. Just as Suyu was thinking about One-Eyed. At this moment, in a mountain valley, corpses were everywhere. Some were still alive. At this moment, they were all trembling and kneeling on the ground. In front of the crowd, a weak figure stood. His hair was white, and there was a crack on his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly opened the eye on his forehead, looked at the crowd, and said faintly, "Those who resist me will die. Everyone here has to listen to me." One-Eyed said coldly, "A bunch of useless things, how dare you resist? If it wasn't for the fact that the Demon Pupil clan has no power here, you bunch of useless things wouldn't even have the right to join the Demon Pupil clan." Among the kneeling crowd, someone said in a trembling voice, "Sir, we are willing to serve you. However, we originally belonged to the Flame God clan, we betrayed." "Betrayed?" One-Eyed said coldly, "So what if you belong to the Flame God clan? Who do you think you are? You are all traitors of the human race. It doesn't matter which clan you join. Will the Flame God clan start a war with the Demon Pupil clan? For you bunch of useless things?" With that, he waved his hand and a large number of treasures appeared. He laughed coldly, "These are for you. The Demon Pupil clan wants to open a branch in Xia province this time, and you are the first batch of candidates. You." He pointed at Ling Yunjing, "This is the leader of this branch. If this matter succeeds, I will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, sir." Ling Yunjing was overjoyed. Leader of a branch, as for betraying the Flame God clan. Forget about betraying, they were all working for one. The Demon Pupil clan was also a strong clan. It didn't matter who they worked for, as long as they gave them benefits. If this matter succeeds, you will all be rewarded. One-Eyed looked at the crowd and said coldly, "If you dare to go against us, I will kill all of you. We don't have enough manpower. Follow me to find other people. We can't do without manpower." "Sir." The leader said hurriedly, "There is another group of people nearby, including Soar and Ling Yun. They were formed by the traitor of the Blood Fire sect, Blood Crocodile. He tried to rope us in previously, but he offended the Great Xia Civilization University. We don't dare to work with him. If Sir needs manpower, I can look for him." "Blood Fire sect?" One-Eyed thought for a while and nodded. "Go and look for them." With that, a dim light fell from his eyes and fell on the crowd. He said coldly, "If you think that you can run or betray, try the eye fire of the Demon Pupil clan. If you can survive, I won't kill you." The crowd trembled and didn't dare to say anything. They could only say that they were unlucky to be caught by this mountain sea. They had no choice but to betray him. Forget it, wasn't it the same no matter who they were loyal to, as long as they gave them benefits? Scram. One-Eyed snorted. The crowd didn't dare to stay and left, disappearing into the darkness. One-Eyed looked at the corpses on the ground. His third eye emitted a flame, and the corpses were all burned into ashes, disappearing instantly. Demon Pupil Divine Sect? The one-eyed man smiled. Interesting. He turned his head and looked in another direction. That cunning human brat was really daring. Wasn't he afraid that we would really run away or hide in the human realm? Was he so sure that we would help him? Han Tan, he muttered in his heart and snorted, that was a great enemy. His grand disciple wasn't a good person either, but, thinking of Suyu's confident appearance, One-Eyed sighed in his heart. Forget it, there was no need to court death. This time it was destined to be a play. A play of slaughter. The master of the Ming constabulary had personally appeared, and a few of them were probably under control. Suyu had set up this trap himself. Could it be that he really didn't have any way to restrain himself? Xianxia, Wan Tianxing, and the Zhu clan might all be watching. One-Eyed smiled coldly. A bunch of idiots. Who knew how many more people would die this time? Relic. Even if there really was a relic, they had to be alive to enjoy it. This was Suyu's trap. Even if he really had a relic, could he bring them there? Starfall Mountain, it was more like a land of death. They had already entered the territory of the Ming constabulary. The Zhu clan could make a move at any time. A bunch of idiots. Did they think that the Zhu clan wouldn't make a move after being silent for so many years? It seemed like he also didn't think so. If not for Suyu's warning, he also didn't think that the Zhu clan would get involved. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Great Bright Prince, he thought to himself. I better be careful and take it easy. Could Great Bright Prince be in the Ming constabulary? If he was, he had to keep a low profile and be more obedient. Not to mention One-Eyed and Blood Moon, exposing the whereabouts of Giant Mountain was also part of Suyu's plan. He had to let the enemy know his trump card. Of course, it was best to expose a little more to make the enemy happy. They would think that he had other trump cards and that they had discovered something deeper. As for the Shadow and the Waterman, they were the second trump card that he was prepared to expose. Now that Shanghai did not dare to investigate him wantonly, he might not discover these two fellows. When these two fellows were exposed, the enemy would think that he had no more trump cards and could only wait for death. Using shallow things to hide deep things. This was what Suyu wanted to do. It was to lure the enemy to take the bait. If they did not take the bait, where would they find an excuse to kill? If they did not take the bait, the two experts sent by Xia Huyu would only protect Suyu and would not take the initiative to help Suyu kill. If they did not take the bait, if the Pegasus clan was helping the human race, they would not take the initiative to attack. These neutral parties could all take this opportunity to pull them into the warship. This was what Suyu needed to do. He could not scare the enemy away. Moreover, if the other party did not take the bait, the Zhu clan could not help. Why couldn't Galao from Shan Shenwen's faction come out and take a look? Before they attacked Suyu, they even shamelessly said that they wanted to protect Suyu. This was not a problem. I have to make them attack me. This was Suyu's goal. Moreover, he did not need the weak to attack him. He needed Shanghai to personally attack him. This was Suyu's ultimate goal. Killing with a borrowed knife. Of course, Suyu had to grasp the propriety of this. Otherwise, he would play himself to death. It would be even better if Shan Shenwen's faction had sun and moon. However, he had to wait until they reached Starfall Mountain. At that time, the Zhu clan would have a legitimate reason to deal with the other party. Suyu was gambling. He was gambling on the lack of information. Only a few people knew that this time, he was preparing to directly join the Zhu family. Otherwise, with the Zhu family's character, unless he fought his way to Tiandu City, they would be too lazy to care about him. By the time he had really thrown his lot in with the Ming constabulary and the news got out, all his schemes today would be for naught. He was betting on a kind of cognitive gap. In the eyes of the experts in Xia province, Suyu would not rely on other large mansions. Other large mansions were so weak and had no backing. They were unfamiliar with the place and people. Suyu had not suffered a great loss yet. Why would he run? The team continued on their way. Suyu was thinking about all of this, calculating all of this. There was definitely danger. However, it would be impossible to drag the mountain and sea realm experts down without taking a bit of risk. Taking risks was for greater gains. Shanghai, this is still not enough. He wanted to know if Ling Yun, such as Zhou Pingxing, would take action. If Ling Yun made a move, what did he need? He needed the other party's mountain and sea realm experts to be entangled and not have a chance to make a move. At this moment, Sor couldn't kill him. Only Ling Yun could do it. Who was the most likely to make a move? Zhou Pingxing. In the eyes of others, Ling Yun 7 could easily kill him. Moreover, the other party had a deep hatred for him. As long as there was a chance, the other party would definitely make a move against him. His mountain and sea realm experts couldn't be left empty. It would be best if they were evenly matched. Only then would he be able to lure Zhou Pingxing and the other Ling Yun to make a move. Only then would he have a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. Was Zhou Pingxing coming? There was an 80 to 90% chance that they were here. He was the liaison between Xia Qing and Shan Shenwen. He hated Suyu, so he would definitely come. It was just that he didn't know where he was hiding at this moment. Suyu continued forward. At this moment, there were fewer attacks. That was because some people were recruiting the rogue experts, such as the one-eyed man. Of course, there were also some fools who continued to travel alone and ambush Suyu. In the end, the only thing that awaited them was death. Pooh! With a single slash of his saber, Suyu killed one of the fellows hiding in the tree trunk. His expression was calm. He didn't even look at the bleeding tree trunk. Instead, he looked ahead. There was a mountain there. It was almost daybreak. They sped along the way. That night, Suyu and the others traveled about 500 to 600 kilometers. At this speed, they would reach southern Yuan in about 10 hours. After one night, the others were already exhausted, and many of them were covered in blood. Zhou Hao was also covered in blood. He walked up to Suyu and said in a low voice, "There's a mountain up ahead. It's better to set up an ambush there. Should we take a detour?" 5 mountain and sea realm experts. No, 6 mountain and sea realm experts. We're in Xia province. Why take a detour? Suyu directly retorted. Why take a detour? These fellows would protect him until he reached the entrance of the ruins. Since that was the case, he could borrow their strength to kill some of Wanzhou's people. Wouldn't that be great? He didn't know where Wanzhou's base was. Otherwise, he could just take these fellows with him and kill his way in. Before the ruins' location was exposed, these fellows wouldn't let him die. It was that simple. Probing was one thing, but they didn't want to kill him right now. Of course, Suyu wanted to kill them. Seeing that they were about to enter the mountain path, Suyu said, "Seniors, there are mountains up ahead, and they're a bit dangerous. Let's rest for a while. Which senior is willing to go ahead and investigate?" A figure appeared in the air. An old man said, "I'll go take a look." Mountain and sea realm, Suyu could sense it. After a moment's examination, he recognized the old man. When Wan's protector entered the ruins, he naturally left behind information. There was no information that Xianxia couldn't grasp, and there was no information that Xiaohu couldn't get. Of course, that was only basic information. Protector of the Pegasus clan. Suyu recognized the old man, but he didn't say anything. The Pegasus clan might not be his enemy. Of course, it was hard to say at the moment. "Senior, which clan's protector are you?" "Pegasus clan." Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "Senior, be careful. Although we can soar in the mountain and sea realm, the Pegasus clan isn't good at mountains. That guy from the bloodthirsty clan might be lying in ambush. It's best to bring an expert who's good at mountain battles with you." In the air, someone laughed and said, "Little friend, you worry too much. We're all here, how would they dare to attack us? In the blink of an eye, we can rush over to rescue them." Suyu said helplessly, "I'm just afraid that they'll lure us away." In the air, the old man didn't say anything. The expert from the Pegasus clan chuckled and said, "All right, fellow Daoist from the Iron Wing race, how about we go together? You guys are good at flying, so you should be able to detect some hiding spots in time. If we really get ambushed, it'll be embarrassing." "All right." The Iron Wing race only sent a 9th tier Ling Yun this time, so he wasn't too worried. According to what was said before, there wouldn't be any experts until they reached the ruins. They were just going to scout and put on an act. The air trembled slightly, and the two experts flew toward the mountain. So you didn't say much. He sat down and got some food from Dendrolamus and started eating alone. You're eating this? While he was eating, the young man from the Pegasus clan walked over and asked curiously, can't you eat good food? So you didn't want to talk to him. I might not like the food you horses eat. Suyu, what's the use of opening so many acupoints? With your talent, you might have reached Soar long ago if you didn't open so many acupoints. Suyu smiled faintly and said, Soar? I've killed quite a lot of Soar. What's the use? Alright, there was nothing else to say. On the other side, Xiaxia also walked over with some food and handed some to Suyu. Suyu waved his hand and said, you guys eat by yourselves. When you're outside, don't eat anyone's food. It's best to eat only your own food. This is the basic rule of survival. Before he finished speaking, the hand of the young man from the Pegasus clan stiffened. He wanted to get some food from Xiaxia. Xiaxia smiled and didn't mind. He didn't hand them any more food. He stroked his scattered hair and asked, Brother Su, we're not far from southern Yuan, right? If everything goes well, we'll arrive at night. As he spoke, Suyu transmitted his voice to her, remind the seniors to be careful, especially those on our side. Now that even Shanghai has appeared, I'm worried that someone has guessed something. Xiaxia nodded without batting an eyelid. He said, Brother Su, we're still in Xia province. It's still safe now, but it won't be safe if we leave the prefecture. Brother Su, we won't have to leave the prefecture to kill demons, right? I heard that southern Yuan is close to the border. If we leave the prefecture, it'll be troublesome. That depends. Seeing that the others were listening, Suyu smiled and said, Southern Yuan is close to the Ming prefecture. Under normal circumstances, we won't leave the prefecture. But if a demon riot breaks out in the Ming prefecture, we may have to go and deal with it. Of course, if you feel unsafe, you can stay in southern Yuan. As they spoke, a violent collision of Yuan Qi suddenly erupted in the mountain in front of them, the void trembled, and several Dao protectors appeared and looked over solemnly. Damn, it's that guy from the bloodthirsty clan. A middle-aged man with some black hair on his face shouted anxiously. The old man from the Yunhu clan quickly said, Don't panic. It's fine. He alone can't do anything to that old Pegasus. After saying that, he quickly added, Let's wait and see. We can't leave this place without him. Although he said that, he sneered in his heart. If the old Pegasus was killed, so be it, that would save him some trouble. At that moment, the two mountain and sea realm experts clashed. Blood Moon's sudden attack had injured the other party. However, the old Pegasus was strong. At that moment, the two of them exchanged blows, splitting mountains and rivers. Moments later, Blood Moon fled, because Zhu Shan had suddenly appeared. Chase! Zhu Shan roared. The old Pegasus did not hesitate either. He followed Zhu Shan and quickly chased after the fleeing Blood Moon. Yunhu and the others sighed inwardly. What a pity, they had almost forgotten about Zhu Shan. On the other hand, the old Pegasus was fine. Just as they thought about it, in the sky, the Iron Wing clan expert who was watching the battle suddenly let out a piercing scream. At the same time, a shocking pillar of light rose into the sky. With a squelch, it pierced through the Iron Wing's head. With a bang, the Iron Wing clan expert returned to his original form, a huge bird. Then, the headless bird fell to the ground. Bastard! Damn it! At that moment, the mountain and sea realm experts were shocked. The Yunhu clan expert flew into the sky, Suyu hurriedly shouted, Stay here. Be careful. As soon as these words were spoken, the Cloud Tiger clan powerhouse trembled slightly, and his speed slowed down a beat. At this moment, the powerhouse who erupted with the pillar of light that shocked the heavens instantly floated up into the air and put away the enormous headless bird. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Damn it! The old Pegasus and Zhu Shan hurried in that direction. Then, the old Pegasus roared, Demon Eye Clan! Damn it, bastards! How dare you kill our human allies in Xia province? You're asking for death. Too fast, they had not expected that there would be a second mountain and sea realm expert lying in ambush. The Demon Eye clan was also proficient in illusions. This hidden fellow was extremely powerful. He had concealed himself from the others, and with a sudden burst of power, he had instantly killed a 9th-tier Lingyun clan expert. At that moment, they had lost Blood Moon, and one eye had also escaped. The old Pegasus and Jushan chased for a while longer. Soon, the two of them returned. At that moment, Zhang Fei, who was standing next to Suyu, turned pale. Dead. Everything had happened too quickly. He had not expected that his Dao protector would die. He had been killed right under the noses of the 6 mountain and sea realm experts. Jushan rushed over and shrank. He looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him." Suyu waved his hand and frowned. He looked at the others and said in a low voice, 2 mountain and sea realm experts. He looked at Zhang Fei and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, brother Zhang. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." The old Pegasus said sullenly, "It has nothing to do with you. It was my mistake. I only wanted to chase after the bloodthirsty clan, but I didn't expect there to be another fellow hiding. Damn it. They had a bad start." 6 mountain and sea realm experts had actually allowed someone to kill a 9th-tier Lingyun clan expert right under their noses. The old man from the Yunhu clan also had an ugly expression on his face. One was dead, although it was not a mountain and sea realm expert. One had already died before they even arrived. This was beyond their expectations. Just as they were feeling depressed. In the void. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and looked at each other. After a while, one of the sturdier middle-aged men sent a voice transmission. Why did another mountain and sea realm expert appear? "Boss, should we make a move?" They had been arranged by Xia Huyu. They were brothers, blood brothers. The boss frowned and sent a voice transmission. "No. Huyu said that we are only responsible for protecting Suyu's safety. Unless Suyu asks us to make a move, otherwise, we won't care about anything else. Besides, it's hard to tell who the enemy is right now." He couldn't figure out the situation. The only thing he knew was that they had to listen to Suyu this time. Their mission was to protect Suyu. Everything else could be put aside. Even if someone from Wanzhou appeared, that would be the responsibility of others. The sturdy middle-aged man was a little depressed. He sent another voice transmission. "Boss, who is our target? Is Suyu guarding against Shan Chenwen's faction? Do you feel that someone is following you?" "Maybe." The boss didn't say much. He sighed inwardly and looked at Suyu in the distance. Everything that had happened today was thanks to this person. How many people had died here today was probably because of this person's scheme. The younger generation would surpass us in time. Could the death of the Ironwing clan be part of his scheme? 2 mountain and sea realm monsters suddenly appeared, even further back. Yu Hong and Lao Jing also frowned. Yu Hong sent a voice transmission. "Are those 2 Wanzhou's guys?" "You're asking me?" Lao Jing was speechless. "I have to ask you that. I don't know." Yu Hong didn't say anything. A voice transmission talisman appeared in her hand and she asked for a while. After a while, she said, "I don't know for now. There are many Wanzhou experts here today, and some of them don't know each other." Lao Jing nodded and didn't ask further. It was best not to get involved in this matter. Who knew who Yu Hong was asking? That steel-wing bird race fellow is simply too weak. To think that he would be killed so easily, Lao Jing was a little disdainful. He was at the 9th tier of Lingyun, after all. How could he die so easily? The strength of these weak races was indeed lacking. On the other side, Shui Luosha sent a voice transmission. "Shui Yu, what are you doing? We agreed to move together. What are you doing?" "Humph." Shui Yu also quickly sent a voice transmission. "Idiot. I asked you to cooperate. Why didn't you cooperate? Of course, we have to kill a few guys. Do we have to wait until we reach the ruins and then fight? Idiot. Do you think we have a chance of winning with 6 Shanghai cultivators? While they are protecting those geniuses, we should find a chance to kill them." "Shui Luosha, is there something wrong with your head?" Shui Yu quickly said, "I have already contacted a fellow Daoist. Let's work together. On your side, open the public channel. I will have a chat with the other fellow Daoists. If we don't agree, we can go our separate ways. How stupid are you to keep waiting? While they are distracted protecting those geniuses, we should kill as many as we can." Shui Luosha, is your blood fire sect full of idiots? Shui Yu retorted, don't let your stupidity delay the important matters. Shui Luosha, if you don't want to do it, then give up. No wonder your blood fire sect is getting weaker and weaker. It's all because of idiots like you. He was scolding them to his heart's content. Now that I've made a counterattack, you guys didn't do anything. If they had done anything, they might have been able to kill the old Pegasus. Shui Luosha was speechless. A moment later, a public channel appeared in the voice transmission talisman. Soon, someone sent a voice transmission. Fellow Taoists of the Bloodthirsty clan, do you want to talk to us? Yes. I'm wondering if you actually have the heart of the relic. Or do you have a plan that you haven't told us? We have 6 Mountain Sea cultivators and several Lingyan cultivators. If we don't weaken them now, are we going to wait until the final battle? Capturing Suyu is the most important thing. Shui Yu asked a few questions. Someone replied, Shui Luosha, what do you think? Actually, we're also curious. Waiting isn't the right thing to do. Shui Luosha replied via secret vocal transmission as well. I know what you are feeling puzzled about. Everyone, listen to me. This time, Suyu's objective is the remnant. There is no need to capture him right now. We can have him lead us to the remnant instead of alerting him right now. He is already worried that if this continues, he will give up on this trip to the remnant. Everyone had received different information. He knew that Suyu wanted to go to the relic. As for the others, they wanted to capture Suyu alive and force him to tell them where the relic was. Therefore, he could understand Shui Yu's decision. However, he was helpless. This might affect their plans. He could only say, we can only make a decision after we find the relic. Otherwise, even if we capture Suyu, he might not tell us where it is. Fellow Taoist Shui Yu, don't mess around. Then, he asked, is that fellow Taoist from the Demon Eye clan a friend of yours? I don't know him. Shui Yu said perfunctorily. We met. When I attacked earlier, I did the same thing you did. He asked me to come. I think he's more reliable than you. Ambushing some experts to weaken them was a good idea, so I decided to work with him. Shui Luosha was helpless. Can we still contact him? Shui Yu said bluntly. If this goes on, Suyu will be forced to give up on this opportunity to go to the relic. If that happens, it will be much more difficult for us to find it. Shui Yu said bluntly. You didn't tell us and hid important information, and now you're blaming us? Shui Luosha, if you don't want to work with us, then disband. If you want to work with us, then tell us everything. 6 mountain and sea experts are not that easy to deal with. Compared to killing the 6 mountain and sea experts and seizing the relic, I think we have a better chance of capturing Suyu. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? That's right. Capturing Suyu will be much easier than killing the 6 mountain and sea experts. We can ambush them a few more times. In order to protect the geniuses of their clans, some of them might give up. That will be our chance. Some people began to question Shui Luosha. Shui Luosha knew what they were thinking, and quickly said, everyone, we still have allies. Mountain and Sea Realm? That's right. Shui Yu said. Who? I think we should give up on working with them. There are so many mountain and sea experts. How are we going to split up the relic? Let's just go our separate ways. Whoever gets lucky will be the one to capture Suyu. Shui Luosha quickly said, they don't want the relic. You think they believe you? Shui Yu suddenly thought of something, and said, don't tell me you're talking about Xianxia's people? Unless they want to kill Suyu, no one from Wanzhou will give up on the relic. That's right. How many of them? Shui Luosha, your choice makes me very uneasy. Xianxia's people are not reliable. Perhaps they're working with Xia province to wipe us out. Shui Yu said. With that, he left the public channel, crushed his voice transmission talisman, and vanished. He had fled. At this moment, the other experts on the public channel were silent. They were all worried, working with Xianxia's people, they didn't want the relic, they were also worried that they would be betrayed. Shui Luosha, your choice surprised us as well. Are they your trump cards? If that's the case, we might as well work with the Bloodthirsty clan and that fellow Daoist from the Demon People clan. That's still better than Xianxia people. The other two Mountain Sea experts were also doubtful. This time, Wanzhou had sent 3 Mountain Sea realm experts. Shui Luosha was the strongest, which was why they were willing to work with her. But now, instead of working with Xianxinwen's people, they might as well work with those 2 Wan experts. They were all enemies of Wanzhou, and they were all enemies of Dixia province. There was no need for them to betray themselves. Shui Luosha was also speechless. She didn't even wait for me to finish speaking. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have opened the public channel. At this moment, she quickly said, "Fellow Daoist Shuiyu, you're too anxious. They won't dare to betray us. Otherwise, I'm not stupid, and I won't work with them. I have some things that they won't dare to do anything to me. Otherwise, if they leak it out, it will be a huge blow to them." "What do you have?" "I won't say." "Fellow Daoists, don't worry." The 2 of them didn't ask any more, but they were still worried. They were thinking about looking for Shui Luosha and Demon Pupil to discuss the matter of working together. With 4 Mountain Sea experts, even if Shui Luosha wanted to do something, they had the strength to resist. While Shuiyu was causing trouble, Suyu still had a serious expression on his face. He looked at Zhang Fei and said in a low voice, "Brother Zhang, my condolences. The death of an Ironwing clan senior was beyond my expectations. The enemy was too bold. Now that 2 Mountain Sea experts have appeared, it seems some information about me has been leaked." With that, Suyu looked at the others and said, "I've thought about it. I can't play around with everyone's lives any longer. Retreat. Retreat. Return to the Collegium. This mission is over. We're only halfway there, and one of our Dao protectors has already died." As soon as these words left his mouth, Xia Qing and the others felt their hearts pounding. They couldn't help but want to curse someone. Curse who? Of course it was that trash from the Ironwing clan. He was so weak, but he had actually been killed. Suyu seemed to have been scared out of his wits. Damn it, he had to go back. Didn't that mean that all their efforts this time were for naught? Xia Qing looked at Zhang Fei. They couldn't go back. If they went back, all their efforts would be for naught. They had already come this far. If they went back now, even if Suyu wanted to go out again, he might not come looking for them. This was their only chance. Zhang Fei suppressed the grief and indignation in his heart. He endured the pain and said, "Brother Su, I don't want to go back. My clan's elder has fallen, and I want to take revenge for him. Those 2 fellows definitely won't give up. They will appear again." Zhang Fei looked at the other Dao protectors and said sorrowfully, "Zhang Fei would like to ask seniors to help me take revenge. My Ironwing clan will definitely not mistreat seniors." He didn't want to leave, and he couldn't leave. Although his elder had been killed, now that he said he wanted to leave, Xia Qing and the others definitely wouldn't let him off. Therefore, he couldn't leave. Instead, he had to use revenge as an excuse to delay Suyu and continue onwards. Suyu's expression didn't change, but he sneered in his heart. "I've guessed it, so what if you're killed? So what if you're dead? You're in cahoots with Xia Qing, so you can't leave now. If nothing goes wrong, the Dao protectors will help you take revenge." As expected, the old man from the Yunhu clan quickly said, "That's a must." "Bastard, how dare you kill someone in front of us? I swear I won't stop until I kill those 2 fellows." The other Dao protectors also chimed in. Whether they were willing or not, the elder had been killed in front of their eyes. Since Zhang Fei said so, they had to help solve the problem. Suyu hesitated for a moment. He was in a difficult position. Soon, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Let's continue. We've already lost a senior, and I'm not willing to return without accomplishing anything. Seniors, you must be careful, and don't split up recklessly." He sneered in his heart. "You're going to suffer. I'll kill as many as I can, of course," he still said again, "Ji Xiaming, the few of you can retreat. I'll get Senior Ju Shan to send you back. You're not the target of the other party. They won't attack you recklessly." The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. So you didn't say anything. He looked at Zhou Hao again and said, "Zhou Hao, are you leaving or not?" If you leave, I'll get someone to send you back. Zhou Hao looked at the others and shook his head. I'm not afraid if they don't leave. Anyway, I'm not their main target to kill you. Suyu smiled. Fine, it's already so dangerous. Ling Yan is dead, and the few of you still don't leave. If you say you're here for training, go to hell. Who do you think you're, stupid? I don't care, I've reminded them again and again. These people don't leave no matter what, so I don't care anymore. I've done my duty. Next, these people will be killed, and I won't pity them at all. At this point, those who don't leave have a purpose. Since they came with a purpose, they don't deserve sympathy if they die. As for the Wan students, Suyu saw some of their expressions change. They probably wanted to leave but were too embarrassed to say it. For example, the youth from the Pegasus tribe. He was no longer free and unfettered. That young lady from the Mountain Antelope tribe. Fine, let's call her a young lady for now. That goat horn was really ugly, and she was also conflicted. The conflicted one might not be on Xiaoqing's side, so you couldn't be bothered. If I don't leave, don't blame others if I die. Then let's continue forward. Senior Jushan, continue to hide nearby. Don't let them track you. Hide your tracks and give them a deterrent. Okay. The huge mountain disappeared quickly, and Suyu looked at the old man from the Yunhu tribe and said apologetically, "This is the senior from the Yunhu tribe, right? The Cloud Tiger clan's speed is extremely fast. Senior, in your opinion, is it possible to scout ahead to avoid being ambushed?" The old man from the Yunhu tribe was reluctant. But at this moment, the Iron Wing tribe expert who was proficient in flying had died. He was indeed the fastest among them. After thinking for a moment, he didn't say anything else and disappeared. His speed was fast, and now that he was prepared, he wouldn't be ambushed so easily. It was better to leave as far as possible, it would be convenient for him to contact others. That bastard, he said that he would be fine. Why did two Mountain Sea experts ambush them? The old man from the Yunhu tribe was also furious. Although the Iron Wing tribe expert wasn't strong, they were on the same side. Now that he was suddenly killed, he was also worried. Could it be that Shan Shenwen's side had gone back on their word and wanted to get rid of them as well, not long after the old man from the Yunhu tribe left? Tianshui City. In a courtyard not too far away from Suyu and the others, Zhou Pingxing was holding a voice transmission talisman with a frown on his face. He explained, "It's a misunderstanding. The Mountain Sea expert is from the outer sanctum. We haven't contacted him before, so there's a misunderstanding. I'll resolve this issue soon." After explaining for a while, Zhou Pingxing cursed under his breath. Trash, he was too careless, resulting in the death of Ling Yun, and he had the cheek to question him. Without saying anything else, he quickly headed into the courtyard. A moment later, he stood outside the door and whispered, "Li Galao, the other party is about to arrive at Tianshui City. However, there's a little trouble on Wanzhou's side, there's no need to tell me." Li Galao's voice sounded from inside. "I don't know anyone from Wanzhou. Pingxing, contact them yourself." Zhou Pingxing was furious, "Acting your ass, even at this time, you're still acting like this? Do you really think that you can escape? Thinking about it, you might really be able to escape." If he failed to assassinate Suyu, even if he was caught, there was a high chance that he would be exiled. But if he contacted Wanzhou, if he was caught, even if Suyu didn't die, he would still die. Zhou Pingxing's heart was filled with hatred. At this juncture, these people were still thinking of a way out. It was no wonder Shan Shenwen's faction had suffered so many losses. They had thought too much and cherished their own lives too much. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality and were about to kill someone, yet Li Galao and the others were still unwilling to step forward and ask him to contact Wanzhou. His heart was filled with hatred, his strength was low, but his status was not. He was Zhou Mingren's disciple. Wanzhou's faction had something on him. Naturally, he wasn't afraid that Shan Shenwen's faction would betray him. If something were to happen, he would be dead for sure. Zhou Mingren would be implicated as well. However, Yu Hong and Li Galao might not be implicated. Unless they were caught on the spot, they could deny everything. All of you are still thinking of protecting yourselves at this stage. If something happens to me, none of you can escape. Zhou Pingshan cursed in his heart, but he replied, I understand. Galao, I'll be busy now. Go. Zhou Pingshan turned around and left. He could not hide the anger in his heart. If not for killing Suyu, he would not have taken the blame. Suyu and the others continued on their way. At the same time, seeing Shui Crocodile, One-Eyed was too lazy to talk nonsense. He said directly, go kill Suyu and the others, create chaos, and divide them. Shui Crocodile was the Blood Fire sect expert who had organized Wanzhou to attack the Beifeng city geniuses when Suyu entered the school. Now, he had betrayed the Blood Fire sect and organized a group of people to establish the Tianyi Divine sect. At this moment, Shui Crocodile's expression was unsightly. He glanced at Ling Yun beside him. This bastard had tricked him. There was actually a Mountain Sea Realm expert behind him. My lord, Shui Crocodile said with a smile, of course it's not a problem to kill Suyu. However, the other side has a Mountain Sea Realm expert, and we don't have many people above Soar. Going to attack them is suicide. My lord, we can't divide them at all. He didn't want to die, he wasn't one of those idiots who knew some inside information. There were so many experts on Suyu's side. Why did he have to die? One-Eye's expression was cold. You want to resist me? I don't dare. Shui Crocodile said with a smile, my lord, I don't think a frontal attack will have much effect. Other than dying, there doesn't seem to be any benefit. One-Eyed cursed inwardly. I'm sending you to die. So you said to kill a few more to help him cultivate and earn some money. How did you know I'm sending you to die? It wasn't easy. Didn't people say that the people of the Blood Fire sect were crazy? They were willing to die just to fool me. Why wouldn't this guy be willing? Seeing One-Eyed frown, Shui Crocodile hurriedly said, of course, I know what you mean, my lord. You want to divide that group of people and then kill them one by one, right? Shui Crocodile quickly said, I think it will be difficult to separate them. If you want to separate these mountain seas, you have to separate the Wan students. The mountain seas are their protectors. If the students are separated, the mountain seas can be separated. One-Eyed said coldly, what do you mean? I've observed them before. The other side has Yunhu, the Fox clan, the Bull clan. Do you know about Heavenly Fox saliva? One-Eye's expression changed slightly. Yes. Blood Crocodile smiled and said, I do. This thing doesn't have much use, at least not to the other races of the Wan, but to the Fox tribe, this thing is extremely tempting. I heard that it can purify their bloodline, allowing their bloodline to transform. Moreover, the Fox tribe is extremely sensitive to this thing. Even if they are dozens of li away, they will still be able to smell it. The one-eyed man's eyes flickered as he looked at him. Blood Crocodile chuckled and said, Lord, come one by one, lure out the Fox clan first. Now, a Ling Yan went to assassinate Suyu, carrying the saliva of the celestial fox with him. Sensing danger from afar, he fled. Do you think that the Fox tribe expert will chase after him? One-Eyed frowned and said, the other party knows that it's dangerous. They won't come out rashly. Even if they do, there might be more than one Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. It was a good idea, but the key was that Ling Yun had already been killed before, so the other party might not chase after them now. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have killed that Iron Wing. This time, he might really have been able to lure out that Mountain Sea of the Fox tribe. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this guy had such a thing. The saliva of the celestial fox had too few targets, and under normal circumstances, the human race had almost no collection of it. Where did this guy come from? Lord, how about we give it a try? Blood Crocodile said with a smile. Let's send some cannon fodder first to lower their guard. After a few times, these people might not remember the danger from before. That Mountain Sea of the Fox tribe might be able to endure it, but that little fox might not be able to. One-Eyed said coldly, the other party might not leave the team, but rather encourage the team to chase after her. Wouldn't that be letting them off easy? Blood Crocodile said with a smile, how about we give it a try? Lord, even if we fail, it's not a big deal. The saliva of the celestial fox isn't very useful, and it only has an effect on the Fox tribe. If the other party really takes it away, we won't lose anything. Besides, it's mine, what's the rush? In any case, he didn't want to throw his life away. He didn't want to throw his life away, and there were many mountain seas there. One-Eyed was silent for a moment, then nodded. Go and give it a try. Take the celestial fox tribe and try. You're afraid of death. Blood Crocodile cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to say something, One-Eyed suddenly grabbed him. In the next moment, a thick dark light shot out from his third eye and landed on him. If you run, unless you can block my demonic eye flame, you will die even if you run to the ends of the earth. Blood Crocodile cursed inwardly. This beast had better be killed here, otherwise he would be in trouble in the future. The ambush continued. Suyu gradually approached Xianxia City. On the way, he encountered several more ambushes. Of course, the opponents weren't very strong. At most, they were only at the Soar realm. They were a group of rogue Wanzhou people, so they didn't know what was going on. They might not even know that there were Mountain Sea Dao protectors around. Or rather, they definitely didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the courage to attack Suyu. But as Suyu killed a group of people, the ambushers didn't return. Gradually, these ambushes lessened, and even the rogue experts began to feel the danger. At this moment, Baisu would occasionally look in a certain direction. He smelled it, the others didn't feel it, but as a member of the Fox clan, he smelled it. The saliva of the heavenly fox, dozens of miles away, someone was following them. The key was that the other party had the saliva of the heavenly fox. His bloodline was throbbing. Was it a trap, or did someone accidentally carry it and dare not attack, so they kept following them? The clan elder should have felt it too. When the group stopped, the person behind them also stopped. He just followed them from afar, not following them, nor moving forward. The feeling of his bloodline boiling made Baisu very uncomfortable. In front, Suyu suddenly turned his head and said, "Brother Bai, are you injured?" Baisu hurriedly said, "No, I'm just a little worried." "Is there another expert following us?" "It's fine," Suyu said with a smile. "At this point, as long as we don't panic and don't split up, it won't be so easy to deal with 6 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators." Suyu looked into the distance and said, "There are still 2 hours left before we reach Xianxia City. We won't enter the city, lest we bring trouble to Xianxia City. We'll take a detour, and in a few hours, we'll reach southern Yuan." Baisu didn't say anything. The boiling feeling in his bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, the saliva of the heavenly fox, he wanted to get his hands on it, but at this moment, should he say it or not? If he said it, would Suyu agree to cooperate with him to capture the expert following them? Most likely not. This might be a trap. Baisu suppressed the boiling blood in his body. This was a trap. He shouldn't be tempted, and neither should the clan elder. This was definitely a trap. Baisu comforted himself again and again. Wasn't it just the saliva of the heavenly fox? Although it was very important, he didn't care. In the void, the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators didn't gather together, but scattered around. At this moment, the Mountain Sea Realm cultivator of the Fox clan had also sensed the existence of the saliva of the heavenly fox. He kept turning his head to look behind him, his expression changing. He also felt that it was a trap. He even sensed that it was a Lingyan realm expert who had been following them. It seemed like he was plotting something, but he didn't dare to get close. He stayed far away and didn't go forward. He just stood there and didn't close the distance. It's a trap. We can't go. Unless all of the mountain seas went together. Shanhai's eyes flickered, and he suddenly transmitted to the others. There's a Lingyan behind us, and he's trying to lure me into attacking him. He has the saliva of the heavenly fox, so it's very likely that the other 2 mountain seas are hiding nearby. How about we attack together? As soon as he said this, the other mountain seas exchanged glances. Attack together? They were still thinking about it when Shanhai of the Barbarian Bull clan replied, "Fine. But if we get the saliva of the heavenly fox, you have to give us the corresponding benefits." Seeing that the old bull had agreed, Shanhai of the Heavenly Horse clan and the Mountain Antelope clan didn't say anything else. In truth, they didn't want to agree, but since the old bull had agreed, it wouldn't look good for them to refuse. Shanhai of the Fox clan didn't say anything else. He quickly said, "The other side might have 2 or 3 mountain seas in hiding. We'll leave 2 mountain seas here, and the rest will attack that guy together. These fellows are looking down on us. Although we aren't of the same race, we are allies of the human race. How could I lie to you and put myself in danger? Xianxia of the Fox clan snorted coldly in his heart. Did those fellows really think that they were Wanzhou? Ignoring everything else, he was now allies with the barbarian Bull clan and Yunhu clan. How could he possibly go off on his own without informing them? He wanted the saliva of the heavenly fox, and he also wanted his own life. Before long, 2 Mountain Seas and 1 Lingyun clan were charging in that direction. The void trembled, and Suyu looked over to see a few figures shooting out. He frowned. So it wasn't that fellow from the Fox clan who was going off on his own. Forget it, he wasn't really hoping for anything. Blood Crocodile, wasn't that fellow good at running? He should just run a bit more. He had heard of this fellow's famous name before. Back when he had been on his way to the academy, he had led a group of people to attack Beifeng City, and had been chased down by the Galao clan members of the Great Xia Civilization University for many days, but had never been able to catch him. Even further away, the Blood Crocodile sensed the movements of the 2 Mountain Seas. Cursing inwardly, he turned and fled. The other Mountain Seas were actually helping him? How stupid! If he became stronger, it wouldn't benefit them at all. The plan had failed. Run! The Blood Crocodile transformed into a blood arrow, instantly piercing through the void and disappearing. He was carrying the saliva of the heavenly fox, so the Fox clan experts could also sense him. They quickly chased after him with the old mountain antelope. Suyu frowned and shouted, "Seniors, don't run too far away. Be careful not to fall into their trap." Although he wanted them to fall into their trap, he still had to put on an act. However, falling into their trap was useless. 2 Mountain Seas and 1 Lingyun clan member were too much for One-Eyed and the others to handle. What a pity, Suyu sighed inwardly. Forget it. If these people could kill the Blood Crocodile, it would be a good thing. That day, the Southern Yuan team had been attacked by the Blood Crocodile, so they could be considered enemies of Suyu. Although Suyu was fine, a few students from the Southern Yuan team had died that day. The team continued to stop and reorganize. And at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded not far away. The figure of the giant mountain appeared. With an angry roar, he slashed out with his axe. In front of him, a blood moon rose. The giant mountain's axe shattered the blood moon. Over here, the old man of the Pegasus clan instantly appeared. Just as he was about to go to help, Suyu shouted, "Don't go. Don't go." The old Pegasus froze and couldn't help but curse, "Old fox, come back." Damn it, the old fox had taken Mountain Antelope clan's Mountain Sea away. At this moment, only he and the Barbarian Bull clan's Mountain Sea were here. Yunhu clan's Mountain Sea was in another direction. This was their base camp. They couldn't leave and let others break in. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. These thoughts flashed past his mind. On the other side of the giant mountain, a flame suddenly appeared behind him. Be careful, the old Pegasus roared and attacked across the air. But when it reached the other side, its power had already weakened. The giant mountain was entangled by the blood moon. The next moment, the flame started burning on his body. At this moment, in the distance, the Yunhu clan's Mountain Sea and the old fox were all rushing over. Flames, those were the flames of the Demon Pupil clan. One-Eyed and the Blood Moon succeeded in their attack and quickly fled. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Suyu shouted again, don't chase after them. They are trying to split us up. Don't run around. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at the giant mountain. At this moment, the giant mountain was also flying towards him. When he landed, his body shrunk and his face was pale. There was still a flame on his body that hadn't been extinguished. I was burned by the demon pupil flame, the giant mountain said gloomily. This is a little troublesome. Unless the other party retracts the demon pupil flame, I will have to spend some time to extinguish it. Otherwise, my battle power will be greatly affected. The other Mountain Sea clans had also arrived. Seeing the burning flames on his body, they all frowned. The old fox also said apologetically, Brother Giant Mountain, I'm sorry, he had led people to kill the blood crocodile in order to obtain the saliva of the heavenly fox. In the end, the other party had not ambushed him, but Giant Mountain. This was troublesome. The demon pupil flame was on his body, and Giant Mountain's strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, he didn't care. It was a good thing that Giant Mountain was injured. He still had to say some polite words, so you frowned again and looked at the Giant Mountain. Senior Giant Mountain is injured. Does he still have the battle power of a mountain sea? The flames will gradually invade his body. He still has some now, but I'm afraid he won't have any more in a while. How long will it take to suppress it? This is the demon pupil flame. The other party is stronger than me. It will take at least 3 days and 3 nights, and I will use all my strength to suppress it. So you frowned. 3 days and 3 nights. We can't wait. The longer we delay, the more powerful the other party will have, and the wider the news will spread. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be. We will lose another mountain sea realm battle power. At this point, Suyu suddenly gritted his teeth. Retreat. We have to retreat. The other party is weakening our strength. We can't be a target. Senior Giant Mountain is too injured. Giant Mountain didn't say anything. Beside him, the old Pegasus didn't care either. If they couldn't do it, they could retreat. However, the Mountain Sea clan of the Fox clan, the Raging Bull clan, and the newly returned Yunhu clan could not agree. If they retreated, how could they continue? If they retreated now, Xianxia faction would definitely cause trouble for them. The Yunhu clan elder hurriedly said, the demon pupil flame is troublesome, but if we join forces, we can still help suppress it. Giant Mountain gloomily said, no, if you join forces, it will consume too much energy. Perhaps the other party is trying to exhaust us. It is not easy for a mountain sea realm cultivator to recover, and the vital energy here is thin, making it even harder to recover. The Yunhu clan elder smiled. It's fine. If we join forces, it will consume some energy, but not too much. Brother Giant Mountain, don't think too much. We will help you suppress it. At this time, they had to help. Otherwise, if Giant Mountain was too injured, he would really scare away Suyu. Although they wished for nothing more than for this guy to be killed. But it was still too early. Suyu hadn't reached the ruins yet. Giant Mountain looked at Suyu. Suyu frowned. Seniors, will it consume a lot of energy to suppress it? It won't be too much. The Yunhu clan elder smiled. I'll recover in a day at most. Then, I'll have to trouble you, seniors. They smiled, but didn't say anything. Just as they were about to help, Suyu said, let's keep 1 or 2 mountain seas at full strength. Senior Heavenly Horse and Senior Yunhu, one will hold the line, and the other will scout. We can't consume too much energy, so we'll have to trouble you, seniors. The Heavenly Horse elder was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided that he would hold the line. The Cloud Tiger clan elder glanced at Suyu, thought for a moment, then looked at the Fox clan expert. Seeing that the Cloud Tiger clan elder was also persuaded by Suyu, Xianxia of the Fox clan thought for a moment and smiled. Fine, Suyu probably didn't suspect anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Yunhu clan elder not to help. That's fine. The Fox, Raging Ox, and Mountain Antelope Mountain Seas didn't say anything else. They quickly helped Giant Mountain expel the demon pupil flame. Everything went smoothly, and the demon pupil flame was gradually being suppressed. One-Eyed was strong, but with Giant Mountain and 4 mountain seas, it wasn't much of a problem. Seeing the flames gradually extinguish, their faces went pale. However, just as they were about to succeed, the flames suddenly flared up, a rumbling sound rang out, creating fire out of thin air. The powerful flames exploded out again, burning the weakest Raging Ox expert alive. Everyone was shocked, and quickly helped to suppress the flames. After a while, they finally stopped. Giant Mountain's face was pale, and he couldn't help but curse, you bastard. Damn it. He was in the vicinity just now, and he ignited my acupoints. His face was pale, and his flesh was covered with blood. He had been seriously injured. Of course, the demon pupil flame had been completely extinguished. As for the unlucky Raging Ox expert, he was also seriously injured. He wanted to curse, but didn't know who to curse. Fudge, his injuries weren't light, either. Giant Mountain had burned his acupoints, and the power of the demon pupil flame had been greatly increased. If it weren't for the help of the mountain seas, he would have been seriously injured. Even so, the Fox tribe and Mountain Antelope experts were both exhausted. Of course, the one with the most serious injuries was still Giant Mountain. He couldn't say anything. Giant Mountain was unlucky, and even a few of his acupoints had been burned. It would probably take a lot of time to recover. Giant Mountain was also depressed. I'm fine. I burned a few acupoints, but without the suppression of the demon pupil flame, my battle prowess can still reach the mountain sea realm. I'll be fine after some rest. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. With a word of thanks, Giant Mountain disappeared again. Suyu anxiously shouted, Senior Jushan, it's better to let Senior Tian Ma patrol the perimeter. You are easy to be ambushed like this. Everyone must be careful. You are with the seniors who have consumed a lot of energy, in case someone takes advantage of you. Giant Mountain's figure appeared, and old Pegasus said, I'll patrol the perimeter. Don't go. You'll be easily ambushed. Then, be careful, fellow Taoist. Giant Mountain said helplessly to the Fox Tribe and Raging Ox Tribe experts. Then I'll go with you. Sorry for dragging you down. Fellow Taoist must be joking. We were careless. The Fox Tribe elder cupped his hands and easily accepted Giant Mountain. Giant Mountain's injuries were not light, and patrolling the perimeter was indeed dangerous. Besides, it was old Pegasus who was patrolling, not them. Only then did the Raging Ox Tribe expert say, Did you get the Heavenly Fox saliva? The other party deliberately lured you out. We didn't get it, and it was a big loss. I got it. That Ling Yun left the Heavenly Fox saliva behind. The Fox Tribe elder smiled. His luck was not bad. He was not injured and had only expended some of his vital energy. But he had gotten the Heavenly Fox saliva, so he had profited. Giant Mountain and Raging Ox were a bit unlucky, but there was nothing he could do about it. The other party had not ambushed him, but who knew that they would have the guts to attack Giant Mountain? Giant Mountain was also stupid. It was his fault for not running to old Pegasus and the others. Otherwise, the other two mountain seas would not have dared to ambush him. Since he had not suffered any losses, and had even made a profit, he was naturally in a good mood. The group continued on their way, and Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. These three great demons were not easy to deal with. Some things had been arranged by him, and some hadn't. For example, the ambush on Giant Mountain had been their idea, and he had just gone with the flow. He knew that the three of them were in cahoots, which was why he knew some things. But if he did not know that they were in cahoots, how could he have known that the three of them were putting on an act, and injured Raging Ox so badly? Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that Giant Mountain had successfully integrated into the group. Previously, he had been patrolling the perimeter, but it was not that he had to patrol the perimeter. It was just that he was not familiar with the others, and could not blend in. Even if he had, the others would have been wary of him. Now, he had naturally integrated into the group. In fact, he even felt that he was in the same boat as Raging Ox. Because the old fox had stolen the Heavenly Fox saliva, he felt somewhat apologetic towards them. Even if he did not think much of it, he had to pretend to feel that way. So you did not care about them anymore. He laughed inwardly. Giant Mountain, this guy insisted on blending in with the mountain seas. Let's see how he performs. Moreover, with Giant Mountain injured, it would also lower the vigilance of the others. At the same time, in a call in the mountains, One-Eyed glanced at Shwe Crocodile, who had just escaped. Shwe Crocodile smiled and said, Your Excellency, you have great foresight. You seriously injured a mountain sea. I prostrate myself in admiration. One-Eyed could not be bothered with him. After waiting for a while, Shwe appeared. Shwe Crocodile's expression changed slightly, but he did not dare to make a sound. After another while, three figures appeared at the same time. Shwe Luosha had arrived. Shwe Yu, Demon Eye. You guys, Shwe Luosha was very angry. These two were too bold. They actually ran over to attack each other again. The next moment, he suddenly saw someone and said coldly, Shwe Crocodile? Shwe Crocodile was alarmed. Damn it, Shwe Luosha, he did not dare to say too much. He hurriedly said, Sect leader, I am now the branch leader of the Demon Eye cult. Shwe Luosha frowned slightly. Demon Eye cult, One-Eyed said indifferently, I established it. This person is still of some use. I will use him first. After saying that, he did not think too much of it. He said, my name is One-Eyed. Are you the Shui Luosha that Shui you mentioned? Trash. He cursed and said coldly, if you were willing to cooperate, I could have just killed one mountain sea or even two. I could have just directly captured Suyu. Would there have been any need to go through so much trouble? As for cooperating with the so-called Shan Shinwen faction, those are all jokes. If you want benefits, you don't fight for it yourself. You want to rely on others? If the Shan Shinwen faction cooperates with Xianxia, your so-called information will be a joke. You will be easily wiped out. The Blood Fire cult is indeed full of idiots. One-Eyed ignored him and looked at the two mountain sea sects behind him. Which cult are you from? If you are from the Blood Fire cult, then there is no need to talk anymore. If not, we can talk about cooperation. Shui Luosha is trash. Do you think you can rely on her to obtain the ruins? The two mountain sea sects behind him exchanged glances. Soon, one of them smiled and said, Divine Dragon Cult, Yunfei. Demon Scorpion Cult, Hong Chen. Shui Luosha watched helplessly as they conversed. Even if she hadn't come, it would have been useless. The two of them had caused too much of a commotion, and had already attracted the attention of the two mountain sea sects behind her. Even if she hadn't come, they would have come looking for her. At this moment, there were 5 mountain sea realm experts gathered here. The mountain giant is seriously injured, Blood Moon said. We are 5 against 6. We are stronger than them. Shui Luosha is in the 7th stage of the mountain sea realm, so we are confident in attacking. Furthermore, they are protecting the students. In my opinion, we should just attack and capture Suyu. Then he added, if we drag this out, Xiaojia's people will come, and we will be dead beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't want to wait with that idiot. Do you want to wait for death? The other 2 mountain sea sects nodded in agreement. If they dragged this out, it would be very dangerous. It would be best for Wanzhou to strike first and then retreat. Right now, the commotion was getting bigger and bigger. If they dragged this out, and Xiaojia's people came, they would be hunted down, Blood Moon said, Shui Luosha, you are the strongest. Earlier, when you said we should cooperate, I listened to you. But now, if we drag this out, we will be courting death. We must attack immediately, or not at all. Gather your so-called experts from the Shan Shinwen faction. If they are trying to trick you and don't send anyone, what kind of cooperation is this? Blood Moon said coldly, they must show up and meet up with us. Compare the strength of both sides. If they are too strong, be careful that they do not betray us. Right now, we are relying on your words alone, and you want to lead this mission? That's right, Shui Luosha. Where are they? They are only contacting you. They are not sincere at all. The other 2 also began to doubt him. Blood Moon and One-Eyed smiled secretly. Only by gathering together would they be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Only by gathering together would they know how many people the other side had. Since they had snuck in, it would be a pity if they did not play the role of a leader. Of course, they were not as strong as Shui Luosha. If they were stronger, they could just ignore her. In fact, Shui Luosha herself was not very reassured. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. I will try. What you said is not unreasonable. We do have to be careful of them turning on us. With that, she took out a voice transmission talisman. After a while, she said, wait a moment, that guy is going to ask for instructions. At the same time, Yu Hong picked up the voice transmission talisman and glanced at it. She frowned and said, they told us to meet up and act together. Otherwise, we will no longer cooperate. Lao Jing frowned. That's not appropriate, right? Yu Galao, it is very risky now. If we meet up, once we are discovered, we will die. That's not appropriate. If we are separated and caught, can't I just wander around? If we meet up now and get caught, we will be in big trouble. Yu Hong was silent for a while, then said, it doesn't matter. If we are really discovered, we can just kill them and turn around to kill those experts from the Myriad races sect. It's not like there aren't cases of experts sneaking into the Myriad races sect to kill them. Then she added, many of them even start their own sects and act as spies for the human race. As long as we do not infringe on Xiaojia's interests, it is not a big deal. At the last moment, we can kill Suyu. At that time, we don't have to worry about whether we are with Wanzhou. Laozhen was still a little worried. After a while, he said in a low voice, "It is best to get rid of them afterwards. Cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Otherwise, we will have a big hold over us." "Yes," Yu Hong answered. That was not difficult. They had many mountains and seas on their side. If they cooperated with Yun Hu and the others to kill those people, it would not be too difficult. Wanzhou experts did not know that Yun Hu and the others were also on their side. Half an hour later, Yu Hong and Laozhen arrived. Their faces were very illusory, and it was impossible to tell what they were. The one-eyed man snorted coldly and looked at them. "Just the two of you? Is that not enough?" Yu Hong's voice was sinister, and her qi erupted. Seventh tier of the mountain and sea realm, Lao Zhang's qi also erupted. Sixth tier of the mountain and sea realm. TSK, you two are not weak. Blood Moon laughed sinisterly. But if it is really just the two of you, it is not enough. Just the two of you, 7 against 6. Besides, there might be another mountain and sea in Xia province monitoring in secret. 7 against 7, that will not do. If that is the case, when we reach the ruins, it will be a battle to the death. It is better to capture Suyu and force him to tell us where the ruins are. Yu Hong said coldly. There is still one more person who has not arrived. He will be here soon. He is not in the late mountain and sea realm. Shui Luosha and I are both in the late mountain and sea realm. What danger would there be? With that, she added, you and the demon pupil clan member, do not cause any more trouble. Yu Hong was also angry. If these two continued to cause trouble, how would Suyu dare to go to the ruins? 2 of them were fine, but if more mountain and sea realm experts showed up, Suyu would definitely not dare to go and would give up. They had come for the same reason, to keep Blood Moon and Demon Pupil in check. Blood Moon laughed sinisterly. Fine, we will not cause trouble. But if we do find the ruins, the 2 of you better not cause trouble. Also, when the time comes, the 2 of you will not dare to believe that you will not kill a mountain and sea realm expert. Xianxia should have an overseer, so we do not ask for much. We will deal with the others. If the 2 of you can kill that person, we will trust you. Hearing this, Wanzhou and the other mountain and sea realm experts fell silent. Yes, we want you to kill Xiajia's people, otherwise, how would we dare to trust you? Yu Hong's expression was cold. After a while, she said coldly, fine. Then everyone will be happy. Blood Moon laughed cruelly. Since you have said that, we will trust you. We can work together. You can lead. As for Shanshanwen's faction, take care of them in the future. They are all on the same side. Yu Hong and Laozhen ignored her and remained silent. One-Eyed also laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. The mountain and sea realm will be silent and not make a move, lest we attract attention. Let those idiots continue to harass us. If it is too quiet, the other side will feel that it is more dangerous. This time, we can clean up the rogue cultivators in Xia province. They had no objections. Those who died were the weak and idiots. If they died, then so be it. At this moment, Suyu's group was less than an hour away from Tianshui City. There were fewer attacks. Blood Moon and One-Eyed no longer appeared. Suyu didn't know much, except that Blood Moon and the others had met 2 mountain and sea cultivators, one at the 7th and the other at the 6th tier. He guessed the 7th tier. 6th tier, the one from the Great Shang House, how audacious, Shan Shenwen's faction, was truly audacious. They actually dared to meet up with them. Are we almost all here? Yu Hong said that there was one more waiting. It was probably Li Galau. 3 Galaus. On Wanzhou's side, in addition to Blood Moon and the others, there were also 3 mountain and sea cultivators. That was 6 people, Yun Hu, Barbarian Bull, and the Fox clan. 9 mountain and sea cultivators. As far as he knew, there were already 9 mountain and sea enemies. Suyu licked his lips. He had to speed up. He couldn't waste too much time and arouse their suspicions. 9 mountain and sea cultivators. That was a lot. Yu Hong and the others had a high opinion of him. That's enough. Now that I've killed 9 mountain and sea cultivators, I should be able to make a name for myself. Of course, he had to stay alive. Speed up. Suyu shouted. Hurry up, or the longer we delay, the more trouble we'll have. Dendrolema sped up, and Rhinoceros Borer and the others quickly followed. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly. As Suyu advanced, he shouted, "We'll take a detour up ahead. We'll pass Xianxia City and head directly to southern Yuan." No one said anything, and they all followed. There were also fewer dangers along the way. On Rhinoceros Borer's back, Xiaqing looked at Ji Xiaoming and Li Mingyu with a strange expression. It was already so dangerous, and they still hadn't left. What were they thinking? The sun hung high in the sky as the horses galloped. After nearing Xianxia City, there were no more attacks. Just as Suyu was about to make a detour to Xianxia City, a group of soldiers appeared in front of him. Zhou Hao and the rest were on high alert, worried that it was Wanzu in disguise. However, Suyu saw a familiar face. Li Yunfeng, the expert who had escorted Suyu and the rest to the school, Xianxia City Guard Deputy Commander, Stage 7 Soar. Suyu saw him, and the other party saw Suyu. Li Yunfeng felt it from a distance away. Powerful, shocking, especially the demonic beast he was riding on. Its aura was so strong that even the cloud-galloping horse he was riding on was trembling. Dendrolamus, top 100 races. Not only that, it was Dendrolamus in the Soar realm, and at the peak of Soar. He recognized Suyu. Just a few months ago, he had followed Zhao Li and the rest to escort Suyu to Xia province. Of course, the main character that day was not Suyu. Li Yunfeng escorted Hu Zongqi that day. He was the genius of Xianxia City. That day, Suyu was just an unremarkable genius of southern Yuan City in his eyes. How many months had it been? In just a few months, he had seen Suyu again, and it was under such circumstances. Li Yunfeng rode his horse closer, dressed in snow-white robes. Looking at Suyu on Dendrolamus's back, he felt a baleful aura and a murderous intent. Suyu? Commander Li. Suyu cupped his hands and smiled. Commander Li, are you dealing with the demonic beasts? Yes. Li Yunfeng nodded and looked at him, then at the students. His heart trembled. They were probably the geniuses of Great Xia Civilization University. Including some strange demons. Were they Yuan students? Suyu, what are you doing? Return to southern Yuan. Suyu smiled and said, Southern Yuan is also in chaos. Southern Yuan City is asking for help. I will accept the mission and go to southern Yuan City to help. Do you need our help? You're too polite. Suyu cupped his hands and smiled, there's no need to trouble Commander Li. Oh right, we've killed some demons along the way. I've only taken a portion of the Soar Realm demon corpses. A large number of Qianjun and Wansha Realm demon corpses were left behind. If Commander Li doesn't mind, you can bring everyone to retrieve them. Consider it my treat. Suyu looked at the soldiers behind him and said with a smile, my father is also a soldier. Seeing you all, I can't help but think of my father. It would be a pity to waste those demon corpses. We obviously can't take them away. Li Yunfeng did not say anything. He was only shocked. Killed a lot of Soar, he had also heard some rumors. At this moment, he could not help but ask, Suyu, you entered Soar? Not yet. These words were even more shocking, it was fine if he entered. If he did not, killing a large number of Soar would be even more terrifying. Then, thank you very much. Li Yunfeng did not refuse. He thanked him and said, do you need to enter Xianxia City to recuperate? No need, I can't wait to go back. Suyu smiled and said, Commander Li, then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. Li Yunfeng cupped his hands and waited for them to leave quickly. Only then did he exclaim in amazement. Was this still the child who was sent to Great Xia Civilization University a few months ago? Now, in front of him, he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. At Soar Stage 7, he could be considered a genius in Xianxia City. With some emotions, he continued to lead his team forward. Not long after, he saw a battlefield. It was a bloody place with hundreds of huge wild demon corpses scattered in the wild. The sergeants following behind him were also amazed. They were all people who had been to the battlefield. At a glance, they knew that most of them were killed by the same person. Killed with one slash, the corpses were all intact. Looking at the distribution of the corpses, it was very likely that they were killed instantly. Some sergeants did not know. "Commander, this was killed by that student just now?" "Yes." Li Yunfeng nodded and sighed. "Remember, that's Suyu, Southern Yuan Suyu, the top genius of Dixia province. Now, the soul-devouring art and the double-wu aperture opening technique that the military is preparing to promote are all promoted by this genius." As soon as this was said, the others knew who the other party was. "Genius, a real genius. Dixia province is blessed." Some sergeants could not help but laugh. Such a genius actually appeared. Unfortunately, we are old. If we were 20 years younger and cultivated the soul-devouring art and aperture closing technique, we would also be top figures. His father. Suyu. Could it be the son of Southern Yuan Su Long? Someone even knew Su Long. Li Yunfeng nodded. "Yes, it's that guy from the demon-subduing army." "Old Chen, was he in the same period as you?" He looked at a centurion in the team who was in the Wanshi realm. The middle-aged man smiled. "Sort of. I'm one stage higher than him." "Su Long. This guy is amazing. He gave birth to such a genius son. When the news reaches the demon-subduing army, those old brothers will probably be overjoyed." After saying that, he smiled again. "Su Long is too lucky. He is not much, but his old brothers are good, and so is his son. I'm 5 years younger than Su Long. When I left, his brothers already had a few Kiliarchs. After more than 10 years, I'm afraid they've all become Kiliarchs." In the demon-subduing army, Kiliarchs were generally sore, and Kiliarchs were Ling Yunjing. As soon as this was said, Li Yunfeng exclaimed again, "Su Long's group is amazing. If Suyu enters the demon-subduing army in the future, with his strength and talent, he will soon have a chance to become a general. What a blessing for Dixia province." The soldiers sighed with emotion. Some veterans from the demon-subduing army were grinning from ear to ear. Inside the demon-subduing army, there was also competition. But when they went out, they were all fellow soldiers of the demon-subduing army. Now, the son of an old comrade was so outstanding. These people were also honored. Next time when they met other experts in the army, they could brag a little. "The son of someone in the demon-subduing army is Suyu. Do you know him? You don't know him? The soul-devouring spell and the orifice-closing method that you cultivate belong to Suyu. They belong to the demon-subduing army. TSK. Thinking about it made me happy. All of a sudden, I am superior to others." Li Yunfeng listened to their discussion and watched them happily clean up the demon corpses. He could not help but say, he is a genius, but his days are hard. Suyu joined many Shinwen factions in Dixia province. We warriors don't know about it, but those who know civilization masters should know about it. Some people were really knowledgeable. When they heard this, they immediately said, "Commander, how many Shinwen factions does he belong to? I really didn't notice. His days are a little hard. I heard that some places are going to cancel many Shinwen factions. But Suyu is such a genius. Will it be okay?" "It should be okay. A genius like him has created so many useful cultivation methods. We should treat him like a treasure. There won't be any trouble." The soldiers discussed with each other and did not pay too much attention. In their eyes, Suyu was so talented, especially those cultivation methods that he created. Why would Dixia province find trouble with Suyu? The next time we see the other city guards, we have to tell them that the cultivation methods they cultivate were created by the demon-subduing army. "Old Chen, you're still in the demon-subduing army. You retired long ago. Now you're a city guard from Tianshui City, not Southern Yuan City. You still want to curry favor with us." The soldiers joked and joked. They were all in a good mood. This time, not only did they see Suyu, but they also got a lot of demon corpses. Even if these corpses were reported by the students, they were still valuable. And it seemed that the other party did not report the credit. Under normal circumstances, killing demons would be rewarded. The prerequisite for reporting the credit was to collect some special parts of the demon. It was impossible for them to report the credit without any proof. After the soldiers finished collecting, they continued forward. Sure enough, they encountered some demon corpses. There seemed to be more in front, but it seemed that someone was collecting them. A few of them were unhappy and hurried over to negotiate. These were given to them by Suyu. He didn't say that he would give it to others. After a while, the news that Suyu had killed thousands of demons on his way back to southern Yuan instantly spread in the surrounding cities. Those who had retired from the demon-subduing army couldn't wait to spread the news that they were from the demon-subduing army. The creation of the orifice-closing technique and the soul-devouring technique were all done by the demon-subduing army. In just half a day, Suyu's name spread in the 28 cities of the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, Suyu was getting closer and closer to southern Yuan. Wanzhou had given up, there were no more attacks. All the idiots were dead. Those above Soar were more or less intelligent. After so many people died, they also retreated. Southern Yuan City. On the city wall. City Lord Wu Wenhai, Elder Wang, City Guard Commander Zhang Yun, Hall Master Tsinghua, Long Wu Wei, and Xiao Bing all arrived at this moment. Looking into the distance, Wu Wenhai sighed with emotion. Suyu. Old Xia, have you thought about it? It's only been a few months. Just now, Li Yunfeng, the deputy commander of the city guard in Tianshui City, called and thanked me for a long time. This guy is young, but when I went to Tianshui City for business, he was very arrogant. What a sigh, he knew Li Yunfeng. He was from the Li family of Tianshui City. He was also a genius, at the 7th level of Soar. He was not too old, only in his early 30s. With his high status, Tianshui City was much more important than southern Yuan. As the city lord, when he went to Tianshui City for business, he had to bow his head to Li Yunfeng. Now, the other party took the initiative to thank him. Xiaobing also had a complicated look in his eyes. He knew that Suyu was a genius, but he didn't expect him to be this talented. After leaving for less than half a year, Suyu returned in such a manner. On the side, the old principal chuckled. My Southern Yuan secondary school is powerful, isn't it? What does it have to do with you? Wu Wenhai joked. Old Wang, that's not your student. It's old Lu's. Same. How dare Suyu say that he didn't graduate from a secondary school in southern Yuan? The old principal chuckled. That's amazing. When he left, I knew this kid would make a name for himself sooner or later. Sure enough, he made such a big name in such a short time. Although he laughed, his expression soon changed slightly. He's a little too ostentatious. This kid came from our southern Yuan, it's better to keep a low profile. He's not like those big cities in northern Wind, some of which have the support of Shanghai City Lord. Our southern Yuan can't rely on you, old Wu, to support us. Wu Wenhai said nothing, a little depressed. This was too hurtful, there was nothing to say. There was no way to refute. Southern Yuan was really weak. There were only a few Soar cities. Although it was one of the 28 cities, it was not even as strong as a district in some big cities. As the few of them chatted, smoke rose in front of them, a golden light appeared, that was Dendrolamus, a powerful aura, on the city wall. Wu Wenhai exclaimed, that's the Dendrolamus that Li Yunfeng mentioned, right? One of the top 100 races, a high Soar. Even his mount is better than yours, sigh. The old principal stabbed him in the heart again. Wu Wenhai was speechless, a little sad. However, he was also a little shocked. Suyu was really capable. In less than half a year, he had already returned home riding a Dendrolamus. As the few of them were talking, a city guard exclaimed, so many demon beasts. Yes, so many demon beasts, there were corpses everywhere. Outside the city, Suyu encountered a group of rampaging demon beasts and killed them. Coincidentally, it was not far from southern Yuan City, so he dragged it back. Rhinoceros Borer and Dendrolamus were in charge of dragging it. That was why there was a cloud of smoke and dust. As for the damage, the demon beasts' corpses were extremely tough. They had just died, so it was not that easy to damage them. Southern Yuan, he had arrived. Suyu looked at the city in front of him, at the dilapidated city. Compared to Tianshui City and Xia Province, southern Yuan was too small and dilapidated. He didn't think so in the past, but now, it was really dilapidated. Although it was dilapidated, although it was weak, Suyu still liked southern Yuan because it was his home. He had spent 18 happy years here. Here, he got to know some friends and some teachers. Dendrolamus sped forward and approached the city wall. Suyu stepped into the air and instantly landed on the city wall. He said loudly, "Greetings, City Lord, greetings, Principal Zhang." "Suyu, you're back." Suyu said loudly and looked at the old principal. At that moment, he suddenly felt so close. Seeing Xiaobing, Bear One's teeth smiled and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He also saw Xianxia, Chen Hao's father. At that moment, Xianxia was also looking at him with a smile, his face full of joy. "It's good that you're back," the old principal looked at him and sighed. He walked forward, patted him on the shoulder, and then gave him a kick. He said with a smile, "Don't you have any manners? Your friends are all down there. Aren't you going to entertain them? You don't have any etiquette of the Southern Yuan people." Suyu laughed. The old principal seemed to have aged even more. But he still looked healthy. Looking at the old principal, he couldn't help but think of the days when he was scolded by Teacher Lu every day. He had taken the blame countless times, and his beard was almost pulled out. Unfortunately, Teacher Lu was no longer here. He had gone to the incomparably dangerous heavenly battlefield. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old principal, the city gate below opened. The city guards had already gone to welcome the students who had returned with Suyu. Suyu shouted down the city wall, "You guys go and rest first. The mission isn't urgent, so I won't accompany you. I have to go home later." Everyone nodded and followed the city guards to the place arranged by Southern Yuan. By now, the sky was starting to darken. Rushing through the night, Suyu was a little tired, but it wasn't a big deal. He chatted with Xiaobing and the others as they descended the city wall. After walking for a while, the old principal seemed to have something to say. Suyu said, "Senior Giant Mountain, have the others left?" In the void, Giant Mountain didn't appear. He transmitted his voice, "They've all left. But there seems to be a mountain sea cultivator in Southern Yuan. I sensed it, but I don't know exactly where." Suyu wasn't surprised. It was most likely Xiaojia's people who had come to investigate the ruins. With Xiaojia's mountain sea, or even sun and moon around, it was good. Yu Hong and the others probably didn't dare to approach Southern Yuan. Suyu laughed inwardly. If he said that the ruins were in Southern Yuan City, would these people directly attack the city? The old principal didn't care too much. Knowing that someone was protecting Suyu, he breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "You're back. Rest for a few days and be at ease. After the new year, go back to Great Xia Civilization University. Don't mess around, understand?" The old principal didn't say much. He just felt that the Suyu who returned today was completely different from the day he left. The change was too great, not in appearance, not in strength, but in temperament. When he left, Suyu was a little bookworm, a modest gentleman, elegant and easygoing. Although he was a little pretentious, from his eyes, he was a modest gentleman. Today, Suyu had changed a lot. He looked like the moment he saw Lu Wenyan more than 40 years ago. Later, after more than 40 years of polishing, Lu Wenyan had become what he was today. Suyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, old principal. I'm not that kind of person." As he said that, he changed the topic. "Did my father write to me? In Great Xia Province, I didn't receive a single letter. He came and sent a message." Behind him, Xiaobing didn't say much. At this moment, when they talked about this, he said, "He didn't say anything. Your father asked if you have any friends. If not, he can introduce you to one. A centurion's daughter. She's very pretty." The old principal snorted. Suyu was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's all my father said?" "Yes." Xiaobing also smiled. "Don't worry about anything else. The Demon Suppression Army hasn't fought many battles in the past 6 months. Next, there may be a batch of Demon Suppression Army soldiers taking turns withdrawing from the front lines to the humans' base camp, the rear of the heavenly battlefield. Your father may be among them. That's safer." Having said that, he looked at Suyu. "With your current strength, joining the Demon Suppression Army or even Long Wuwei shouldn't be a problem. Long Wuwei welcomes you. Your father's biggest wish is to join Long Wuwei." Suyu smiled. Forget it. I haven't graduated yet. Xiaobing was speechless. You've killed many sore soldiers, haven't you? Not bad. Suyu smiled. Uncle Xia, is there an expert in Southern Yuan? Xiaobing didn't say anything. Suyu smiled. Others may not know, but you and the city lord probably do. Long Wuwei is Xiaoji's private army. How can we hide it from you? Xiaobing and the city lord must be in charge of the other party's food, drink, and daily rest. It's impossible for them to come directly. Xiaobing wanted to say something but stopped. Suyu said lightly, it's okay. I've talked about this with Xiaoyi. He came for me. The ruins, right? When Xiaobing heard Suyu mention Xiaoyi, he didn't hide it anymore. He nodded. They're here. They're Long Wuwei's people. They're from the Dark Guard. Long Wuwei has 2 teams. We're in the light and they're in the dark. The Dark Guard is the real core force. A commander has come. Commander, what's his strength? Maybe it's Ryu. Xiaobing shook his head. I'm not sure about this. There aren't many Dark Guards, and they're all experts. That lord brought a few subordinates, all of whom are Mountain Sea Realm experts. They might be Ryu. I don't know anything else. After saying that, he added, I'm not sure why they're here. Your guess is probably right. Uncle Xia, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble if you tell me? Xiaobing smiled. It's okay. You know it yourself. They're looking for something, so they should at least inform you. I'm not leaking secrets. In the Dragon Martial Guard, the Mansion Master once said that the fortuitous encounter belongs to the person. Whoever obtains it is their luck. Unless they are willing to do so, taking it by force is tantamount to violating one's personal interests. The Great Xiao Mansion will not allow such a thing to happen. Even if they find it, they will have to discuss it with you. Suyu smiled. Is that so? Then why did you come looking for me without my permission or asking for my permission? What's the point? Xiaobing was speechless. Suyu smiled. It's fine. Let them do as they please. Suyu didn't mind. Were there any ruins in Southern Yuan? Even I don't know. If you're capable, go look for it yourself. If you find it, that's your ability. According to the rules, you'll have to give me 30%. How many from the Mountain Sea Realm came? I saw 3. Suyu nodded. 1 Ryu and 3 Mountain Sea Realm experts. That was enough. They were about 150 kilometers away from Mount Starfall, not too far away. Given the speed of the Ryu and Mountain Sea Realm experts, it wouldn't take them too long to get there. Of course, it would take some time to travel more than 150 kilometers, so they might need to collect the corpses. Suyu didn't say anything else. He took out a merit card and handed it to the old principal with a smile. Principal, when Teacher Lu wrote Lei Yuandao to me that day, you told me to repay him 100-fold. I'll give it to you now. Make good use of it. The old principal looked at him and frowned. I was just joking with old Lu. You took it seriously. I took it seriously. Suyu smiled. I took it seriously. Now that I'm capable, I'll repay him. Elder, you should train more junior brothers and sisters. To me, this is nothing. Kid, you sure talk big. The old principal suddenly smiled. Speaking of Lei Yuandao, I have to say something. That bastard old Lu only wrote 4 slashes that day. The other 5 slashes were fake. So you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder I felt something was wrong. I thought I didn't preserve it properly and ruined it. So that's what happened. The old principal also chuckled happily. I've been holding this in for a long time. If only old Lu wasn't here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stand here. Suyu laughed for a while, then looked at Xiaobing. Uncle Xia, please send a message to my father. No matter what he hears, pretend he didn't hear it. He'll live his life well. As his son, I've grown up and made my own choice. It won't be wrong. Xiaobing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The old principal glanced at Suyu but didn't ask anything. Seeing that they were almost at their neighborhood, Suyu smiled. I'll go back and take a look. Tonight, I'll go out to prepare for my mission. I'll kill the monsters nearby. It's not a big deal. Those mountains and seas can take care of them easily. The old principal was speechless. Since you know, why did you come back? This kid isn't being honest. After bidding farewell to the old principal and the others, Suyu entered his neighborhood. It was already dark. Suyu kept a low profile and didn't encounter anyone. Soon, he entered his house. When he opened the door, there was a musty smell. It had been uninhabited for half a year, so there was a lot of dust in the house. Origin chi fluctuated, and the dust flew away. The house was clean again. Suyu sat on the sofa, thinking silently. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Suyu turned his head and said calmly, "Come in." "Miss Su doesn't welcome me?" Laughter came from outside. Letting someone in without opening the door was not the way to treat a guest. "Welcome, I'm too lazy to get up." The person outside laughed. The door opened automatically, and an old man walked in. He said with a smile, "Do you want to introduce yourself?" Suyu stood up and smiled faintly. "No need. Greetings, sir." Needless to say, it should be the commander of Longwu's hidden guards. An elite of the Sun Moon tier, otherwise, Jushan wouldn't have stayed silent. "I've long wanted to see, but my young friend isn't here." "Master isn't here. Coming without asking is a thief." The old man glanced at the house, and said with a smile, "Young friend, Ho Yi should have mentioned it to you." "What do you think?" "What do you think?" Suyu said with a smile, "I don't know what ruins it is. If you found it, that's your ability. If you can't, don't ask me." The old man nodded slightly, and suddenly said, "Young friend, why have you returned to Southern Yuan now?" Suyu said with a smile, "Sir, what do you want to ask?" The old man shook his head. "Don't misunderstand. I sensed that the cultivator guarding the path seems to be injured. Do you need my help?" This is also Hoye's intention. If young friend asks, I can help. "No need." Suyu said calmly, "Thank you, my lord. Please help me convey my gratitude to the Marquis." Did Xiaoyi want to sell a favor at this time? There was no need. Then forget it. The old man didn't insist, and quickly said, "However, Hoyi also asked me to convey a message. There may be some problems in Dixia province, but they will be solved sooner or later. Young friend, don't be too disappointed." "Understood." Suyu said with a smile, "Thank you, sir, and thank Hoyi." He didn't say much, and the old man didn't say anything else. He got up and quickly disappeared from the house. A moment later, Jushan appeared and said in a low voice, "Why didn't you ask for help? I think Xiaojia still wants to help you. Maybe you don't need to leave after solving this problem." Suyu said with a smile, "No need. There is no need to owe this favor before leaving. Moreover, is it me who owes him a favor? Marquis Xia sure knows how to do business, but he's a little too shrewd. The people of the Great Xia Mansion even colluded with the Myriad tribe sect. His people took action to settle the matter, and he still wants me to remember a favor. It seems like the Marquis has done business to the bone over the years. Is this a favor I owe him? Of course not. There is such a problem in Dixia province. Shan Shenwen's faction even dared to collude with Wanzhou. They even wanted to kill me and steal my relic. Your people want to help, and you still want me to owe you a favor. It can only be said that Xia Houyi has been too focused on the exchange of benefits all these years. At this moment, Xiaojia's thunderous strike had killed those people before he reached Mount Starfall. Suyu was impressed. As for the obstacle of becoming invincible, if you let it go, would the other party really remember a favor? Suyu didn't think that Shan Shenwen's faction would think so. Xiaojia had too many concerns, he was thinking too much, perhaps he still couldn't understand it, but now, he didn't need to understand it anymore. "How are your injuries?" Suyu didn't dwell on this and asked. Jushan said in a low voice, "It's fine. I will recover soon." "That's good." Suyu looked at the time. "It's better to be early than late. We will leave at night and arrive before dawn. Do as I say." "All right." Suyu looked at him deeply. "After this, if you want to leave, I will get someone to escort you. I hope you won't court death at this time." Understood. Zhu Shan didn't say much. Just as Suyu said, going back on his word now was courting death. The Zhu family and Xianxia were both invincible families. At this moment, they were all paying close attention. Suyu even rejected Xiaojia's help. From Suyu's point of view, he shouldn't have asked for help in the first place. Xiaohuyu was Xiaohuyu, not Xiaojia. The two protectors that Xiaohuyu sent were a favor. As for Xiaohuyi, it didn't count. Suyu didn't remember this favor. After staying in the old house for a while, the sky had turned completely dark. He walked out of the old house and closed the door. Suyu looked back and smiled. He hoped that the next time he came back, there would be someone in the house. If his father didn't come back soon, the house would be ruined. He walked out of the neighborhood and walked to the city gate. At the city gate, figures appeared one after another. Suyu repeated, "The few of you can split up or come with me. If you come with me, the danger will increase. Think about it." At this moment, Zhouha didn't insist. He said, "I'm going to kill demons. I won't go with you." After killing demons, can I exchange them for contribution points in Southern Yuan? Yes. Zhouha bare one's teeth smiled. Then I'll go alone. I won't go with you. He was really here to kill demons. Along the way, he had killed many. Now, even if he didn't ask and Suyu didn't say anything, he sensed something was amiss. I don't care about what happens next. I'm going to kill demons. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. Suyu smiled. I thought you would come with me. It's too dangerous. Zhouhao said seriously, I'm only at the 5th level of the Wanxia realm. Yes, the 5th level of the Wanxia realm. This guy was improving very quickly. Alright, do as you wish. Zhouhao didn't waste any time. He carried a saber and went out of the city. He didn't want to go. He just wanted to kill some demons and earn some money. As for what Suyu wanted to do, he didn't care. Previously, he thought that he could still help and return a favor. When he saw Suyu's strength and those mountains and seas attacked, he understood that it was better for him to stay as far away as possible. This wasn't something he could get involved in. Ji Xiaoming, what about you? Senior Chen, what about you guys? Suyu looked at the others. Let's go together. Suyu nodded. If they wanted to go together, so be it. He had reminded them several times already. At this time, they were already in Southern Yuan. If they still wanted to go together, then so be it. Let's go. Suyu rode on Dendrolamus and set off again. The city gates opened. The group of people also changed into clouds printing horses and followed. They sped all the way toward Mount Starfall. Not long after they left, a few more figures appeared on the city walls. "Milord, do you want to follow?" "No need." The old man said softly, "Let's wait. We are already out of Dixia province's territory. It's against the rules to enter his residence without reason." The mountains and seas did not say anything. Wait for what? The old man didn't say anything. He took a deep breath. "Ho Yi, you wanted to sell a favor, but you didn't. This is probably the first time." As for Suyu, he didn't care about that at this moment. Southern Yuan City gradually disappeared into the distance. He no longer waited and no longer guarded. At this moment, no one would attack him. Mount Starfall, I'm coming. After speeding for more than 2 hours, a huge mountain range appeared before his eyes. He had arrived at Mount Starfall, land of the fallen stars. It was rumored that a huge star had fallen here many years ago, smashing out a huge valley. The earth veins in the surroundings bulged, giving rise to the name Mount Starfall. Land of the fallen stars, what a good name. Suyu laughed. It was indeed a good name. Enter the mountain. With a light shout, Suyu sped toward the huge mountain range. He had arrived outside Starfall Mountain. When Suyu and the others entered the mountain, the air outside the mountain trembled. It's actually here. A group of mountain sea cultivators appeared. Yu Hong exclaimed. So that's how it was at Starfall Mountain. Shui Luosha was surprised as well. Then, she nodded her head and said, that is normal. There are legends about this Starfall Mountain. Back then, the Tiani god religion occupied Starfall Mountain. The Tiani god religion laid low here for many years. Unexpectedly, they were all wiped out in the end. Starfall Mountain is too big. Let's follow Suyu and the others first. Yu Hong said, then smiled and said, here is good, outside the Great Xia residence. Good place, really good place. The main constabulary was a bunch of salted fish. As long as you didn't go overboard and didn't infringe on their interests, they wouldn't even bother with you. And this place was not part of Xia province, so Xia province couldn't manage it. It's here, that's great. It wasn't just Yu Hong who was happy. The others were as well. Shui Luosha also smiled. Good place. Suyu is like a star. His talent is unparalleled. Dying here is not a bad thing for him. 8 mountain sea cultivators. By now, Li Gulao had also joined them. 8 mountain sea cultivators, while the other side only had 6. Including the one from Xianxia, there were only 7. There was not a single late mountain sea cultivator. Of course, they didn't know how strong Xianxia was. So far, he hadn't shown himself. On their side, there were 2 at the 7th layer of the mountain sea realm. Seeing Shui Luosha's confidence, Yu Hong smiled and said, Suyu is not worthy of this Starfall land. They all laughed. Starfall Mountain is indeed a good place. It is located in the Ming Constabulary. Everyone knows that the Ming Constabulary and Zhu Tiandao don't care about other people's business. The Zhu family isn't strong enough, and there aren't many sun and moon cultivators in their territory. The universities have few mountain sea cultivators, and it is still far from the Tiandao prefecture. It seems we can all make a killing here. Then she looked at Yu Hong. Just us? Yu Hong said lightly, aren't we enough? Blood Moon didn't care, but the one-eyed man said, I've gathered a group of loose sect powerhouses to be used as cannon fodder. With more people, Sora and Ling Yun will be able to keep Shanghai busy. As for the rest of you, it's best if you bring a few weaklings with you to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from escaping. This Starfall Mountain isn't a small place. If someone manages to escape, as long as they have some ability, they'll be able to hide from Shanghai, and it'll be difficult to find them. One-eyed sneered, if we run away, we'll just have to find another place to live. However, even if we enter the ruins, we'll still need time. That's why we need to seal off Mount Starfall from the start. Shuiyu continued, right, not only that, but we also have to seal off all sound transmission channels here. Blood Moon solemnly said, don't think that those people didn't bring long-distance sound transmitting talismans. You can't rely on luck. Once they call for help and the sun and moon come to their aid, it will be a huge problem. We need at least 1 or 2 mountain and sea realm cultivators to seal off all transmission channels. When the 2 of them said so, the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was indeed necessary to do so. Yu Hong also smiled and said, our people will seal off the transmission channels. Don't worry, we won't let any information about this place leak out. That's for the best. Blood Moon snorted. However, if your people come, you'd better inform us. Otherwise, weapons have no eyes. I don't care if they're friend or foe. If they don't know us, then don't blame me for killing them. Yu Hong harumphed. Seeing that, Shui Luosha hurriedly said, everyone, this is a rare opportunity for us to work together. Don't ruin our friendship over a small matter. Friendship? Blood Moon sneered, not taking her words seriously. Seal it, it's better to seal it. Not bothering to say anything else, they quickly disappeared into the void. Inside the mountain. Suyu got off Dendrolamus. Instead of riding it, he began to walk. He held a map in his hand and began to search. Xiaqing stepped forward and whispered, Brother Su, don't you have a specific address? I was too young when I first came here. I forgot. Suyu said calmly, I only remember that it's in this mountain. Of course, I also remember the environment of the entrance. As long as I find it, I will recognize it. Beside him, Ji Xiaoming asked curiously, what are you looking for? Ruins. There was a moment of silence. The void shook. The next moment, the Pegasus old man appeared. He looked at Suyu and said solemnly, Suyu, are you looking for ruins? Suyu said calmly, I asked if you wanted to come or not. You insisted. If you want to leave now, you can. If you don't, I will give you some benefits after I find the ruins. Senior, I've asked many times if you want to come with me. The Pegasus young man said nervously. Ruins? The kind of ruins that give birth to invincible beings? No wonder you're so powerful. You've inherited the ruins. Suyu smiled faintly. That's right. Do you want to continue to follow me? To tell you the truth, I'm afraid many of Wanzhou's people have followed me here. Any smart person can guess that I've obtained the ruins. Those people want a share of the spoils. Then, Suyu smiled. Let's put it this way. Except for a few people who don't know, everyone else here knows. I won't take responsibility for those who don't know and follow me. I've tried to persuade them many times. The Pegasus young man mumbled. You didn't say there were ruins. Fine, even if you did, he still wanted to follow. Ruins, the young man was pleasantly surprised. He smiled. Can we go and have a look? Of course, we won't fight for it. Xiaojia won't allow it either. But, Suyu, this is the territory of the Ming Constabulary, right? If the Ming Constabulary knows, will they fight for it? Suyu smiled. The descendants of the invincible realm want some face. Of course, if they really want to fight for it, I have a grandmaster who's close to the sun and moon. If that doesn't work, I'll let my grandmaster do it. It's fine. Then, Suyu continued forward. I don't care if everyone has guessed it or not. This time, we're entering the mountain for the ruins. And the ruins can only belong to me. Then, he looked at Ji Xiaoming. Student Ji, you don't have any objections to this, do you? No. Ji Xiaoming giggled. No objections. I'm just here to watch the show. I haven't seen the ruins yet. So you couldn't be bothered to say anything more. At this point, he couldn't care less. If it didn't work, he would kill all the troublemakers, leave none alive. I'm about to reach the Ming Constabulary. I won't be polite to anyone who causes trouble. The old Pegasus frowned and looked at Suyu. In that case, Wanzhou might come to the mountains and seas? That's right. Suyu didn't deny it. 4 or 5 is normal. More is also normal. Don't worry, I'll only need 1 or 2 hours to enter the ruins. I'll be out soon. As long as everyone can protect me in this 1 or 2 hours, I won't be stingy when I get back. Suyu said. I'll ask Xia Qing and the others to help. They'll pay 10,000 merit points and a mystic class Wenbing. If you agree to help, you'll have to pay the same price. If you don't, you can take your people and leave right now. The old Pegasus looked at the powerhouses of the Yunhu clan and snorted. So you all know, I'm the only one who doesn't. Are there any special signs near the ruins? The old Pegasus didn't say anything else. They were already here. To be honest, he was curious about what the ruins looked like. We'll talk after we find it. So you didn't say anything else. He continued to look around. Help me look for a canyon. I remember there's a small canyon there. The powerhouses didn't say anything else. They stood up sore and looked around. Li Mingyu came up to him and smiled. Suyu, I didn't expect you to really have control over the ruins. Suyu ignored her and looked around. After a while, he tilted his head. I don't care who you work for. It doesn't matter. Don't even think about these things. Otherwise, you'll die. These things aren't for those who want to cultivate. What about you? Li Mingyu smiled. Aren't you cultivating as well? Suyu laughed. You can try. You, Ji Xiaoming, Chen Chen. I've tried to persuade the 3 of you time and time again. Since you refuse to leave, I'll leave it to you. Let me warn you first. If you have any evil thoughts, you'll die. Suyu ignored her. Li Mingyu smiled and didn't say anything else. At the same time, outside Starfall Mountain, a huge formation rose soundlessly. In a small village near the Ming Constabulary, Zhu Tiandao chuckled as he watched the scene unfold before him. This kid is an expert at fishing. He tilted his head and asked, how many people are there? Next to him, the middle-aged man surnamed Ho clicked his tongue. That's too many, Constabulary Chief. There are 15 mountain and sea cultivators who have entered. Zhu Tiandao looked at the scene in front of him. There were 6 on Suyu's side and 8 later. Where did these 15 come from? Are you watching them closely? Yes, I am. Ho said quickly. There's one more who just went in. He's probably under Xiaojia's supervision. He's at least at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. Oh. As he spoke, 2 more dots of light appeared and disappeared in a flash. 17 now. Chief Ho sighed. There are so many mountain and sea realm cultivators in Xia province. 17 of them have come so casually. Are these 2 the guardians of that Suyu mentioned? Zhu Tiandao nodded in jealousy. Damn, there were so many powerhouses in Xia province. Look, there were 17 of them casually. As he spoke, the air trembled, and the scene shook slightly. In the next instant, a figure appeared. Zhu Tiandao's expression changed slightly. F***ck, Jin Yuhui. This guy actually came. Did he come for the relic? This guy is approaching the sun and moon tier. He's probably here to break through to the sun and moon tier. This is a big fish. If we kill him without reason, Xiaojia will fight us to the death. An elite half a step into the sun and moon tier had come. If they killed him without evidence, Xiaojia would stand up for him no matter what. If an elite in your realm was killed, who would work for you if you didn't stand up for him? Zhu Tiandao felt a headache coming on. This is very troublesome. If this guy makes a move, Suyu might be finished. Chief Ho said helplessly, it's not a matter of being finished. There are so many mountain and sea realm cultivators. Are we really going to kill these mountain and sea realm cultivators for Suyu? There are too many of them. If we kill them, the entire mortal realm will be shaken. In the past 10 years, 22 mountain and sea realm cultivators had died in the battles of the many heavens. In all of the 36 prefectures in the mortal realm, only 2 or 3 mountains and seas die every year. He was about to explode. The mean constabulary is kind. Don't do this. How many mountains and seas would they have to kill to be enough? This time, the whole world was shocked. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, that kid didn't ask me to kill anyone. He only asked me to take him away at the critical moment. That's his request. But, even if he doesn't say it, we still have to give him a greeting gift, right? He's already lured so many mountains and seas here. He's basically pulling chestnuts out of the fire. What makes me even more curious is how he got the confidence to kill them all. Chief Ho smiled and said, what I'm more curious about is, are there really ruins here? Zhu Tiandao had a strange look in his eyes as he said, don't say. He said it's at Mount Starfall. I've checked it out before, and it might really be there. There's a place that's a little more mysterious, and I actually didn't manage to check it out. Who was he? The 9 layers of sun and moon. There was actually a place that he hadn't explored clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to alert the enemy, he would have gone in to take a look. Could it be that there were really ruins here? As the 2 of them chatted, another person came. There were 19 of them. Zhu Tiandao took a look and said curiously, this guy looks a little familiar. Old Ho, do you know him? Chief Ho looked for a while. After a while, he suddenly said, I have a little impression. This? Over 30 years ago, I went to the Great Xia Manor for an exchange and saw this person. This person should be related to Chen Yong. Who? Chen Yong. Chief Ho nodded and said, that's right. I remember that not long after Chen Yong entered Ling Yun, he also participated in that exchange. That's not right. This guy was also a genius back then, but it's said that he died while exploring Xingyu Mansion. Chen Yong's friend? Zhu Tiandao was speechless. Look, this is Xia province. F***ck. A bunch of old schemers. Mountains and seas are popping up one after another. You don't even see many of them usually. Our main constabulary's mountains and seas are less than half of theirs. If they fight, we'll be badly beaten by Xiaojia. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he did. There were so many mountains and seas. 19 already. Chief Ho also had a headache. How many is the Suyu planning to kill? Chief, should we give up? I think it'll be troublesome to take this kid in. It was really troublesome. Look at how many people were drawn out. Were these people idiots? Did they believe Suyu when he said there were ruins? Alright, he believed it a little. That kid was too amazing. He was so fast that he could kill Soar stage 7 or 8. No one would believe him if he said there were no ruins. 19. Are there any more? Chief Ho was helpless. So many, were there any more? As he said this, he muttered, don't provoke Sun and Moon. That'll be big trouble. He was only Sun and Moon. Zhu Tiandao was strong enough, but if he provoked Sun and Moon, it would be hard to deal with them. As he said this, Chief Ho frowned and said, it's over. Another one. Isn't this Zhao Mingyu? Don't bring that guy Long Wuwei too. That'll be troublesome. Zhao Mingyu, Zhu Tiandao didn't want to say anything else. Come on, continue, as many came. In the next moment, Chief Ho's expression changed, and he said, Chief, I want to be surprised. Is there going to be big trouble? Zhu Tiandao's expression changed. Yes, I suspect there's no need for me to act. This guy, Suyu, he called them over? Sun Moon Tier, the first Sun Moon Tier elite appeared. Zhu Tiandao and Chief Ho both recognized him and were suspicious. Who called him over? Did he come by himself? That couldn't be, coming from so far away, wouldn't it take 4 or 5 days? There shouldn't be many people who knew the news 4 or 5 days ago. Chief Ho sighed, and said, it's hard to say why he came. Chief, he won't sense our great formation, right? Nonsense, that's my old man's doing. We'll talk about it when this guy reaches the 9th layer of the Sun Moon Tier. Fine, Chief Ho didn't say anything else, and continued to wait. 21 experts, 20 Mountain Sea Tier, 1 Sun Moon Tier. And among the Mountain Sea Tier, there were also half-step Sun Moon Tier cultivators. These guys could go to the All Heavens battlefield and fight a large-scale battle. Attacking a small tribe was no problem at all. And now, because of Suyu, they were all gathered here. No, with the 2 of them, there were 3 Sun Moon Tiers, and 1 in the 9th layer of the Sun Moon Tier. Were they afraid? In the mountains. Suyu and the others continued forward, and suddenly someone shouted, where did you come from? The Starfall Mountain wasn't empty. There were bandits and Wanzhou's people here. When the Tiani God sect was destroyed, there were many people from the Tiani God sect who declared themselves kings, occupying this mountain and plundering the caravans that came from the 2 mansions. Those who dared to occupy a mountain and declare themselves kings couldn't be too weak. And Suyu didn't even look, throwing out a flying saber. Pu Chi, his head fell, a small fry of the Wanshur Tier, he was probably a sentry or something like that. Suyu didn't ask, and directly killed him. Beside him, Ji Xiaoming asked curiously, you didn't ask who he was, and killed him. Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person and killing the innocent? Suyu looked into the distance, and casually said, there are no good people on the Starfall Mountain. Normal people wouldn't block the road and ask questions. Those who block the road, just kill them. It's that simple. There are no innocent people who block the road. It was that simple, normal people, who would block the road in the middle of the night. At this moment, the sky was still dark. Then what if they have trouble? Ji Xiaoming asked. Suyu ignored her and continued forward. Beside him, Li Mingyu smiled and said, Junior Sister Ji, it's easy to tell. There are rules for survival in the wild. If you really need help, you will report your background and identity from a distance. This is the rule and also the law of survival. If you don't report your background and identity and block the road, you are 99% likely to be a bandit or an enemy. It's fine to kill you. Oh. Ji Xiaoming nodded, and said with a smile, thank you, senior sister. This is my first time out, so I don't understand. It's fine, you'll know in the future. Li Mingyu said, and looked at Suyu with a strange look in her eyes. This junior brother looked young, but his eyes were not weak. Suyu, have you trained in the wilderness before? She asked. Suyu casually said, not really. Before I enrolled, my teacher brought me to a few places. I saw a lot, and I killed some bandits. The teacher he mentioned was Lu Wenyan. After Suyu conjured Shunwen, Lu Wenyan brought him to see many things when Baifeng was away. They went to the Summerfield Trading Company to see the corpses of the demon beasts, to do missions with the Windcheck Hall, to kill bandits, and to walk through the wilderness. Of course, they did not go deep, and only explored the surface. Lu Wenyan did not teach him any martial arts or divine skills. He only brought him to see some things. Perhaps in Lu Wenyan's eyes, these were more important than those. During that time, Suyu left early and returned late, and saw many things. Teacher by phone? No. Suyu did not say much and continued to walk. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly. In front of him, he seemed familiar. It was a huge mountain peak. In the memory fragments he saw that day, when the Tiani sect master flew out, he seemed to have seen this mountain peak. It disappeared in a flash, however, it should be this mountain peak. It should be nearby. There was a mountain peak, a canyon, and the special flowers and plants he saw that day. That was the location of the treasure vault. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. He found the place, and that was probably the time when the life and death battle would erupt. At this moment, his gaze turned to Xiaoqing and the others. Xiaoqing just happened to be looking at him. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. What happened? The expression in Suyu's eyes changed rapidly. He smiled and said, "Princess Qing, it seems like we're almost there. Everyone, be careful. When we reach the place, I'm worried that someone will follow us and attack us. Be careful." At this moment, the void also trembled, and giant mountain appeared. He looked at Suyu and said, "Be careful, there seems to be something wrong nearby. There might be mountain sea realm cultivators following us. Don't worry." Suyu did not say much, and a smile appeared on his face. The show was about to begin. Giant mountain, one-eyed, blood moon, Xia who used 2 guardians, and the mountain sea who followed me that day. I wonder if they're here. On his side, there were only these 5 confirmed mountain sea realm cultivators. It was not a lot, but Suyu did not care. When it was really dangerous, Zhu Tiandao would attack. And what he had to do was force them to attack him. He could kill Wanzhou at will, but Shan Shenwen's faction had to attack him. Only then would he have an excuse to kill them. Otherwise, Zhu Tiandao would be in trouble. Zhu Tiandao was not afraid of killing Shan Shenwen's faction rashly, but it would bring some trouble to the Ming constables. As for Suyu, his goal was to force them to attack. It was not enough to just watch from the sidelines. If he wanted to kill them, he had to kill them justifiably. When that time came, there would be a good show to watch. Suyu had already prepared the recording talismans. When the matter was over, he would announce it to the whole world. In any case, he was not afraid. As for whether Dexia province would be in trouble or not, it had nothing to do with him. Since he had decided to rely on the Ming constables, he had to stand on their side now. He had to consider the interests of the Ming constables. If he wanted to join the Ming constables, he would enter with a positive image. He had been forced to join the Ming constables. This was not defection. Chen Yong had already said that he had to leave a way out for himself. Otherwise, if he were to betray Dexia province today and the Ming constables tomorrow, his reputation would be tarnished. That would not be good for him. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Xiaoqing and the others again. He had to get someone else to do his dirty work. He could still make use of the experts from Yunhu's faction. Even if they had the guts, they would not dare to betray the Ming constables the moment they arrived. Otherwise, they would be dead meat if even one of their experts escaped. Even if they wanted to betray the Ming constables, they would have to wait until the situation was settled before they would dare to do so. I can still make use of the trash. Suyu thought to himself as he continued forward. This time, the further he went, the more familiar he was with the surroundings. These scenes had appeared in his memory fragments before. They were almost there. As he walked, Suyu said, "We're almost at the relic. However, don't barge in recklessly. The relic is very dangerous. Only I can open it. My blood is the key to opening the relic. Unless you kill me. However, if you kill me, Dexia province will not let this matter rest," Suyu said faintly. "Only my blood can open the relic. There's also the Shan Shenwen hand technique that comes with it. Everyone, don't think too much about it." As soon as he said that, someone in the void shouted, "Suyu, cut the crap. Who wants to kill you?" "Old Pegasus," Suyu smiled. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm just informing you in advance to prevent any misunderstandings. In other words, if you want to open the relic, capture me, and take my blood, I have to be alive. If you don't capture me, just finding the relic is useless. Xianxia's faction, don't spare me for the relic. Otherwise, I'll have a headache. Although the probability of that happening is close to zero, don't you want to be safe, you have to kill me and capture me, that's why you have to make a move, just as Suyu approached the treasury. Starfall Mountain, outside the area where Suyu and the others were. One expert after another entered the treasury. Zhou Pingxing had also arrived. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and was also leading a few people. They seemed to be in the middle of preparing something. In the next moment, the one-eyed man walked out of the void. He glanced at him, then ignored him and looked at the blood crocodiles. Your mission is to lock down this mountain. Don't let anyone in. Especially don't let a single person escape. Even if the mountains and seas try to break out, you have to hold them back. 7 or 8 Ling Yin can easily hold off one mountain sea for a while. The one-eyed man said coldly, if you think you can escape the pursuit of several mountains and seas, then go ahead and try. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Pingxing and said coldly, your mission is to lock down the sound transmission channel. You can't rely on a few Ling Yins. Zhou Pingxing snorted. He didn't waste any words. Jade talismans appeared in front of him. In an instant, they shot out in all directions. He felt disdain in his heart. How could you understand the prowess of a civilization master? Did you really think you needed the mountains and seas to lock down the sound transmission channel? Where would the mountains and seas find the time to do that? A grand spell formation could solve the problem, the one-eyed man smiled, then vanished without another word. The experts from the mountains and seas spread out in all directions. Their mission was to prevent anyone from getting in or out. The battle was going to take place inside. Even if someone managed to escape, with so many Ling Yan soar, it would be enough to hold off the mountains and seas. Zhou Pingxing continued to set up the spell formation as he looked out into the depths of the valley. Suyu was finally going to die today. The ruins, he was excited, but when he thought about the mountains and seas, he felt a bit helpless. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound transmission talisman flickered, and when he opened it, he saw that it was a message from Yu Hong. Leave a path in our sound transmission talisman. Don't let anyone discover it. Also, make preparations. Inform the others to set up spell formations on the perimeter. Cut the weeds and pull out the roots. Cut the weeds and pull out the roots. At this moment, Yu Hong gave the order, everything that happened here today belonged to the single divine text system. The relic belonged to it, Suyu belonged to it, and those guys from the Myriad races sect also belonged to it, only by killing them all could he feel at ease. Otherwise, although they hadn't seen the appearance of the experts from Xianxinwen's faction, once they arrived in the mountains and seas, they would still be able to sense their auras and guess who she was. He had to kill them all. Zhou Pingxing didn't bat an eyelid. It was good to kill them all. He was also worried that if someone escaped, Wanzhou's people would become a big problem. Now that Yu Hong wanted to silence them, it was exactly what he wanted. The sound transmission talisman vibrated. Set up a spell formation on the perimeter. Don't let anyone in or out. At this time, some distance away, an invisible spell formation rose up. In the small village, Zhu Tiandao was speechless. F***CK. They're all 1,000-layer pancakes. How many spell formations have they set up? Xianxinwen's faction has quite a few, Wanzhou has a few, and the others are also setting up spell formations. We're rich. With so many array talismans, we can sell them for 500,000 merit points. Each was more sinister than the last. Had the battle outside reached such a state, each of them had a trump card up their sleeves. The number of people in the mountains and seas was greater than he had imagined. He couldn't help but look at Division Chief Ho. Old Ho, is the main constabulary outdated? Division Chief Ho didn't say anything. Not outdated, but extremely outdated. F***CK, if those fellows from the main constabulary went out, they would definitely be killed. Look at this Starfall Mountain. Today, there were layers and layers of spell formations everywhere. Each of them wanted to take everything for themselves and eliminate the roots. If not for Suyu asking them to stand guard, they might not even know if the battle here turned into paste. Shan Shenwen's faction wanted to exterminate Wanzhou's faction, and Wanzhou also had some backup plans. He was afraid that Shan Shenwen's faction would turn hostile. There were dozens of high-grade recording talismans in the air. If they hadn't set up the spell formation set up by the Ming Constabulary in advance, they probably wouldn't have known anything. If they weren't careful, even Sun and Moon might be killed. Division Chief Ho was still thinking. The next moment, Zhu Tiandao gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to inform the old man. With so many mountains and seas dead, I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. If Sun and Moon are dead, the War God Temple and the Seeker Realm will punish us. I have to ask for help, F***CK, this Suyu, your ability to cause trouble is making me very worried. We haven't even entered the Ming Constabulary, but my heart is already thumping." In front of the tall mountain peak. Suyu stopped and looked at the mountain peak in front of him. He squatted down, and his eyes flickered as he looked around. Was it here? In the memory fragments, he had seen the scene of the Tiani god cult leader coming out of the treasure vault. Was it here? Very similar. It's near here. Seniors, you'd better check the surroundings to see if anyone is hiding. Suyu shouted. Soon, he said, spread out, don't be ambushed by the mountains and seas. If they do, the aftershocks of your battle will affect us. In all directions, the mountains and seas appeared one after another. They were nearly 1,000 meters away from Suyu and the others, but they didn't approach. Just as Suyu had said, if the mountains and seas truly fought, they wouldn't be able to get too close to each other. 6 mountains and seas, 2 were Ling Yunjing realm. Originally, there were 3, but 1 was dead. 2 were Ling Yun realm 9th tier, from the Black Panther and Flying Wolf race. At this moment, the Yunhu expert said, fellow Taoists Black Panther and Flying Wolf, you two stay close and protect them. We will guard the periphery. Both of them were Ling Yunjing realm, and the mountains and seas also felt that it was not safe for them to guard the periphery. The two of them didn't say much. Soon, 2 middle-aged men came over. They both had some characteristics of their race, and the Black Panther expert had many stripes on his face. Suyu didn't say anything, but he didn't dare to be careless. These 2 fellows weren't with Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing didn't introduce them, but that didn't mean they were good people. Especially since the Yunhu expert had asked them to protect him. It was very likely that 1 or even 2 of them were on their side. The mountains and seas continued to spread out. Yunhu, Jushan, Pegasus, Mountain Antelope, Raging Bull, and Fox Race, 6 mountain sea realm cultivators. At this moment, the Mountain Antelope expert was hiding underground to prevent enemies from attacking from underground. The Pegasus expert escaped into the void to defend against attacks from the air. The other 4 were guarding the periphery. I'll have to trouble you 2 seniors. Suyu said to the 2 approaching Ling Yun. Without batting an eyelid, he shielded the 2 genius students behind him. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer also surrounded Suyu. Black Panther and Flying Wolf. The Flying Wolf was a civilization master, so he could sense powerful willpower fluctuations. The Black Panther was a warrior, so he could sense powerful yuan qi fluctuations. Suyu was very vigilant. The civilization engineer was actually fine. Although the little fur ball above his head had not advanced yet, it could still stop the Shenwen from materializing, even if it could not devour it. Fighters were actually more difficult to deal with than civilization masters. Without saying anything else, Suyu continued forward. The further he went, the more familiar it became. At the same time, the other mountain and sea experts sent their willpower out in all directions. Is there something blocking us from the inside of the mountain up ahead? Seems like it. The few of them transmitted their voices excitedly. Ruins, it had to be. The mountain and sea experts hadn't sensed anything the first time. Only a few more times did they sense something different. The first time, it was as if something had concealed them. The ruins were up ahead. To be able to conceal it from the mountain and sea experts, the construction and defensive spell formation couldn't be weak. Suyu hadn't lied, nor had he spoken nonsense. Would it be dangerous to enter? How to open it? Would others destroy the ruins if they opened it? There was no way to determine that. It would be best to wait for Suyu to open it himself, lest the ruins self-destruct if he forcibly broke the spell formation. As for Suyu, he kept searching. Soon, he arrived in front of a kernel. In front of him was the stone wall of the mountain. So you could vaguely sense some fluctuations from the Shinwen. This place had most likely been sealed off by someone using the Shinwen technique. This stone wall was most likely the location of the door. How to open it, so you didn't know, he didn't know how to open it, so you didn't care, and shouted, "It's here." Found it. He had found the place. "Young friend, do you want to open it now?" Someone asked, "Open it and see." So you looked around and said, "Everyone, I can't bring everyone in. I'll go in alone, and I'll come out in 2 or 3 hours at most." Then, he said, "Senior Giant Mountain, help me set up a layer of mountain and sea restrictions to prevent spying." Hearing this, the old Pegasus couldn't help but scold, "Kid, you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. You're looking down on us. Will we peep at you to see how you get in? Well, maybe we will. We're curious." The ruins, when the others heard this, they all had different thoughts. So you wouldn't show them, nor would he bring them in. If Suyu really went in by himself, who knew when he would come out? Who knew if he would come out from this side? Who knew if he would ruin the things in the ruins, even further out? Several mountain and sea experts had gathered. At this moment, they also heard Suyu's voice. Blood Moon said impatiently, "Make your move. If the kid really goes in and doesn't come out for a few years, what do we do? This kid is crafty. He said he would come out in a few hours. If he doesn't come out, can we force our way into the ruins?" They had to make their move. Killing the other mountain and sea experts and capturing Suyu was their goal. Yu Hong was also getting impatient. "Let's follow the plan," she said. "You guys deal with them. We'll capture Suyu and deal with Xianxia, the inspections commissioner." This was what they had agreed on earlier. At this moment, Blood Moon and the others couldn't hold back any longer. In the next moment, one figure after another shot through the air. Enemy attack. An explosive roar rang out, rumble, both sides clashed. Blood Moon, One-Eyed, Cloud Fae of the Church of the Divine Dragon, and Red Dust of the Demon Scorpion clashed with the 4 mountain and sea experts on the periphery. In the air, Shui Luosha's attack crushed the old Pegasus, and he fell from the sky. 7th stage mountain and sea, underground, the old mountain antelope was just about to soar up when the old Pegasus shouted, "You guard the ground. I can hold them off." The old Pegasus was not weak either. He was a 6th stage mountain and sea expert. At this moment, he roared and quickly reverted to his true form, a Pegasus with wings. His entire body was golden. After reverting to his true form, his strength increased greatly. His body expanded, and his 4 hooves stomped down as he rapidly engaged Shui Luosha in battle. Yu Hong, Lao Jing, and Li Galao did not make a move. The 3 of them were waiting. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a figure shot toward them. From behind, Xiajia's inspectors had arrived. Yu Hong's face turned illusory as she transmitted her voice. "It's Hu Hao. He must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to hide from him." She recognized the newcomer. It was Steward Hu's nephew, a 7th stage mountain and sea expert. Both sides were familiar with each other. If Hu Hao was still alive, whether they killed Suyu, colluded with Wan Zhu, or seized the ruins, they would all be exposed. "Lao Jing, you and I will kill him together. Oh Li, go capture Suyu." Yu Hong quickly gave the order. With that, she did not waste any time and flew through the air. Before she even appeared, a Shinwen exploded. Hu Hao, who had just arrived, was the middle-aged man who had protected Suyu on the road. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Trapping world? Who are you?" At this moment, the void in all directions froze. 2 figures appeared outside the void. As for Hu Hao, he was trapped within the trapping world. Neither Yu Hong nor Hu Hao said anything. At this moment, the mysteriousness of a mountain and sea civilizer was undoubtedly revealed. The trapping world appeared. In the next moment, Yu Hong gave a low shout, and one Shinwen appeared after another. As a 7th stage mountain and sea expert, she was no weakling. There were a total of 8 Shinwen. Among the Shan Shinwen faction, there were many Shinwen. At this moment, a mountain of blades and a sea of flames appeared. Astral winds blew. Lao Jing also gave a low shout. He did not have that many Shinwen, only one main Shinwen. At this moment, the main Shinwen had transformed into a huge ferocious beast, incomparably powerful. It charged into the trapping world and pounced on Hu Hao. This huge ferocious beast was no weaker than the 7th stage of the mountain and sea realm. Beast Shenwen. Hu Hao's expression changed. Trapping world, mountain of blades, sea of flames, beast Shenwen. Damn it, it's you bastards. He had guessed the identity of the newcomers, although he was not sure, he had guessed it. He cursed inwardly. That bastard Suyu had said last time that he might not have enough for this trip. He did not believe him. He was at the 7th stage of the mountain and sea realm, so what was there to be afraid of? But now, he couldn't help but curse inwardly again. F***ck, this kid was really good. He had really driven these guys crazy. They were going to rebel. If they were found out, these people were dead meat. Yu Hong could not be bothered to pay attention to him. She said faintly, if Wanzhou wants to kill someone, no one can live. So what if you recognize them? You won't have a chance to send a message. A huge battle instantly broke out. As for Suyu's group, including Li Mingyu and the others, they were not too surprised at this moment. It was as if they all knew and had been waiting for this moment. The 2 Dao protectors, Ling Yun, were extremely nervous at this moment. He circled around them, his expression changing continuously. Watch out. At this moment, the old mountain antelope could no longer hold back. It instantly rose up and charged toward the sky. The old Pegasus was no match for Shui Luosha. At this moment, its golden fur was already stained with blood. Damn it, go back, the old Pegasus roared. There was no defense below. After roaring, it quickly shouted, retreat. A grand formation has been set up here. Hurry up and retreat. Inform Long Wuwei to come and help. F***ck, there were too many of them, they could already sense that the inspector had been blocked. Not only was he blocked, but he was also in great danger. He might be finished. 7 mountain and sea realm cultivators, they had actually been targeted. This guy was at the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm, and he was no match for him. Only when the old mountain antelope came to help did he relax a bit. However, at this moment, the old Pegasus was once again terrified. Black Panther, Flying Wolf, stop them. Another mountain and sea realm cultivator had arrived, Li Galao, 4th level of the mountain and sea realm. At this moment, Li Galao's face turned illusory as he walked out of the void. Shenwen appeared, and snow and ice descended. Snowflakes fell one after another. The Black Panther and the Flying Wolf roared, but their bodies were covered in blood from the snowflakes. The 2 of them quickly reverted to their true forms. The Black Panther roared and charged at Cabinet Elderly, while the Flying Wolf growled. A civil weapon appeared, and 10,000 swords burst forth. The battle had begun. Suyu watched from the sidelines. Even though Li Galao was right in front of him, and the 2 Ling Yun were constantly retreating, he didn't care too much. His eyes flickered, and Suyu ignored them. He walked up to the call and struck the wall with a wave of Shenwen, then cut his right hand. Blood flowed, and the stone wall began to tremble. It seemed like Suyu was very calm, and wanted to enter the ruins to take refuge. Moreover, Suyu seemed to be full of confidence in this relic. Outside, Yu Hong's illusory voice rang out. Stop him. Don't let him in. Li Galao roared. The snowflakes turned into hail, which smashed into the 2 Ling Yun, causing them to bleed profusely. The Black Panther roared, Suyu, how long will it take to open it? 3 minutes. Suyu roared. Seniors, stop him for 3 minutes. After that, you are free to retreat. Their goal is the ruins. Once I enter, they won't be able to enter. Everyone, retreat and ask for reinforcements. Dixia province won't let them off. All right. Old Pegasus and the rest roared, fighting a bloody battle. If Suyu entered the ruins, these fellows' goal would fail. If they failed, would they still fight to the death with them? At this moment, Suyu was rapidly opening the ruins. Of course, the trembling of the stone wall was just Suyu's willpower. He wouldn't open any ruins, and these fellows wouldn't know the situation anyway. Are there more? He was waiting, just these few? Calculating, only 3 from Shanxinwen's faction came. Yu Hong, the one from Great Shang House, and Li Galao. The one attacking Black Panther and the rest should be Li Galao, right? Are there more? There must be more. He had to fish them all out and capture them all in one fell swoop. The 2 that Xia who you brought had not made a move yet. As Suyu was thinking, the void trembled. In the distance, a huge battle erupted. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, it's you guys? At this moment, the four powerhouses clashed. Two of Xia Huyu's guardians, Xiaowen and Xiaowu, roared, bastards, it's you guys. Xiaowu called out their names and roared, you guys are crazy. You're courting death. Does Jiutian Academy want to be annihilated? Tang Yunfei, Qiu Yunhua, how dare you attack us? Acquaintances, Suyu laughed when he heard these two names. They really were acquaintances. Many people from Jiutian Academy had come to attack Lu Wenyan back then, and these two were among them. Tang Yunfei and Qiu Yunhua. Tang Yunfei's senior brother was a good friend from 5 generations ago. This fellow had wanted to kill Lu Wenyan just to observe Shenwen. As for Jiutian Academy's principal, Jin Yuhui, he was one of the leaders of Shan Shenwen's faction, at least in Dixia province. His strength was no weaker than Zhou Mingren's. As expected, these two fellows had come. Jiutian Academy, Suyu snorted inwardly. Many Shanghai academies appeared as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, 4 had appeared. Fortunately, the two brothers, Xiaojia, had appeared. Otherwise, once these two appeared, the battle would have collapsed. At this moment, old Pegasus and the others were terrified. Powerhouses from the academy, damn it, had the Shan Shenwen faction gone mad? With so many powerhouses from the academy, it was no wonder that something was amiss. There were too many civilizationists. Wanzhou was still a fighter, and the civilizationists' inheritance was orderly. Wanzhou did not have many civilizationists. But today, a large number of civilizationists had joined the battle. You guys are crazy, old Pegasus roared. At this moment, Li Galao had already killed 2 Ling Yuns, and he was about to collapse. At this moment, a beam of sword light appeared, with a pft, it shattered the surrounding ice mountain. Then, a figure appeared. Li Galao's illusory face revealed a look of shock, it's you. The sword light retracted, and the person turned his head to look at Suyu, sighing, kid, you are too bold. Suyu did not recognize this person, and he was a little surprised. Li Galao was about to defeat these two, and Suyu was prepared to escape. He was thinking that it was time for the Zhu family to make a move, but in the end, another person appeared. Who was it? He did not recognize him, but someone else did. Li Galao said in shock, Feng Qi, it's you? Feng Qi, Suyu had never heard of this name, and this was his first time seeing the middle-aged man in front of him. He did not cover his face. Feng Qi chuckled, greetings, Li Galao. Your frost domain is famous. At this time, is there a need to hide it? You, Li Galao was shocked, you didn't die? I was lucky to escape. Feng Qi smiled, I almost died while exploring the Xingyu mansion. Li Galao, you are still alive. Back then, I was hot-blooded, and believed that the competition was normal. I did not expect that your people dared to kill their teammates in the Xingyu mansion. Shan Shenwen's faction should have been wiped out long ago. As he spoke, sword light shone everywhere, rumble, the frost domain kept shattering. At this moment, Li Galao was also anxious. This Feng Qi was also at the 4th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. He was actually not a match for him, Suyu also had a strange look in his eyes. If this was not someone from Shan Shenwen's faction, who called him here, martial uncle, he had a guess in his heart. It might be his martial uncle who called him here. In that case, he could wait for a while. After all, there were a few people who had not been exposed yet. For example, Yun Hu and the others. With a thought, Suyu looked toward the battle outside. Blood Moon's opponent was Yun Hu, while One-Eye's opponent was Shan Hai of the Fox clan. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Suyu was still calm. Since there was no danger for the time being, he would continue. He wanted to see how many people could be lured out today. At this time, Blood Moon, who was fighting with Yun Hu, suddenly transmitted his voice, Idiot, who told you to use your full strength? Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Yun Hu was shocked, wasn't this someone from Wanzhou's faction? Trash, don't be too fake. Blood Moon quickly transmitted his voice, One-Eyed and I are chess pieces planted by Shan Shenwen's faction. This time, we are determined to win. Wanzhou's people must be killed. We can't let anyone know that we are working with them. Later, you, One-Eyed, that old fox, and I will fight next to the god-dragon cult and the demon-scorpion cult and wait for an opportunity to kill them. Yunhu was shocked and instantly looked at the old fox. The old fox also hurriedly looked at him. The two of them looked at each other, both shocked. Shan Shenwen's faction had actually planted chess pieces in Wanzhou, and it was too Shanghai. No wonder they could control Wanzhou. Blood Moon angrily transmitted his voice, "Trash, are you still Shanghai? Calm down, do you want to die?" Yunhu's clan expert suppressed the palpitation in his heart and hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Should we kill those two from Wanzhou now?" "Of course not." Blood Moon quickly replied. "Wait for the order." This is equivalent to Galao's order. Once the order is given, first pretend to surround and kill the others, then counterattack and kill those two. Yunhu understood, he understood. At this moment, Yu Hong really couldn't wait any longer. Damn it, how come so many experts had appeared? This was big trouble. 3 of Xiajia's people had come. She was terrified, and even worried that Xiajia had already found out about this. Gulp, Kachi. Yu Hong shouted. This was their secret language, an extremely rare tribal language. When Yunhu and the others heard this, they instantly understood. Kill the others. Blood Moon and the others also heard her transmission. Put down the opponents. They are on our side. Kill the heavenly horse, the mountain antelope, and the giant. Hurry! Only these 3 were not on their side. Kill them, and 7 or 8 more Shanghai experts would appear. No more acting. At a time like this, it was best to end the battle quickly and kill them. Yunhu looked at Blood Moon and breathed a sigh of relief. So they knew about this. It seemed they really were on their side. Blood Moon ignored him and quickly joined up with One-Eyed, as did Yunhu and the old fox. The 4 experts exchanged a glance, then charged toward the mountain. At this moment, the mountain was facing off against the demon-scorpion cult's red dust. On the other side, Barbarian Bull and Divine Dragon cult Xianfei didn't have the same tacit understanding as the 4 experts. They exchanged dismayed glances, but were still on guard. The demon-scorpion cult's red dust was also shocked to see so many experts attacking together. Shan Shenwen had bribed these Wandao protectors. Not bad, the mountain was dead for sure. He had been beaten to a pulp by the mountain, but now he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a bit worried about the strength of Shan Shenwen's faction, it wasn't as if they hadn't made preparations. First, kill these people from Dixia province. Just as he was thinking this, the 4 experts arrived and attacked the mountain at the same time. Red Dust, come here, Blood Moon roared, and Red Dust quickly joined up with them. Blood Moon's eyes flashed, and he transmitted his voice, wait for Red Dust to come, kill him quickly, and then kill the mountain. Yunhu and the old fox didn't have time to figure out what was going on. These 2 experts had informed them long ago, so it was obvious that they were important spies of Shan Shenwen's faction. Although they felt that killing Red Dust now was a little too early, but since they had said so, they would just kill them. At this moment, Suyu also moved. The moment Yunhu and the others stopped fighting, Suyu instantly pounced toward Xiaqing. Just as he made his move, the heavily injured Flying Wolf tribe expert suddenly appeared in Shenwen's body, and a huge hole appeared in the chest of the Black Panther tribe expert. The Flying Wolf tribe expert didn't even look at it, and quickly pounced toward Suyu. As for Xiaqing and the others, their expressions also fluctuated. Had they been exposed so quickly? Damn it, the Flying Wolf tribe was originally with them. Previously, there were 5 people in the gathering, but they were worried that too many people would attract Suyu's attention, so the Flying Wolf tribe youth and the Pegasus tribe youth gathered together. Now that they had made their move, their eyes turned cold. They were no match for Suyu, but they could take down some people, for example, the Pegasus tribe and the Mountain Antelope tribe, who had threatened their elders. As for Suyu, he would leave him to the Flying Wolf tribe's guardian. The Pegasus tribe youth was still in shock when Suyu shouted, "Idiot, they are all traitors, run." The Pegasus tribe youth couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He roared, reverted to his original form, and ran. It was too dangerous, and Xiaqing and the others reverted to their original forms, and chased after him. On Suyu's side, the Flying Wolf had just arrived, when the Shadow and the Waterman attacked, and a cloud of mist appeared, shrouding each other. And from the Flying Wolf's shadow, the shadow burst out. The 3 Lingyans were instantly locked in combat. Suyu's killing intent boiled, and he no longer opened the ruins. I knew you people were up to no good, he said. Xiaxia, you're dead. Before he could give chase, a piercing howl echoed through the air. Rumble, a massive explosion rang out in all directions. The devil scorpion cult's crimson dust's body exploded. He hadn't expected 4 mountain sea experts to suddenly attack him. Yu Hong and the others were also stunned. Idiots, I told you to kill Colossal Mountain, not Crimson Dust. You'll kill him later, but not now. Are you crazy? Why would you kill your allies now? She had never considered them to be allies. The thought flashed through her mind, and she could no longer maintain her composure. Be careful of Blood Moon, she cried. Be careful of Blood Moon and Cyclops. Something was wrong. Why would they attack Crimson Dust? Before she could say anything, Blood Moon, Cyclops, and the injured Colossal Mountain suddenly attacked together. Blood Moon and Cyclops were too close to Yunhu. They didn't attack the old fox, but instead attacked Yunhu together. Blood Moon appeared, and the flames of the demonic eye burned through the air. The Yunhu's clan expert's face fell. He roared and tried to escape. But it was too late. He had considered these 2 allies, and although he had been on guard, he hadn't taken them seriously enough. This time, Colossal Mountain also chopped down with his axe. The 3 experts attacked at the same time. Yunhu's clan Mountain Sea was only at the 3rd layer, so how could he be a match for them? Rumble. The demonic eye pierced a huge hole through the huge tiger's head. Splat. Colossal Mountain chopped off his head with his axe. The tiger's head fell off, and his corpse fell from the sky. The 3 experts turned and attacked the old fox together. In the blink of an eye, 2 Mountain Sea experts had fallen. Crimson Dust and Yunhu had been killed in an instant. The 3 greater demons joined forces to attack the old fox. Blood Moon shouted, Yunfei, Xianxinwen's faction wants to kill us all. Stop Raging Bull. Yunfei from the Church of the God Dragon was completely flabbergasted. Without another word, he abandoned Raging Bull and fled. This was too complicated. Wasn't Colossal Mountain Suyu's Tao protector? What was going on with Blood Moon and Cyclops? And when Yunhu and the old fox killed Crimson Dust, he was terrified. None of them could be trusted. Damn it. Shui Luosha also roared angrily. Yu Hong, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us all? He was also angry. The battle wasn't over yet, and you're already turning hostile? Yu Hong's voice was sharp, and she didn't care that her identity was exposed. She shouted, Idiot, they're Suyu's people. Sao dissension. At this moment, she finally understood what was going on. Blood Moon and Raging Bull were both arranged by Suyu. Damn it, the experts from the other forces were all dazzled and dumbfounded by what they saw. In the blink of an eye, 2 mountain and sea experts had been killed. At this moment, the old fox was in grave danger. Thankfully, Raging Bull had come to his aid, and Shui Luosha roared, Yunfei, don't run. Come back and help them hold off their opponents. 3 against 2, if Yunfei didn't run, then 3 against 3, they could still turn the tables. He believed what Yu Hong had said, because everything was clear now. Those 2 bastards had been arranged by Suyu. Damn it, they had lost 2 mountain and sea experts. Yunfei's face flickered for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and turned back. However, he didn't dare to get too close to the group, and instead stayed on the outer perimeter. If he ran away at this critical juncture, then he would be easily targeted. He knew that. There were still more people on the outer perimeter, but now, he didn't dare to trust anyone. He had to stall them first. None of these bastards could be trusted. Crimson Dust had died too unjustly. At this moment, Suyu looked over at Xiaxia and the others, and smiled. Xiaxia, it seems you've lost out. Xiaqi's face fell. Dead, the clan elder was dead, damn it. Suyu, you did it on purpose. Xiaxia roared. You did it on purpose, you schemed against us. The running youth of the heavenly Pegasus turned his head, and his eyes widened. Holy shit, the human realm was so dangerous. The mountain and sea experts had died just like that. More importantly, he didn't know who was the enemy and who was the friend. He was dumbfounded. Who was the good guy, who was the bad guy? Xiaxia didn't dare to fight with Suyu. He shouted, capture them, quickly. The heavenly Pegasus were their protective umbrella. If they were captured, the mountain and sea experts of the heavenly Pegasus and mountain antelopes would definitely not dare to cause trouble again. That was their chance to turn the tables. Weaklings, don't think so much. Suyu's figure flickered, and he laughed. With a casual swing of his blade, Xianxia of the Ironwing clan, who was flying soar, was directly cut in half. You don't even have a protector, and you still dare to cause trouble. Suyu laughed. Xiaoqing said sharply, you dare to kill a classmate, Suyu, you are crazy, you are betraying the human race. Classmate? Suyu laughed, what you say doesn't count. Xiaoqing, come, counterattack, kill Baisu and the others, and I will give you a chance to live. You. Just as she was about to speak, Suyu slashed at her with his blade, and at this moment, a figure appeared. A giant beast appeared. Chen Chen, that human student, Chen Chen, who had not spoken much, suddenly released his monster at this moment, a monster of the 9th level of Ascension stage. Suyu frowned slightly, a 9th level Soar monster, you are in the Soar realm? If not in the Soar realm, he might not be able to control it. Chen Chen's expression was solemn, Galao and the others have underestimated you. They think that I can take you down, but the way I see it, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to take you down. You are a member of Xianxinwen's faction? No. Chen Chen was silent for a moment, then said, I was saved by Jing Galao, I owe him my life. So from the beginning, your goal was to take me down at the critical moment? Suyu laughed, not weak. A beast tamer of the Soaring Sky Realm coupled with a level 9 Soaring Sky Realm demonic beast was indeed very strong. According to their previous analysis, with this strength, it would not be a problem to take down Suyu. Taking down Suyu at the critical moment, this was Chen Chen's mission. You think too much. Suyu laughed, too lazy to talk nonsense. A drop of 9th level Soar blood essence was swallowed, and a 9th level Soar aura instantly erupted, more than 300 acupuncture points lit up. Slash. Sky-splitting blade, this slash was extremely fierce, the explosive power of 9th level Soar, a top heaven class combat technique. There was a loud boom. That gigantic demonic beast was just about to charge at Suyu when it was chopped into two by Suyu's saber. The blade did not stop. Chen Chen's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, a small hammer fell, and with a loud bang, his sea of wool was directly smashed into pieces. Bang! His head exploded. Suyu was indifferent. I don't care who you owe, I don't owe you. Xiaoqing and the others were terrified. On the other side, the Flying Wolf tribe powerhouse roared, trying to break through the entanglement of the Waterman and the Shadow. Suyu laughed, Dendrolamus, Rhinoceros Borer, go help, kill that guy. As for himself, he continued to move forward. Once again, the blade slashed out, the blade flashed. With a crack, the Raging Bull tribe's Nyoshin was cut in half. In the distance, the Raging Bull tribe powerhouse roared. Suyu. The old fox was also shocked. Suyu, let Baisu go, I will leave with Baisu. Killing Xianfei, the Ironwing tribe member died, no one said a word. Killing Xiaoqing, the Yunhu tribe member also died, no one said a word. But at this moment, the people Suyu killed included the Dao protectors. Even the Heavenly Horse tribe youth could not help but turn back and shout, don't kill, threaten their Dao protectors. Suyu is really stupid, why did you kill them? If you kill them, those Dao protectors will not risk their lives. Suyu smiled, ignored them, and once again slashed out. With a loud bang, the Flying Wolf tribe youth who was running away was killed on the spot. Xiaoqing and Baisu were terrified, too strong. Suyu wanted to kill them. Baisu, kill Xiaoqing, and I will spare your life, do you want to bet? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Baisu's tail swept towards Xiaoqing. With a bang, Xiaoqing flew backwards. Suyu smiled, looks like you are not so good? Looking at Xiaoqing flying towards him, Suyu smiled brightly, we are all good friends, I will send you off, why bother? With a low shout, the saber light flashed, Pucci, Xiaoqing returned to his original form, but that tiger head was still sent flying by his saber, and his body was torn into pieces. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Suyu smiled brightly, killing Xiaoqing, without any emotion. In front, Baisu continued to escape, shouting, Suyu, just as he spoke, his vision darkened. The next moment, Suyu closed in, and with one slash, he was cut in half. Old Fox, Barbarian Bull, my condolences, seniors. Suyu smiled, dead, you can fight with your lives. Suyu. Roars of anger resounded, the genius of the Raging Bull tribe was killed, Baisu of the Fox tribe was killed, Xiaoqing of the Tiger tribe was killed, Xianfei of the Ironwing tribe was killed, the youth of the Flying Wolf tribe was killed. They were all dead. Chen Chen, whom Shan Shenwen had sent to capture Suyu, was also swiftly killed by Suyu. Easy, powerful, Suyu, who was in the cultivation realm, could kill Source so easily. Of the 5 guardians, 1 from the Ironwing tribe and the 1 from the Yunhu tribe were dead, the 2 from the Raging Bull tribe and the 2 from the Mountain Sea tribe were surrounded and killed by the 3 great demons, and Ling Yan of the Flying Wolf tribe was also surrounded and killed by the Water Person and the Shadow. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. When they came, there were 12 students besides Suyu. Now, with Zhou Hao gone, 5 Wan students dead, and Chen Chen dead, there were only 5 left. Ji Xiaoming, Li Minyu, the youth from the Pegasus tribe, the youth from the Black Panther tribe, and the female goat from the Mountain Antelope tribe. A chaotic battle had begun. Yu Hong and Old Man Jing besieged Hu Hao, who was sent by Chief Steward Hu. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu fought the 2 elders from Nine Heavens Academy. The 3 great Yaos fought the Old Fox and the other 2 elders, while Old Celestial Horse and Old Goat fought Shui Luo Sha. They were evenly matched. At this moment, many arrays rose up, sealing the void, and the sky was gray. So you easily killed a few of them. He looked at the other students and smiled. Everyone, why don't you introduce yourselves and reveal your background? Yu Hong and the other traitors colluded with the Wan people to kill me and Xia Ji as guardians. What do you say? Ji Xiaoming said innocently, I really came to watch the show. So you looked at her, and smiled. Miss Ji, you really came to watch the show? Yes. Ji Xiaoming said aggrievedly, I don't lie. So you laughed again. I'll stab you. What do you think? Ji Xiaoming had an innocent look on her face. After a while, she saw Suyu walking towards her. She was a little scared. She pointed at Li Minyu and said, Fine, I admit it. I came for her. Li Minyu remained calm and did not make a sound. Ji Xiaoming saw that Suyu was still staring at her and walking towards her, and hurriedly said, It's true. My father said that there should be a Sun-Moon tier cultivator behind her, and it's very likely that it's Lan Tian, so he told me to keep an eye on her. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Then, he said miserably, we're on the same side. Don't kill me. Blue sky? Suyu stared at Li Minyu. At this moment, Li Minyu's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, she was no longer young. Her demeanor changed slightly as she said, Don't misunderstand, I'm just here to watch the show. Suyu looked at Ji Xiaoming, then at Li Minyu. He laughed, interesting, both of them had a sun and a moon behind them. Did Chief Ji find blue sky? Suyu said calmly, whether it's blue sky or Chief Ji, don't get involved in my business. I'm going to kill the strong cultivators of Shan Shenwen's faction, not you. If you want to make trouble, do as you please. He was arrogant, of course, he had some capital. It was not that he did not have a backer now. An expert in the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon tier was waiting nearby, ready to attack at any time. He was not afraid of these 2 guys, unless they had broken through to the invincible realm. The 2 of them did not come in person, but there should be a wisp of divine thoughts attached to Ji Xiaoming and Li Minyu. Suyu was surprised, and asked again, what's the relationship between you and Li Minyu? He was asking about blue sky. Li Minyu smiled. Student. Student? Suyu. Li Minyu had a teacher, and it was Mountain Sea Galao. Who was blue sky, or was he a student secretly accepted? Well, he was too lazy to care. After sensing it, it should be just a wisp of divine thought. It was useless to kill it. Instead, it would offend a Sun and Moon tier. Before the situation stabilized, there was no need to offend them. As for the other party being the Origin Demon Cult Master, what did it have to do with him? Xiajia did not care, the Seeking Realm did not care, the War God Temple did not care. I don't care. I don't have the strength to care. If I had the strength, I will kill them all with one slash. Sure enough, those who came with him this time were all problematic. Of course, there were a few who were not problematic. For example, these people from the Pegasus clan. They foolishly thought that they were here for training and sightseeing. Suyu was too lazy to care about the 2 of them. He asked Little Furball to keep an eye on them. Then, he quickly looked at the youth of the Pegasus clan and said, You 3, gather together and keep an eye on each other. Be careful of Wanzu's guy. The youth of the Pegasus clan looked at him. He did not return to his human form and was a little scared. F***ck, he killed people like flies, Xiaxia and the others were killed in an instant. He was really scared. Suyu shouted, "Hurry up. Do you want to die?" The three of them did not dare to speak. The little female goat, the little black panther, and the little Pegasus all gathered together. They were extremely fast and scared. Lingyan of the Black Panther clan had been killed by the sneak attack of the Flying Wolf clan. At this moment, this guy was also trembling, a little at a loss. "You too," Suyu looked at Xiaoming and the little Black Panther and said with a smile, "Stay here and don't run around. Don't think that you are amazing with the sun and moon behind you. Whether it is blue sky or Chief Ji, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you are not afraid of death, come in." Xiaoming and the little Black Panther did not say a word. However, they did not move and stayed where they were. At this moment, Suyu watched for a while and shouted, "Waterman, Shadow, hurry up and kill this guy. What are you waiting for?" The Waterman and the other greater demons were also fighting with great difficulty. The strongest among them was only Lingyan 7. Now that they were facing Lingyan 9, it was not as easy as Suyu had made it out to be. The 5 greater demons fought together. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were beaten out again and again. They were almost killed. Their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. As expected, nothing good came out. As soon as they came out, it was a super battle. The weakest enemy was Ling Yunjing, F***ck. If I had known earlier, I would have just waited for death in the prison area. The 5 greater demons were fighting, and all sides were fighting. At this moment, no one was berating or roaring. It was useless, the only way was to kill. The 2 greater demons that Suyu had planted had killed 2 mountain sea cultivators, and the situation was instantly reversed. They were now evenly matched. Suyu was not in a hurry. Was there anyone else? He continued to wait. He wanted to wait and see if anyone else would show up. At this moment, Suyu shouted, "Zhou Pingxing, you piece of trash. Do you still want to hide, you dog? You don't dare to come out? This time, I only came to kill you, you dog. Who would have thought that I would catch so many big fish?" Suyu laughed heartily. "Yu Galao, Li Galao, Qiu Galao, Tang Galao. And Jun Galao from the Great Shang Mansion. What a great show. 5 mountain sea cultivators. I want to know, if word gets out that someone escaped today, will the Galao be able to survive? How dare they betray humanity and Xia province? 5 Galao colluded with Wanzhou to kill a student. How dare they? There are 3 mountain sea cultivators here in Xianxia. Let's see how you deal with them. 5 mountain sea cultivators, Galao, 3 mountain sea Dao protectors, 2 Lingyun Dao protectors, and 3 Wanzhou mountain sea cultivators. There were 2 more than they had expected, and they were the 2 from Jiutian Academy. A total of 11 mountain sea cultivators. This time, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. Suyu shouted again, "Zhou Pingxing, come and kill me. You piece of trash." At this moment, the sounds of fighting erupted from the outside. Zhou Pingxing had no time to pay attention to Suyu. When One-Eyed was proven to be Suyu's man, he had received orders from Yuhan to kill the people One-Eyed had brought with him. He had no time to pay attention to Suyu. At this moment, the rogue experts One-Eyed had brought with him were also depressed. Fuck, the demon pupil clan was actually Suyu's man. There was no use in arguing. They could only kill. Zhou Pingxing and the others were not weak. They were all Ling Yunjing. There were 7 or 8 Lingyun against a few Lingyun and some Soar. In addition, they had set up a great array. Now that the array had risen, they were trapped inside, and a massacre broke out. Blood flowed like a river, even further away. Jin Yuwei appeared, but he did not enter the battlefield. Instead, he set up a great array outside and casually killed the rogue experts who were lucky enough to escape. Kill, today, none of them could leave. Anyone who escaped would be trouble. The principal of Jiutian Academy, a half-step sun-moon expert, whether it was Ling Yun or Soar, they were all dead in his hands. Not far away, Zhao Ming appeared and stared at him without saying a word. Jin Yuwei did not care. Zhao Ming said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that Xia Jia will find out?" Jin Yuwei said calmly, "What about me? What did I do?" I am killing Wanzhou and his people. Tang Yunfei and Xiao Yunhua betrayed us. I am here to kill them. Is there a problem? Is there? No, although I did not make a move now, it is also to prevent Wanzhou and his people from escaping. He looked at Zhao Ming calmly and indifferently. What about you? What are you doing? That was Shan Shenwen's people just now. Why did you kill them? Humph. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. Jin Yuwei, at this stage, you still want to argue? Argue? Jin Yuwei laughed. How did I argue? Zhao Ming, what did I do? I am the principal of Jiutian Academy. Am I not supposed to come out to hunt down the two Galau traitors? Zhao Ming could not win against him in a verbal argument. He was a little angry. Jin Yuwei did not make a move, he was only hunting down those who escaped. However, who would believe that he was here to capture Tang Yunfei and his people? However, he was a half-step Sun Moon, the principal of Jiutian Academy. He had a high status. If he did not make a move, no one would have any evidence to arrest him. Even Zhu Tiandao would not kill him rashly. Otherwise, the Seeker State and Combat God Temple would pursue the matter. Unless he personally made a move, Jin Yuwei ignored her. He smiled and continued to seal the surroundings, ignoring Zhao Ming. If you dare to make a move against me, I will dare to kill you, even if your brother causes a ruckus in Xia province, it will be useless. If you dare to make a move against me, I will naturally kill you. Zhao Ming felt aggrieved, too aggrieved, this bastard. At this moment, she somewhat admired Suyu. Suyu had attracted too many experts to attack him and Xiaojia's people. Therefore, he could kill Yu Hong and the others as he pleased. However, Jin Yuwei could not, this person came here openly. Even if you knew his goal, you couldn't do anything to him. Their strength was also inferior to his. Jin Yuwei smiled and ignored them. He would not participate until the last moment. If he did, then, not a single one would be left alive. If he killed all of them, there would naturally be no evidence. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. She gritted her teeth, and her spear appeared. She was about to fly into the depths to participate in the battle and kill those people. Since she could not obtain any benefits here, she would go kill. She had just moved when an expert with an illusory face suddenly attacked. Zhao Ming's spear trembled. With a loud boom, she forced the other party to retreat. She also spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, Wang Ming? Wang Ming of Dao Seeking Academy. Back then, he had also attacked them at number 18 middle. She knew him. Wang Ming did not say a word. He did not admit or deny it. He quickly attacked. Sword chi crisscrossed. The word sword Shenwen was incomparably powerful, even more powerful than that day, and it forced Zhao Ming to retreat continuously. Jin Yuwei smiled and suddenly said, So you colluded with the demon race and killed the human race's ally, Yunhu's Mountain Sea clan. He killed many students. His crime is unforgivable. Xiaojia and the others, do you want to protect Suyu? Hu Hao, who was continuously vomiting blood from Yu Hong and Jing Galau's attacks, suddenly cursed, Jin Yuwei, your bullsh** ting. Yunhu and the others have already betrayed. Which eye of yours saw them betray? Jin Yuwei said coldly, I only saw them kill the demon scorpion cult expert. He is the hero who killed Wanzhou. Suyu's greater demons killed him. Hu Hao, seeing is believing. Are you blind? Hu Hao was infuriated. He knew that Jin Yuwei was talking nonsense, but at this moment, he could not refute. Yunhu and the others had not made a move on Suyu yet. And this was Wan's. If this was a human, like Jin Yuwei, who could do anything to him if he did not make a move on a human, even if they knew that his intentions were not pure? Principal Jin, on the other side, Xiaowen shouted, Since you want to capture the traitors, why don't you come and kill these two? Didn't you want to capture the traitors? Kill them, Jin Yuwei said indifferently, the situation is unclear. I have to prevent people from escaping. Let's wait. Let's wait. At this moment, he was shining brightly, suppressing everyone present. Yu Hong and the others were even more excited. Although Jin Yuwei did not make a move, his aura alone was enough to suppress the other side. They would definitely win. At the critical moment, Jin Yuwei would definitely make a move. A moment later, Zhou Pingxing and the others finished killing the rogue sect experts. Zhou Pingxing no longer hid and said loudly, Principal Jin, we have killed the Wanzhou cult members. This will be recorded. We will reward you when we return to Dixia province. Jin Yuwei said calmly, Suyu instigated a great demon to massacre the alliance. The situation is unclear now. Go, capture Suyu and send him back to Dixia province for confrontation. Do not harm his life. He spoke in a dignified manner. Don't kill Suyu. I just don't know the situation. I only saw you brutally killing students, so I sent people to capture you. In the distance, Suyu sneered, just a bunch of dogs and flies. Jin Yuwei, if you had attacked directly, I might have thought more highly of you. At least you have some semblance of a principal and some semblance of a sun-moon cultivator. But now. Disgusting. Jin Yuwei was unmoved. He did not care about a mere temperament, no matter how talented he was. You can scold me all you want. It doesn't matter, soon, you will die. If Suyu resists, kill him. Jin Yuwei said softly again. Zhou Pingxing brought 6 Ling Yunjing experts with him. They did not waste any time and flew towards Suyu. These people were Ling Yunjing experts transferred from various academies. At this moment, someone in the dark wanted to help. Suyu did not know the situation and did not care. He did not want Zhu Tiandao to attack at this moment. He roared, you came at the right time. I will kill all these trash. Let's see if you, Jin Yuwei, will attack. This situation was what he wanted. The only thing he did not expect was that Jin Yuwei did not attack directly. This was not in line with his expectations. This was a big fish, that was enough. Catching Jin Yuwei was much more important than Yu Hong and the others. Outside. Zhu Tiandao was stunned. He understood what Suyu meant. He wanted to deal with it himself. Stop fooling around, you're the one who should calm down. There were 7 Ling Yun experts. 3 of them were Ling Yun 7. The rest were early stage and mid stage. You still want to wait, aren't you afraid of killing yourself? At this moment, Yu Hong and the others could be killed. Only Jin Yuwei was not easy to deal with. However, in Zhu Tiandao's opinion, it was time to close the net. Suyu did not care about anyone. At this moment, he rose sore and soared into the sky. Today, I will kill Ling Yun for you to see. I can kill Ling Yun. Can you bear such a threat? The stronger he was, the greater the threat to Shan Shenwen's faction. Who could bear to kill Ling Yun now? Not even the half-step sun and moon cultivators, not even the sun and moon cultivators. If they did not kill such a monster now, when would they? As for Suyu, he was using himself as the wager. Of course, he had to trust Zhu Tiandao and the Zhu family. If the Zhu family was afraid, he would be finished today. He did not have the ability to deal with a half-step sun-moon expert. With the saber in hand, Suyu's aura became stronger and stronger. Vaguely, it was comparable to Soar level 9. Zhou Pingxing frowned slightly. So what if he was comparable to Soar level 9? Did he think he could kill us? The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Suyu's aura surged. The next moment, a wave of Ling Yun's aura erupted. Kill! A loud roar mixed with a powerful Yuan Qi attack shook the surroundings. Suyu's body was like the wind, whizzing past. A long saber appeared and lightning appeared. He slashed out. Trash! Pfft! Suyu flew across the sky, panting. His body was torn by the powerful Yuan Qi and blood flowed out. In the void, one of the 7 Ling Yun experts who surrounded him looked at him with a puzzled and dazed expression. Bang! His body exploded, dead. The surroundings suddenly froze for a moment. Even when 2 Ling Yun experts died previously, such a situation did not happen. Kill. Ling Yun. A nurturing saber killed a Ling Yun expert. No, it was not nurturing saber. It was Ling Yunjing's explosive power. Talent blood essence. At this moment, someone thought of it and was extremely shocked. Yu Hong was also shocked. Jin Yuwei's pupils shrank, Ling Yunjing's talent blood essence. How could it be? Further away, Zhu Tiandao swallowed his saliva and looked at Chief Ho. Have you seen Ling Yunjing's talent blood essence? No, Chief Ho was also dumbfounded. F*ck. If Suyu brought it to Ming Constabulary, would Xia province attack Ming Constabulary? Nurturing saber could kill Ling Yun. If he got tens of thousands of drops of talent blood essence, wouldn't it be an army that could be regarded as a 10,000 strong Ling Yun army? This could kill the sun and the moon, F*ck, an army that could kill the sun and the moon. How could that be? Of course, they could also see that the burden was great. Even a 9th tier Wanshur like Suyu might not be able to hold on, but Sword definitely could. If there was Ling Yun Jing, would there be Mountain Sea tier 1s? If there were Mountain Sea tier 1s, would there be Sun Moon tier 1s? F*ck. Chief Ho's eyes were bright as he looked at Zhu Tiandao, and said, Prefecture Master, you must accept it, even if it's your daughter. Wasn't it said that the Shunwen faction only researched Wanshur's blood essence? Why was there Ling Yun's blood essence? If Xia province knew about this, they would not let Suyu leave even if they died. This kind of research was really enough to change a great battle, and could even create the legend of Sor killing the sun and the moon. Of course, if there were more Sor, more blood essence. If 10,000 Sor became Ling Yun, could he kill the sun and the moon? Perhaps he could. Too terrifying. Everyone knew that the Shunwen faction had talent blood essence, but no one knew that it had been researched to this extent. Everyone was shocked. However, Suyu did not care about this, and smiled. At this moment, he was extremely fast. He looked at Zhou Pingxing and the others, and said with a cold smile, You really think I'm a pushover? Zhou Pingxing, when I killed Jai Feng, I said that I would kill you personally. Today, you wait for me to kill you. As his words fell, his body shook. He disappeared instantly. Zhou Pingxing saw this, and his heart turned cold, and he shouted, Gather together. Hurry, hurry, damn it, what is this? When he killed the last time, Suyu had revealed some things, and this time, it was even more terrifying. Suyu with Ling Yunjing's strength was even more terrifying. Just as he finished speaking, in the void, a wind blew. In the wind, Suyu instantly recovered his physical body. In front of him, a Ling Yun powerhouse roared, and Shunwen appeared. Just as it was about to suppress Suyu, a small furball appeared and bit the Shunwen. The little furball wasn't Ling Yun. If it had, it would have silently swallowed the other party's divine characters. But now, it was still a little short. In the void, the Shunwen appeared in an instant, and then, with a crack, half of it was bitten off by the small furball. With a bang, the Shunwen exploded, and the small furball was blown away. It could not swallow it, and could only bite forcefully. The Shunwen exploded, and the other party's body shook. Suyu slashed out with his saber, and with a puff, the head fell to the ground. The second Ling Yun. At this moment, a Shunwen appeared behind him. It was Zhou Pingxing's, but in the next moment, Zhou Pingxing quickly retracted the Shunwen, and his eyes were filled with shock. What was this? The Shunwen was bitten into pieces. The Shunwen existed between illusion and reality. Unless the other party was too strong and was shattered, it was impossible for it to shatter. But now, it was bitten into pieces by a small thing, and he was so frightened that he retracted the Shunwen. Dead, in the blink of an eye, Suyu killed the second Ling Yun. The remaining 5 people all gathered together. As for Suyu, his face was pale. The small furball jumped on his head again, and disappeared into the void. The shadow could not be seen. Ling Yun, so weak. Suyu smiled, and suddenly a large amount of blood appeared in his hand. Today, I will let you all see how amazing the talent blood of the Shunwen is. Devour. The blood entered the stomach. Suyu instantly disappeared. In the distance, Jin Yuwei's eyes flashed, and he shouted, Behind. Bang! Zhou Pingxing erupted with power towards a divine character behind him, but he was bitten by it with a crunch sound. It was incomparably painful. Bastard! At this moment, Suyu was like an invisible person, and his figure appeared slightly. He smiled, and disappeared again, and his voice echoed, Principal Jin is very knowledgeable. I want to see how many talent skills you can see. Jin Yuwei's eyes flickered, and he instantly saw through Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was actually a doppelganger. Be careful, doppelganger. He reminded again, the left real body, squelch. The other 5 Ling Yun couldn't see Suyu at all, and they were somewhat frightened. At this moment, the one on the left quickly brandished his saber, and with a bang, Suyu was repelled. However, on the right, another Suyu appeared, and with a squelch, his saber slashed down, and with a bang, another person's arm was cut off. In all directions, the mountain and sea realm cultivators were no longer in the mood to fight. They were all dumbfounded, 1 against 7 Ling Yun. That was not the key point. The key point was that Suyu had too many tricks up his sleeves. Invisibility, doppelganger, wind transformation, water transformation, air escape, earth escape. In this short moment, Suyu had used 7 or 8 talent skills. Encountering such a person in the same realm on the battlefield, if he was alone, he would obviously be killed. This was the effect of talent blood essence. This was too terrifying. It wasn't just the mountain and sea realm cultivators who were stunned. Jin Yuwei was also stunned, and Zhu Tiandao was also stunned. Could this work? Did I make a huge profit? Of course, the premise was that Suyu could bring this technology to the main constables and was willing to produce talent blood essence for them. Sun and moon blood essence. If you give me 100 drops of sun and moon blood essence, I will dare to fight invincible, Zhu Tiandao murmured. No, give me invincible blood essence. I'll go get invincible blood essence. Let the old man do it, and you give me 100 drops of invincible blood essence for talent skills. If I encounter an invincible, I might even be able to kill him. This was too frightening. There were actually no restrictions, and he could use any kind of talent skill. Wasn't that frightening enough? This was a collection of the wand's essence. As for Zhou Pingxing and the others, they were sullen. The Xinwen didn't dare to use it carelessly, and they didn't dare to use the Xinwen. To them, that was the greatest restriction. If that little furball bit down, the Xinwen would be crushed. Among the civilization masters, the Xinwen division was the strongest. When the Xinwen division was used, they couldn't use the Xinwen. Was this still the Xinwen division? This was a target. Without the Xinwen division, they could only use it in the Sea of Will, and their strength would be reduced by 30%. The key was that Suyu came and went like a shadow. At this moment, they couldn't even catch a trace of Suyu. If not for Jin Yuwei's reminders, they might have been killed until only the 2 late-stage Ling Yun division cultivators were left. Jin Yuwei's expression changed. In the distance, Yu Hong's expression also changed. She shouted, "Kill him! Principal Jin, kill him!" If Suyu didn't die, the world would really change. Today, he could even kill Ling Yun. After some time, or even after entering the ruins, if he became stronger, wouldn't he be able to kill the mountain sea? Fear of monsters. As for Suyu, he was still as elusive as before, flashing about and slashing down with his saber. Time and time again, he was laughing crazily. "Attack, I'm just waiting for you, Jin Yuwei. I'm going to catch a big fish." Zhu Tiandao can eat it, right? It's not time yet, he should be able to eat it, right? Show your talent, expose your talent and blood essence, kill Ling Yun. The ruins have appeared, and you still don't attack. When I become stronger, do you think you have a chance to live? At this moment, Yu Hong also went crazy. There was a furious roar, and with a rumble, a divine character directly exploded. With a loud bang, Hu Hao's body was blasted into a bloody mess by her Xinwen division. Lao Zhang's Xinwen division also exploded. With another loud sound, Hu Hao's body was torn into pieces. As he was torn into pieces, he couldn't help but feel sad. Damn, Suyu was right, I really can't hold on. If I had known, I would have believed you. It was too miserable. And at this moment, a sword gleam shot towards Zhou Pingxing and the others. Zhou Pingxing was about to destroy the sword gleam when Jin Yuwei shouted, "Retreat." That was the sword gleam of a divine talisman. It wasn't Suyu who attacked. This divine talisman was obtained by Suyu from Zhai Feng, but today, it was used as a feint. Zhou Pingxing quickly retreated, and with a thud, the person beside him was suddenly beheaded by Suyu. Suyu frowned, quickly disappeared, and retreated. Jin Yuwei, this bastard, after all, was a half-step Sun-Moon division, and he could see clearly that Suyu couldn't hide from him. If not for Jin Yuwei, he would have killed all those below level 7. Until now, he had only killed 3 Ling Yunjing division. Jin Yuwei quickly said, "Idiot, form a formation and seal off the surroundings. Not a single drop of water can escape." The 4 Ling Yunjing division quickly formed a formation. Seal off the surroundings. Suyu crashed into the barrier, and the others attacked at the same time, but Suyu had already disappeared. The next moment, he appeared 100 meters away, his face pale, grinning. On the other side, Yu Hong and Lao Jing had destroyed Hu Hao's physical body, and were about to continue attacking to destroy his willpower and shatter his Sea of Will when Shaoan roared. There was another loud rumble, and Tang Yunfei's physical body was instantly destroyed. Xiaowen's face was pale, and he quickly left the battlefield, attacking Yu Hong and the others. In the distance, Hu Hao quickly began to recover his physical body. When a Mountain Sea civilization master's physical body was destroyed, most would not die immediately, and they could forcibly fuse their bodies back together. As for warriors, there was a high chance that they would die immediately. This was the power of a civilization master, Hu Hao's physical body had barely recovered, but it was extremely weak. When he saw Xiaowen coming to help, he laughed bitterly. It's over. My physical body is destroyed. I regret it. If he had known, he would have trusted Suyu and brought a few friends with him. F***ck, his physical body was destroyed, there was no hope for the Sun-Moon division. I'll just cultivate again. Xiaowen roared. What was there to scream about? He could just cultivate again, starting from Qianjun. Now that he had the fused orifice technique, it was not that difficult. He could spend a few decades repairing it, and it would still be no big deal. Yu Hong and Lao Jing both roared in anger. They had just paid a huge price, but they had still not been able to kill Hu Hao. Tang Yunfei, that piece of trash, had actually had his physical body destroyed by Xiaowen. As for Xiaowen, he was also at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. At this moment, he was fighting them alone. Both sides were seriously injured, and they were evenly matched. At this moment, a scream rang out, splat, Suyu suddenly disappeared. This time, he was not attacking Zhou Pingxing and the others, but the Flying Wolf tribe expert who was being surrounded. The 4 demonic beasts were attacking the Flying Wolf, and Suyu suddenly joined in. Little Furball crushed a Shunwen, and Suyu's vital chi burst forth. Ling Yunjing's strength was on full display, and he cut the Flying Wolf tribe expert in half. The other 4 demonic beasts took advantage of his weakness to take his life. In almost an instant, shadow pierced through the Flying Wolf tribe expert's head, the Waterman sucked up all of his blood, Dendrolamus smashed his claws, and Rhinoceros Borer stomped down with his hoof. With all of them attacking, the Flying Wolf tribe expert, Ling Yunjing, was killed in the blink of an eye. Suyu panted as he looked at Zhou Pingxing and the others. He smiled and said, 5 against 4. We have 5, and you have 4. Is it fun? I have more people. Although Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were very weak, they were only at the 9th tier of the Soar realm. 2 against 1, right? Zhou Pingxing did not say anything. His expression was dark. Suyu was too difficult to deal with. He could not find him, and he could not kill him. He, Ling Yunjing, was strong, and so was Suyu. In a situation where the gap between them was not too big, it was difficult for him to track Suyu's movements. Suyu had grown to such a level, even if it was due to his talent and blood essence, he did not. This was the gap between them. Battles were still going on everywhere. Suyu's side was actually at a disadvantage. Shueluosha had already beaten the Pegasus and the old mountain antelope to the point of bleeding. If this went on, Shueluosha would win. As for Yu Hong, she was indeed strong. She and Lao Jing were teaming up against Xiaowen, causing him to bleed continuously. Hu Hao had recovered his frail body and ran to find Tang Yunfei, whose body had also been destroyed. The two of them fought with their wills. Tang Yunfei was not weak either. Back when he had fought Wu Yuehua, he had been poisoned away by Wu Yuehua. Wu Yuehua was at the peak of the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, but he could only rely on poison. This showed how strong he was. The 7th tier Mountain Sea realm Shunwen master was already stronger than those divine alchemists. Unfortunately, the Xiaowen he had encountered was also strong. If he was not strong enough, he would not have been qualified to protect Xia Huyu. That was why his body had been destroyed. At this moment, he was fighting Hu Hao, whose body had also been destroyed. They were evenly matched. If Shueluosha's side won, the entire situation would change. Furthermore, there was still Jin Yuhui, who had not made a move yet. Outside, Zhao Ming and Dao Seeking Academy's Wang Ming were also fighting to their heart's content. Blood splattered everywhere, but they were still unable to defeat each other. The battle continued. And everyone's eyes were on Suyu. They were all ruins: blood essence creation technique, fused aperture technique, soul-devouring art, and basic character formulas. At this moment, those sharp-eyed elites could see that Suyu had opened many divine apertures. In fact, he had opened more than 36, otherwise, his willpower was not strong enough. Even if he had blood essence, he would not have been able to hide from those Ling Yun, and Suyu had done it, which meant that the strength of his willpower was probably comparable to that of Soar. Such a freak could not be at ease if he did not die. Headmaster Jean, what are you waiting for? Yu Hong roared again. Kill all these people, lest the night is fraught with trouble. Don't you understand that? What are you waiting for? At this point, do you think you can still escape? Jin Yu-wei ignored her, looked around, and said coldly, which friend is in the dark? I have sensed you for a long time. Are you friend or foe? Why don't you come out and have a chat? He could not be bothered with this idiot Yu Hong. Do you think I am confident that I will not make a move? I am not confident, so I dare not make a move. There is someone in the dark, very strong. The sense of danger that came from his half-step into the sun-moon tier. Headmaster Jean, long time no see. At this moment, a rugged man appeared, smiling. So it is you. Jin Yu-wei sighed. What's the point? You've already left for a faraway place decades ago. Now that you have a place in the Great Zhou Institute, why do you still want to participate in the Great Xia Institute's struggle? The rugged man smiled. I have no choice. That junior brother of mine sent me a message. If I do not return, he will banish me from Master's faction. As he said this, he looked at Suyu in the distance, and sighed. Genius. You actually did not join my junior brother's faction. What a pity, no wonder junior brother wanted me to protect your life. Suyu was startled, and in the next moment, he said uncertainly, You are Zhao Tianbing? Brat, it is not good to call me by my name, is it? Suyu was embarrassed, but still could not hide his shock. The headmaster of the Great Zhou Institute of Blacksmiths, the eldest disciple of the fourth generation, a powerful figure of the blacksmithing faculty, decades ago, he rushed to Dazhou Prefecture, and stirred up a storm in Dazhou Prefecture for decades. In the end, he became an honored guest of Dazhou Prefecture, and the headmaster of the Blacksmithing Academy, a truly powerful figure. His status was much higher than that of Jin Yu-wei in Xia province, because he could forge earth-level Wenbing, because he was a big shot of the blacksmithing faculty, and a powerful figure who had entered the sun-moon tier. Such a powerful figure was also the reason why Zhao Li was so arrogant. The legacy of the fourth generation was not broken, although Xia province was weak. In Dazhou Prefecture, his senior brother was a powerful figure. And now, he actually came. For a moment, Suyu's emotions surged, and he suddenly did not know what to say. So, Teacher Zhao already knew. Otherwise, his senior brother would not have rushed over from Dazhou Prefecture so quickly. Zhao Tianbing. At this moment, the boorish Zhao Tianbing laughed, and said, I watched a good show. Xia province is really chaotic, even more chaotic than Dazhou Prefecture. However, it's about the same. Big brother, let's not talk about second brother. Sigh, this place has people who want to prove their Dao. It's really troublesome. This Ming Prefecture doesn't want to prove their Dao. It's so quiet. Even if you break his head, Zhu Tiandao won't care about you. He sighed. Dazhou Prefecture was actually also chaotic. He was a big shot in blacksmithing. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in Dazhou Prefecture. Now that he was in Xia province, he discovered that Dazhou Prefecture seemed to be a bit better, and not to this extent. They were all crazy, dozens of mountain and sea cultivators were fighting here, and even Jin Yu-wei, who was half a step into the sun-moon tier, had come out. This was a headmaster of a great academy. Jin Yu-wei's eyes flashed. You've only been in the sun-moon tier for a few years, and you want to get involved? I'm already here, and you're willing to give me a chance to leave? Zhao Tianbing laughed. However, do you think you can stop me? The Xinwen division is strong, but my blacksmithing division isn't weak either. With that, Zhao Tianbing laughed again. How about this, I'll take Suyu and leave, and you can fight your own battles. I won't interfere. How about that? No one said a word. Suyu was the key. You want to take him away? Are you kidding me? Today, no one could leave. Letting even one of them go would be a huge disaster. At this point, 24 experts had appeared, 23 of them in the mountain and sea realm. One of them was half a step into the sun-moon tier, and the other was Zhao Tianbing, a true Sun-Moon tier expert. Although Mount Starfall was surrounded by a grand spell formation, the situation inside was completely chaotic. The demon race, Wanzhou, Shanshanwen's faction, Xiajia's Dao Protector, Suyu's Dao Protector, Qinyang's Feng Qi, Zhao Li's Zhao Tianbing, and Zhao Mingzhu, experts were as common as trees in a forest. The Heavenly Horse and the others were dumbfounded. The weak Black Panther tribe couldn't even muster up so many experts. The appearance of the Sun and Moon tier and the battle of the Mountain and Sea tier was enough to wipe out an entire tribe on the All Heavens battlefield. Zhao Tianbing looked at Jin Yuhui and said with a smile, "If you don't agree, I'll make my move. They're all traitors anyway, so killing one is one." "Old Jin, you won't stop me, right?" Jin Yuhui's eyes flashed, and a moment later, his aura changed slightly. "Zhao Tianbing, there are some things that you have to think twice about." The next moment, his aura changed, and he sighed. The Shenwen faction is very powerful. The Shenwen faction's integration faction is still very powerful. There was a loud boom, a sun and moon rose, and in his eyes, the sun and moon rotated. Jin Yuhui, Sun-Moon tier, Jiutian Academy's Jin Yuhui, the first elite of the mortal tier to walk on the path of integration faction in Shenwen. It was announced that he was one of the pioneers of the path of integration in Shenwen. In the past, he had stolen many achievements of the Shenwen faction, and he had already walked very far on the path of integration in Shenwen. It was difficult for others to break through, but it wasn't difficult for him. He was a weakened version of the Shenwen faction. The 8 Shenwen faction formed a system, and broke through the restriction of the demon god Shenwen faction. At this moment, Jin Yuhui advanced to the Sun-Moon tier. Zhao Tianbing's expression changed, F***ck, he might not be a match for Jin Yuhui. A blacksmith might not be a professional fighter. He wasn't Zhaoli, and he didn't know the spirit expansion technique. His endurance could only be considered average, and he didn't have much of an advantage in the same tier. He had been in the Sun-Moon tier for several years, and he had only just broken through to the Sun-Moon tier. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the two of them. Sun and Moon against Sun and Moon, this battle had involved 2 Sun-Moon tier elites. Suyu's expression was solemn. Zhu Tiandao was not easy to kill now. Jin Yuhui was a sly old fox, and wouldn't take the initiative to attack no matter what. Now that he had become a Sun and Moon, Zhu Tiandao couldn't be easily killed. Outside, Zhu Tiandao was also speechless. "Enough, 2 Sun and Moon tiers have come. I thought a few mountain seas would be enough, but now it's really troublesome. Palace Master, should we make a move now?" Chief Ho asked. Zhu Tiandao pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth. "Wait a little longer. Fishing, continue. Jin Yuhui can't kill Zhao Tianbing, but Zhao Tianbing has appeared. If we don't kill him, the news will spread, and they'll all die. When they call for help, let's see who will come again. I'll wait for you guys to call for help. Let's see if I can ask for another Sun and Moon tier. Only with 2 Sun and Moon tiers would I have the confidence to kill another one. This was usually the case when their levels were similar. Perhaps I can fish out another one this time." Thrilling, Zhu Tiandao rubbed his palms together. "I'm going all out, I'll play big with you guys." End of chapter 257. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.